Hey, if you liked the video, give it a thumbs up and show some love for the series. Every like, comment, and share really helps us keep going. Thanks a ton for watching.
Chapter 41. Don't know, I don't know too. But Lark just nodded his head at Cal's response and started to speak. If you do not know, may I explain it to you? He asked it in the form of a question, but it looked like he wanted to say what was on his mind. Cal shook his head to say no, no need. But Cal stared at Lark. You want me to take the 10 Blue Wolf tribe children and you to create a Knights Brigade? Lark was someone who was afraid of the Whale tribe, but was willing to attack the chief of the Whale tribe for his friends. You want me to take someone who is crazier than some religious fanatics and make him my subordinate? No need to continue speaking about nonsense. Cal's cold voice made Lark's shoulders sink. Cal did not care about Lark's reaction at all and started to speak. You want young children to become knights. You ask me to protect the children, but your suggestion seems to go against your request. If Cal trained them into knights from such a young age, they would become a group of warriors who would be even crazier than religious fanatics. That was a terrible thought, but most importantly, what about their opinions? Why are you deciding for them? Cal asked the question to Lark, who had made the decision for all of his siblings. Lark had a blank expression for a moment before lowering his head and apologizing. I'm sorry. No need to be sorry. Cal just casually responded to Lark, who slightly raised his head. But since I know what it is you want from me, I will think about what I want in return. Of course, he had already thought about what he wanted. He didn't need it now, but in about 3 months, an ancient power that could be used to make Cal money would appear in a dangerous mountain. It would exist for only 6 months, and someone like Lark in his berserk mode transformation would be best to climb that mountain. If I sell that ancient power to the Queen of the Jungle, even if our territory goes broke, I will have enough money to indulge for the rest of my life. He would naturally raise the price before selling it, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with raising the price for someone who should have a lot of money. Will there be something you need from me? Cal let out a sigh at the worried tone in Lark's voice. Cal asked once more, as Lark seemed even more concerned. Don't ask such obvious question. Of course, I will need your help. Ah, Lark let out a gasp and then nodded his head. Yes, I will do whatever it is you ask of me. Please let me know once you come to a decision. Sure. Cal said that before taking a small money pouch out of his pocket and throwing it to Lark. Lark caught the pouch as Cal explained the reason for the money. You're seeing your siblings for the first time in a while, so go take them on a tour of the capital. A tour? Yes. Isn't this your first time in a city like the capital? Go treat them to some delicious food too. I can only have a relaxed discussion with Billows if none of you are there. On and Hung will go with you, so you will not get lost. Meow, meow. On and Hung, who were quietly sitting in the carriage, announced their presence after hearing Cal's statement and approached Lark. They then patted Lark's leg with their front paws. Stop it, On Hung. It tickles. Lark caressed their heads like it was cute, but in Cal's eyes, the kittens were seriously trying to attack Lark. Cal watched this and started to think. I should leave the wolf children to hands later. Otherwise, I will need to find a babysitter for them. Cal thought it would be great if it was someone who could cook well and kept things clean. Cal was thinking about people who could babysit the wolf children other than Hans when he thought about Beacrox, Ran's son, and the second chef. Thinking about Beacrox made Cal's expression stiffen. Beacrox was definitely someone who was good at cooking, kept things clean, and had a positive reputation within the Henitus family as someone who was respectful and normal. However, none of that mattered to Cal, since he knew that Beacrox was a lunatic who loved torture. He could not let such a person taint the pure wolf children's minds. I also need to send him off with Choi Han. He wasn't necessary. But in the novel, Beacrox went with Choi Han and Rosalind to Breck Kingdom to torture the Grand Admiral. Cal was debating about who would be good to take care of the wolf children when the carriage arrived at the Inn Billows and the wolf children were located. Cal got off the carriage before speaking to Lark. Follow me. Cal patted the nervous Lark's shoulder, and Lark walked into the inn with On and Hung in his arms. Welcome to the scent of grapes. How may I help you? Cal responded to the young attendant's greeting and immediately headed for the back door. The people Choi Han brought with him were all residing in the villa at the back area of the inn. The attendant tried to follow him, but Cal stopped him and walked to the villa door before motioning to Lark. You open the door since it is your younger siblings. Huh? Yes. Lark put the kittens down and grabbed the handle. This was his first time seeing his younger siblings since he had his berserk transformation. Cal slowly moved back because he had a bad feeling that he probably should not see what was beyond the door. Click. Lark turned the doorknob and opened the door. They could see the inside of the villa as soon as the door was opened. It was a comfortable-looking space. Sigh. However, Cal took 2 more steps backward immediately. It was an instinctive movement. Hyang, Hyang, Opa, Lark Opa. 10 children rushed toward Lark, and Lark ran toward them as well. An emotional reunion was happening in front of Cal's eyes, but Cal was overwhelmed at the sight of 10 wolf children in front of him. At the same time, there was someone that Cal was happy to see. Young master. Long time no see, Billows. Cal had told Billows to go to this villa. Cal could see that Billows was nervous underneath his smile and looked to the person approaching them from behind Billows. Nice to meet you, young Master Cal. Are you the merchant who came with Choi Han, a man in his 60s with a gentle expression and good physique? This person was the one who asked Choi Han to help with the Blue Wolf tribe issue. Yes, I heard a lot of things about you from Mr. Choi Han. It is an honor to meet you, young master. An honor. It is nothing much to see the face of a trash like me. Cal reached his hand out to the man, and the man shook Cal's hand as he introduced himself. My name is Odious Flynn. Cal started to smile. Odious Flynn. He was someone who was a strong contender for the Flynn Merchant Guild's leader position, but gave up on it to start his own small guild. He was Billos' uncle. He was the person who connected Billows and Choi Han to each other, as well as the person who brought out Billos' hidden greed. He is even more devious than Ran. He acted like he owned a small merchant guild, but in reality, he was wearing a mask to rule the underworld. He was nice to some, but cruel and vicious to others. That was the type of person Odious Flynn was. Right now, the only person to know about both sides of Odious' character was Cal. Cal pretended not to know anything as he greeted Odious. Flynn, you must be related to Billows. Nice to meet you. I was shocked as well. I didn't know Billows was the person young Master Cal knew. I have not seen Billows since he was a little boy, so I was very happy to see him again. I feel like I've had a lot of good encounters lately. Billows could not hide his complicated feelings while looking at Odious. Odious was someone who threw aside the Flynn Merchant Guild and went to live a simpler life. Furthermore, Odious was Billos' uncle, and the only person Billows had good memories about from his childhood. Well, he is a good person to Billows. Cal let go of Odious' hand and started to speak to Billows. Let's go upstairs and drink. The villa was 2 stories, with a small bar upstairs. Of course, Cal addressed Odious as well. Choi Han and Rosalind will soon arrive, so the 3 of you can catch up. I understand. I hope that I have an opportunity to drink with you in the future as well, young Master Cal. Cal smiled and responded back. Let's drink together sometime soon. Cal patted Billo's shoulder as Billow stood there with a complicated expression and tried to head upstairs. However, there were 10 children blocking his way. Thank you very much, young Master Cal. Thank you very much. Cal looked toward the 10 children thanking him and started to think. What a headache. There were 10 children who all gave off an aura that made Cal believe they would be very strong in the future, although they watched their parents, cousins, and other family members all be killed right in front of their eyes. Their strong and firm pupils let Cal know that they still had their purity and a sense of gratitude. There were also none that were very young. All of them seemed to be between 10–13 years old. I guess they can have a training instructor rather than a babysitter. However, Cal decided he would not be the person providing them with a training instructor and waved at Lark to head out. He then turned back around and headed upstairs. Although he did not respond and ignored them, Cal could still hear the wolf children thanking him from behind. That made Cal have the chills once again. Billows came up to the 2nd floor and immediately asked Cal a question. Young Master Cal, just what have you been doing? Cal responded to that question without any hesitation. Doing what I can for a peaceful future. Billows had an expression of disbelief on his face as he brought out some alcohol and glasses from the cabinet. He then sat across from Cal and filled his own cup. Do you not see me in front of you? I am sorry, young master. I have a lot on my mind. Billows drank about half the bottle before looking toward Cal. No, he was observing Cal. This person who said that he could not live as trash any longer. However, Billows had never expected in his wildest dreams that he would meet his uncle while coming to meet Cal. Cal stopped Billows as he tried to pour another drink and took the bottle from Billows before filling Billows' cup. I don't know what's bugging you, but you can't just keep drinking by yourself like that. Young Master Cal. Cal filled Billows' cup before responding, "What? Odious Nim is my uncle by blood. Odious Nim." For Billows, who was not allowed to use the Flynn last name, he could not even call his uncle his uncle. However, Odious was the only adult who was warm to Billows during his childhood. In the novel, this was what Odious had said to Billows. "I consider you as my nephew and my family. You have the qualifications for that." That sentence became a starting point and a turning point for Billows. After being introduced to Choi Han in the novel through Odious, Billows was in awe of Choi Han's strength and decided to follow Choi Han. He also decided to put himself in contention for the Flynn Merchant Guild's leader position. Young Master Cal, aren't you curious as to why Odious Nim runs a small merchant guild, even though he has the Flynn last name? Not curious. I already know about it. Odious was someone who was in full control of the Northwest and Central underworlds. Cal filled his glass and casually responded, "Am I supposed to be curious about the Flynn name?" He then drank the alcohol in his cup and saw that Billows was smiling. "I see. I guess the Flynn name is not that grand of a name. Indeed, whether it is you or Odious, it is the same. You are a Flynn as well. I am just a bastard son." Cal snorted and responded to Billows. "The fact that you are a bastard does not mean that you are not a Flynn. Everybody else just considers you a Flynn." Although the family may not have given Billows the Flynn family name, everybody else considered Billows to be a Flynn. That was why there was nobody who ignored Billows, even though he was a bastard. The Flynn name, as one of the three greatest merchant guilds in this world, was a pretty big name. That was the truth. Billows observed Cal before taking the bottle back from Cal and filling Cal's cup. "Young master, what? I feel like you are very good at saying the right things. I'm a bit talented in that. That is why. Yeah. Just what did you steal with the things you borrowed from me?" Billows could see the smile on Cal's face as he said that. Cal picked up the full glass and leisurely answered, "I already stole one and will steal the rest soon." He had already rescued the dragon, and the others would happen tomorrow. The corner of Billows' lips started to twitch. There were probably no nobles who would say that they were going to steal something, but such a person was in front of his eyes right now. "Can't I help as well?" Cal shook his head at Billows' question. "Unfortunately." Clack. Cal put the glass down on the table and continued, "All the spots are full already." The list of humans and beast people to use was already in Cal's head. "Ha ha ha." Billows laughed for a bit before picking up the full glass, drinking it the whole glass in one breath and putting the glass back down on the table. "I guess I should steal something else then." Billows had already decided what he was going to steal: the position of the successor of the Flynn Merchant Guild. He was going to make that position his. It only made sense, since his greed was larger and deeper than anybody else. Cal started to speak as Billows was thinking, "Do whatever you want." Billows laughed once more after hearing Cal's statement. Cal did not care whether Billows laughed or not. The fact that Billows met Odious today meant that his goal for today has been accomplished, letting Cal drink in peace. Of course, Cal only enjoyed himself for a bit and returned to the residence on his own to prepare for tomorrow. He needed to start moving in the middle of the night, making him want to go to sleep early in the evening. Unfortunately, he was not able to do so. Ron. Ron bowed to Cal and greeted him. "Young master, this Ron would like to make a request if possible." "A request?" Ron lifted his head up and started to speak. "Please take care of my son." "Son? You mean Beacrox?" "Yes. Why?" Cal could see the benign smile disappear from Ron's face. This was the first time Cal had ever seen Ron wear a rude expression on his face. Ron started to speak with the assassin's expression on his face. "I need to go hunt some foxes." Although he was old, Ron was still an assassin. Ron fixed his expression once more and started to speak. His expression was stoic, with only the corners of his lips being slightly elevated. "Our young master knows that I am someone who kills people, right?" Cal could feel the buzz from the alcohol instantly disappearing. He was getting the chills once again. Chapter 42. "Don't know, I don't know." 3. Cal hid the chilly feeling and trembling and asked, "So?" Ron was about to resume the benign smile on his face after hearing his little puppy young master speak in his usual annoying and rude tone, but suppressed it and started to speak. "So I'm going to kill people, leaving your son behind." "Yes, sir." Is the fox a person? Cal knew how the assassin Ron smiled. It was a very faint smile, with just the corners of his lips raised a tiny bit. It was one that made the person looking at Ron think that it would be better if he did not smile at all. Ron replied quite pleased. That's right. I have to go kill a group of foxes. But his voice was cold. Rip them into pieces. It would either be Ron's body being ripped into pieces or his target's bodies being ripped into pieces. It could only be one of those two scenarios. Cal got goosebumps at the phrase, rip them into pieces. He then started to contemplate. Ron could see that Cal stood there without saying anything for a while. His puppy young master finally started to speak after sighing numerous times. Go and come back. The smile disappeared from Ron's face. Cal, who was already in his pajamas, laid down on the bed and continued to speak. I'll tell Hans that you are taking a leave of absence. Report to me every so often. You can receive money from the Flynn Merchant Guild with your ID plaque. And why would you leave Beecrox to a trash like me? He is an adult. He will figure out what to do with his own life. Cal decided to think easily. There was no need for Ron to be with Choi Han right now. Now that Lark was able to transform into a controlled berserk state, Choi Han would be fine without Ran or Beecrox's strength. But for Choi Han, and more importantly, for a peaceful northeastern region of the Rhone Kingdom, Ran was needed 1 year later. However, the duration of your break is only 1 year. Cal leaned against his pillow and continued. Enjoy your break, since I have work for you to do in a year. Don't get hurt while you are out there. Cal stretched out his 2 legs, thinking he had reserved wonderful dreams for the next year. He then looked toward Ran and flinched. The old man, who had been quiet, was actually quietly laughing. That vicious sight made Cal cower underneath the blanket. What is going on? Cal's expression stiffened. Ran continued to silently laugh without watching Cal. I thought this little punk was a son of a beach, but I, Ran Marlin, is the one who is a son of a beach, like a dog that looks at his master. Ran thought that he was like a dog and responded, Young master, is reporting to you once a month enough? Yes, do as you please. Like an assassin, Ran opened the door and left the room without making a single noise. He then said one last thing before closing the door. I will see you in a year, young master. Without waiting Cal's answer, Ran closed the door. Cal quickly fell asleep, relieved that he was free from Ran for a year. Dawn arrived, and 6 people were standing in front of Cal. There were some that he had personally called, and some that he gathered through Choi Han. Cal looked toward Rosalind and started to speak. Miss Rosalind, the brown hair looks good on you. Rosalind was not aware of exactly what will happen today, but understood the severity after hearing the words, magic bomb, and decided to help. Cal had also promised her something in return for her help. Right. I thought it will make it easier for me to run wild. Rosalind had dyed her hair and pupils brown with magic. On and Hung were standing next to her. Lark, you should be able to use the physical strength of a wolf without transforming right. Yes, sir, it is possible. Lark was standing there nervously as well. Next to him were the Black Dragon and Choi Han. Cal divided them into 2 teams. The black orb was already positioned by Choi Han yesterday, so the 2 teams each needed to locate and take care of the 4 bombs. Miss Rosalind and Lark will be 1 team. Choi Han, Dragon on, and Hung will be the other team. Rosalind had a confused expression on her face after hearing how Cal divided up the teams. Lark had the same expression on his face as well. What about you, young Master Cal? Choi Han, the Black Dragon on, and Hung all responded to the question. Cal Nim is a bit, his physical strength is weak. We don't need him. He is useless. Ah, Rosalind let out a gasp and looked toward Cal. Lark seemed to be quite surprised as well. However, Cal handed the items he borrowed from Billows to Choi Han and confidently answered, I am weak and will only be baggage. I also need to prepare for the celebration as soon as the sun comes up, so it will be difficult for me to go with you. They were going to use the short opening when the guards for the night shift switched with the day shift to enter the areas where the bombs were located and start to dismantle them. After that, while the black orb activates and causes a mana disturbance, they will all need to wait at their determined stations to observe the secret organization's members and the situation at the plaza. The birthday celebration was set to start at 9 a.m. Cal looked at his watch before speaking to the 6 of them again. All right then, please head to work. He then added on, don't forget to bring back the dismantled magic bombs. Rosalind smiled and responded to Cal's statement. You promised to give me one of them. Of course, should be enough to pay for my services. It was definitely enough. Cal looked toward the terrace that was now being used more as a door than as a terrace and opened the window. A cool night breeze filled the room as the 6 individuals quickly rushed out of Cal's room through the terrace. Some left with invisibility magic, while others left with very fast speed. Cal watched them leave and thought to himself that they were all very strong. He was now left alone in the room. Cal slowly stroked the large shield and silver wings that appeared in front of him. Even if something unexpected happens, he would not die as long as he had this shield. I'll use a tiny bit of its strength if I need to do so. Cal patted the shield that looked even more holy after having the hot crest engraved in it, and decided to use it without being noticed if there came the need to do so. Cal sat down on the couch and practiced, using just a small amount of the shield's power before noticing his reflection in the mirror. It should be fine. The blood-crazed mage. It was said that this person went into a frenzy by the color red. That was why, in the novel, the mage went crazy after seeing Rosalind for the first time, saying that they needed to cut Rosalind's head off to take her red hair and pupils. Cal brushed back his hair that was an even brighter red than Rosalind's hair and started to think. What are the chances that I'll be in close proximity to that lunatic? Even if something like that happened, he just had to tell Choi Han to kill. Cal was not worried that his own head would get cut off. Cal relaxed and waited until Ran came to wake him up. Once Ran came at the usual time, Cal started to speak. Today will be your last day to serve me. I can do it again in a year. That sounded terrible to Cal. He was planning on sending Ran to Choi Han immediately upon his return in a year. Cal was excited that he was getting rid of 2 baggages today and started to speak with a light heart. Let's get ready. Cal made all the preparations and headed for the palace. All the participating nobles were scheduled to move together. The Black Dragon was going to come to the palace to report on the progress. After all of the preparations were completed, Cal got on a carriage in front of the residence's main gate. It was not the Henitus carriage. Instead, he was going to be riding with someone else today. Why did you want to go together? Amaru responded with a calm smile as Cal asked the question while getting onto the carriage. Amaru had reached out and asked Cal to go with her today. She got right to the point, since Cal did the same without even greeting her first. Young Master Cal, what do you think about our territory building a naval base? Cal started to smile. He had already received a letter from Eric letting him know that the tourism investment discussion did not go well. Eric said both Gilbert and Amaru were very disappointed. However, Amaru did not seem to be very disappointed. In fact, she seemed to have made up her mind about something else, something big. He looked toward her and started to speak. Did you already make up your mind, young lady Amaru? Amaru lightly nodded her head. Yes. I didn't think it was a decision I could make on my own, so I contacted my mother. I plan to discuss it with young Master Gilbert today as well. The creation of a new military base. Something like that was not easy to accomplish. The money wasn't the issue. It was more about the relationship between powers within the territory that complicated things, especially in times of peace like right now. That was why the crown would have their eyes on the northeast. The east was the only side with access to the ocean, but most importantly, there was a balance of power in the east. It would also be difficult for the high-ranking nobles in the other regions to influence such a base as well. Then young Lady Amorous' concern is that the crown's influence in your territory will get stronger because of this. Yes, Amaru gave a short answer before continuing on. That is why I asked for this time with you today. It meant that she had something to discuss with him. Cal leaned on the back of the seat and asked while in a comfortable position, as if he was in his own carriage. I'm curious to know what your question is, but I think I need to tell you something first. He knew why Amaru was here. Any decision regarding the funds of the Henitus family is made solely by my father. A trash like me has no decision-making powers. The royal family would grant permission to build a naval base and invest huge sums of money. Naturally, the ownership of that naval base would then be passed on to the royal family. When building a military base in a territory that is outside the capital, there are a lot of different contracts between the crown and the nobility for ownership and other logistics involving the military base. There was a significant difference in manpower and funds between using the location as a military base than using the cliffs and the ocean for just tourism. Amaru and Gilbert's families were, honestly speaking, just average in wealth, lacking both the funds and the manpower to complete such a project. That was what Amaru wanted to prevent. That meant that there was only one method: borrowing money from someone with a lot of money. Is that really the case? Amara's smile seemed very intelligent. She had entered the Crown Prince's room during the wine party with Eric and Gilbert once Cal had left. It was then that she learned that the Crown Prince was interested in the shoreline, even though he was not interested in tourism. When she returned to her residence that night, she thought about Cal's words and figured out his intentions. His Highness the Crown Prince was wary of the Whipper Kingdom and the kingdoms to the north. I could tell based on our conversation with him, so I sought out some information from the Information Guild. I knew it. Cal could tell from amorous words that the Crown Prince and the royal family were aware of the fact that the Whipper Kingdom would soon face a civil war, and that the North was gathering their forces. But this was unexpected. Amorous decision-making was on point. Amorous family was not doing very well right now, relying a lot on Eric Wheelsman's family for help. It would have cost a lot to get information on foreign kingdoms through the Information Guild, but her willingness to spend that money to verify a single piece of information showed her personality. Amaru looked toward Cal, who was quietly listening, before continuing. I heard the Henitus territory is currently fortifying its walls. I believe the Henitus family will be interested in the military, since it is a territory that does not allow any kind of invasions. Cal nodded his head at her statement and responded, I will speak to my father about it. We will also send an official request as well. Cal and Amaru looked at each other and smiled. If this naval base was to be created, the balance of power in the northeast will shift to Cal, Eric, Amaru, and Gilbert's 4 families. If the Henitus family provided the funds to have a steady influence in the base, the Henitus family would receive multiple facets of support from the base. Amaru hesitated for a while before continuing to speak. I'm a bit worried because of the whirlpools, but there are paths that have been used for ages, and the whirlpool will actually serve as a defense to prevent foreign nations from invading. That is why I want to give it a go. Whirlpools. Cal prevented himself from smiling as soon as she mentioned the whirlpools. That whirlpools will soon be Cal's to utilize as he wishes. Wouldn't it be great to build a house on one of those cliffs and enjoy the sunset in the future? It would be difficult for him to stay in the Henitus estate once he hands control to Basin. Cal's plan was to hide in some remote corner during the war, and then head to Amaru or Gilbert's territory after the war was over to build a house on a cliff to relax while looking out at the sea. It would be a good location, since it was pretty close to the Henitus territory as well. Thank you for your help, young Master Cal. Ha ha ha, to ask a trash for support. I have no power whatsoever. I am just delivering your message to my father. Cal waved it off and started to laugh. However, Amaru did not believe his words at all anymore. Amaru, you need to be cautious when you don't have power. However, you need to be bold if you want to earn power. That was what her mother, the head of the Ubar territory, had said as she agreed on the naval base. Amaru was similar to her mother. That was why she worked to be bold, even while remaining cautious. This was her philosophy for dealing with people as well. It is enough for you to deliver our message for us. Amaru reached her hand out to Cal, and Cal shook it. She then let go before adding on, please come visit the Ubar territory next time. There are actually a lot of interesting places to see. I will go if I have the chance to do so. The sound of the wind. It will become Cal's fast feet, and at the same time, give him control over a whirlwind that can be used for both offense and defense. Cal thought about the Ubar coast, where that ancient power was located. I hope that the opportunity comes soon. The carriage arrived at the palace as soon as he said that. Cal got off the carriage and looked around. The current time was 8 a.m. The staff would already be at the Plaza of Glory to prepare for the celebration. The Royal Knights will allow people to enter at 8:30 a.m., filling the plaza full of people. It will be a situation where it will be difficult for anyone to go in or out. The celebration will start 30 minutes after that, and Cal's group will start looking for the hidden picture starting at 8:30 a.m. Necklaces, bags, pendants. The magic bombs will be hiding in all sorts of shapes. Cal's group would find the people who have the bombs located on them. Well, it didn't matter if they didn't find them, since the answer will reveal itself. Oh, you're here. Cal received Eric and Gilbert's greeting before standing next to them with Amaru. Everyone came early. Of course, we will start moving at 8:05 a.m. Eric said that to Cal, while his eyes were sending Cal another message. Be still today as well. Cal nodded his head while looking into Eric's eyes and reminded himself internally, I do not know anything. As soon as he thought that, the Crown Prince appeared in front of Cal. The nobles would follow behind the Crown Prince today. He then saw the person who arrived next to the Crown Prince and covered his mouth with his hand. It was because he could not help but smirk. Oh, my lord, how is this possible? Eric's shocked gasp and the murmuring of the nobles filled the area. However, Cal did not care about any of that. Instead, he lowered his hand while looking forward. Cal made eye contact with the person next to the Crown Prince, the eldest son that had been pushed aside, Taylor Stan. He was standing on his own two legs next to the Crown Prince. Taylor stealthily motioned with his eyes once he made eye contact with Cal. At the same time, Cal could hear the Black Dragon's voice in his head. The Black Dragon had entered the palace to give the current report of the situation. I am here. Cal slightly nodded his head, and the voice continued. We are dismantling all of the bombs that are currently stationed in the locations we found. We will dismantle them completely at 8:55 a.m. as planned. Everything seemed to be going as planned. I will be heading back now since we are busy, weak human. Use your shield if it seems like it'll hurt. Cal could not hear the Black Dragon's voice after that. It seemed to have quickly returned to help the others. This Black Dragon surprisingly put all of his effort into his assignments whenever Cal gave him a task to complete. It made Cal want to keep ordering the Black Dragon around. There shouldn't be any reason for me to use the shield. Cal was thinking that he would not need to use the shield if things continued like this. All preparations have been completed. One of the knights shouted out loud, and the Crown Prince got on the royal parade carriage and spoke to the nobles getting on the royal carriages behind him. Let's go. Cal also got onto a royal carriage. The carriage soon started to move, and Cal sat there with his arms crossed while having a stiff expression on his face. Nice to meet you all again. The wheelchairless Taylor greeted them. Nice to meet you. I am Amaru Yuba. Nice to meet you. Taylor Stan, young lady Amaru, and Venian's lackey Neo Tals ended up in the same carriage as them. Cal was wondering whether the Crown Prince purposely put them together in the same carriage. It was Cal's turn to introduce himself, but Cal just quietly sat there and looked out the carriage window. A trash was allowed to be this rude. He sat there with his arms crossed and looked toward the Plaza of Glory. The chaos was not far away. Chapter 43. Somehow, however, the inside of the carriage was already chaotic. Cal looked toward Neo, whose legs were shaking, and internally clicked his tongue. Neo seemed to be frantic and full of concern. The majority of the nobles looked chaotic. Venian's face was a mess too. Cal recalled Venian Stan's face that he peeked at before getting on the carriage. Venian was full of rage. Who would have ever expected this? Taylor Stan, the eldest son of the Stan family that was pushed aside, was walking on his own 2 feet without a wheelchair. Furthermore, a person from the Stan family was standing next to the Crown Prince, Albaru. Nobody could have expected such development. He managed to trade for the Healing Star. Cal was curious about what Taylor and Cage traded with the Crown Prince for the Healing Star, but he did not look toward Taylor. Neo Tals was sitting there shaking his leg without even looking at Taylor. At that moment, Amaru started to speak. Young Master Taylor, have your legs completely healed? The cautiously stated question directly asked the question that everyone was thinking about. Taylor started to smile as he responded. It was a blessing from heaven. It is completely healed. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Ahem. Neo Tals let out some fake coughs before looking back and forth between Taylor's face and Taylor's legs. He then cautiously started to speak. Young Master Taylor, will you be returning to the Marquis estate now that your legs have healed? The biggest reason Taylor was pushed aside was because his legs became paralyzed. Neo and the other nobles were probably curious as to whether or not Taylor would return to the estate to fight for the successor position once again, especially since Neo was one of Venian's lackeys. Taylor looked toward Neo and started to speak. Return. It was a gentle voice, but there was firmness and coldness toward Neo, hidden within Taylor's voice. That has always been my home. Isn't it obvious that I belong there? Neo shriveled up even more at the coldness in Taylor's voice. However, Cal chose not to even look at them. Cal could see Taylor's reflection through the window every so often. Of course, Taylor didn't make it obvious to the others, making it look like he was just looking out the window like Cal as well. Cal could read the message Taylor was trying to send him when their eyes met. Young Master Cal, I want to tell you everything. It is a very interesting story. Cal was still stoic after seeing Taylor's sparkling gaze. Cal just hoped for Taylor to take over the marquee position and prevent any harm from happening within his territory. That was why he did not want to talk to Taylor. However, an opportunity soon appeared for Taylor and Cal to chat. Ahem, then I will step out now. As soon as the carriage arrived outside the Plaza of Glory, Neo Tulls rushed out of the carriage to get away from them. Since he made it very obvious that he worked for Venian, this was a really awkward place for him to be. He probably also wanted to report Taylor's current situation to Venian right away. Young Master Cal, I will come back with young Master Eric. Amaru was worried that Cal might start something if he ran into the other northeastern nobles, who happened to be in a carriage with Eric and Gilbert, and left alone to bring Eric and Gilbert over. Nothing should happen since young Master Taylor and young Master Cal don't have any relationship. Based on young Master Cal's personality, he will not start a conversation with anyone. That was what Amaru was thinking as she quickly moved to find Eric and Gilbert. That resulted in Cal having to receive Taylor's bright smile. Finally, only the two of us are left. It was something Cal did not like to hear. He made that feeling completely visible on his face, but Taylor seemed to find that to be funny. Taylor quietly laughed before throwing a straight at Cal. I got my leg fixed by promising to become the head of the Marquis' estate. Did you promise your loyalty? No, I made a deal. Cal nodded his head. That's good. Congratulations on your healed legs. Cal then turned away from Taylor as if he had nothing else to say. Taylor found that reaction to be very fitting of Cal's personality and took a small envelope out of his pocket and handed it to Cal. This is the contents of our deal. There is no need to give this to me. Cal had a stoic expression, and Taylor responded, It'll be good for you to know, young Master Cal. He then threw another straight at Cal. Cage will be excommunicated. Is it because she does whatever she wants? It is. She is very happy about it. Cage was finally starting on the path of the crazy priestess. She will now progress like the excommunicated priestess who is seen as a brave priestess by others, like in the novel. That's good. Cal could see Taylor happily nodding his head at his words. Taylor then started to frown, like all of his emotions were crashing against him all at once like a whirlpool, and started to speak. This is just the beginning. We will be victorious. Right, young Master Cal, why is he including me in their victory? Cal was curious about that, but decided to answer his question for now. You will be victorious. Thank you very much. Then I will get off first. Taylor got up and looked down at his legs before saying goodbye to Cal and getting off. The three of us should drink together after our victory. The Henitus wine is delicious. Taylor finally opened the carriage door at Cal's words and left. Cal immediately opened the envelope once he was alone. He then ripped it up. Tusk. He lightly clicked his tongue and shoved the note deep inside his inner pocket. There really was a secret to the Crown Prince's birth. Cal shook his head and stepped out of the carriage. Cal. Cal turned his head at Eric's calling. He could see the full plaza of glory behind their shoulders. Young Master Cal, let us go. It is our turn to enter the plaza. In the novel, Choi Han was curious about these people, who had a spot higher than the normal citizens of the kingdom. Today, Cal was going to that same spot. However, he was still at the bottom compared to the royal family and the holy priests. Cal looked toward the bell tower at the entrance of the plaza. The bell tower had a giant clock on it. The current time was 8:25 a.m. It was time for the nobles and priests to enter. The knights started to prevent any more citizens from entering to create room for the nobility. Let's go. Cal pushed Eric and the others in front of him and started to walk. He could see all of the people in the plaza as he got closer. There were so many people that he couldn't even tell how many people were there. However, they were not completely stuffed like sardines. That was how large the Plaza of Glory was, and the fact that the crown was limiting the number of people helped out as well. In response, some people were in shops near the plaza and roofs of buildings nearby to try to get a glimpse of the king's celebration. Young Master Cal, is this your first time at the Plaza of Glory? Cal leisurely nodded his head at Gilbert's question. Yes, I briefly passed through on my carriage, but it is my first time seeing all of it. Cal looked around the plaza as he said that. The tea shop to the south, the inn to the west, a a flower shop to the east, the top of the Ceramist Association building to the north. These were the four places Cal focused on as he looked around. The plaza is pretty large. Cal verified the locations the magic bombs were positioned. At the same time, he looked toward the fountain to the south. A young boy was waving a flag like he was trying to welcome the king. That young boy was Locke. Things are going as planned. Cal knew that Choi Han and the Black Dragon would be watching him right now and looked toward the bell tower. The current time was 8:30 a.m. We are opening up a path now. The knights closed up all entrances to allow the nobles to enter. At the same time, Cal snapped his fingers. Snap. It was a simple gesture that nobody would question. Lark disappeared as soon as it happened. It was time to find the hidden items. Of course, it wasn't necessary at all. The answer will appear at 9:01 a.m. However, it was easier if they knew the answer in advance. Furthermore, since Cal didn't need to move, it was fine to look for these hidden items. Everybody please take a seat over here. The seats were arranged with everyone's names posted in specific seats. The king and the royal family was not at the plaza just yet. Even the crown prince, who came with the nobles, was not out yet. Cal arrived at his seat and started to frown. We seem to run into each other a lot, young Master Cal. That does seem to be the case, young Master Taylor. It was the same as during the feast. Cal sat down next to Taylor and looked down at the people below the platform. He then looked toward the bell tower. He recalled the story in the novel. The single location that Choi Han managed to find a bomb in the novel was not one of the locations this time. There were already many changes to the story. However, at least there should not be anyone who dies by the crumbling of the buildings, unlike in the novel. The mana disturbance tool was buried underneath the bell tower. The current time was 8:40 a.m. Cal turned to his left after hearing Eric's voice. Cal, be still, okay? Hyang Nim. Eric became nervous after hearing the tone Cal used to call out to him. Cal, who used to enjoy wearing fancy clothes and showing off until just 2 years ago, was suddenly only wearing dark clothes and had a completely different demeanor about him. I will be very still today. I plan to do nothing at all. Eric was captivated by Cal's voice and subconsciously nodded his head. Cal seemed to be satisfied with this reaction as he laughed and looked at the clock again. 8:45 a.m. He could hear the black dragon's voice. The dragon was looking at him as Cal expected. 15 minutes left. Dragons were really capable of everything. There was nothing their magic could not accomplish. Cal praised the black dragon internally as he got up from his seat. The stars of the Crossman family, our royal family, are now entering. Only one entrance to the plaza was open at this time. The crown prince was in the lead, the second and third prince flanked his sides, and the other princes and princesses walked in behind them. A group of individuals with beautiful blonde hair entered the plaza. This was the royal family that was blessed by the sun god, the pride of the Roan kingdom. Woo 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 woo. The cheering of the citizens filled the plaza. It was so loud that it felt like the ground was shaking. Cal remembered the words of the Black Dragon. The crown prince's hair and eyes are brown. Brown was known as the most average color hair and eyes. Cal looked toward the royal family and lightly clapped. And then it was finally 8:50 a.m. His Highness, King Zed Crossman, the son of the Roan kingdom, is now entering. Woo 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 woo. The healthy 50-year-old king appeared in the plaza in his parade carriage. Cal was watching the king before moving his gaze away to another spot in the plaza. He could see a flower pot on top of the Ceramist Association building to the north. The current time was 8:55 a.m. They dismantled it. Cal started to smile. Rosalind, the black dragon on, and Hung will now hide within the crowd in the plaza. King Zed was slowly heading toward the plaza from far off in the distance. Zed Crossman had risen to the position of king at the age of 20 after the former king's sudden death. He utilized this time of peace to his advantage, killing off all of his siblings to solidify his position of power. The fanfare for the king was still very loud. King Zed passed through the plaza entrance and headed to the highest platform. Cal just calmly watched this all happen. There was a special platform for the king in front of the bell tower. The king and the queen waved to the crowd before walking up to the platform. The queen stood in front of her seat as King Zed went up to the magic vocal amplifier. Cal looked at the clock again. Current time was 8:58 a.m. The king lifted up his hand and the cheers slowly died down. Finally, once the plaza was completely quiet, the king started to speak. It has already been 30 years since this king has received the blessing of the sun to rule over this kingdom. The king seemed very happy. Unfortunately, it was now 9 a.m. Ha! Cal could hear Eric's confused voice. What is that? Cal then heard Taylor's anxious voice. Cal leisurely raised his head to look at the top of the bell tower. What? Who is that? What is going on? The mumblings of the crowd started to get louder. King Zed looked behind him and then moved his gaze up the bell tower. Cal looked at the top of the bell tower and started to smile. King Zed started to shout, "Who are you?" The knights and mages headed to the bell tower. The citizens started to get nervous about what was going on. They had no choice. A person appeared on top of the bell tower, and then more people in black attires started to appear on top of the buildings nearby as well. Get down this instant. Everybody, head up to the top of the buildings now. Cal heard the voices of the knights nearby and looked toward the man standing on top of the bell tower with black attire and a mask. It was the blood-crazy mage, Radika. I was worried this would be different than the novel as well. If Radika did not show up, he would have needed the black dragon to reverse the flow of mana coming to the mana bombs in order to locate the hidden Radika and allow Choi Han to kill him. Cal was relieved that he would not need to do that and remembered the description in the novel. Radika's hand became covered in a red-colored mana. This punk was unique, in that people could see the color of his mana, even though he was a mage. He then swung his hand and announced as he had in the novel, "Should be fun, should be fun." A chilling voice that sounded like metal screeching against one another filled the plaza. Then, the red mana shot out to different spots in the plaza. That moment was exactly 9:01 a.m. Ooh, ooh, ooh. A vibration started from underneath the bell tower. Beep, beep, magic devices started to go off in multiple locations. The red mana that was flying toward the detonation devices inside the magic bombs suddenly lost strength and started to spin aimlessly in position. It was the result of the mana disturbance. Then it happened inside the plaza as well. Beep, 4 spots started to ring in the plaza. Found it. Cal's quiet voice was drowned out by the alarm of the magic devices. Someone within the area of those 4 alarms would have the magic bomb on them. As Cal expected, the magic bombs had an alarm to sound that there was an error. Cal could see Choi Han, Rosalind, and Lark heading toward the 4 locations. 10 minutes. Even if they could not manage to dismantle the bombs in 10 minutes, they had plenty of time to move the bombs to the mountain in the rear to make it go off without hurting anyone. It was possible because of Rosalind and the Black Dragon. Found one human. Cal started to smile after hearing the invisible Black Dragon's report. The 10 minutes had just started. Chapter 44. Somehow, too, Cal could see Choi Han grabbing someone as the Black Dragon made his report. It was the person the Black Dragon determined to be in possession of the magic bomb. Cal could see the necklace on the person's neck. That must be it. Cal could see Choi Han ripping off the person's necklace. At the same time, Cal's body was jerked. Someone had pulled Cal's arm. Cal, it was Eric Wheelsman. Cal slowly looked around him, starting with the top of the bell tower. Ha ha ha, the blood-crazy mage Radika was laughing, weaving. A loud noise appeared alongside the noise of scratching metal, combining to create a terrifying screech. Your Highness, please get to a safe spot. The royal knights and some mages were next to the royal family and the king in order to help them escape. Cal first looked toward the crown prince. His hair was still blonde. Was it not magic using mana? Did another dragon dye his hair, or is it a different type of strength? This originally had, but that doesn't seem to make it show. Cal remembered what the black dragon had said in the past. Cal decided to stop thinking about it and continued to look around. Half of the remaining royal knights and mages were working to calm the crowd and find the mana disturbance tool, while the other half was rushing toward the secret organization. Radika, who had been laughing for a while now, started to speak. This is annoying with that. All of the secret organization members other than Radika started to launch long-range attacks. Spears, daggers, and throwing knives. All sorts of attacks started to pour down upon the knights. Boom, weeing beep. Cal found it very loud. At the same time, the black dragon continued its report. One more human. And another. 9:04 a.m. This was the third person so far. Cal, we should go as well. We should go. Young Master Cal, hurry up. Cal looked toward Eric, Amaru, Gilbert, and Taylor. They had all quickly gathered around him. Eric was looking around with a chaotic expression on his face. Cal followed his lead and looked around as well. "What are you doing? Hurry up and let us go. Let us out right now." The nobles were fighting to get out of the plaza as quickly as possible. Of course, there were a couple calm ones as well. However, it was different underneath the platform. "Why are you blocking the exit? Open up a path." The citizens were screaming for the knights to open the door and rushing toward the exit. The knights and soldiers shouted back at the citizens, "Please calm down. Please wait just a moment. You expect us to wait in a situation like this? Get out of our way. Are you crazy? The nobles are trying to leave right now. Let us leave as well." Cal looked for hands being raised in the air in the midst of that chaos. What are you doing?" Choi Han pulled a bag off of an old man's shoulder and thrust his arm into the air. This was the third person. Cal turned his head to look around at the people around him. The door for the nobles and priests was already open, with many nobles and priests quickly heading out as fast as they could. It looked more peaceful because there were fewer people than the gate for the citizens down below, but it was still chaotic, with each person trying to get out faster than the other. That was why. What a mess. It was a complete mess. Eric was frantically pacing around, so Kel put his hand on Eric's shoulder to calm him down. He then held onto Eric's shoulder tightly. "Hyung Nim." "Ah." Cal continued to speak once the pain snapped Eric out of his chaotic state. "Calm down." Eric calmed down after seeing Cal's calm demeanor. He then looked around. The knights were fighting against these unknown assailants while the royal family was in the process of escaping. The citizens looked to be in a state of chaos. As Eric absorbed all of the events going on around him and turned back to look at Cal, Cal started to speak. "That is more like you. Thank you. I feel like my head has cleared." Cal shrugged his shoulders and turned away. Gilbert and Amaru had come back to their senses after hearing what Cal had said to Eric, and were looking at Cal as well. Even if they tried to head for the nobles' exit gate right now, they would just be swept up in the chaos. The head families of the other regions were busy gathering their people and calming them down while trying to figure out a path of escape. Gilbert watched some of the other nobles before looking around. The other nobles from the northeast region were headed toward them. They were all looking at Eric, but Eric and Gilbert were looking at Cal. "What the?" Cal looked toward Taylor. Taylor was different from the others. Taylor's concern right now was that the citizens' gate was still not fully open. The gate was opening very slowly, most likely so that they could control the flow of people running out. Taylor was a very altruistic and good person. That was why he was more worried about the citizens than himself. Cal looked toward Eric and started to speak. Eric had the qualifications to be the leader of this group after all. "Let's go." After hearing Cal's words, Eric nodded his head and led the northeast nobles to the gate. Cal looked at the clock. 9:08 a.m. The mages were busy getting rid of the mana disturbance. The mana disturbance tool was going to run out in a few minutes. It only lasted this long because there were a lot of people in the plaza adding to the chaos. One more removed. Now it was 4. There were just 2 more remaining. 2 minutes. Cal thought that they should have enough time. Radika's red mana balls were still spinning around in the air. The moment the mana disturbance tool stops working, those mana balls will immediately head for the magic bombs and detonate them. Cal looked at the clock on the bell tower before starting to walk. The Black Dragon made another report at this time. "That is all." "What?" "Young Master Cal, what is wrong?" Taylor, who had been walking next to Cal, looked at Cal with confusion, but Cal did not have time to focus on him. "There are only 4. Cal remembered that there were a total of 10 bombs in the novel. Had it changed? Cal stopped walking and looked around. The mana disturbance tool had a range of a large mountain. If the magic bombs were buried elsewhere, the alarm would have gone off at that location. But the alarms for the high-grade devices only went off inside the plaza. Did the number of bombs change? Because the story has changed. 9:09 a.m. came and went, and only a few seconds were left until 9:10 a.m. One of the mage's amplified voice rang out in the plaza. "Activate mana stability magic." As soon as he said that, mages from 8 different directions chanted a spell at the same time. 8 magic balls of light shot up into the sky. Boom, they blew up in the air and started to spread like a thin tent. And then, finally, the noise started to quiet down. Mana was starting to become stable once again. 9:09 a.m. and 55 seconds. Cal could see 4 items being shot up into the sky at that time. It was Rosalind and the Black Dragon using their magic. Those 4 items followed the stabilized flow of mana and flew toward the mountains to the south of the capital. For these two, who were extremely sensitive to mana, something like this was a breeze. The citizens blankly watched as these 4 items flew like shooting stars toward the mountain with harsh terrain that prevented people from traversing through. Mana stability complete. 9:10 a.m. and 5 seconds. The mage shouted out loud, and Radika's red mana balls started to chase behind the items flying toward the mountain. As the red mana balls finally came into contact with the 4 items, boom! A large explosion occurred in the sky. It was so bright that it temporarily blinded everyone who was looking at it. A large pillar of black smoke soon followed and rushed up into the sky. Even though the mountain was far to the south of the plaza, a large gust of wind rushed toward the crowd in the plaza. The plaza instantly became silent. The mage's expressions turned completely pale. It was because they realized the identity and purpose of the red mana balls that started to fly as soon as they stabilized the mana. Those were magic bombs. Taylor Stan muttered those words in shock. Any noble who had the slightest knowledge of magic would know that only one item was capable of having such a destructive force. A magic bomb. Even the king and some of the princes, who were retreating, stopped moving. Everybody could not help but think about how those items had shot up from within the crowd before starting to fly toward the mountain. Cal brushed his hair that was a mess from the gust of wind. I guess there were only 4 bombs. Nobody had died. We saved them all. Cal could hear the black dragon's voice in his head. Cal just quietly listened to the dragon. The once chaotic plaza was now very calm. No, it was almost depressing now. The people were probably thinking about the terrible scene that could have happened in the plaza. They were probably swept up in their emotions of both relief and fear. I saved them. The black dragon sounded very happy and excited. This was the first time that this young black dragon, who had been wishing for its own death after living a life of despair, had saved something with its own strength. Cal thought about the black dragon's emotions as he moved his gaze to the location the magic bombs had shot up into the air. The knights and mages were heading to that location. However, Cal's group had already left the scene. They then used the invisibility magic device Cal had borrowed from Billows to hide in the farthest corner of the plaza. Then Choi Han will chase after the mage to kill him. Cal looked toward the top of the bell tower. Eric and the rest had already stopped moving. They were able to figure out from what the mages were saying that the magic bombs were supposed to explode in the plaza, but ended up exploding in the mountain far away to the south. How could they not? Radika said it himself from the top of the bell tower. Unfortunately, nobody died. Why did they go off over there? Radika continued to speak in that metal screeching voice. Guess this one was a failure. The king started to shout toward Radika. What are you doing? Who are you? Do you think you will be fine after attempting to commit such a deed? King Zed's response changed after realizing that it was not just an attack that was planned. The fact that they were trying to detonate magic bombs directly next to the royal, family, and nobles was no different than declaring war against this kingdom. But Cal had a different thought regarding Radika's statement. This one was a failure. Cal's expression stiffened, worried that there was something else as well. His changed expression made Taylor, who was approaching Cal to speak thinking that things were now okay, stop moving. He then looked toward the top of the bell tower like Cal was doing. Oh well then. The metal screeching voice rang throughout the plaza. Radika shouted toward the king, and the knights without caring about the fact that the mages used levitation magic to approach him. Snap! He snapped his fingers, and 2 people appeared next to him. These 2 were just wearing black attires without the red star and white star symbol on their chest. They were each wearing a backpack. Cal started to frown. Those are the remaining bombs. Those 2 people were most likely members of the assassin team of the secret organization. They were people whose lives did not matter. Cal now understood the location of the remaining 2 bombs. The 2 of them each took out 3 scrolls and ripped them at the same time. Shield, acceleration, and combustion. Go. Radika gave the order, and the 2 people, whose bodies were now burning, rushed toward the citizens below the bell tower. Radika shot out 2 balls of red mana toward the 2 people. Stop them. Magic bombs were guaranteed to go off if they were not dismantled. Unfortunately, Radika was closer to these two people than anybody else. The red mana reached the backpacks of the two suicide bombers. The bombs were going to detonate soon. The two people, who had used acceleration magic, were rushing toward the plaza at a fast speed. One of the two rushed toward the royal family while the other, he's coming this way, rushed toward the nobles. All of this happened in less than 10 seconds. I am coming. Cal raised his hand as he heard the dragon's voice. Run away. Dodge. It was too late to dodge. You were not going to get out of the bomb's range simply by running for a few seconds. See, Cal, let's go. Young Master Cal, hurry. Eric, Taylor, Gilbert, and Amaru did not run away right away like the others. They were trying to save Cal as well. However, it was all too late. Cal was extremely annoyed. If he started to run and the bomb went off, he would probably lose an arm. However, the vitality of the heart would help him recover his arm. However, the people who were trying to protect him would lose at least a limb no matter how fast they ran. They would also not be able to recover from their injuries as he could. Rather than allowing something like that to happen. Sigh. Cal let out a deep sigh and opened his palm up into the air. It was time to change plans. At that moment, Rosalind, who was teleported through the black dragon's magic, created a two-layer shield around herself and Cal. At the same time, explode. Radika shouted out with joy. Ha! Rosalind had a blank expression as she stared at what was going on in front of her. The suicide bomber who was headed their way was surrounded by large wings. A silver shield shot up to the sky as if it was protecting the people in the plaza, and the wings of the shield surrounded the bomber. It looked like the shield and the wings were completely swallowing up the bomber. And a strong shield that was not very visible because of the silver light surrounded the silver shield. I will block it as well. The black dragon announced in Cal's head. A holy-looking person with a silver shield was standing underneath the sun. A strand of silver light connected the red-haired man with the shield in the sky. Cal started to curse as his hair fluttered from the gust of wind. Duck. And then the bomb went off. Chapter 45. Somehow boom boom, two explosions that could not be compared to the one from earlier simultaneously went off in the plaza. Everybody crouched down and covered their heads with their hands. My arm. Ugh! The screams of people getting injured or killed filled the plaza. And then, swish, a gust that sounded like rain brushed by over the heads of the people. The people at the center of the plaza got covered by the dust from the ground, while the people by the fountains got drenched by the fountain water before they all slowly raised their heads. The first thing they saw was something going toward the north. None of the royal family was hurt because a shield was created to protect them, but the people around them were hurt. These were the people who arrived at the plaza earlier than anybody else to wait for the king. In addition, there were the servants, the lower-ranking officials, the lower-tiered knights, and the mages who did not have enough time to launch their shields. Some of them were injured, while others were dead. The black smoke made it impossible to see the royal family's blonde hair. The people still alive all raised their heads up. They then looked toward where the nobles and the citizens had been standing. Clang, the silver shield started to slowly break like pieces of glass. The silver wings crumbled down as well. As they started to crumble, black smoke started to come out of the encirclement. There definitely was a person inside. However, nothing, not even a piece of flesh or even a drop of blood, could be seen. Everybody looking felt chills going down their body. This helped them understand the strength of the explosion. Their gazes naturally turned toward a single location. It was the end of that silver strand of light. Young Master Cal. Rosalind quickly started to support Cal back up as one of Cal's knees gave out and he was starting to fall. Rosalind looked back and forth between Cal and the silver shield that was slowly dissipating. She then looked toward the royal family. These were two very strong explosions. Of course, Rosalind knew that the black dragon's shield had absorbed the majority of the explosion, but it was still true that Cal's silver shield had done something amazing. That meant that the recoil from it would be severe as well. Rosalind grabbed onto Cal's arm to keep him up and called out to him. Cal was standing there with his head down. Young Master Cal, are you okay? Young Master Cal. He then started to think. Damn, it hurts. Cal had lowered the strength of the silver shield after seeing the black dragon launch a shield of its own right before the explosion. Thanks to that, the recoil was not as severe. However, his palm was still throbbing. Cal, well, Kim Rock-soo, tended to exaggerate when it came to pain. Even a small amount of pain was still painful. He tried to raise his head back up. Cal Nim, young master. Cal could hear the voices calling out to him, getting closer. He then raised his head. Cal, are you okay? I'm okay. Cough. B. Blood. Eric's face turned pale, and he almost fell backward. However, Cal started to feel better after coughing up that small amount of blood. The vitality of the heart really is good. The pain in his body disappeared, and his body started to settle back to normal at a very fast rate. In fact, Cal's body became healthier than ever as the vitality of the heart started to go to work, a refreshing feeling that was similar to the feeling he had when he was able to sleep peacefully because Ron had gone on vacation, surrounded Cal. He then slowly closed his eyes and started to feel his body. Arms and legs are still attached. My palm was throbbing a bit earlier, but even a paper cut hurt more than that. My body is healthier than ever after that single cough. Cal felt like he understood why the heroes never threw the ancient powers away, even if they were not very useful. There were benefits to using these ancient powers. Using it hurt less than he expected, and now he was feeling great. Cal started to smile in satisfaction. As he did that, the people surrounding him became a mess. You think this is funny right now? Stop laughing. Cal opened his eyes after hearing Taylor's shocked and sorrowful voice. He had opened his eyes after checking his body and realizing that everything felt great. However, the sun was shining too brightly that he had to squint. Stop trying to open your eyes either. What's going on with him? Cal looked toward Taylor in confusion as he sat down with Rosalind's support. A noble should not do something like this, but he felt like it would be okay given the situation. Cal pretty much just plopped down on the ground without caring about what people thought of him. The black dragon continued to yap away in his ear. Weak human, you cannot die. You are too weak. If you die, I will destroy everything. I will kill everyone, destroy everything, and once everything is gone, including your corpse, I will kill myself as well. The black dragon seemed to be concerned, but the words coming out of its mouth were pretty vicious. Cal started to frown from the content of the black dragon's words. Young master Cal, we will call a priest over. I will go with you. Amaru and Gilbert said that before rushing toward the priest who was entering through the gate. They did not care about their messed-up dress and suit. Seeing them rushing forward like that, Cal did not have the courage to say that nothing was hurting. Doesn't hurt to be checked out. I also need to pretend to be hurt. It was great for Cal if the priest showed up. Eric Wheelsman was standing next to Cal and glaring at the other northeastern nobles nearby, as well as the other nobles from other factions, to prevent them from approaching. Cal was not looking at this, as he was looking at a discussion that may create some more chaos. Please get out of my way. No way. Civilians are not allowed inside. Civilian? Who came up with crap like that? Choi Han was talking to the knight in charge of the nobles with a cold gaze in his eyes. Cal had told Choi Han not to come forward, no matter what. Cal started to frown and waved away Choi Han, who had gone against his order. Choi Han saw Cal's reaction, so he bit down on his lips before bowing his head. I apologize. I told him not to come forward, but it's not something to apologize about. Cal then saw Lark, as well as On, and hung on Lark's shoulders, behind Choi Han. Cal smiled to signal to them that he was fine, and turned away from them as they all seemed completely lost. Young Master Cal, are you okay? Cal nodded his head at Rosalind's question and wiped away the blood at the corner of his lips. Yes, I am absolutely fine. Cal's movement seemed normal as he wiped away the blood that was as red as his hair. However, Rosalind had just seen what Cal had done. Could a princess like her take the same action? She quietly started to mumble to herself. I really can't figure you out. However, she just silently stared at Cal once he turned to look back at her. Cal's expression became serious. It was because he realized that she was not looking at him, but past him. He then followed her gaze and turned around. Ah, the blood-drinking mage. He was now floating in the air as he looked down on them. I never expected something like this to happen. But this is pretty fun as well. The blood-crazy mage Radika said that as he looked toward the royal family. The mages once again used levitation magic, and even the capital's guard rushed over to aim their arrows toward Radika. Radika then turned his gaze toward the nobles. He made eye contact with Cal, and then noticed Rosalind next to Cal as well. Although her hair was dyed brown right now, Radica should recognize Rosalind, whom he saw at the Blue Wolf Village. The metal screeching voice rang through the plaza once again. Wow, so many different colors of blood that I like. Many of the mages launched attack magics toward Radica. Attack. It was not visible because of the mask, but Radica's eyes curled up like a crescent moon underneath. I want to put them in my display case. Cal's expression stiffened, and he accidentally let out his thoughts. Is he crazy? Usually, crazy characters like this end up dying quickly. Cal thought about that and looked toward Choi Han. Choi Han nodded his head and disappeared. Naturally, Choi Han was moving to capture and kill that mage. However, Choi Han was not moving toward Radica. Radica looked toward the king as the magic attacks were about to hit him and started to speak. Then see you next time. He then disappeared. Not only that, he took everyone who came with him as well. This bastard's specialty was teleportation magic. There was no way for the people attacking him to know where they went. However, the novel mentioned where Radica teleported to after disappearing from the plaza. Choi Han, On, Hang, and Locke all headed there earlier. If that really is where Radica and the secret organization members teleported to, they will most likely die by Choi Han's hands. I'm just worried that Choi Han will go berserk. That was why Cal had sent On, Hang, and Locke with Choi Han. The three of them would be able to help Choi Han remain rational. Choi Han was weak against young and weak existences. Cal stood up from the seat. The king was heading back up to the podium, and the people in the plaza started to chatter once again. The villains had disappeared, but they left behind a cruel sight. The king was heading to the podium to try to calm the crowd. I will do my best to get revenge for this cruel and terrible incident. That is why I want all of you to follow the orders of the crown and focus on calming yourselves and getting rest. We will push this celebration back. Cal turned away from the king to look at Rosalind. Originally, she was supposed to hide her presence today, but she had revealed herself for Cal. She probably stepped in because the black dragon cannot reveal himself. Rosalind started to smile after making eye contact with Cal. She then mouthed a word to respond to Cal's gaze. Secret. Cal started to smile as well. She really was someone who was on the same wavelength as him. Cal had given the 6 people in his crew some instructions before the day began. First, the dragon and the beast tribe trio would not have their identities revealed, no matter what. That was the most important task. Second, even if Choi Han and Rosalind end up being recognized, they will just say that they happen to be here by coincidence. This was only possible because the crown had no way to know about the magic bombs hidden in different locations in the plaza, and because there was no way to prove the identities of who got rid of the bombs that were shot up into the air. Third, they will not cause each other harm. Cal and Rosalind knew what they both had to do from that single moment of eye contact. That was why Cal brushed the dirt off of his clothes and fixed it up. He then started to smile toward the person walking toward him. Young Master Cal, are you okay? The priest was huffing, as if he was dragged over here by Amaru and Gilbert. Rosalind stepped back, and Cal pushed his hand out to the priest and started to speak. It hurts a lot. Please take a look. Cal then noticed that the crown prince was heading toward him. The crown prince would definitely recognize Rosalind and probably already saw her two-layered magic. He would then question the relationship between Cal and Rosalind. In a situation like this, it was better to suck out everything he could from this situation. That was why he started to speak in a voice that was loud enough for the priest and the nobles around him to hear. It really is hard to protect something. If I had to reveal my card and use my ancient power, I should take anything and everything I can from this situation. It was not Cal's style to sacrifice himself just for fame and no material gain. Cal found money to be better than fame and believed it would be better to be rich than to be a hero. Ah, yes, yes, indeed. I saw your silver shield, young Master Cal. You did something marvelous. The priest took a gulp and grabbed Cal's hand to inspect him. The priest's words made the nobles around Cal look at him with curiosity and doubt. Cal Henitus, the man who was known as Trash, had revealed such strength. This fact was a very big shock to everyone. Then there were his actions, just a few moments ago, where he protected people against the explosion before falling down while spitting out blood. But now he was standing there as if nothing was wrong. The nobles were observing Cal, and because the king had left, many of the citizens were looking toward Cal as well. They could not forget about that silver light. Cal briefly looked around at the faces of the curious nobles. Each time he made eye contact with one of them, they all showed different reactions. Some continued to show their curiosity, others avoided his gaze, and some just smiled at him. Cal looked back at the priest after looking around at all the nobles and responded to his statement. Cal's voice was still nonchalant and calm. I guess this is your first time looking at an ancient power. Ah, the priest let out a gasp. Ancient power, a relic of the past you could only gain from fortuitous encounters. Each of them was said to have unique skills and strength. I see. A familiar voice started to speak from behind Cal and put a hand on Cal's shoulder. Cal knew that he had arrived. Your Highness. Cal turned around and made eye contact with the Crown Prince, Alberu Crossman. He then realized that this moment was similar to what he had read in the novel, the hero of the Plaza Terror incident. In order to deal with the complaints from the citizens about their safety, and the fact that the royal family and nobles were trying to run away, the Crown Prince had turned Choi Han into a beacon of hope. The person who created the hero Choi Han in the novel was Crown Prince Alberu, the man in front of Cal right now. Cal realized that the moment he was expecting was here as soon as he saw the look in Prince Alberus' eyes. He had expected this to happen from the moment he used the ancient power and had quickly formulated a plan in his mind. Cal was planning to use this situation to his benefit from this moment onward. The Crown Prince also realized that Cal was very similar to him. Mr. Cal. Prince Alberu hugged Cal with half shock and half admiration on his face. Thank you. We are so proud of what you did. Anybody could see that the Crown Prince was so full of admiration that he showed a reaction that he should not have shown as a prince. In that moment, Cal heard Crown Prince Alberu whisper in his ear in a voice that only Cal could hear. Mr. Cal, you and I share the same style, right? Of course. Alberus' voice was a bit tense at finding someone like him. I will make sure there is nothing annoying and reward you handsomely. What do you think, in that case? Cal lifted up his hands and smiled as he hugged Prince Alberu back. He then started to speak. Your Highness, it was nothing. I only did what any citizen of the kingdom would do. The young dragon's voice echoed in Cal's mind. Something is very odd here. The dragon who saw all of this happen was young, but pretty sharp. Cal finished his fraudulent hug of admiration before heading to the palace, although healing and investigation was the purpose of heading to the palace. Since it was like this anyways, Cal was thinking about taking at least a pillar of the palace for himself as he walked with the Crown Prince. Naturally, the Crown Prince's face was stiff. Chapter 46. Somehow, Cal was about to get in a carriage with the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was asking Cal for a performance until the end. Naturally, the carriage Cal was on was the Crown Prince's carriage that was urgently brought over to the plaza. Mr. Cal, please get on first. For today, you deserve this honor. The Crown Prince had a smile on his face that was completely different from his stiff expression from earlier. The Crown Prince knew that other people were now watching and needed to keep up the act. How could I do that? I cannot get on the carriage before you, Your Highness. You are the star that shines down on citizens like myself. Human, is your head okay? Cal just ignored the Black Dragon's question. The Crown Prince patted Cal's shoulder and started to speak. Pat, pat. The Crown Prince was patting his shoulder quite hard. It is an expression of my respect for you. Go ahead. If that is the case, this lacking citizen will get on first. Crown Prince Alberu was the only one from the royal family who was still at the site of the terror incident. He stayed at the plaza even after the rest of the royal family had gone back in order to command the knights to take care of everything and to show care for Cal. Next to him was Cal Henitus, the man of the hour and the one who will remain etched in the people's minds about this incident. The sight of the two of them standing together was like a beautiful painting, and it made people think highly of both of them. Cal got onto the Crown Prince's carriage and peeked to the side. The nobles were near the carriage, with the citizens being right behind them. Cal lightly gestured with his eyes to say goodbye to Eric, Gilbert, Amaru, and Taylor before smiling to Neo Tals, who was blankly staring at him. Neo Tals flinched after seeing Cal's smile, while Venian, who was standing next to Neo, stiffened up. It was not just him. All of the high-ranking nobles were observing Cal. How could that trash gain such a power? No, how could that trash act in such a way? They were all sending him gazes that seemed to imply those statements. But Cal ignored them and continued to stare at Neo until Neo flinched and turned away. I guess I can get rid of one of his evil minions. That was what Cal was thinking as he got on the carriage. His smile then disappeared as soon as he was inside. Crown Prince Alberu entered behind him and then ordered his servant, "Treat the lady over there as a VIP." Alberu was, of course, talking about Rosalind. The carriage door started to slowly close, and Cal made eye contact with Rosalind before the door closed completely. Rosalind's smile seemed reliable. Click. The carriage door finished closing, and Cal leaned back on the chair. The royal carriage really is a different quality. Where do they get such leather for their seats? Cal felt the comfort of the seat before turning to look at Alberu, who had also gotten rid of that fake smile from earlier and now had a stoic expression, just like Cal. "Do you need any healing?" Cal bluntly responded back. "My body is healthy, but shouldn't I get the best doctors and priests to take a look? I want to just lay around for about 3 or 4 days." "Ha!" The Crown Prince's laugh sounded like a sigh. However, he then nodded his head. "You're right. That will be good. The noble who saved everyone is hurt, and the crown is giving him the best treatment possible to nurse him back to health. Very nice." The Crown Prince did not keep up his act now that he knew he and Cal were of the same type of people. That was why he got right to the point. "Mr. Cal, are you involved with them?" "Them." Alberu was talking about the people who appeared at the plaza today. Cal made eye contact with Alberu as he thought about how the Black Dragon was probably following him right now in his invisible state. This was what the Black Dragon had said as Cal got into the carriage earlier. Why did the Crown Prince not do anything when the other humans were dying? He is strong. The Crown Prince was hiding his strength. He did not do anything, even when one of his servants died and a young knight lost his arms and legs. He just pretended to be weak and hid. I thought he was a good person, even if he had a tendency to use people. But that was not the case. That was why Cal comfortably responded. He had a bright smile on his face. "Your Highness, why would I do something so annoying? Indeed." The Crown Prince immediately agreed. There was no way someone who was hiding as a trash would do such a thing. Furthermore, Alberu could tell that Cal only stepped in because there really were no other alternatives. "The Crown may try to uselessly investigate you. You will protect me, right, Your Highness? Why are you asking such an obvious question?" Alberu was going to protect him. Alberu opened the curtains in order to see the crowd of citizens outside. He put his smile back on and continued to speak. "Let's finish our conversation when I visit you later to check on how you are doing." The Crown Prince was going to go visit a healing noble and wanted to talk. There was quite a lot to talk about. Cal thought about Rosalind, the ancient power, and his reward as he started to speak. "Your Highness." "Yes, if it is for a conversation with the star of our nation, this Cal is always available." The corner of Alberus' smile started to turn into a frown. "I don't want my actions to be exaggerated when you package it up for the public. I will only package it up a bit. I just need enough for people to not complain about the crown." The Crown Prince continued to speak while casually saying the next part. It sounded a bit glib, but it was the truth. "Anyways, thank you. The number of people injured was lower thanks to your help." It was difficult to tell whether Crown Prince Alberu was a good person or bad person. No, Cal didn't even know if he was human. However, Cal did not care about any of that and just said what he needed to say. "I look forward to my reward." "Ha!" The Crown Prince shook his head, but did not say anything like, "Don't look forward to a reward." It meant that he will make sure Cal was rewarded handsomely for his efforts. That was how Cal entered the palace once again, while receiving a much different treatment than previously. The fanciest and most luxurious room in the palace, that was reserved for foreign royal visitors, was provided for Cal. Choi Han's group stayed here in the novel too. Cal laid down on the extremely luxurious bed that was worlds softer than his own bed and started to eat grapes one by one. Another person who was staying in the palace came to visit at this time. Young Master Cal. It was Rosalind, and as expected, she was not alone. Calnim. Choi Han was with her. On, Hung, and Locke were standing behind Choi Han with pale expressions on their faces. However, Cal started to frown after looking at the last person behind all of them. "Why, young Master here?" It was Deputy Butler Hans. Hans looked like he wanted to cry. Hans, Choi Han, and Locke were able to enter the palace as Cal's servant and guards. Cal put his hand up toward Hans, who looked like he was going to rush toward him. "Stop." That made Hans stop moving, which gave Cal time to get up from the bed and start to speak to the others. "Come on in." He was very relaxed, as if he was the owner of this palace. Cal had a conversation with Hans first. Hans checked Cal's condition before reporting like normal, as if the teary face from moments before had never existed in the first place. I have contacted Masternim back home. I thought it would be better if we contacted them before the Crown did, so I hired a mage to open a communication port. In doing so, I ended up spending a lot of money. Good job. And Hans peeked toward Rosalind. Of course he knows. The corner of Cal's lips went up just slightly. Hans was a great butler candidate and knew more about the nobles than Cal did. There was no way such a person would not have other information as well. Continue. Hans reported after getting Cal's permission. I told everyone in the residence to remain quiet about Rosalind Nim for now. Thank you very much. You did well. Rosalind and Cal praised Hans. Since they have not had any time to discuss, it was better for Rosalind and Cal that they remained quiet about her for now. Excuse me, young master. What? I did give a report, but I think you should contact home via a communication port in the near future. If you don't, I believe Master Nim will personally travel up here. His father, Count Deruth, would definitely do that. Cal was busy thinking about how he could take care of this situation without jeopardizing Bason's position as the successor, so he just nodded his head. Hans got up after seeing Cal nod. He was a sharp one. He knew that he needed to leave for Cal to speak with Rosalind, Choi Han, and Lark. Then I will go look for the caretaker of this palace to discuss a few things. Sure. Hans had left the room, so the black dragon finally revealed himself. He then headed to Cal's bed and started to eat the fruits located there as he started his report. There are no video or audio recording devices in here. He really did a good job with whatever Cal told him to do, even if he did not look like he would do so. That was what Cal was thinking as he looked around this room that he was staying in. It was a room for foreign royalty. Doing something like placing recording devices in such a room would easily be a cause for war. That was why the royalty in all of the different nations worked to hide video and audio recording devices in hidden locations around common areas, like the dining room. This meant that they could say anything they wanted to in this room. However, Rosalind still cast a noise cancellation spell. It's better to be safe. Miss Rosalind, that side of you is wonderful. Cal agreed with Rosalind's decision and then looked toward Choi Han. Choi Han has had his head down since he entered the room. Cal had a pretty good idea about what happened after seeing Choi Han like this. He did not manage to kill Radhika. Tell me. Choi Han lifted his head up. That mage appeared in the location you told me. I tried to kill him, but his subordinates rushed toward me. I'm sure they were ready to die. Yes. The secret organization valued Radhika quite a bit for some reason, so they escaped. Yes. Choi Han lowered his head again as he continued to speak. I only managed to cut off his left arm. I then burned the arm up in case he came back for his arm to put it back together. Ah, his left eye should be injured as well. Isn't that a death sentence for a mage? Mages needed to cast magic with both hands for their mana to be balanced. Losing an arm would end up affecting that quite a bit. Cal looked toward Choi Han with a stiff expression. Choi Han was standing there with his head down and fists clenched. I was supposed to kill him. I'm sorry. No need to be sorry. You did well. Cal looked toward Lark, On and Hung, who were sitting next to Choi Han. On and Hung did not move toward the black dragon like usual. They were stiff in Lark's arms. Lark was looking at Cal with a desperate gaze. Did he go berserk? Cal looked toward Choi Han and asked. His subordinates. I thought it was better to kill them, so I took care of them. That made the red kitten Hung rub his face on his sister On's body. Choi Han had used his black aura to completely get rid of them without any traces. This was the first time Hung realized that you could melt a person with aura. It's best to be thorough to prevent any future issues. You didn't break any buildings or anything like that, right? Cal was worried that Choi Han went berserk and destroyed some other things. Harris Village and the Blue Wolf Tribe incident were both traumas for Choi Han. Cal was worried that he would go crazy when seeing the people who caused those traumas standing right in front of his eyes. If he goes berserk, I may end up having to clean up the mess. Since Choi Han was staying with him, Cal would need to clean up the mess. However, Cal did not want to do such a thing. Yes, of course. As Cal Nim mentioned, I made sure not to damage anything around the area. The kittens remembered what Choi Han said to the subordinates as he killed them. All of the important people in my life were killed or almost killed by you, including today. The buildings were not damaged. But the look on Choi Han's face as he melted the secret organization members alive was quite scary. He did not go berserk, however, that made it scarier. On and Hung finally moved toward the black dragon to get a sense of relief by the dragon's side. The strongest, cutest, and nicest individual in this room was this black dragon. Cal observed the kittens heading to the bed before speaking to Choi Han. I see, you worked hard. Cal's words made Choi Han look up at him. Cal looked at Choi Han and everyone else as he continued to speak. All of you did something amazing today. It is thanks to you that all those people lived. Miss Rosalind, you worked hard as well. Choi Han's tightly clenched fists loosened up a bit. Rosalind looked at Lark, Choi Han, and the kittens that were wagging their tails before finally landing her gaze on Cal. An odd sense of cohesion surrounded her. The black dragon started to speak at that point. You worked hard too. This made Cal start to smile as he nodded his head. Indeed, I worked very hard. That is why I will be rewarded. And the time to have their first discussion about his reward soon arrived. You can head out now. Yes, Your Highness. Crown Prince Alberu sent out the priest, who just sat there filling the time, without doing any actual treatment on Cal, before turning to make eye contact with Cal. Cal had an expression of awe that the Crown Prince came to visit, until the door closed and Alberu started to speak. That expression of yours is giving me the chills. Thank you very much. Cal returned to his usual relaxed expression. Alberu seemed to find that more bearable as he sat on a chair next to the bed Cal was laying on, looking like a patient. I have said that you are currently resting. I said that you got up at the plaza, even though it was difficult, so that you could help calm things down like a proper noble. Alberu started to smile before adding on. Since you revealed that you possess an ancient power at the plaza, I played along and said you have a defensive ancient power that is not very strong. That is what you wanted, right? Cal pretended to contemplate as he responded back. A young noble who is weak but stepped forward for the kingdom. It's nice. Indeed. Cal preferred it this way, that people thought he was not very strong. It wasn't a lie. He really was weak. By tomorrow, any information about rumors about you and the current situation will be delivered to you through your butler. Make sure to take a look. Prince Alberu was definitely treating Cal differently than he had treated Choi Han in the novel. He didn't have even an ounce of a warm smile and just had a stoic expression. It was as if he was dealing with someone he didn't want to deal with because he needed to do so. That was how Cal wanted it to be. Cal made eye contact with the crown prince who was staring at him. Prince Alberu started to frown after seeing Cal's relaxed demeanor and started to think for a bit before he finally said what was on his mind. Either way, this extremely hesitant attitude made it seem like he was expecting something. Cal just waited patiently, as this was rare to see from the crown prince. While Cal was waiting, the black dragon who had woken up from his nap underneath the bed started to talk to Cal in his mind. Now I am certain. He is not human. The crown prince asked his question at the same time. You are human, right? What was going on? A straight and a hook landed on him at the same time. Cal suddenly wished he really was hurt. Chapter 47. Somehow, 5. Prince Alberu could see that Cal Henitus suddenly had an expression of disbelief as Cal answered back. I am human. It was an expression that seemed to be asking why the prince was asking such a stupid question. Alberu subconsciously let out a sigh. Sigh. Right, of course you are human. Cal could see Alberu point at both of them before continuing to speak. You and I are both human. The black dragon spoke into Cal's mind at that moment. That is a lie. He is not completely human. Little dragon, can you please stop? Cal was having a difficult time maintaining his composure. However, a critical weakness existed between Cal and the black dragon. The black dragon could talk to Cal whenever he wanted to do so, but Cal was unable to talk back to the dragon. It was a one-way communication. It was his fault for lacking any magic skills. This is my first time seeing a race with such an atmosphere around them in this great dragon's 4 years of life. The dragon's 4 years of life. The black dragon had only seen himself, humans, and the cat tribe and wolf tribe members he recently met. The crown prince was not any of those species. Cal started to speak toward the crown prince who was looking at him. Of course. Is there much to being human? We're all human if we live amongst each other. Cal made up his mind to forget about what the black dragon had said. Prince Alberu quietly looked toward Cal before starting to speak. You are right. There really isn't much to being human. However, But Cal was wondering if he could stop hearing these words. Prince Alberu started to speak to Cal as he was contemplating. I thought I was mistaken at the banquet hall, but there are some weird smells around you. Smell. Cal responded with shock. I just showered. The crown prince opened and closed his mouth a couple times without saying anything after hearing Cal's retort. Cal could see the wrinkles on Alberus' forehead from frowning. He looked like he was contemplating something. However, he erased any traces of it from his face and got to the point of the matter. I don't think there's a need for two people who are similar like us to try to sugar-coat things. So, what do you want as your reward? Alberu crossed his arms as he asked Cal. The reason Alberu had come here so late had to do with dealing with the aftermath of the incident, but it was also because he had to look at the files regarding Cal Henitus. However, there was nothing on Cal. Well, there was something, but it was useless. Famous in the Northeast for being trash. Completely pushed out of the successor position 2 years ago, but shows no complaints about the decision. No signs of trying to cause issues in the home. It just said Cal Henitus was trash who liked to fool around and drink. That was worse than having no information. The Cal in front of Alberu was not trash. For example, take the way he responded to the prince's question. Your Highness, can you please explain what I will need to do for you first? There was no way a trash would ask something like this. Alberu answered honestly. I want you to not say anything to the nobles. That was the hardest thing. That was why this was the crown's request to Cal, and why they were willing to wager Cal's reward with it. Today's events were embarrassing for the crown, and they could not let this affect their position of power. That was why he was asking Cal for this. And he was able to ask Cal this because Cal was part of the Henitus family that was not part of any faction. I also want you to praise the crown every so often if you are asked, including speaking about your very understanding nature, your highness. Of course. One corner of both Alberu and Cal's lips started to go up as they started to smile. Their smiles were pretty similar. Since it is an ancient power, isn't what you revealed today the extent of your power? Of course. It is useless for anything else. Cal shrugged his shoulders at Alberus' inspecting gaze, even though he was the one to answer. Based on what Cal read in the novel, Crown Prince Alberu knew more about ancient powers than most people. Now that I think about it, the healing star was given to him by his mother. Cal recalled this memory that suddenly popped into his mind. The Crown Prince had asked what he wanted as a reward. The tone of Alberus' voice made it sound like he would probably agree to anything, yet Alberu seemed comfortable. What is it that you want? Something for your family, my agreement to invest in the northeastern shoreline, or settling the battle for power in the northeast. That was why Cal responded back comfortably as well. None of those belong to me, your highness. It doesn't belong to you. Cal pointed to himself as Alberu stared at him. Please give it to me. What Cal wanted was something he needed for himself. Alberu, who was silent for a moment, let out a snort. He had figured out what this trash wanted from him. Although Cal had lived as trash, humans, no, all living existences, wished to aim for greater heights and take control of everything. In the end, Cal was the most important to himself, more than his family or the people around him. Then what is it you want? A higher title? A medal? Do you want to have your own faction in the capital? Alberus' expression turned odd as he asked. Contrary to Alberus' expectations, Cal shook his head no at Alberus' suggestions. It meant that none of them were correct. He then said a single word. Money. What? Cal accurately laid it out for Alberu. For someone like Cal, whose greatest desire was to live a peaceful life, this was what mattered most to him. Please give me money. I don't want a medal or a higher title. Cold hard cash was always the best. What would a title or medal do for him when a war was about to break out? It was much smarter to take cash and use it to buy food, land, or other material things. The final ancient power Cal was aiming to get after the sound of the wind was one that became stronger the more money he used. Cal could see Alberu put his hand to his forehead. He then lowered his hand as he asked Cal a question. To buy alcohol. Cal responded right back. How did you know? Alberu smiled and accepted Cal's request. He then got up and informed Cal about the details. Once you receive the report tomorrow, take a look and then let me know how much you want. Will you come visit me again? Why? You don't like it? Cal responded with an extremely fake expression on his face. It would be the highest honor to see you again, your highness. Alberu felt chills on the back of his neck from Cal's response, and told Cal to rest before immediately heading out of the room and disappearing. Cal just quietly observed the door the Crown Prince closed behind him. But what kind of power allows him to dye his hair other than mana? Human, answer me. I am curious. Cal ignored the Black Dragon's question and immediately went to bed. He was a patient from this moment on. However, he was not a patient who could rest peacefully. Hans handed Cal a letter from Ran first thing in the morning. Mr. Ran has left as scheduled. Cal nodded his head and opened the letter. Young master, I will report to you once a month. I didn't know that you were hiding such a power, young master. Choi Han told me about how that mage looks like. I will remember it. I have also informed Beacrox about it as well. Sounded like Radika would die if Ran saw him as well. That was what Cal was thinking as he looked toward the people who came to visit him after Hans. I heard you were seriously injured. Eric Wheelsman. Cal had never seen Eric looking so worried. However, Cal did not say he was okay. He needed to be loyal and play his part. I have no strength in my body. Cal. But Cal had no strength in his body because he had slept all day. My stomach feels weird as well. This was because Cal just laid around eating when he wasn't sleeping. He was so full that there was no room for anything else. Eric looked concerned. Gilbert had a stiff expression on his face, and Amaru looked like she had made up her mind about something. The kittens, who had been looking back and forth at the three visitors, and Cal, started to shake their heads. Let me know if you need anything. Yes, please do. We will get you whatever it is. Cal just nodded his head and asked, Sounds like you are not just here to check in on me. Eric, Amaru, and Gilbert exchanged glances after hearing Cal's question. After seeing Amaru and Gilbert nod their heads, Eric took a document out of his pocket and handed it to Cal. This is the updated request for the Northeastern Shoreline Tourism Investment. We brought it with us since we were heading to the palace to see you. Cal turned the first page of the document. The first word on the next page was Navy. Gilbert also seemed to have made up his mind. Cal peeked toward Amaru, who smiled at him. Based on Eric's actions, it looked like Amaru kept it a secret like Cal had asked. The news will soon reach the Hennetus territory along with our proposal. I see. Then will you be meeting with the Crown Prince? Yes. We are scheduled to meet him tonight. We can only start moving if he shows any interest in it. Cal looked toward Amaru and Gilbert and casually started to speak. I'm sure it will work out. His voice was full of confidence. It was because he was sure. Eric and the others felt a sense of relief after hearing Cal's statement. Cal waved the document in front of the three of them and started to speak. You can send such documents like this via a servant in the future. I know it is difficult for you to come visit, so you do not need to come. No, we will continue to come. You need to know about it as well. Cal just casually nodded his head at Eric, Gilbert, and Amaru, and then sent them out. It was difficult to greet people while leaning on his bed wearing a patient robe. That was why Cal kicked the blanket away and comfortably welcomed the next group. He started to speak to Choi Han, who was standing there like a sinner. Go. Rosalind bit down on her lips. She had removed her magic and was standing there with her original red eyes and red hair. She also got rid of her robe and was in formal attire. I'm sorry, young Master Cal, but I need Choi Han and Lark. Now that Rosalind revealed herself in the palace, she needed to return to the Breck Kingdom as fast as possible. Since it was revealed that she was still alive, the people who attempted to kill her may start to hide the evidence, but she could not go back on her own. This incident revealed that she was a very skilled mage, which meant that the enemy will make sure to have stronger forces when attacking her. That was why she needed strong allies. Lark was standing by the door just fidgeting without approaching Cal. Cal looked at Choi Han and Lark before speaking as if it was only natural. What are you sorry about? Miss Rosalind, you helped us out with a very difficult situation. Then we should help you out as well. Rosalind could see that Cal was smiling. Miss Rosalind is Lark's Nuna and Choi Han's friend. Thank you for putting it that way. Rosalind may have been close to death because of the assassination attempt, but she was certain that this was going to be her turning point. Cal took a step forward and looked at Choi Han. Calnim, I have to protect you. Choi Han. Choi Han needed to go in order for Cal to rest in peace and prepare to hide during the war. Choi Han could see Cal's uniquely relaxed smile. I will not die. I plan on making a ton of money and getting just strong enough to run away as needed to live peacefully. I'm going to do everything I can to live as long as possible. Cal was also thinking that with the black dragon by his side, There was no reason for Choi Han to protect him. In fact, in front of the Black Dragon, Choi Han himself was just baggage. I see. I worried for no reason. Cal turned away from Choi Han, who looked a bit better, and looked toward Lark. He then flicked his finger to call Lark over to him. Lark flinched at Cal's motion before slowly approaching. Why was this coward so scared? However, Cal had no plan to give any thought to such reaction. Lark, I will take care of your younger siblings. Go and come back to the Hennetus territory in 3 months. Excuse me. What is the excuse me for? Did you forget about our deal? Ah. Cal thought about how he was going to use Lark as Lark blankly stared at him. He then handed Lark a map. It was a map of the Northeast Territory that he got from Hans. Hennetus. Come to the one that's marked like that. I will be there with your younger siblings, so you must come back. Somewhere to return to. Cal didn't care for the mumbling Lark and clenched Lark's shoulder as he started to speak. Lark needed to come back for Cal's life to be easier. Yes, somewhere to return to. Remember, you must return within 3 months. Yes, yes, sir. I will definitely come back within 3 months. After taking care of Lark's issue to the point that Lark vigorously nodded his head, Cal felt a sense of relief. The story from the novel was twisted quite a bit already, but at least the major point was flowing as it was supposed to. This was good, because he would know more about the future the more the story followed the novel. Cal was disappointed that he could not send Beacrox with the Mars well, but he could always send Beacrox with Ron after Ron came back from his time off. Cal laid down on the bed with a more relaxed heart than ever before as he proceeded to look at the people around his room. He then turned to look at Hans, who had opened the door and entered. Hans looked at Choi Han, who was protecting the door like a knight, then at Lark, who was playing with the kittens, then at Rosalind, who was leisurely reading a book about magic, and finally Cal, who was relaxing on the bed. He then quietly approached Cal and whispered, "There is a rumor going around that His Majesty wants to bestow a medal to you, young master." Everybody in the room stopped moving after hearing what Hans had to say. Hans then quietly handed Cal a document. It was a document that contained the rumors going on about the Plaza Terror incident. Cal had just one reaction after reading the first line. Cal Hennetus, the noble who showed the pride of the Hennetus family that protects the kingdom from the forest of darkness. Hara. It was a deep sigh. He had expected it, but it was still so very annoying. Chapter 48. Somehow, a week later, Cal got off the carriage. The carriage that he got off from had the Hennetus golden turtle on it. It has been a while. Cal agreed with what the Black Dragon said inside his head. Cal was currently at the Plaza of Glory. A large fence was around the northern part of the plaza that was destroyed from the explosion. Cal just walked forward, only looking toward his seat. The Hennetus family's night brigade, led by their vice-captain, walked with Cal in the center of their formation in order to protect him. As Cal was walking, he heard someone say something that gave him the chills. "Oh, young Master Silverlight." Cal immediately started to frown. Ahem. Cal could see the smirk on the vice-captain's face as he let out some fake coughs and started to frown some more. The vice-captain lowered his body a bit to whisper in Cal's ear. "Young Master, I guess they call you Young Master Silverlight now. Ahem, cool people like you are bound to get awesome nicknames. Shoot." Cal held back the rough words in his mind. Young Master Silverlight, Young Master Shield. He didn't want to hear such cheesy and embarrassing things. However, Cal knew that it would have been much worse if it wasn't for the Crown Prince subduing the rumors, and so he could not say anything about it. All he could do was stoically speak to the vice-captain, who was shrugging his shoulder. "I'm sure they'll stop if I drink and act like I usually do, right?" Hem. The vice-captain could not say anything and just turned away. That made Cal start to smile, but that smile immediately disappeared. It was because of what the vice-captain said next. "I think it would be best if you avoided alcohol, since you are still recovering." Cal was still officially recovering, and not 100%. The official story was that he was injured because he used his ancient power past its intended limits so that he could protect the crowd, causing a miracle to happen that prevented the explosion. That miraculous story naturally originated from the Crown Prince. That was why the staff at the Hennetus residence was busy protecting the injured Cal. It was not just the staff at the capital. Cal thought about his father, Count Deruth, who was planning on coming up to the capital a few days ago. This was what Deruth had said through the video communication. "Cal, did you see the faces of those bastards? Your dad will kill them all for you. How dare they do such a thing to a person who cannot even swing a sword? Even though Deruth knew Cal had earned an ancient power, the fact that even Cal's younger sister was better than Cal at swinging a sword made Deruth consider Cal to be weak. The reason the Henitus family does not take action is not because we are weak. Remember this, Cal. We have not taken any actions until now because we are strong. Nobody shall take any actions against you like this in the future. That was what Countess Violin had said while calming Count Deruth down. But that must have been the truth, as no noble sent any messages or came to look for Cal once Cal left the palace and returned to his own residence. Even Eric and company did not show up. That made it easy. Cal had used that free time very efficiently. Cal, who had been looking forward as he walked, could see the knight and soldier guarding the entrance. Ah, young Master Cal, do you need to verify my identity? The knight shook his head at Cal's question and respectfully opened the entrance. Cal had to enter alone from here on. The people who were allowed to enter this time was significantly less than during the birthday celebration, but Cal was the exception. Young Master Calnim, please enter. Great, thanks. Keep up the good work. Yes, sir. Cal thought that the knight was probably overworked, so he patted the knight on the shoulder as the knight bowed and vigorously responded to him. He then walked in, not knowing that the knight was watching him walk in for a very long time. Cal continued to walk at a leisure pace. The Plaza of Glory. The king planned to respect the fallen and give medals to certain people for their actions during the Plaza Terror incident today. The recipients were given the qualifications to stand at the second highest platform, right underneath the king, in the plaza today. Cal was wearing a more luxurious black outfit than usual as he arrived at his spot. Cal, Hyang Nim, you got here early. Cal smiled at Eric Wheelsman, who had called out to him before standing at his spot. This was the spot for the nobles. Cal was standing here. But why? Eric Wheelsman, Amaru, Gilbert, and all of the other nobles could only watch Cal in silence. It was because they had all heard some news regarding Cal. Cal Henitus has declined to accept the Medal of Honor and has yielded the medal to someone else. In addition, he dragged his still injured body to participate in the ceremony. Amaru Yuba looked toward Cal, who was looking up at the sky. It is a beautiful day today, probably because we are here to respect the fallen. Cal's red hair fluttered in the wind and created a stark comparison to his black outfit. Amaru had a curious smile after seeing Cal as his usual confident self. It is probably because of you, young Master Cal. Me. Cal looked toward Amaru with confusion. Amaru responded back with a calm and warm smile. Cal found that reaction to be odd, but still said what he needed to say. You are leaving today, young lady Amaru. Yes. I believe you are heading out tomorrow. I will see you at our Yuba territory. Cal was going to visit the Yuba territory after this ceremony. Yes. I want to see the ocean. I heard. It is for your recovery. Yes. It will be nice to get some fresh air. Recovery my ass. I'm completely healthy and will be going there to get even stronger. However, Cal agreed with Amaru and nodded his head before adding on. Of course, that is not the only reason. Ah, of course. Amaru, as well as Gilbert and Eric, who were listening, all started to smile. It was a similar smile to Cal's. After today, the nobles will all hear about what is going on, the development and investment for a military base at the northeastern coastline. That was why Amaru and Gilbert were hurrying out of the capital tonight. It was to prevent any false information from leaking out, as well as because the Crown wanted things to progress as quickly as possible. Of course, this was only possible because the Henitus family agreed to loan a significant amount of money to Amaru and Gilbert's territories. That was the other reason why Cal needed to visit Amaru and Gilbert's territories. Cal, we are planning to send someone as well, but if you are going to go there anyways, take a look while you are there. Father, wouldn't it better for an expert to go? Having more pairs of eyes is always better. Cal agreed to do as Count Deruth asked. We are in your care. We are in your care, young Master Cal. Cal waved at Amaru and Gilbert to say not to worry about it as he looked back to the front. King Zed had arrived. The memorial and medal ceremony then started. King Zed spoke in a loud voice that was stronger than ever. There still was a large number of people in the plaza, but the atmosphere was completely different. It was very quiet. We are gathered back here today to show that we will not cower under fear. King Zed called out to the crowd once again. It was a warning to the enemies, as well as something to rally the crowd. King Zed looked down to the plaza from the highest platform as he continued to speak. Many people showed heroic deeds during that incident. We were able to protect this land like the past, thanks to their bravery. It looked like King Zed had made eye contact with Cal at that time, but Cal hoped that it was not the case. Cal stealthily turned away in order to look past the king toward the sky behind him. He then thought about what the black dragon had said. Blessing of the sun god. I do not feel the power of any god from those weak humans. The only special one is the crown prince. There was no truth to the belief that the Crossman family was blessed by the sun god. Cal, who had learned another useless truth, decided to pretend that he did not know anything, as usual. The black dragon seemed to get excited at the fact that Cal told him to keep that a secret between the two of them, and happily agreed. In that regard, we will now hand out the medals to those heroic individuals. King Zed started the medal ceremony, and everyone went up one by one to receive their medal. Wah cheering filled the plaza, as if it had never been silent from the start. The black dragon's voice filled Cal's head once again. Humans are interesting. Wah Cal could hear the black dragon's voice, as well as the cheering of the crowd for a knight who had just received a medal. Cal felt like he could guess what the black dragon found to be interesting. However, because Cal was human, he understood the feelings of the people who were still alive better than the black dragon. There were times to be sad and times to be excited. Clap, clap, clap. That was why he clapped for the medal recipients as well. The atmosphere was much better now. People all enjoyed the medal ceremony as if it was a festival. This jovial environment made it possible for anybody to approach Cal right now. Young Master Cal. Cal turned toward the quiet voice calling out to him. There were quite a lot of nobles who headed back home, thinking that the capital was a dangerous place because of the terror incident. That was why the number of nobles here was less than before, but one of those nobles approached Cal and called out to him. What is it, young Master Venian? Venian Stan was still here. In addition, the heads of each region were still here as well. I heard that you declined a medal. Will you not regret it? The gazes of the nobles who had been looking up at the platform all turned toward Venian and Cal. Cal did not know why Venian was smiling so gently and asking him that question. I want to kill him. Cal was just worried that Venian's body would blow up right here. Cal hoped that the black dragon would calm down as he thought about the medal. Cal had rejected a medal. The reason for it was simple. He did not want to get recorded. There is a record of all of the past kings of the kingdom in the highest floor of the royal library. The floor underneath that holds the record of all of the heroes who have received different medals of honor throughout the history of the kingdom. The crown used the fact that they needed to continue to provide these heroes with their reward money to locate and keep track of these heroes. That might sound like fame and honor to others, but it just sounds like chains to me. Cal did not want to be recorded anywhere. It was easier to forget someone who was not recorded. Who would remember the incidents at this plaza in the future when war was going to break out soon? Even if they recalled this incident, they would remember other things first. The fact that he knew this was part of the reason Cal had decided to step forward during the terror incident, as well as the reason he wanted to avoid getting recorded. Cal started to smile as he looked toward Venian and started to speak. What would I regret? Cal had nothing to regret. He had received a handsome reward, and most importantly, it is enough that we managed to survive. He was able to live without getting seriously injured. That was the absolutely most important truth for Cal, no, for Kim Rock-soo. The area around Cal became silent. Venian spoke after a while so as to break that silence. I see, yes, I'm also very shy. I'm too shy to go up there to receive a medal. Venian's expression turned odd. However, Cal just shrugged his shoulder and turned around to clap for another person who was receiving a medal. The Black Dragon was debating how to kill Venian quickly and simply before he looking at Cal and the people around Cal and shook his head. There were too many people looking at Cal right now. Both the nobles and the people down below were looking at Cal. The Black Dragon thought things would get very complicated and annoying for Cal if he killed Venian right now. So he decided to act like Cal and be still, very still, as he watched the ceremony. This concludes today's ceremony. However, this king will not forget this moment. I will remember it day after day in order to not forget the valiant heroes. The ceremony ended with the king's final remarks. Swish, a rough wind that sounded like rain brushed through the plaza. Cal brushed back his messed up hair. The Crown Prince had said that Cal did not need to come to the memorial today. However, Cal still showed up. It was because he knew the weight of someone's death. He finished his own memorial of sort and put his right hand to his heart. This alerted Eric, who started to speak. Cal, did you overdo it? Does your heart hurt? Cal looked toward Eric in disbelief, and Cal's confident gaze made Eric awkwardly smile as he slowly backed away. Eric seemed to be very embarrassed. Cal smiled at Eric's reaction and patted his chest 2 times. He could feel the golden plaque in his inner pocket as he did that. It was the reward he had received from the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince is more generous than I expected. The golden plaque gave Cal 2 opportunities to purchase anything, regardless of the cost. It didn't matter whether he bought 2 slices of bread or 2 mountains. All that mattered was that he could only use it twice. Cal was going to use these 2 opportunities very effectively in the future. I'm sure that the Crown Prince was thinking, how much can you really spend, as he gave this to me? Either that, or he gave it to Cal to see just what Cal could manage to buy with it. Too bad he was wrong. Cal started to smile. There were a lot of unique things you could buy in the world, as long as you knew how to buy them. What are you planning now, weak human? Just be careful. Cal ignored the concerned comment of the black dragon, who had seen the smirk on Cal's face. Cal looked around where he was standing and made eye contact with a lot of people. However, he trusted that these gazes would disappear once he left the capital. That was why Cal, who had finished preparing to leave early the next morning after returning to his residence, handed the black dragon a piece of steak along with 3 other items. The black dragon clutched the plate with the steak on it as he asked, "What is this for?" The 3 items were all the magic bombs with the detonation devices removed. The compressed mana still existed in these bombs. For now, Cal was planning on using just one of these 3 bombs. A mischievous smirk appeared on Cal's face. Destroy a whirlpool. Cal was planning on overturning Rhone Kingdom's northeastern sea without anybody knowing about it. It was possible because neither the mermaids nor the whale tribe should be at the northeastern sea right now. Chapter 49. Somehow, 7. Originally, Cal did not plan to destroy the whirlpool. He was planning on taking care of it using the indestructible shield and the vitality of the heart. But that was when I didn't have the black dragon. There was no reason for him to work hard when he had the black dragon. Cal stuffed the black dragon on and hung with a ton of food before sending out these beasts that averaged 7 years of age and greeting his first guest. I do not know what you stole, but you did something big. It was Billows. I guess I am a bit famous these days. Billows shook his head at Cal, who did not seem to be injured at all. He could see Cal starting to drink while claiming to still be injured. You indeed are famous, young Master Cal. But is it okay for you to drink? There's no reason for me to lie in front of you. Billows smiled as he filled Cal's empty cup. He then handed a magic box over to Cal. Here are your requested items. Thank you for returning the items from last time. Cal had returned the other items to Billows through Choi Han. Cal caressed this new box of items as he looked toward Billows. Cal had already decided how to use the first of the 2 opportunities to use the golden plaque. He decided to buy some time. Cal decided to buy some time for the moment when the Northern Knights, a dangerous existence for not just Rhone Kingdom, but also the Breck Kingdom and the other mid-northern kingdoms, started to head south. To be more specific, other than the Northern Knights, there were also the Empire at the center of the Western continent, the Mage Slayer, and the Queen of the Southern Jungle. Cal decided to buy some time to get away from all of them. It would be one thing if he was on his own, but now there were others he needed to care for. Billows. Do you deal properties too? I don't, but I do know about what is going on lately. Billows really was a merchant. He received information very quickly. The Western continent is on the verge of blowing up, and that is a great time for merchants like myself to make money. Merchants will run toward anything that will give them a profit. Billows liked Cal, who understood merchants a lot. He also liked that Cal didn't beat around the bush and got right to the point. The Whipper Kingdom will become a mess soon. I'm sure you are already expecting it. Billows nodded his head. The non-mages and mages could no longer coexist in the Whipper Kingdom. That is why I am trying to figure out what I can use to make money in that chaos. Young Master Cal, what do you think will be the most profitable investment there? Cal easily answered Billows' question. People. The mages will lose the civil war and the magic tower will be destroyed. Then what would happen to the remaining mages? All of the mages were not going to die at the end of the civil war. The Whipper Kingdom was the Western continent's greatest supply of magic devices. There were many mages who stayed far away from power and politics, but there will be nowhere for those types of mages in the Whipper Kingdom after the Civil War. In the novel, Crown Prince Alberu Crossman was going to target this issue. As for the destroyed magic tower, Rosalind was the highest tier mage who decides to create a new magic tower in a different location. Billows was a very sharp person. You're thinking that the mages will look for a new home. Cal did not give Billows a direct answer. The mages needed to lose in the Whipper Kingdom. That was the only way for the Whipper Kingdom to move to a better future. However, Cal did not put much weight onto those things. What he wanted was something else. The Western continent's greatest supplier of the highest grade magic devices. Cal needed the things that will remain after the Civil War. Immediately let me know once the magic tower is destroyed. May I ask why? Cal shrugged his shoulders and lightly responded, "You'll find out when it happens. The magic tower." Cal was planning on purchasing it. The magic tower will be filled with irreparable broken magic devices after the Civil War. Cal also knew the method to purchase this magic tower. Alberu also will not be able to do anything about Cal's actions. I am looking forward to it. Klee nodded his head in agreement. He was looking forward to it as well. Buying the magic tower will buy him some time. It will give him time to protect himself from danger. It will be very expensive, but not like it is my money. Billow saw the evil smirk on Cal's face, and his expectations went up. Then I will contact you when it happens. Okay, I look forward to it. Cal said goodbye to Billows, his first guest. He then greeted his second and last guest. Well, the second guest more so rushed into the room. Cal looked toward the terrace window that was open before flinching at the existence that rushed in through the window. What is this? A clay doll the size of his palm climbed in through the window. On and Hung jumped into Cal's arms in fear. It was because the expression on the clay doll was terrifying. It looked more like a zombie than a doll. The black dragon spoke into Cal's head with magic as usual at that time. I feel the power of a god. Ah, Cal blurted out someone's name, the crazy priestess. Cage. Once he did that, the clay doll that did not have any eyes or ears, but only a mouth started to speak. I knew you would recognize me, young Master Cal. This doll is connected to me. It is a single-use item that can only listen and talk. She really was skilled enough to be called a necromancer. Cal looked toward the black dragon. The black dragon was talking into Cal's mind, but did not turn invisible. It seemed to have figured out right away that it could listen and speak, but could not see. Just how strong is this dragon? Cal suddenly questioned the black dragon's strength. However, the clay doll started to speak and prevented him from thinking about it for a long time. We are leaving the capital today. I'm sure young Master Cal does not like us contacting you like this. Correct. Absolutely correct. However, Taylor said he had something he wanted to tell you. Young Master Cal, when I go take back my position, no, when I am one level higher than my original position, I will return to pay you back for your help, is what he wanted me to tell you. There was no need to tell me. I know. Cal looked into the empty eye sockets of the ugly clay doll. Even still, Taylor and I both need somewhere to share the news when we get what we desire. Do whatever you want. The clay doll started to smile at Cal's words before it started to melt. On and Hung dug even further into Cal's clothes in order to hide after seeing the doll melt away. Then please be healthy, young Master Cal. The clay doll disappeared without leaving any traces behind. The black dragon stared at the empty spot where the clay doll stood for a bit before looking toward Cal. Then is that when I can get my revenge? Once Taylor Stan returned to power and became the master of Marquis Stan's estate, the current Marquis and Venian will both need to face the wrath of this black dragon. Yes, you can do as you want at that time. Great. The black dragon made up his mind about when to get his revenge after hearing about Marquis Stan's estate's current situation from Cal. The black dragon was going to strike Venian and the Marquis when they were at their lowest point. He was going to show them despair and make them suffer. The black dragon flapped its wings happily. It really was a vicious creature. Cal heard the black dragon mutter its revenge plan in his head and treated it as a creepy lullaby as he went to bed. Naturally, those vicious comments did not make it easy to sleep. The next morning, Cal was standing in front of the carriage early in the morning. Rosalind, Choi Han, and Lark saw them off. Cal looked at the three of them with a stoic expression. Calnim, if you think you see that mage bastard, please tell the dragon to kill him right away. All you have to tell him is to blow his head up so that he is not useless like me, who was only able to cut off an arm. Choi Han was spewing vicious things from early in the morning. I will definitely get stronger and come back, so make sure you listen to the young master while I am gone. Think seriously about the thing I told all of you last time. It is for your future. We all need to get stronger now. Lark was surrounded by his 10 younger siblings and telling them what was on his mind. Rosalind was whispering with the black dragon inside of the carriage, and it was so quiet that even Cal could not hear. Dragonim, this is the textbook on Roan Kingdom's alphabet, and this is the one for the continent's common language. Thank you, human. I am great and mighty, so I will learn it quickly. Absolutely. Dragonim is great and mighty. I pray that you come up with a cool name for yourself. I will ask for him to come up with a name for me. I am sure Calnim will know what you mean by asking him. HMPH. Cal didn't know what they were talking about, but he stared at Rosalind, who was watching the black dragon with a satisfied smile on her face, and started to frown. He then turned toward Choi Han and started to speak. Choi Han was still going on about what Cal should do in order to stay alive without him. Calnim, your rate of survival goes up if you blast anything away in one hit and then run away. Also, enough with the nonsense. Cal stoically continued speaking to Choi Han, who immediately shut up. Just make sure you don't get hurt. Yes, I will make sure to do that. Cal didn't want to see Choi Han's innocent smile anymore, so he got onto the carriage. Rosalind got off as soon as Cal got on. Cal felt the weight of the invisible black dragon, as well as on and hung, on his lap as he looked out the window toward Hans. Let's go. The staff, who were all outside the residence to see them off, bade Cal goodbye. Cal did not understand why these staff members would delay their work and come out to see him off. He told them it was fine, but they all still wanted to come and see him off. Young Masternim, please return home safely. It was our joy to serve you, young Masternim. We look forward to seeing you again in the future. What terrible nonsense. Cal had no plans to ever come back to the capital. He just casually waved at them and then closed the carriage curtains. That action was the signal to go. Cal's group had 2 more carriages than when they arrived, as they left the capital and headed to the northeast. Yuba. Cal was headed to the sea that was filled with whirlpools for hundreds of years. Sniff, it smells salty. Is this the sea? The red kitten Hung looked out the open carriage window and sniffed the air. Cal nodded his head as he received a small round item that the black dragon handed to him. This is the condensed mana from the balm. The black dragon nodded his head at Cal's question and responded, Yes, we can make a new magic balm now. Cal became jovial at this confirmation and opened the carriage window wide. The cool sea breeze entered the carriage as he looked out toward the northeastern sea. There were many islands visible in the ocean. The northeastern sea had quite a number of these small islands. The silver kitten was also quite excited. Oh, look at that sharp cliff. The sharp cliff brought forth both awe and fear as they were riding across a path created on top of that cliff. Cal looked toward the Cliff of Winds, the most beautiful sight in the Yuba territory. There were many small islands next to that cliff. Between the cliff and the islands were multiple raging whirlpools. Those whirlpools were the culprit behind why the seas of the Yuba territory were so dangerous. The Mage Slayer ends up landing on one of those islands after being shipwrecked by the whirlpools, and ends up finding the sound of the wind. The Mage Slayer was known for being an intelligent barbarian. He was even stronger than Lark, the Blue Wolf tribe member and the future Wolf King, and held the title of the strongest individual in the Western continent. The Mage Slayer's name was Tunka, known as Tunka the Tyrant. I just need to get it before he does. If things went as it did in the novel, it was still too early for Tunka to come here. Cal was thinking that there was no chance he would run into Tunka as he looked out to the sea with satisfaction. This journey would be smooth, as long as he avoided Tunka. Cal, who had been looking out the window with satisfaction, could see something far in the horizon. Cal rubbed his eyes a bit, but it was still the same. Isn't that a whale? A pod of large whales were shooting water into the air as they crossed through the northeastern sea to head north. Cal suddenly had an ominous feeling and clenched the magic balm ingredients in his hand. The whales tended to live in the northern sea. This was true for the whale tribe as well. It was only during the war with the mermaids that the whale tribe came down south. I'm sure that's just a group of whales passing by. Tons of whales head north. Absolutely no way, right? The black dragon's voice echoed inside Cal's ear. I feel a strong presence. That echo stabbed right into Cal's brain. That was why Cal was frowning when they arrived at a small village just outside the Cliff of Winds. Young master, did you get sick on the way? Cal shook his head at Hant's question. No, I just have a bad feeling. Ah, it is scary because of the cliffs. However, our driver is a veteran, so you have nothing to worry about. Cal ignored the useless comments from Hans and reached his hand out to the person approaching him. Long time no see, young lady Amaru. Hello, young master Cal. Amaru had a uniquely calm smile on her face as she welcomed Cal and crew. This was a small seaside village in the Ubar territory. This small village, that had nothing special and allowed the residents to live in peace and quiet until now, was suddenly busy with visitors. The village was quickly changing every day. However, they would soon face an opportunity that will allow their village to change incomparably in the near future. Tomorrow night would be that moment. Tomorrow night, Cal was planning on blowing up a magic bomb deep inside the ocean. However, something that, in Cal's point of view, should have never happened had happened. This terrible situation began when one of Amorous knights came to report to Amaru. The knight urgently approached Amaru and quietly reported, "My lady, the person we rescued has regained consciousness." Oh, is that so? Rescue. That word made Cal think of a single person. As Cal started to frown with doubt on his mind, Amaru noticed Cal's expression and started to explain. We were inspecting the shoreline and nearby islands for the new naval base when we rescued a shipwrecked person. It seems that he has regained consciousness. I have a bad feeling about this. We were debating what to do when we saw him unconscious and being dragged into the whirlpool, but I remembered what you did at the plaza and decided we needed to save him. Amaru continued to speak to Cal. Because a person's life is precious, right, young Master Cal? Cal answered that question after a long moment of silence. Of course. I knew young Master Cal would answer like that. Cal could not even think about Amorous' smiling face right now. All that was on his mind right now were the details regarding how the novel described Tunka's situation. Chapter 50. Into the Whirlpool, 1. Amaru, who had no way of knowing what Cal was thinking about, thought the serious expression on Cal's face was because of how caring of a person he was. She then continued to speak. Based on his outfit and physique, he seemed to be someone from the Whipper Kingdom. It was definitely Tunka. Cal's face turned paler as Amaru continued to speak. The non-mage faction that was fighting against the mages in the Whipper Kingdom were ignored as barbarians by the mages. However, there were no barbarians in this world. All humans had the same brain. It was just that, as time went on and history was created, they all grew and developed in the way that was most suitable for them. The non-mages of the Whipper Kingdom were all strong individuals who managed to take control of the Whipper Kingdom's harsh mountains and shores without using any magic. They were people who focused on strengthening the human body rather than relying on other factors, such as magic. They were rebelling because they wanted to destroy the current Whipper Kingdom that was made only for mages to have easy lives and return it to its original form. The citizens of the Whipper Kingdom were on the side of these non-mages. Foreigners may think that the barbarians were trying to take over the kingdom, but they were not barbarians to the Whipper Kingdom citizens. They were just free people. They used instinct to take down this kingdom of logic. The problem is that Tunka is extremely stupid, an intelligent barbarian. There were some who said that, but in Cal's opinion, Tunka was just a simple and stupid person who just happened to be very strong, and stupid people were the scariest type of people. This was because you could not talk to them. Young Master Cal, you do not have to worry about that person. He seemed to recover very quickly. Cal laughed it off after hearing Amorous words. I am not worried at all. In fact, I'd prefer it if he continued to get treatment for a long time. Cal's hope was that Tunka would remain in recovery until he left. Amaru, as well as the knights who were with her in the capital, all looked toward Cal with warm gazes. Cal did not have time to pay attention to such gazes. He had enough of a headache trying to figure out why Tunka arrived here so early. Young Lady Amaru, could you please show us to our rooms? Of course, you are still not at full strength yet, right? Yes, I'm still hurt. Oh no, let's hurry then. Cal only had a single thought in his head as Amaru started to walk quickly with a serious expression on her face before slowing back down to Cal's speed. Billows may be a Flynn and is extremely talented, but how was he so sure about the Civil War? How did he find out so early? It was because Cal had read the novel that he knew about Billos' abilities. However, Billows was still ostracized as a bastard son right now. There had to be a limit to his information gathering. That meant that the fact that Billows knew about it meant that the story was changing. The Civil War must be happening earlier than in the novel. If Cal thought about it that way, everything made sense. But what would have brought forth the Civil War? However, Cal did not think long about this question. The fact that Tunka was shipwrecked meant that his ship was destroyed by the mage's attacks and that he had returned from the north after gaining strength. That meant that, even if it was moved up, the story itself did not change. The strength that instilled fear in the mages, the peak of human potential when it came to physical strength. Tunka survived through the sea, mountain, desert, jungle, volcano, and glaciers with just his physical strength alone. Tunka had survived through nature and its harshest elements. There was no way that mages, who use mana, a power that is drawn from nature, could defeat such a person. Maybe a dragon can kill him. A dragon could probably still kill Tunka with a single hit. Cal said that he needed to rest as soon as he arrived at the residence and sent everybody out of his room before looking up at the ceiling and starting to speak. Hey, what is it, human? The black dragon revealed itself. Cal started to seriously speak to the dragon, stay by my side without going anywhere for a while. Cal had realized something through the situation with Choi Han and the black dragon. If he tried to avoid Tunka, he could instead end up with even more baggage. He needed to prepare for that moment. I will do whatever I want. The black dragon snorted and turned away from Cal. However, the way the dragon's wings were flapping let Cal know that the black dragon would listen to him. He was saying one thing, but his body was saying another. Cal felt much better after telling that to the black dragon. Cal then looked around his room. It was a residence that the head of the Ubar family had built a while ago in this small village. It doesn't really fit with the rest of the village. This luxurious room did not fit with the village they were in. That meant that Amorous Mother, the head of the Ubar territory, already had plans to develop this area when she originally started the construction of this residence. That vision was finally becoming a reality 10 years later. It probably took a while to draw in Gilbert's family and get the protection of the Wheelsman family. Cal was scheduled to meet with Amorous Mother before leaving the Ubar territory. She was going to come from the city with the Ubar family's main estate around that time. Cal thought about that meeting for a bit before moving to stand in front of the window. He could see the entire village through the large window, as well as the Cliff of Winds. The Cliff of Winds. For hundreds of years, the water in front of the cliff was ravaged by a whirlpool, causing headaches for the Ubar citizens trying to head out into the sea. But there was a reason Amorous family still considered this area to be important. There were two other villages that were by the sea, but this village was at the center of the three. The shoreline that was in the shape of a crescent moon had this village in the center with two cliffs on either side, making this the only village that made it easy for boats to set out. Furthermore, islands of different sizes were visible from the village, making it a pretty sight as well. It would be a great location for a military base. Cal was scheduled to go to the smallest island tomorrow morning. The sound of the wind that was the source of all of these whirlpools was located right next to that island. Tunka had said the following about the sound of the wind in the novel. It is a quiet but chaotic power. It was exactly what Cal was looking for. A power that would allow him to quickly and quietly run away while causing chaos for the strong. Cal started to slightly smile in anticipation of tomorrow morning. That smirk soon changed to a full-on smile that was full of satisfaction. Young Masternim, Uncle Beecrox made this seafood just for you. Uncle is very excited about the sea. Right. Calnim, please eat a lot. Cal looked at the 10 wolf children bringing food to his room with satisfaction. He had told the others that they were Lark's cousins and that they all lived in the same village when their families were killed by bandits. Cal's smile became even thicker. It was not because he liked the 10 of them. Cal's eyes were focused on Beecrox, who was bringing trays of food behind the children. Ron's son, a chef and a torture expert. That was Beecrox. He usually wore clothes without any wrinkles nor even a speck of dust. It was the same right now. However, he had serious bags under his eyes. Please eat, young Master Cal. Great, thanks. It was a good decision to have you all help Beecrox in the kitchen. Cal thanked Mies, the 12-year-old who was the eldest of the 10 wolf children, before picking up his fork. Young Master Nim, we want to work. Lark Hyung told us we cannot leech off of you. The wolf children, with Mies in the lead, had rushed into his carriage during their journey and asked him to put them to work. That was when Cal had them start assisting Beecrox. We think it will be better if we train with the knights, but we will still do our best. The 12-year-old Mies was confident and calm, unlike Lark. He was also very aware of the strengths of the wolf tribe. That was why Cal was even more adamant about their helping Beecrox in the kitchen. You are still children. It is still too early to do something dangerous like training with the knights. Help Beecrox with the kitchen stuff. You really are like Lark Hyung mentioned. Yes, we will do our best. The children who said that they will work hard really did work hard. Maybe that was why, but Cal couldn't help but smirk at Beecrox, who seemed to get more tired each and every day. Beecrox just stood there while the wolf children set up the table and then headed out. Uncle, are you not coming? The wolf children were bright and pure. They called Beecrox uncle and treated him like family. I am coming. The children headed out first after hearing his comment. All of them were dressed cleanly and had their hair well kept, as if they never lived in a remote village before. It was inevitable with Beecrox's style. Now that I think about it, he would be a really good babysitter. Cal avoided Beecrox's gaze, thinking that Beecrox would come at him with his cooking knife if he knew what Cal was thinking about. Beecrox was living as a clean and respectful chef right now. He could not be cold to the wolf children. All he could do was glare at Cal every so often. Cal watched Beecrox pick up a fork and knife and start to leave the room as he started to speak. Thanks for always giving me a delicious meal. Yes, sir. Click. Beecrox left the room and closed the door behind him. Cal looked at the door and started to speak. I don't know why he is trying to do his dad's job while his dad is gone. There was no reason for Beecrox to bring the food to him. However, Beecrox was slowly doing Ran's work at any chance he got. Sadly, this prevented Cal from being able to enjoy the gap left from Ran's departure. The wolf children, or Beecrox, always showed up to take Ran's spot. Cal looked toward the corner of the room next and continued speaking. Come eat. Cal's meal buddies On, Hung, and the Black Dragon rushed to the table and started to eat. Cal looked out at the sunset over the ocean as he leisurely ate his dinner. The next day, hello, nice to meet you, young Master Nim. Cal exchanged greetings with an old man. This was a fisherman who had roamed across this Ubar Sea and battled against the whirlpool for tens of years. This old man, who was known as the greatest veteran of the Ubar Sea in this small seaside village, had a very tan skin that represented just how much time he spent out at sea. Just trust me, I will safely take you to the central island. Amaru, who was next to Cal, nodded her head and added on. Right. He is an amazing individual, so you will be able to get to anywhere in the Ubar Sea as long as he is with you. I am sorry I cannot go with you even though I am supposed to show you around. I have some work to do. That is okay. It is enough that you have introduced me to an expert fisherman. It would be complicated if Amaru went with him. Cal had already determined the people who would go with him today. The fisherman asked, Is it just the three of you? Yes. Let us go. Yes, sir. Please get on. Cal got on the small but sturdy boat. The vice captain got on behind him. Since the vice captain will be with him, Cal did not need to take any other knights with him. It really shouldn't be a problem, though, since the islands were uninhabited. Please be safe, young master. Got it. Deputy Butler Hands had On and hung in his arms as he watched Cal off. The kittens On and Hung were flailing around, trying to get away from Hands, who was getting closer to the water. Although they liked the smell of the sea, On and Hung did not like water. I will be flying. Naturally, the black dragon was planning on following them while remaining invisible. Cal joked with the last person getting on the boat. Beecrox, apparently the nets near the island tend to catch a lot of rare seafood. It will be great to broaden your palate. Thank you very much, young Master Cal. Beecrox, who ended up going with them at Cal's order, got onto the boat with a stiff expression. Cal ordered the fisherman once everybody was on board. Let's go. Yes, sir. The fisherman, the captain of this small boat, started to row with his son. In this whirlpool-filled sea, neither a large ship nor acceleration magic was important. It was safer to be with an experienced fisherman and rely on their years of rowing experience. The boat may rock quite a bit, so please hold on tightly. The old man casually announced as the boat departed. Cal started to curse soon after they left. Shoot! The boat was rocking. The boat was just barely avoiding the whirlpool that seemed like it would suck everything in. The force of the whirlwind was rocking the boat a lot. Splash, rash. All sorts of water smashing sounds rang in Cal's ears as the old fisherman shouted, "Ha ha ha! Young Master Nim, isn't the whirlpool grand?" The fisherman was a very courageous man. Cal pushed away the hand of the vice-captain, who was grabbing onto his clothes with a pale expression. He was feeling seasick. Chapter 51. Into the whirlpool, too, Cal looked out through the small window on the boat. The color of the violent water was not transparent at all. It was white and blue as it reflected the bottom of the sea, and became a darker and darker shade of blue as it got closer to the center of the whirlpool. You'd probably die if you get caught in it. Cal thought about the new magic bombs in the magic box back in his residence. He then turned his gaze toward the front and looked toward the smallest island of the cluster of islands in front of him. Young Master Nim, it is that island over there. The whirlpool in front of that island is the worst. You'll need to say goodbye to this world immediately if you get caught in that one. Ha ha ha. The fisherman was really gutsy. He didn't even see the vice-captain's face turn paler as he continued to speak. Cal held back the feeling of needing to vomit and paid attention to the fisherman's words. There is a legend that says that the whirlpool appeared because of a thief who stole something from a guard, but the boat leaned to one side. Cal gulped after seeing the water crash against the boat's window. Agu, the boat almost tipped over. Hey punk, row properly. Sorry, Dad. The fishing dad and son do really were gutsy. That is why young Master Nim. Hey. In the end, Cal raised his hand to stop the old man and sternly started to speak. Let's talk after making it to that island first. That is what Lady Amaru said as well. We are almost there. The old man skillfully started to row. The boat that was moving as he continued to row somehow twisted and turned to avoid all of the whirlpools. Cal observed each and every one of the whirlpools they passed. The marks of the wind vomited out by the sound of the wind. The ancient power called, the sound of the wind, created wind, tops, and spun them as strong as it could. And as time went on, those tops created new tops, leading to the numerous whirlpools visible today. Why, young master, I'm supposed to be protecting you. Ah! Cal ignored the vice-captain's words as he clenched onto the boat's handles. He did not want to drown to death. Finally, the boat arrived at an island, and Cal could once again feel the ground underneath his feet. We have arrived. It was easier than usual. The fisherman's son nodded at his father's words. Cal looked past the two of them to see the vice-captain leaning over. Bav. The vice-captain was suffering from such severe seasickness that Cal wondered if he may end up dying. Cal tapped Beecrox's arm as Beecrox walked by him and pointed to the vice-captain. Beecrox frowned before taking out a pair of white gloves from his pocket and putting them on as he headed over to the vice-captain. Cal flinched a bit once he saw the white gloves. Aren't those the gloves that he uses for torture to keep himself clean? Beecrox seemed to have an endless supply of those white gloves. After observing the existence of these white gloves for the first time, Cal stopped looking at Beecrox and the vice-captain and looked around the island. There was no sand on this island. Instead, it was surrounded by rocks. If you looked a bit farther in from the shoreline, you could see a small forest as well. Well, it is probably more accurate to call it a garden than a forest, since they said you should be able to walk all around it in less than an hour. Old man. Yes, young Master Nim. Continue your story from earlier, the one about the thief. The old man stopped watching his son anchor the boat and pointed to the path they took to get here. He was pointing at the large whirlpool in front of this island. A long time ago, there was a thief who was faster than anybody else. The thief's steps were so light and cautious that, supposedly, he could walk on water without causing the smallest of ripples. It really was the sound of the wind. Of course, walking on water was a bit of an exaggeration. Anyways, the thief supposedly stole something that belonged to a guard. The legend says that the thief jumped off the cliff of winds with the items. You know which cliff that is, right? That was how the divine item and the thief disappeared from this world, as well as how the whirlpools came to exist. The old man smiled as gently as the tanned wrinkles on his arms. That is why there used to be sacrifices in the past for the divine item. Not anymore. If it really was a divine item, why would that god bother us humans instead of taking back his item? Cal agreed with the old man. It was not a divine item. It was a human's power. That was why a god could not take it. Then I will look around the island now. Yes, sir. I will be waiting for you here. The old man headed toward his son as the vice captain jumped up. Young master me too, ah. He then curled back down. Cal clicked his tongue and motioned for Beecrox to come over. Once Beecrox arrived, Cal whispered in Beecrox's ear, "Since you are Ran's son, I am sure you are also not normal." And Cal patted the not even slightly nervous Beecrox's shoulder and continued to speak. "You hold the vice captain here. Will you be okay on your own? What could be dangerous over here? I also have my shield. Please be safe." Beecrox agreed to follow Cal's order without much issue. This was why Cal had brought Beecrox with him. He needed someone around him for the time being, someone who was strong, but did not feel extremely determined to protect him. It also had to be someone he could boss around. That was why Beecrox was perfect. "I'll be back soon." Cal headed to the forest at the center of the island. "Please shoot your shield up into the air if you are in danger." "Young Master Nim, I will be right behind." Ah. Cal just half listened to Beecrox and the vice captain as he walked into the forest. He then quietly spoke as soon as he was away from the others. "What do you think?" The black dragon answered back. "As you mentioned, there is something underneath that whirlpool in front of this island. It was similar to the power from that cave from last time." The black dragon was talking about when Cal earned the vitality of the heart. Cal leisurely entered into the forest. There was no reason to look inside. He really just came here to look at the whirlpool. "I do need to know a bit about the terrain, since we will be flying back here at night." Cal asked one more thing. "There's nobody here, right?" None. There was nobody else other than Cal's group on the island. Cal could finally sigh in relief. He had been worried about the part of Wales from yesterday. "But there is a corpse." "What?" Cal instantly froze up. He started to frown and looked up into the sky. The black dragon removed his invisibility and appeared in front of Cal. "When I looked down on this island earlier, there were 3 corpses on the other side of the island." Corpses were completely out of Cal's expectations. Cal took 3 steps back toward the boat. He had a bad feeling that something unlucky would happen if he continued to walk toward the other side of the island. However, the black dragon continued to speak, but the corpses were not human corpses. Cal lifted his hands up to cover his eyes. If it was not human, that meant that they had a distinct feature. However, they also did not resemble animals, so they are similar to humans but not the same. Then there was only one answer left. Were their hands and feet weird? The black dragon energetically nodded his head. "That's right. The hand and feet were weird. They looked like fins." Fins, that was the symbol of the mermaids, a part of whales and mermaids. Cal was worried and full of doubt. The whales and mermaids were not supposed to show up just yet. No. Cal quickly fixed his train of thought. The battle between the whale tribe and the mermaids had a history that was even longer than the oldest human wars. However, the moment when this was revealed in the novel was when Choi Han became involved with the whale tribe. Cal called toward the black dragon. "Hey you, do not call me you." "Then what should I call you?" "You will soon find out." What the hell is he talking about? Cal just thought that the black dragon, who had been studying the human language lately, would pick a name for himself, so he simply pointed toward the other side of the island with his chin. "Are you sure there is nobody there? There are no living presence. It is the same in the water." "Then lead the way." He had to go check out the mermaid corpses, just to verify and keep himself out of danger. "You have to be in front of me." Cal pushed the black dragon in front of him as they headed toward the other side of the island. He then started to frown as soon as he came out of the other side of the forest and saw the corpses. I was right. As expected, they were mermaid corpses. To be specific, there were 3 corpses, all with their necks broken. Furthermore, their legs and arms were twisted as well. Cal frowned even more after seeing the appearance of the mermaids with his own eyes instead of just as text in a novel. The corpses were completely dry, as if they were mummies. However, the mermaids really did look different from humans. There were fins on their hands and feet, while their skin seemed to be covered in scales. They also had gills instead of ears. "Why are you not getting closer?" The black dragon curiously asked Cal, who was observing from a distance. Cal easily answered back to the black dragon, "It's scary." "Right, I forgot that you are a weak human." The black dragon nodded and headed toward the mermaid corpses. He then started to mumble to himself. It seems like they were flattened to death. They also seem to have died not too long ago. Furthermore, I can see some red blood underneath their fins. I think they were in a battle. It was a whale. A whale definitely killed these mermaids. The whale tribe had a small population, similar to the dragons, but they were the strongest existence in the ocean. That was how they were able to protect the ocean world from the mermaids. The mermaids wanted to create a kingdom inside the ocean. However, the whale tribe did not accept sharing their territory with others. It was because they were a species that needed to migrate along with the weather. The whale tribe is small in number, but they are too strong for the mermaids to do as they please. However, the mermaids suddenly started to get stronger. The mermaids started to get stronger, putting the whale tribe in a difficult situation. That was when Choi Han appeared and assisted the whales. At least, that was the contents of the novel by the end of Volume 5. Cal told the Black Dragon that they should head back and turned away from the mermaid corpses. Can we just leave them like this? Yes. A mermaid corpse will not dissipate on land. Instead, it will just dry out almost entirely. In order for it to dissipate, it needs to be underwater. Once that happens, the smell is spread throughout the ocean, signaling other mermaids to come to get the corpses. That was why the whale tribe left them on land like this on purpose. I need to quickly take care of things and leave too. There was probably only one member of the whale tribe who fought these mermaids. If there were two of them, they wouldn't have left these corpses on land. They would have thrown them into the water in order to draw even more mermaids over and battle it out. They chose to act like this because they were alone. Cal headed back to the boat and talked to the others. Let's go back. There's not much to see. The vice captain, who was finally starting to recover from his seasickness, turned pale again, but Beacroc seemed to have bought a lot of fish from the fisherman as he happily responded. Young Master Cal, we will have roasted fish for dinner. Sounds good. After returning to the residence, Cal was waiting for the time to pass with a stomach full of roasted fish. Once darkness finally descended on the small village, he took out some scuba gear from the magic box he got from Billows. Cal stood on the window sill facing the cliff of winds and the northeastern sea as he started to talk to On and Hang. Keep a good watch at home. We won't let anybody in. Have a safe trip. Cal just nodded his head to respond to the baby kittens before looking toward the black dragon. The black dragon looked toward Cal with confidence and casually called out a spell. Flight. At that moment, Cal's body floated up into the air. Let's go. The black dragon took the lead, and Cal followed behind him. Cal was carrying a magic bomb as they flew high in the air in order to avoid getting noticed. Cal's plan today was to hit the whirlpool accurately before running. By the time people came out in shock, Cal would have already disappeared like the soundless wind. This black dragon's version of the magic bomb was scheduled to go off 10 minutes later. Chapter 52. Into the Whirlpool 3. It looks even worse at night. Cal looked down at the largest whirlpool underneath him and commented. He then started to think. Tunka really is a crazy bastard. How did Tunka end up getting the sound of the wind in the novel? He was shipwrecked and arrived on this island, and then starts to show interest in this whirlpool when his condition got a bit better. Volcanoes, glaciers, desert. This bastard who liked to crash against the elements with just his body could not help but be interested in this ocean whirlpool. Tunka enjoyed dangerous situations. No, he was obsessed with them. That was why Cal was calling him a crazy bastard. It's my first time in the ocean, but it looks fun. Tunka said that before jumping into that whirlpool without any preparations. Naturally, Cal had no plans to act in the same manner. Cal had already packed everything he needed in the scuba gear's pockets. Is it here? Cal nodded to answer the black dragon's question and looked around. Maybe it was because it was a country village, but the entire village was dark at night. The ocean was even darker, but it was much louder than the village from the sound of the whirlpool. The fact that it would get louder will not draw any attention. They will just think it is the whirlpool being weird and forget about it. Cal turned away from the ocean and looked toward the cliff of winds. Tunka discovers a hidden cave underneath the cliff of winds and enters with curiosity. He finds something at the end of the cave and lets out a laugh. I didn't expect such a good thing to be here. It was a fateful encounter that Tunka had never even expected. Cal put aside the information from the novel and spoke to the black dragon. Let's start. All right, human. Black mana started to come out of the black dragon's short front paw. Uwang. The magic balm reacted to the mana and started to vibrate. The magic balm in Cal's arms was not the magic balm used by the secret organization in volumes 1 and 2 of the novel. It is a much better magic balm. Around the second half of Volume 3, the mages of the Whipper Kingdom, who were pushed to the brink, start to develop new tools to fight against the non-mages. One of those tools was similar to the magic balm in Cal's hand. The condensed mana, which is the main ingredient of the magic balm, reacts to the developer's mana and divides into multiple smaller mana balls before exploding. It wasn't as strong, but the chain of explosions was useful to kill even more enemies. Cal complimented the Black Dragon. You must be amazing to create such a thing. Yes, I'm a great and mighty dragon. Even more black mana flowed out of those short paws and disappeared into the balms. Ooh. Cal could feel the magic balms vibrating in his arms. Cal was aiming for the moment when the moon had set, but the sun had not yet risen. Be careful, do not get hurt. The black dragon headed higher into the air as he put a shield around Cal and said bye. Click. A small noise sounded from inside the magic balm. Cal released the balm from his hand and then put on the scuba mask. It was a magic tool that will allow him to breathe underwater for 5 minutes. A few moments later, boom, boom, boo-wom. The balm went off and Cal summoned the silver shield before falling straight down. The night wind rushed fiercely past his face. Once the tens of smaller explosions went off, the whirlpool lost its strength and could no longer spin properly. Cal opened up the wings of the shield. Splash! The shield clashed with the ocean as Cal dove underwater. He put on some goggles and headed to the bottom of the ocean. Thanks to the shield, Cal's body was quickly sinking like an arrow. Boom, boom. Even more explosions were going off and making the whirlpool lose even more strength. The shockwaves created from the explosions touched Cal's shield and silver wings, but Cal still managed to safely arrive at the bottom of the ocean. Boom! Cal used the shield once more to easily handle the last explosion before starting to walk on the ocean floor. The small central island and the large whirlpool in front of it. That whirlpool was caused by a small top that was underneath a large boulder. This top had continued to spin for hundreds of years without stopping. Cal could see that large boulder in front of him. It was so large that Cal thought it could easily crush a person. Tunka realized that the whirlpool started from underneath this large boulder and grabbed the boulder. It was because it was smaller than the boulder he had lifted up north. However, he was not able to lift this boulder up, then ill just break it. That was why Tunka destroyed the boulder. Cal looked toward the boulder and started to think. Tunka, you crazy bastard, you destroyed this thing. Cal shook his head underneath the water and headed toward the top that resembled Sun Wukong underneath the boulder. At that moment, just like every other time when he had gained an ancient power, the former owner's voice appeared. You sons of beaches. Oh, this owner was quite the potty mouth. Why is it a sin to steal something that they sacrificed people to create? Especially when I was just going to return it to the people. You trash bastards. Why do bastards like you have such power? The owner of the Sound of the Wind was that same thief that was said to have stolen something from a god. She had not truly stolen a divine item. In reality, she had just stolen something from a temple. She had suffocated after becoming trapped underneath this large boulder. The silent thief with the quickest feet met her demise like this. This superpower to control the wind was different than mana. She herself was the wind. After her death, she had become a top that continued to vomit out whirlpools. This stupid water. If my friend's light was here, it would burn it all. Cal's expression turned odd as he was taking out the items to free this top. Light. Is it perhaps? Do you know why lightning is so scary? It is because all it takes is a single streak, just one streak. Cal started to think about the last ancient power on his list, the fire of destruction. He had to pass through fire to get to it, and had to have a ton of money with him as well. A sudden thought crossed through Cal's mind. The indestructible shield, wood. Vitality of the heart, wind. Sound of the wind, water. Fire of destruction, fire. Cal was having a bad feeling about this. He even debated whether or not he really should take this power. However, beep, 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 the alarm inside the scuba gear was informing him that he only had 3 minutes left. Cal decided to think about this later. Let's hurry and take it out. He started to dig with a hoe. He was trying to get rid of this obstacle that was holding both the large boulder and the top. This hoe, that was reinforced with magic was so sharp that the floor easily gave way. There's no reason to be an idiot like Tunka and destroy the boulder. He just had to dig. Cal started to smirk. He could finally see the entire top after digging a bit longer. Cal reached toward the top and grabbed it with his hand. Swish! Cal moved a couple steps backward with the top spinning in his hand. Boom! The boulder that had been in perfect balance with the top started to lean to one side. If it was a sin that I stole it, why do they claim to not be sinners when they lied to the humans? This world is rotten. It is a rotten world where those in power can do whatever the duck they want. The world has always been rotten. Cal ignored the thief's rant and put the top down on the ground. There was only one thing the owner of the Sound of the Wind wanted: freedom. The only way to provide that was to destroy the top. Crack. The top broke into pieces under Cal's foot. Shriek! A sharp noise like a screech echoed under the water as the top broke. The wind that poured out of the broken top started to surround Cal. You have the power of recovery. Don't get caught like I did. Got it? The power of recovery. Is she talking about the vitality of the heart? Cal started to frown as the thief said her final words. Be free, swoosh. A white wind surrounded Cal's body and moved up to his head before starting to move downward. It would do this until it reached his feet before stopping there. But the wind instead roamed around his heart. Boom, boom, boom. Cal's heart suddenly started to beat wildly. Ah! Cal's heart was beating so much that it hurt. Cal patted his heart with his right hand as air bubbles came out of his mouth that forcefully opened because of the pain. What is going on? Ah! Cal held back another moan and curled up his body. At that moment, the wind flashed, before instantly moving down to his feet and drawing an image on his ankle. Cal could see the image of a whirlpool in the gap between the scuba suit and the scuba shoes. This whirlpool was also silver in color. Once the whirlpool image was completed, Cal could finally feel his heart calming down. Did the vitality of the heart strengthen the sound of the wind as well? He was curious, but did not have any time to think about it. Beep, beep, the alarm rang once again to let him know that not much time was left. However, he still had plenty of time. Cal activated the sound of the wind, and a gust of wind started to swirl around his feet. Cal lightly moved one foot forward. Swish! Cal's body instantly cut through the water. Although the large whirlpool in front of the central island was gone, the other whirlpools were still existent. However, Cal easily moved past them without any issue. The other whirlpools will disappear within a week. However, Cal was planning on maintaining those whirlpools for about a year. The whirlpools recognized the sound of the wind, the symbol of their owner, and made way for Cal. His destination was the Cliff of Winds. Cal watched the cliff quickly get closer and kicked off the ground before he got too close. His body shot upward in reaction. Swish! The ocean breeze welcomed Cal as he came back above water. Cal quickly took off the scuba mask and threw it aside. Beep, the alarm went off to sound that 5 minutes were up. Cal looked toward the village and saw that quite a lot of lights were starting to turn on. I need to hurry. Hans probably wouldn't come to wake him up because he said to not bother him unless it was a matter of life or death, but it was still better to return quickly. Cal swam toward the Cliff of Winds and noticed large and small boulders underneath the cliff. These boulders were the reason that anybody who fell off the cliff to their death ended up with mauled-up corpses. Cal looked to find the boulder that resembled the head of a lion. It was easy to find because it was the largest boulder in the area. Cal then started to smile after seeing the small cave behind the boulder. Found it. Tunka had a fateful encounter in this cave after earning the sound of the wind. It was something useless for Tunka, but it was an ingredient that Cal would put to good use in the future. If this ingredient was combined with the ingredient that Locke will acquire for Cal in the future, the Queen of the Jungle will have no choice but to make a deal with Cal. The Queen needs to save the jungle. Cal carefully swam past the boulders and entered the cave. The cave entrance was dark because the moon had already set, but it did not matter. Cal entered the cave and quickly jumped out of the water. He then looked up at the sky outside. It's about time he arrived. The black dragon immediately started to speak as if he had read Cal's mind. However, the black dragon was speaking inside Cal's mind. Weak human, you are not hurt. There was only one reason for the black dragon to talk inside Cal's head. Cal started to get the chills. He slowly turned his head toward the inside of the cave. The black dragon only spoke into Cal's head when there was someone unfamiliar nearby. There is a life form inside this cave. Although it is almost dead, thankfully, it is not a corpse that you fear. PSSSSSSSS. PSSSSSSSS. Cal could hear something dragging inside the cave and started to contemplate his choices. Jump back into the water, or ask the dragon to take me home right now. PSSSSSSSS. PSSSSSSS. PSSSS. But that dragging noise became more urgent, and the life form revealed itself before Cal could make up his mind. Cal put one foot back into the water. The life form that revealed itself started to speak in a shaking voice. Please save me. Ah, a gasp came out of Cal's mouth. The life form had a salty smell to it. It was the smell of the sea. No way. There is something I must accomplish. I cannot die here. A human-looking existence, with its horrendously scratched-up leg dragging behind it, approached Cal. There was a green fluid on the scratches that made the existence continue to vomit up blood. That was clearly the work of a mermaid. Please. It was a whale. This beautiful human with messy hair that was crawling toward Cal with his hands was a whale. Weak human, did you catch a cold? Your face is pale. The black dragon was talking into Cal's mind, but Cal could not hear it. Cal felt like he was facing a scene straight out of a horror movie. An injured, almost dead member of the whale tribe had revealed himself to Cal. Chapter 53. Currently thinking. 1. Cal started to think. Should I run? But that whale's pupils were accurately looking at him. He also seemed to be putting strength into his hands, as Cal could see the whale's fingers digging into the ground. His strength was unbelievable, even though he seemed to be close to death. He had a single question on his mind. A whale tribe member being hurt by mermaid poison. An answer quickly floated across Cal's mind. Mixed blood. That was the only possible answer. Cal quickly thought through the contents of The Birth of a Hero. There were no mixed blood characters in the whale tribe that was almost as low in number as the dragons. But there was one that died. Cal started to frown and worry. Ah, the whale could not crawl anymore. His body started to shake without being able to do anything else. At that moment, Cal heard the black dragon's voice in his head. Human, are you not going to help? The black dragon doubtingly asked. Cal did not answer the question and stood up. He hated useless feelings and reaching out a helping hand for no reason. However, hey, Cal approached the mixed blood whale and crouched in front of him. The whale human, who was shaking on the ground, slowly lifted his head. This long-haired man really lived up to the stories about how the whales were so beautiful that they made elves look like squids. Such a beautiful man was looking at Cal. Save Cal answered without any sort of emotion in his voice. Yes, I'll save you. A mixed-blood whale human, Cal knew that it might be more painful for this whale to be alive than to die in the next few moments. He was sure that the whale knew this to be true as well. Cal recalled the conversation the Whale King had with Locke in the novel. You are a pure-blooded wolf. Why do you say that? My child is not of pure blood. Nunar is not a pure-blooded whale, not that child. I had a son who was mixed blood. That was why he had a lot of difficulties. He was too weak to live in the ocean. Then does he live on land? No. That terrible son of mine left this world before me. The whale tribe's king and mediator of the ocean was someone with blue hair and blue eyes. Although Cal could not tell for sure because it was dark, the face of the whale looking at him right now was slightly similar to the face of the Whale King as described in the novel. Cal looked toward the sea-like blue eyes and started to speak. Sleep for a bit. Everything will be fine when you wake back up. The blue eyes blinked a couple of times before slowly closing. Cal watched the unconscious mixed-blood whale for a bit before approaching and inspecting his legs. What do you think? The black dragon revealed itself once the mixed-blood whale became unconscious and quickly approached the whale. He then created a small light ball with magic so that they could take a better look at the leg. It is a mess. The whale tribe's skin is very thick and tough. Although their skin looked flawless and beautiful, it was also extremely tough. Sadly, this mixed-blood whale did not have such a luxury. That was why it was impacted by a mermaid's attack and poisoned. The black dragon watched Cal with an odd expression on its face as Cal inspected the whale. You are a very weird human. You are so weak and weird. Enough nonsense. Cal pointed to the whale and ordered the black dragon, dunk him in the water. Did you lie to him? The black dragon seemed completely shocked. The shocked expression of this reptile looked pretty serious. Human, you said you were going to save him. You are weak, but you have kept all of your promises until now. So why are you telling me to dunk him in the water? Are you trying to make him suffocate to death? Sigh. Cal let out a deep sigh. He then grabbed that light ball that was floating in the air. It was not hot. I am doing it to save him. He then added on. After you put him in the water, you remember the corpses from earlier, right? Just what are you trying to make me do? Nothing much. Just go and bring me back one arm. The black dragon's jaws dropped. Cal did not care about this and headed into the cave. It was because the black dragon didn't say no, even though it looked completely shocked. I will do as you asked for now. The black dragon really was obedient. Cal did not look back and continued to walk forward. He needed to take care of it and return back before the village became rowdy. The cave was not deep, and Cal reached the end quickly. Found it. The fateful encounter that Tunka had found was a small puddle. Cal took out one of the items he brought with him. It was an alarm device. It would let Cal know if someone else got close to this location. I just need to take it with me before I leave. Cal scooped a bit of that puddle into a small glass bottle. Fire-suppressing water. Water is always strong against fire, but the strength of this water was a bit different. If Cal dunked the item Lark will procure for him into this water, it will give birth to a very precious item. It will become a treasure that will save the drying jungle. Cal returned back to the cave entrance. The black dragon seemed to have already returned with the arm, as he handed the arm to Cal with an iffy expression. Cal could also see the drenched mixed-blood whale boy as well. Let's go. The black dragon sighed before levitating the mixed-blood whale, the mermaid arm, and Cal before floating back home. Cal received an overwhelming welcome from On and hung as soon as he returned. You came at the right time. The butler has been banging on the door for a while. Cal could tell even without the kittens telling him. He could hear Hans's voice outside the door. Hans sounded like he was ready to cry. Young master, I dare not enter because you said you'll kill me if you wake up. That is why I can only continue to bang on the door. Can you please open the door, young master? Cal took off the scuba suit and threw it to a corner before taking a device out of the magic box and throwing it toward the black dragon. He then put on a bathrobe and opened the door. Young master, young Lady Amaru asked me to verify that you were safe. So please wake up and open. What do you want? Oh, young master, were you washing? Cal swept back his wet hair and leisurely answered Hans's question. I couldn't sleep, so I was sitting in the sea-water bath. Ah, you were in the bathroom. Then I shouldn't have to worry about my life since you were not sleeping. I wonder. I'm sorry, young master Nim. Ahem, hem. Hans let out some fake coughs before inspecting Cal and starting to speak. Are you hurt anywhere? It is quite a mess outside right now. There were a few loud explosions earlier. I believe something has happened out at sea. Cal looked out the window he entered through. The village was completely lit now, even though it was the middle of the night. He could also see some lights heading out to sea. Amru seemed to have made a brave decision to send people out at sea, even with the dangers of the whirlpools, because the development was right around the corner. There was a loud noise, but they haven't determined what caused it. Young Lady Amaru said people will be heading out to sea. I believe it will be figured out soon enough. In Cal's opinion, Amaru was going to be happy because the whirlpool by the central island had disappeared. That alone would increase the value of this shoreline exponentially. Is that so? Yes, sir. Then you can leave now. Hans respectfully bowed to Cal before quickly heading out. At the same time, the black dragon turned off the invisibility device, revealing himself and the unconscious mixed-blood whale, along with the mermaid arm on top of him. On and Hung did not move from the corner of the room after seeing the mermaid arm. These kittens were scared of a lot of stupid things. Cal headed to the bathroom and scooped up some of the sea water from the bath. The black dragon watched with curiosity as Cal dunked one side of the mermaid arm into the seawater. Sizzle, a burning noise could be heard, but in reality, the dried-up arm was quickly returning to normal. The corpse's swift change made On and Hung run and hide underneath the bed. The corpse arm returned completely back to normal in another moment. Cal looked toward the whale human's leg. Unlike earlier, the green fluid was mixed with the sea water. Cal took out a knife. At that moment, the unconscious man's eyelids started to flutter and his body started to twitch. It looks like he's going to wake up. Human, put the knife away. The black dragon shouted, and the man opened his eyes. The first thing the man saw was Cal lifting the knife up over his head. Cal smiled toward the whale human in order to tell him to relax once they made eye contact. The whale human's eyes started to shake as the knife moved. Stab. The knife stabbed into the mermaid arm and cut through the skin. A fluid started to pour out of the cut arm. It was the mermaid's blood. Once the arm returned to normal, the blood was restored as well. Cal started to speak to the still shaking man. Good. The blood poured out and fell onto the man's leg. Sizzle. The green fluid on the man's leg started to sizzle once it came into contact with the mermaid blood. Cal handed the bleeding arm to the man. Drink it before the blood dries up. That is the best way. Volume 5. This was the healing method Rosalind discovered to heal Lark, who was injured after getting in a fight with a mermaid. It was a method that was still not known in this world. The eyes of this man, who seemed to be in his early 20s, started to shake again. It was the same for On, Hang, and the black dragon as well. In the end, the man got better. He had chosen to drink the blood after seeing that the dripped blood from earlier was indeed slowly curing his leg. Cal continued to speak while looking at the confused expression on the mixed blood whale's face. What? Aren't you the one who killed this mermaid? The man's expression stiffened up. Cal started to scoff after seeing that expression. It was weird to see the whale being so anxious after being asked if he had killed a mermaid. Cal then poured the remaining blood back onto the whale human's leg before putting the arm back into the water. The arm started to dissipate inside the water as Cal watched. Cal continued to look at the arm dissipate as he started to speak to the whale human. If you're a whale, you probably need to return to the ocean by morning in order to recover completely. Get some sleep and return on your own. The man's face turned cold. It was a different type of viciousness than Choi Han. This was someone who was always looked down upon, someone who was always reminded he was not as good as the rest of his tribe members. This was a viciousness that could only come from such a person. How did you know I was a whale? Who else could kill 3 mermaids? I need to return home. Cal felt like he would end up having to listen to a useless story, so he quickly waved his hand. I have no desire to hear your useless story. That was why Cal did not ask for the whale's name, nor let Hans see the whale. I only saved you because I said I would when you asked me to save you. Cal laid down on the bed. He needed to take a shower, but he was too tired for that right now. I'm going to sleep. Be quiet on your way out. Cal closed his eyes. There was nothing he needed to worry about since the dragon was there. He then remembered the last words the Whale King had said to Lark in the novel. That is why I do not want to lose any more family members. This was why Kim Rok-Soo chose to take action this time. He had experienced losing all of his family members himself. Of course, he had no plans on suffering a loss from this experience. If that child was still alive, I would pass the throne to my daughter and go live in the human world with him. I feel like that child would have been happy if we did that. I do think Nunar would do well as queen. But since Nunar is an affectionate person too, wouldn't she want to live with you too, mister? Of course. She searched the entire ocean when my son disappeared. I'm sure the entire ocean would have been flipped over if Nunar was the one doing the searching. Hey, mister, what was your son's name? My son's name was Pazetan, the savior of the king's son. Whether it is the current whale king or the future whale queen, wouldn't he be able to use this to his advantage? But most importantly, the whale tribe had to win the war against the mermaids. Cal fell asleep with a calm mind. When he woke up the next morning, Pazetan was already gone. The red kitten Hung reported to him. He said he'll be back at night. There really is no reason for him to do. Cal just shrugged his shoulders without finishing the sentence. However, a moment later, an even bigger feeling of, was this really necessary, filled his mind. Young Master Cal, I'm sorry for coming over so early, but I needed to share some amazing news with you. Young Lady Amaru was smiling brightly. It was rare to see the usually calm Amaru this way. She seemed to have come straight from the sea, as she still had a raincoat on and other people were with her. Do you know what it is? I have no idea. Compared to the excited Amaru, Cal was calm. No, he was almost emotionless. The whirlpool in front of the central island has disappeared. It disappeared overnight without even a trace. I made that happen. Cal could not tell her he had done that, so he just looked away. Next to Amaru was the veteran fisherman and some knights, as well as Tunka. As described in the novel, Tunka had long brown hair like a lion's mane. This man with a dangerous appearance that seemed like he could and would easily send an orc flying with a single slap clicked his tongue, and started to mumble. How disappointing. I wanted to try jumping into that whirlpool. Should I jump into a different one instead? He definitely was a crazy bastard. At that moment, Amru started to talk excitedly to Cal once again. Young Master Cal, in return for the Henitus family's investment, I want to show you the site of a peaceful Ubar Sea. Will you go to the central island with me? Cal needed to show some sincerity in this project until someone arrived from the Henitus territory. Cal smiled gently at Amaru and asked, "Is everybody here going over?" "Yes." The corner of Cal's lips shook at Amaru's short answer. Amaru, who did not see that and only saw the gentle smile, pointed to Tunka and continued to speak. "Ah, this is your first time seeing this person, right? This is the person who was almost caught up in the whirlpool. Mr. Barb, this is young Master Cal Henitus." "Barb." Cal had an odd expression on his face. Tunka put a smile on that scary-looking mug of his. It was even scarier than seeing an ogre smile. "Nice to meet you. My name is Barb." Barb. Tunka really used a fitting name for an alias. It was as stupid as him. Chapter 54. Currently thinking, too, Cal did not want to see Tunka's smiling face. However, Amru calmly started to explain. Barb is from the Whipper Kingdom. He is from a small seaside village and went out to fish when somehow he ended up shipwrecked. That is correct. I just live a simple life fishing by the village. Ha ha ha. I do not know how I ended up like this. A simple life, my ass. It was unbelievable. Amaru did not know about Cal's thoughts as she continued to speak. That was why he got on a boat and helped us investigate what happened last night. Amara's eyes were clear as she looked at Tunka. However, when Cal looked around, there were many negative gazes toward Tunka as well, a villager from the Whipper Kingdom. Their gazes showed their true feelings about this barbarian. Cal took a quick glance around before making eye contact with Tunka. Tunka started to smile. "I heard that young Masternim launched a large shield in the capital in order to save everyone. I asked the young lady Nim to bring me with her because I heard that you were a strong person." Tunka's eyes sharpened at that moment. Cal suddenly had an ominous feeling. This is getting dangerous. That was why he immediately responded with the following. "That is why I am currently in recovery." "Recovery? Yes, it is not a strong power. It is very weak," Amaru added on. "Yes, young Master Cal overused his power to save everyone. That is why he is touring our territory while he recovers." Amaru was looking toward Cal with sympathy, admiration, and some other emotions, but Tunka was different. "Ah, is that the case?" He seemed to have lost all interest. He then looked at Cal from head to toe before looking away. "Good, that is how Tunka should act. Sacrifice for others. A hero." Tunka was not interested in anything like that. All he cared about and obsessed over was strength. He was the type of person who ignored the people on his own side if they were weak, and even killed them if necessary. That was why he was called a tyrant. "Then, shall we go?" Cal nodded at Amara's question. He could then hear Tunka's mumbling from the side. "This is weird. I smell a strong person nearby. He really was crazy." Cal looked up at the empty ceiling. "I do not smell." Cal could hear the invisible black dragon's voice in his head. Tunka's instincts were even stronger than those of the beast people. Cal made up his mind that he had to act the weakest he had ever been while he was around Tunka today. "We are currently investigating why the whirlpool may have suddenly disappeared. My father and our territory's mages will all soon arrive as well." Cal looked out at the calm sea by the central island and played along with Amaru. "Is that so? I'm glad. I hope we can quickly figure out what happened." "You are such a good liar." Cal ignored the black dragon's remark as he looked out to the sea with a calm gaze. It was quite chaotic. All of the village's fishermen were out here, as well as the people who came out for the construction of the naval base. They were all looking around and discussing with each other. It was even louder because of the other whirlpools that were still going strong nearby. Cal looked out at all of this and added on, "I hope all of the other whirlpools can quickly disappear as well." "Human, you are lying again. Didn't you say you will make the whirlpools stay for another year?" Cal once again ignored the black dragon's remarks. Amaru nodded at Cal's words with a determined expression. "Yes, we will definitely figure out what happened and get rid of the other whirlpools as well. With such an opportunity in front of our eyes and many people helping us, we need to grasp this opportunity completely." The passionate Amaru made Cal feel a bit sorry for her, and he started to speak. I'm sure you and the Yubar family will definitely accomplish it, young Lady Amaru. Thank you. I feel much better after your affirming words, young Master Cal. Amorous warm gaze headed toward Cal as she stood there with a calm smile on her face. Cal responded back to her with a serious expression. I'm getting a bit dizzy from all this sunlight. May I go rest for a bit underneath the shade? Cal could feel Tunka's gaze on him from one of the boats. Tunka kept on glancing over toward Cal every so often. He seemed to be still looking for the source of that strong person scent. However, there was no way that Tunka would find the black dragon. That was the limit of someone who could not feel any aura or mana. Ah, of course. Please rest well, since you are still in recovery. Do not overdo it. Thank you. Cal leisurely headed to the Central Islands forest. Amaru just quietly watched him as he headed toward the shade. This Cal, who was still doing what he was supposed to even when he was in recovery, was definitely different from the Cal of the past. Although he claimed to be ill, he did not look ill at all. He just seemed to be tired. That is what makes him amazing. As someone who dreamt of presiding over this territory in the future, Amaru, though that she needed to become more dependable like Cal. Passion filled her calm gaze as she quickly walked over to the investigators to help. On the other hand, Cal was heading to the other side of the island. Since nobody was over there, it would be a great place to waste time. Aren't you afraid of the corpses over there? You are both weak and a coward. Cal ignored the black dragon once more as he arrived at the other side of the island. He then stopped moving after taking a look. What the? It was not me. I didn't do it. The black dragon was passionately denying any blame. However, this time, Cal did not have the luxury of listening to the black dragon. He quickly rushed toward the boulder that the mermaid corpses were on the other day. He could not help but stop once he got around it. Did Pazetan do this? The boulder was destroyed into pieces. How did the mermaid corpses end up like this? The mermaid corpses were turned into dust. Cal could tell these were the corpses only because he had seen them here the other day. Anybody else would just think that it was part of the boulder, this immense strength. This was definitely the work of a whale, an extremely angry whale. Splash, splash. Suddenly the water started to churn. The black dragon started to speak. Something is shooting up from the bottom of the sea. It is moving very fast. Cal lifted his head and looked toward the sea. He then flinched and stepped backwards. Splash. Something large rose to the surface. It was a life form that was dark gray in color. It then looked straight toward Cal. It was a whale, a humpback whale beast person. Humpback whale beast people were known as the guardians of the ocean and protected the weaker life forms. For generations, the whale tribe's king has been a humpback whale beast person. Boom, boom, boom. Cal's heart was beating hard. The whale's gaze was filled with both murderous intent and observation, a mix of instinct and rationality. This was the first time Cal had made such direct eye contact with a strong existence that was angry at him. This strong existence was looking down at Cal and inspecting each and every aspect of Cal. It was at that moment. That stupid whale must be crazy. The black dragon's angry voice rang inside Cal's mind. At the same time, a strong power started to cause vibrations in the air. The eyes of the whale, that had been focused on Cal, turned toward the source of the vibration. How dare you look at my weak human like that? The mana in the air started to fluctuate, and the water started to go wild. However, the humpback whale did not move at all. Instead, this 15 million long whale raised its tail and slapped down onto the water. Sparash. The water was churning rapidly. This action made Cal certain that this was a beast person. Boom, boom. Cal calmed his heart, as the vitality of the heart had noticed danger and started to pour out its strength. The indestructible shield also shot out as well. The ancient powers always put their owners' lives first. They were ready to go at any point to protect their owners. Cal turned his head toward the empty void where the mana was gathering and was about to speak. However, another voice started to speak first. I'm not trying to fight with you. It was a voice that was as beautiful as the sirens of Greek mythology. Cal turned his head and saw the humpback whale completely reveal its head above water. Wow! A gasp came out of Cal's mouth. It was very large and scary. He felt like that whale's head could easily kill him with a light tap. Why are you lifting up your stupid head? You're telling me everything you did until now wasn't asking for a fight. Puny whale. Cal let out a sigh at the black dragon's words before reaching out toward the mana. An angry 4-year-old could be quite dangerous. The mana that seemed ready to destroy anything and everything gave way to Cal's hand. The whale seemed to be shocked at this development. Cal's hand finally reached something round. It was the dragon's head. Cal just stoically patted it a few times. Don't get angry. You will get hurt. The mana started to quickly disappear. Cal then heard a quiet voice. I will not get hurt. I am strong. I know, but you still have to be careful. It was hard to calm down a 4-year-old child. However, the black dragon seemed to have understood what Cal was trying to say. You should be the one being careful, weak human. The mana disappeared completely. Cal turned away and looked toward the whale once the mana was gone. The whale slowly lowered its large head toward Cal. Cal flinched at the size of the head, but managed to stand still. It was because the murderous intent had disappeared from the whale's gaze. Once the humpback whale lowered its head to right in front of Cal, it started to speak. I have something to ask. At that moment, a small whale was swimming like crazy from the far horizon. It was heading toward them. It seemed to be very weak and small compared to this 15 million whale. That whale quickly approached them and started to shout, Nuna, you cannot bite him and kill him. The humpback whale in front of Cal quickly turned around. Splash! The sea water splashed from the whale's movement and drenched Cal. However, Cal did not have time to think about this. He closed his eyes. This really must be that humpback whale. The tiny whale coming toward them was most likely Pazetin. That meant that there was only one existence that he would call Nuna, the current whale, king's daughter, and the future queen of the whales. The whale that was at the vanguard, alongside Choi Han and crew in the battle against the mermaids. Cal could see the X-shaped scar on the humpback whale's back. Witira. It was definitely her. The large whale's face started to turn into a frown. Cal slowly started to move backward, as he did not want to get involved in this humpback whale sibling reunion. The small whale shouted once more. He is someone you must absolutely not kill. The black dragon confusedly spoke into Cal's mind again. What is that small whale talking about? We are not fighting. Cal felt the same way. Cal was thankful that everybody was too focused on the situation on the other side of the island to hear this small whale's voice. Otherwise, everyone would have come here after hearing the small whale's shouts. It was not long before the whales would meet. However, the black dragon casually added on at that time. By the way, just so you know, there is one more coming. What? One more? Cal stopped walking backward and turned toward the forest. Muahaha, I smell it, I can smell it. A crazy bastard whose brown hair looked like a wild lion's mane appeared. It was Tunka. His eyes looked crazy. He was rushing out of the forest while shouting, I smell someone strong. Cal crouched down as soon as he saw Tunka. Thanks to that, Tunka and the humpback whale made direct eye contact with each other. Cal crawled out of the way before the shrimp could get hurt. Chapter 55. Currently thinking, 3. Tunka, who had a crazed look in his eyes, was holding a baseball bat in his hand that was making a vicious noise as it cut through the air. Cal had no idea where he had gotten such a thing. Is it you? Tunka licked his lips before approaching the humpback whale. Even the close to 2 million tall, Tunka looked tiny in front of the whale. Hee, this is my first time fighting a whale. Tunka didn't seem to know that this whale was a beast person. He just wanted to fight it because it seemed to be strong. All that filled his head was strength and fighting. That was why the humpback whale looked down at Tunka with disdain. Cal just continued to crouch in a corner as he watched them. What are you doing? The black dragon's extremely curious question rang inside Cal's head, but Cal had moved back to a safe distance before crouching down. A shrimp gets hurt when whales fight. Cal, who was weaker than a shrimp, did not want to get hurt by their fight. Can you just beat a whale to death? Tunka's eyes started to sparkle. He then lightly kicked the ground with his foot. Once he did that, his body instantly shot up into the air. Wow! Cal watched in admiration before stepping even further back. Tunka's bat started to swing toward the humpback whale. It was then that Cal could see how a whale sneers. One corner of the humpback whale's lips went up as the whale started to move. The 15 million long large body instantly twisted before the large tail smacked down toward Tunka. However, Tunka managed to change direction in the air before safely landing back down. Boom! The boulder that Tunka jumped up from was destroyed by the whale's tail. Splash! A large wave was created from the whale's attack, and it drenched Cal, along with the rest of the shoreline. Damn it, I look like a rat that is drenched by rain. However, Cal kept his mouth shut. The impact of the destroyed boulder and the crazed Tunka were too great. Muhahaha. Great, just great. Come on. Tunka was jumping up and down for the whale to attack again. Tunka rushed quickly toward the whale's tail and swung his bat down once again. Instead of avoiding the attack, the whale just raised its tail to attack Tunka. Boom. It was not a noise that would be made when a human made contact with a whale. Boom. With a large noise, Tunka came back down to the ground. The bat in his hands had disintegrated into dust. I knew I shouldn't have used something like a bat. Fighting is best when you use your fists. Ha ha ha. Cal started to think as he watched this lunatic continue to fight. Everybody is going to come here at this rate. Cal thought that people probably already knew something was going on. What could he do about it? What could he do to slip away quietly? Cal didn't care whether the two of them fought or not. It was at that moment. Nuna, if you keep fighting, that generous man will get hurt. The tiny whale finally arrived at the island. Tunka instantly flinched. That puny whale is talking. That comment made the humpback whale start to frown and glare at Tunka. A beautiful voice then followed it. You called my little brother puny. Tunka became even more shocked as he shouted, this one can talk as well. It was a total mess. Cal could see Tunka's shoulders moving up and down in excitement. Oh ho, you must be beast people, beast people. This is going to be fun. Tunka was no longer laughing out loud. However, the smile on his face showed that he was at the maximum level of excitement. At that moment, Cal could see that the humpback whale glanced over in his direction. He then saw that the whale's eyes started to shake. Cal, the human who was crouching on the ground covered in seawater and boulder dust while looking up at Watira, the humpback whale beast person. Her heart started to shake as the guardian of the ocean who protects weak creatures. Pazetan jumped in between the two of them and started to speak. Nuna, I am still alive. Pazetan. The humpback whale started to scrunch her face. Her eyes started to tear up. Pazetan looked toward Tunka before quickly moving his fin out of the water and pointing it toward Cal. Splash, splash. The water splashed along with Pazetan's movement, and the water droplets hit Cal's face. This, sir, is the person who saved me when I was dying from the mermaid's poison. The large humpback whale's pupils shook. The small whale got as close to the island as possible and checked on Cal. Oh no, you are completely drenched. I'm also sorry about all these boulder dust. I was going to visit you tonight to thank you. Cal brushed the boulder dust off and responded, that's fine. Are you better now? Yes, sir. I'm almost fully recovered now thanks to you. The anxious humpback whale's mouth dropped a bit. It was at that moment. You can't get distracted when you are fighting against me. Do you want to die? Tunka jumped up toward the humpback whale beast person, Watira, and swung his fist. However, his fist could not touch the humpback whale. It was because the whale disappeared. Shhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhhh. Water vapor filled the area where the humpback whale used to be. A woman stepped onto the island from inside the water vapor. Tap, tap. The woman who stepped forward with her heels clicking was Watira in her human form. Nuna, Pazetan called out to Watira. Cal was a bit surprised at that moment. This is not just at the level of making elves look like squids. Watira was what you would call an explosive beauty. She was so extremely beautiful that she would make even elves look like cockroaches. It was to the point that Cal wondered how someone could be so beautiful. Blue hair and blue eyes. If there was a contest for the most beautiful existence in the ocean, it would probably be the person in front of Cal's eyes right now. The black dragon started to speak into Cal's head at that moment. Dragons are even cooler. When a dragon becomes a human, I am sure they are even more handsome and more beautiful. The human form of dragons is probably the best in the world. Cal completely ignored the black dragon and stepped backward. Forget beautiful and handsome, the humanized whale beast people were still just as strong and violent. Watira started to speak as Cal was starting to worry. Please do not run away. I will not hurt you. My sister is someone who keeps her word. Pazetan soon transformed and approached Cal as well. Watira could see that Pazetan's pants were ripped around his calves, and she could see the scars underneath. Anger filled her eyes once again. Tunka slowly walked over as well. Stop paying attention to such a useless person. Hurry up and fight me, that's more fun. Cal and Tunka made eye contact at that moment. Tunka started to scoff at Cal. Looks like this punk just goes around saving people. Tusk. Cal clicked his tongue at the term punk. Tunka seems to have thrown away the stupid alias of Bob at this point. This was the real Tunka. Regardless of whether the opponent was a noble or a strong person, he just acted as he pleased. Cal was more used to this version of Tunka. It was because it seemed like the character in the novel had come to life. Of course, Cal still had no intentions of letting this just pass by. He'll only learn after regretting the sale of the magic tower to me in the future. Cal was confident because he knew about what would soon happen. No, what Cal would personally make happen in the future. The alias of Bob. This was actually a great name for an alias. It was because he would be rice for Cal to take in the future. However, the black dragon started to speak into Cal's mind in anger. To rescue someone or to save someone is a glorious deed. It is something to be proud about. And talking bad about someone is mean. This punk is as bad as Venian. How did the black dragon end up like this when dragons were supposed to be creatures that only care about themselves? Cal started to think about what could have made the black dragon change from the normal attitude of a dragon. He then slowly moved his body behind Watira. He was a bit afraid that Tunka might kill him for being an annoying and weak person. Do not look down on such heroic action. However, Watira seemed to be angry. Cal also moved away from Watira after hearing what she had to say. Watira noticed Cal's actions and calmly started to speak. Thank you very much. I will properly thank you in the future. However, anger was still burning in her eyes. This was the woman who was at the vanguard in the fight against the mermaids. She was not the type to avoid a battle, nor even a small provocation. Oh, I like the look in your eyes. Are you finally ready to fight? Tunka started to twitch and lick his lips. He then relaxed his arms and moved his weight toward his front foot. This was Tunka's battle position. Watira started to smile. You think I would battle with someone like you? That was a mocking smile. She then created a ball of light that seemed to be quite powerful. Watira opened her right hand. Splash! Pillars of water shot up into her palm, and a long water whip appeared into her hands. She flicked her whip toward the ocean. This whip, that seemed to be at least a couple of meters in length, cut through the water and caused the water to riot. Watira stared at Tunka with a chilly gaze as she started to speak. Funny, this is not a battle. She flicked her finger at Tunka as she continued. This is a lesson. You are going to teach me. Ha ha ha. Tunka let out a loud laughter that seemed strong enough to cause an earthquake and looked toward Watira with an emotionless face. I guess I'll need to rip that mouth of yours off. He then immediately rushed toward Watira. Once Tunka started to rush toward her, Watira waved her left hand toward Cal. A water shield surrounded Cal and Pazitin in order to protect them. Flick! At the same time, the whip in her right hand viciously shot out toward Tunka. Boom! Tunka's fist made contact with the whip. Watira started to smile. At least it'll be fun to teach you a lesson. Ah, this is nothing. Watira moved her whip to wrap around Tunka's body like a snake and lifted him up into the air. Tunka started to smile as he grabbed onto the water whip with his hands. Muahaha, a battle of strength is my specialty. Tunka broke apart the snake-like whip with his hands. This caused Watira to raise an eyebrow. However, Tunka was still no match for this future queen of the whales. Watira lightly flicked her right hand, and the whip quickly attacked Tunka's body. The impact made Tunka fly toward the forest. At that moment, what is going on? Amaru Yuba, the investigation squad, and the knights appeared in the forest. Tunka was flying toward them. Watira's eyes grew wide as she urgently shot out a strand of water with her left hand. However, Tunka was moving too fast. Everybody, open up your shields. Amaru determined that it would be impossible to dodge and immediately ordered the knights to defend. The knights quickly opened up their shields. Tunka saw what they were doing and shouted toward them. Defend properly. My body is very strong, so you may get hurt. Muahaha. It seemed probable that the knights would get hurt from this collision because they were wearing leather armor. The mixed-blood whale beast person Pazitin was watching all of this when he heard a sigh coming from behind him. Sigh, so annoying. The voice seemed to be both annoyed and calm at the same time. Pazitin's eyes opened wide as he turned toward the voice. Boom! Tunka crashed into the shields. However, Tunka did not crash into anybody, and nobody got hurt. Tunka turned around to see that a holy-looking silver shield had made contact with his back. There were also song wings that gently surrounded him. What the? The shield slowly turned transparent before disappearing. Watira's strand of water that was coming to create a shield disappeared into the air. She turned around with shock. The disappearing silver shield was connected to that man who had his head down as he let out another sigh. Sigh. Cal looked calm as he brushed back his drenched hair. However, he was frowning with frustration. Instead of a shrimp getting hurt in a fight between whales, the shrimp had to use its powers during the fight. Chapter 56. Currently thinking, 4. Cal felt all the gazes focus on him and slowly got up. He was cheering Watira on after watching her send Tunka flying, but he urgently let out his shield because he did not want the knights to get hurt. Because of that, the inside of the shield was created toward Cal instead of the knights. Thankfully, the knights did not get hurt, but he had just ended up unintentionally saving Tunka. Cal seemed calm as he stood up, but his legs were numb from crouching for too long. Ah, Cal frowned as he stood up. He stumbled because his left leg was numb. Young Master Cal, Amaru rushed over with a shocked expression. Paziton, who was also shocked, grabbed onto Cal's arm. However, Cal pushed Paziton away and stood up straight. Amaru had an urgent expression as she rushed over to Cal. Young Master Cal, you didn't need to use your strength. Why did you do it? Why? It wasn't like Cal wanted to do it, but it would make things complicated if the investigation squad was injured. Thanks to Cal, it was just a small issue, but if Tunka had hurt the knights of the territory, things would get much bigger. Cal could not let that happen because Tunka had to return to the Whipper Kingdom at the right time. Otherwise, I would lose out. Amaru inspected Cal with concern and disappointment. And why are you completely drenched like this? Are you okay? You are in recovery right now. What will you do if you catch a cold? Young Master Cal, you really... Amorous words made Pazetin and Watira flinch. This was especially true for Watira, who bit down on her lips and inspected Cal as well. She recalled how her tail had drenched Cal earlier and thought about the expression on his face when he had looked up while crouching earlier. At that moment, Cal started to speak to the three of them. His voice was slow and seemed to be very tired. Isn't it fine since nobody got hurt? His voice lacked any warmth, as if he was frustrated. He definitely was frustrated. His drenched clothes did not feel comfortable, and he wanted to get away from these troublemakers and get some rest now. Paziton lowered his head while Watira looked around. She could see the shoreline that she had destroyed just a few moments ago and bit down on her lips once again. Amaru hesitated for a moment before starting to speak. Young Master Cal, it is really difficult to understand you. Very difficult. Cal just shut up after seeing that a similar situation to the plaza incident was about to happen again. Everything was annoying. Amaru turned away from Cal and looked toward the two whale tribe members. Her gaze toward them was calm, yet angry. And who are you? This was part of the Roan kingdom, but this was her family's territory. Amaru had no intentions of letting such an incident that happened in the Yubar territory go. And Bob. Amaru glared sharply at Tunka, who was blankly standing off to the side. Who are you? None of the three answered Amara's question. Tunka seemed to be worried about something, while Paziton was thinking about what to say. As for Watira, she could only lower her head after seeing what she had done. At that moment, Amaru heard a noise. Achoo! Cal's nose was itchy and made him sneeze. He pushed back the hair that fell on his face before looking up. He didn't care about anything in front of his eyes and ignored all of the gazes that were focused on him before speaking normally. Let's go back first. Nobody could say no to him. Cal explained the entire situation before coming out of Amorous residence and looking at the three people behind him. Watira, Paziton, and Tunka. He then made eye contact with Amaru, who was coming out behind them. She took a look at Cal before sternly speaking to Tunka. You must leave by tomorrow. You should be thankful that all you are getting for punishment is being banished from our territory. Amaru had demanded that Tunka leave her territory by tomorrow. It was because it became blatantly obvious that he was not a fisherman, as well as because he was the cause of the battle. The two of you will receive similar punishment if you cause any more issues within my territory. The whale siblings bowed toward Amaru with calm expressions. Cal observed the two siblings who were hiding that they were related to the Whale King before turning his head. Young Master Cal, you seem to be catching a cold, so please head on inside. I will. Amorous gaze became sharp as she turned back to look at Tunka. You return our generosity with such actions. Cal gently started to speak. That is why you are banishing him. Tunka's banishment. That was what Cal had told Amaru to do. Young Master Cal, you really... Amaru had heard from Pazitan about how Cal had saved his life, as well as how Cal had no fault, but ended up getting dragged into the mess. Young Lady Amaru, it was not much. Cal had a gentle expression on his face. Didn't you ask me if I could defeat Tunka? As usual, Cal just ignored the black dragon. After telling Amaru multiple times that he was okay, Cal turned his gaze toward Tunka. Tunka had been staring at Cal as well. Tunka had a blank expression for a while now, no. It was more of a complicated expression. Ancient power. It was the only type of power that the non-mages, who focused on physical strength, accepted as strength. It was because they considered it a blessing for someone's power to be passed down through generations. Cal was looking at Tunka with no specific emotion. He was a crazy bastard who ended up becoming a hero, but also showed signs of self-destruction in Volume 5. The whales approached Cal, and Watira cautiously asked, "Is it really okay for us to go with you? It's not like you have somewhere to go. I can give you a place to stay for a night." Cal got on the carriage and ordered the whale siblings to follow. He then closed the carriage door and started to think. At least Tunka will be going back to the Whipper Kingdom. Cal, no, Kim Rock-Soo's style was to not create a deep relationship with someone he could not communicate with. This was different than avoiding someone, because things could get complicated. Do I need to contact the Crown Prince? How would the Crown Prince react if Cal said they should bring back the honey-filled hive left in the Whipper Kingdom? He could anticipate the Crown Prince's response because they were similar people. The Crown Prince would be very happy. Cal was dreaming of bringing that hive back and living a nice, relaxing life in the future. Cal had to greet Deputy Butler Hans, Beecrox, the vice-captain, the 10 wolf children, on, and hung once he got back. Hans had originally approached Cal normally before dropping his jaws after seeing the whale siblings. He then quickly caught himself and started to approach Cal again. "Young Masternim, are you okay? I heard about what happened. I'm okay. Oh, and show these two people to a room." Cal pushed the two whale siblings to Hans before turning to look at Beecrox. Beecrox, who was dressed flawlessly as usual, started to frown once he took a look at Cal. Seeing Cal looking like a mess with the boulder dust and dried seawater, Beecrox turned toward Mies and started to speak. "Heat up the water." "Got it." Mies calmly responded before approaching Cal. "Young Masternim, I heard you were dragged into their battle and almost got hurt." Cal looked toward Mies, as well as the other wolf children who were watching him, and casually answered, "Not at all. There was no chance that I would get hurt. I understand." The extremely bright and pure wolf children were calm, unlike their usual selves. Cal just brushed it aside and continued to watch the children, who quickly rushed away to heat up the bath water before looking back at Beecrox. Beecrox started to speak as soon as they made eye contact. "Young Masternim, please wash up first." Cal could see that Beecrox could not stand Cal's dirtiness, and so he just nodded his head. He tried to head to the bath, but a voice called out to him, "Young Masternim, what is it?" It was Pazetin and Watira. Pazetin was the one who called for him, but Watira was the first to speak. "May we visit you after you have rested for a bit?" The Whale King. As they were his children, these two were pretty much of the same rank as the kingdom's royalty. However, the two of them were hiding the fact that they were related to the Whale King. Honestly speaking, there was no reason to hide it. It wasn't like the humans would know that they were royalty. It was rare to find a person who even knew about the existence of whale people. "Come tomorrow." Cal answered curtly before turning around. He could hear the black dragon's voice in his head. The black dragon had a lot to say since earlier. "You sneezed. Will you be able to move tonight? Shouldn't you get some rest? Why are you so weak that I have to worry so much? Human, it is so frustrating. I am the one who is frustrated." Cal decided to use the fact that nobody believed that he was completely healthy to his advantage. He told everyone not to come to him tonight because he needed rest before speaking to the black dragon. "Let's go." "I'll listen for now." On and Hung sent them off as Cal headed to the Ubar Islands with the black dragon. Today was the day he needed to extend these whirlpools' lifespans to last for another year. "I do not know why you are doing this when you are not well. This intelligent dragon brain of mine cannot understand." Cal casually responded to the grumblings of a 4-year-old. "It has to be done today." The territory's mages would arrive tomorrow, making it more difficult to move. He had to take care of that puddle water and the whirlpool today. Cal could see that there were still lights on the central island and landed on an island farther away. This was the location of the second strongest whirlpool, well, now the strongest whirlpool. Sigh. He then let out a sigh. Why is that punk swimming over here? Wait, why is that punk even here? I do not understand. Cal could hear the Black Dragon's anxious voice. There was nobody on the island that Cal and the Black Dragon landed on. However, there was someone in the whirlpool in front of the island. It was such a turbulent whirlpool that it was impossible to see the person inside while up in the air. He must really be a lunatic. It was a dark night, as the moon had just finished its cycle. Cal started to think after seeing Tunka, who had jumped into the whirlpool on such a night. Cal wanted to know just what that crazy bastard was thinking. At that moment, Tunka jumped out of the whirlpool and rushed over to the island. I knew it. I knew it. Tunka kept his gaze on Cal as he approached closer. I knew you weren't just an average person. I knew I smelled a strong person nearby. Are you a mage? How did you fly across the sky? Tunka's eyes started to shake after saying the word mage. His plan was to fight Cal if he said that he was a mage, and kill Cal if he was weak. Tunka was someone who thought that mages were a poison to the world. He continued to quickly walk toward Cal. Are you ignoring me because you are a fancy pants mage? Tunka could see Cal letting out a sigh. Cal looked toward him before casually answering, I am thinking. Cal was thinking about how to deal with this stupid fool. Do I put him in place or put him to use? That was what Cal was thinking about. Cal observed Tunka, who seemed to want to rush over and attack him. What are you thinking about that you are ignoring me? Cal finished thinking the moment Tunka said those final words. He then immediately acted. Let's do both. Boom. Ah. Tunka, who was not prepared, got blown away and landed in the water. A whirlpool was surrounding Tunka's body. What is going on? Tunka, who had a high magic resistance, found it difficult to deal with this wind. The endlessly swirling wind and water from the sea sucked Tunka in like a swamp. Cal created whirlpools in both of his hands as he approached Tunka. Splash, splash. The sound of Cal stepping into the water could be heard. He then looked down at Tunka, who was sucked into the sea by the sudden attack. No matter how tall someone was, there would always be a chance to look down at them. Mages cannot have ancient powers. Tunka could feel the wind around him disappear as he looked up at Cal. Bob, a warrior like you should understand what I mean, right? A power that was passed down from a human who created that power. Tunka had heard about ancient powers, but this was his first time seeing one in action. He remained silent for a while before finally starting to speak. Then you are not a mage, correct? Tunka asked another question after hearing Cal's stern, yet very clear response. Then how do you know about the non-mage faction? Tunka found this noble in front of him to be weirder the more he ran into him. Yes, he's a weird one. This noble did not care that he was not using formal language with him. He was also someone who worked hard to save others when he was ill. This was also the weirdo who had a scent of a strong person around him, even though he himself was not strong. Someone who continued to reveal unique powers every time he saw him. He was also someone who tried to save him. This was Tunka's first time seeing such a person. However, Cal's continued words shocked Tunka once more. Cal did not answer Tunka's question. Instead, he asked a question of his own. Do you have any thoughts about destroying the magic tower? What? What did you say? Tunka's eyes opened widely in shock. His expression seemed to be asking how Cal knew about it, destroying the magic tower. That was one of the goals of the non-mage faction from the beginning. Cal continued to speak. If you plan to do so, please do not destroy it too much. Tunka subconsciously let out his thoughts. Crazy bastard, what are you talking about? Ah, but please kick out all of the mages. Tunka could finally make a determination about Cal after hearing what Cal had to say. Cal started to smile while looking at Tunka. The non-mages who win the civil war lead the Whipper Kingdom to grow before it quickly breaks down. Although natural instincts took down the rationality known as magic, an existence without rationality would be no better than an animal. Cal's plan was to take control of the benefits that those animals will end up missing. I plan to purchase that magic tower. What do you think? Tunka started to smile as he looked up at Cal. What a crazy bastard. Tunka had made up his mind about Cal. Chapter 57. Currently thinking 5. Cal responded to Tunka's words by pointing at Tunka and starting to speak. Are you and your crew not also crazy for trying to flip everything over? Tunka's smile ended up turning into laughter. Ha ha ha! It was so loud that it echoed around the islands. Tunka finally stopped laughing after a while and started to shake his head as he responded to Cal. No, not at all. Tunka's gaze was cold as he stopped laughing and glared at Cal. We are not crazy at all. Cal knew that Tunka would respond like that. Tunka was certain that the non-mages were the right choice for the future of the Whipper Kingdom. He was going to prove it with results. Of course, I am the same. Tunka slowly observed Cal, who was saying that he was also not crazy. After observing Cal for a while, he finally started to speak. Personally come to buy it. Tunka did not say that he could not destroy the magic tower, or that he had no plans on destroying it. That was always the plan. Cal did not think that Tunka's subordinates would say anything about Tunka making the decision on his own for Cal to come to purchase the magic tower. The Whipper Kingdom was the greatest source of magic devices in the Western continent. That meant that it wouldn't be wrong to say that the kingdom's money came from the mages and the magic devices. Money would be the biggest issue once the non-mage faction won the civil war. Furthermore, they desired to get rid of any and all traces of magic in the Whipper Kingdom. Cal was aiming for that moment. The Crown Prince will like it for a different reason, though. The magic tower that Tunka and crew would think had nothing left inside would actually hold the treasure that the non-mages were dying to obtain. But how did you know that I was part of the non-mage faction? Sigh. Cal let out another long sigh at Tunka's question. That made Tunka flinch, and Cal did not miss that moment to answer. You are someone from the Whipper Kingdom that is currently on the brink of a civil war. You then looked like you would kill me if I said I was a mage. Who wouldn't think of the non-mage faction? I guess. Cal just turned away from Tunka after hearing his response. Cal was thinking about how Tunka could be so stupid in general, yet so sharp and naturally intelligent in battle. However, Tunka seemed to have become even more interested as he approached Cal. Why are you coming here? Tunka did not stop at Cal's blunt question. Seems like you're about to do something fun. I want to watch. He really had stupidly great instincts. Cal waved his hand. Just go over there and play with the whirlpool. I'm busy. Are you really a noble? Tunka continued to be amazed to Cal. Tunka thought that the noble named Amaru was quite relaxed for a noble, but it was nothing compared to this punk in front of him right now. Talking so informally to a noble would usually lead to a lot of trouble, but Tunka could not help but speak informally to the noble in front of him. I am indeed a noble, just like you are a warrior. Cal casually responded and looked around. There was a lot that he needed to do today. At the same time, he heard Tunka's voice coming from behind him. Interesting. Cal just frowned and pretended to not hear Tunka. He then released his silver shield. The silver wings appeared alongside the shield and lightly fluttered. At that moment, the black dragon's voice rang in Cal's head. I am very sharp. Cal's body started to float. The black dragon had used its magic right on cue. Cal decided to take care of the other whirlpools first. Bob. Cal called out Tunka's alias. Bob was still Tunka's official name for everyone right now. What? You know all this is a secret, right? Of course. I prefer to keep all the fun things to myself. The smirking Tunka really seemed to be crazy. His physique, hair, and smile all made him look even scarier because it was dark. Cal floated up into the air and started to speak. I will find a ship and crew for you. Don't you need to quickly return home? Oh, thanks. Cal waved his hand toward the confused Tunka and headed up into the clouds. Win, you can do it. That was the only way for Cal to benefit from it. Cal turned toward an island with another whirlpool. At that moment, he could hear Tunka's loud laughter. It was louder than ever before. Ha ha ha. Was that bastard always so full of laughter? Cal wondered as he headed to another island. Tunka watched Cal fly away for a while before thinking that the whirlpools were no longer fun and returning to his residence. However, Cal had no way to know about what Tunka did instead. He started to speak to the black dragon. Do you know when I am the angriest? When? The black dragon could see a relaxed smile on Cal's face. When I throw something away for cheap because I think it is trash, yet it ends up being gold. Especially when I really need that gold. The corner of the black dragon's lips started to twitch. I learned something good. No, there's more. More. Yes, Cal leisurely continued. It is even worse when I need to pay even more than it's worth to buy that gold back. That would suck. Cal responded with a villainous smile and started to take care of what he needed to do. He landed on the next island. There is no one here. Cal put both palms down on the ground once the black dragon confirmed that no one was here. Boom. Cal could feel his heart beating wildly. The vitality of the heart really did strengthen the sound of the wind. Cal could feel the strength of the wind rushing up from his feet to his palms. It took less than 1 second for that to happen. Swish! The winds were roaring in both of Cal's palms. Cal then combined the two whirlwinds into one. Sizzle. The two whirlwinds combined with a sizzling noise and started to generate heat. However, because they shared the same master, they eventually became one and became a much bigger whirlwind orb. Cal then floated that orb up into the air. Boom! He then slammed down on the orb with the indestructible shield. The wind orb shot down into the whirlpool underneath the water. Swish! The wind orb and the wind top inside the whirlpool started to mix together. Cal looked away from the whirlpool as he floated back up with the black dragon's magic. The top would now last at least 6 months. Cal would be able to feel it if it disappeared in less than a year and would determine what to do at that point. Let's go to the next island. The black dragon's wings fluttered as he increased his speed. Cal continued to throw wind orbs into the whirlpools before moving to gather up the fateful encounter puddle water. The next day, Cal was at the port early in the morning. He introduced Tunka to the ship and the crew. Tunka stared at them for a while before starting to speak. Come after 2 months. The world will be different. Cal started to think that he must absolutely not go to the Whipper Kingdom in the next 2 months. He could see the excitement in Tunka's eyes and knew that he was going to run wild. Hurry back home. Cal slowly moved away from Tunka and looked toward the crew to urge them to leave. Tunka watched Cal and hesitated for a bit before finally deciding to ask, "Are you weak?" "Yes." Tunka seemed extremely confused after hearing Cal's sharp and clear answer. However, he then stepped onto the ship. "Make sure you come after 2 months." Yeah. Cal casually waved at Tunka and then turned away from the ship. At that moment, Tunka shouted loudly from behind Cal, "My name is Tunka, don't forget it." Cal turned back around. The mid-sized ship was leaving the port with the sun shining down on it brightly while Tunka was waving at him from the deck. It felt like a scene out of an anime when the main character was leaving. Cal thought he saw something he shouldn't have seen and turned back around without any regrets. Cal continued to hear Tunka shout for Cal to not forget his name, but Cal made sure not to turn back. But he was feeling full just thinking about what would happen 2 months later. He would be able to earn enough money to spend for a lifetime and get away to build a strong castle as well. Cal returned to the residence to greet the others. He started to pet the kittens, On and Hung, who had been hiding inside the residence since they got here, as he started to speak. "You didn't need to come to see me. I needed to come to thank you as well as to apologize for scaring you." On and Hung dropped their jaws as they blankly stared at Watira. These kittens, who did not even have much reaction when they saw Pazitan, had a completely different reaction to Watira. Watira checked Cal's expression as she cautiously asked, "Are you feeling okay, young Master Cal?" Same as usual. Cal was always at 100% thanks to the vitality of the heart. It allowed him to feel perfectly fine. Even after sleeping for only 1 or 2 hours, he then started to speak to Watira, who had suddenly stopped talking, as well as her younger brother Pazitan next to her. "That's enough, thanks. If you thank me anymore, it will not feel genuine." Same thing with the apology. "Got it. Thank you very much." Cal blankly stared at Watira, who was speaking formally to him, but observed her at the same time. The bloodline of the Whale King. This was different from the chief of any other beast tribe, because the Whale King was the person who ruled half of the ocean. That made the Whale King no less than the king of a kingdom. However, Watira was speaking formally and respectfully to Cal. She had not done so to Choi Han in the novel. Why is she hiding her identity, even though she revealed the fact that she is part of the Whale tribe? However, Cal did not reveal the question on his mind out loud. Cal was trying to hide the fact that he knew quite a bit about the Whale tribe. "You just thanked me again." I said no more. Cal continued to speak to the two siblings, who seemed to be straight out of a piece of art. "I'm glad you siblings got to meet back up. You can go now." He had sent Tunka back already and wanted to meet with the Yubar territory's head before heading back to the Henitus territory. Of course, there was stuff for him to complete back home, but he would at least be able to rest until he went up to the Whipper Kingdom. It was at that moment. "Excuse me, young Master Kalnim." Watira's voice, and the voice of the Whale tribe in general, was as beautiful as the legendary siren. the dangerous beings that lured people to jump into the sea with their beautiful voice. Cal started to get the chills thinking about that legendary existence. He slowly turned his head to look at Watira. He had an odd feeling in his mind as he did so. We have a very old enemy. I'm sure you already know because you healed Pazetin. It is the mermaids. I know very well. However, my brother Pazetin was able to figure out how they were able to suddenly get stronger. What the hell is she talking about? Cal started to frown as Pazetin added on. The reason the mermaids were chasing after me was because I found the source of their sudden increase in strength. The mixed-blood whale Pazetin who was killed while being chased by the mermaids. There was a reason he was being chased, and the information he had was very important for the war between the mermaids and the whales. I heard that young master is from the Henitus family. And Witira and Pazetin did not respond right away and exchanged glances with each other. That action made Cal even iffier. Witira finally turned toward Cal and started to speak. The forest of darkness. I wish to go there. No, I must go there. Cal subconsciously answered after hearing something he had never expected to hear. Our territory, the forest of darkness. That was the place that Choi Han had lived for tens of years, as well as one of the Western continent's 5 most dangerous and mysterious locations. It was also the place that the Henitus family had kept under control for the kingdom for a very long time. I beg you, we have prepared a large compensation for you as well. May we please go with you? The large and small whales both looked at him with sincerity. On and Hung tapped Cal's knee with their front paws. It was their way of asking Cal to take the whales with them. At the same time, there was a knock on the door before it opened. It was the wolf child, Mies. Young Masternim, here is your tea and snack. 2 other wolf children came in with a tray and teapot. Beecrox was outside the door guiding them. I am much more handsome and beautiful. Cal heard the black dragons mumbling before closing his eyes. He felt like he was standing in the middle of a chaotic whirlpool. Young Masternim. Cal raised his hand at Watira's cautious question, which made Watira stop talking. Once the wolf children left, and the room became quiet once again, Cal slowly opened his eyes back. He looked very calm with his back to the couch, as he sat there with his messy yet cool-looking red hair. However, in comparison, Cal's dark brown pupils looked so deep that you could not see the end. Watira and Pazetin were looking into Cal's eyes when they heard his calm voice. First, explain everything to me. Chapter 58, currently thinking. 6. We have had many battles, both large and small, with the mermaids over the years. We control the north, and the mermaids control the south. Pazetin looked toward Cal. Cal, who was leaning on the couch, motioned to Pazetin with his chin to continue with his story. On and Hung peeked at Cal's face before slowly moving away from Cal's knee and heading toward the corner of the room next to the black dragon. We are fighting to prevent the mermaids from creating a kingdom throughout the entire ocean. However, something changed 6 months ago. Pazetin's eyes started to fall. The mermaids started acting weird. Weird. Cal started to think about the novel's information regarding the mermaids. They crossed over the implicit border between our 2 tribes and started to provoke us. This was something Cal knew about. The mermaids start to provoke the whales so that they could take control of the ocean. Cal started to feel relieved after hearing information he already knew about. Pazetin continued to speak. I was able to figure out the reason behind it. I am sure it is because they want to create their kingdom. The whale tribe in volumes 4 and 5 knew about the mermaids' plan, and that was why Choi Han was helping them fight against the mermaids. They are trying to take control of the sea route that connects the eastern and western continents. What? Cal sat up straight and looked toward Pazetin before asking. Isn't the sea route something for the humans? There were a couple different sea routes that connect the western and eastern continents. The humans had found these routes, but they were far and dangerous, preventing an official route from becoming created. According to the novel, there was an implicit agreement between the life forms living in the water and the life forms living above water. The sea life forms would not touch these sea routes, and the land life forms would not meddle in the issues of the sea in exchange. That was why Choi Han was troubled on whether to involve himself in the battles between the whales and the mermaids. But the mermaids were going to break this agreement. Watira started to speak. At first, we thought that the new king of the mermaids was leading the charge to create their kingdom, but the information Pazetin brought back was different. Sigh. Cal let out a sigh and took a sip of his now lukewarm tea. I learned something I shouldn't have learned again. The problem was that it was an even bigger issue than all of the other information he had learned up until now. It was even bigger than the issue with the Crown Prince Albaru. And there was one more weird thing. Hold on. Cal prevented Watira from continuing by interrupting her. Just tell me why the Forest of Darkness is involved. Cal felt like he would become involved in something big if he heard anything else. He was starting to feel uncomfortable. Cal could see Watira slightly smiling. Why did the smile of this beautiful whale look so scary to Cal? Yes, this is regarding that. Watira brightly answered, while Cal's expression turned darker. As we mentioned, the mermaids became stronger about 1 or 2 months ago. We were able to figure out the ingredient that caused this to happen. Cal closed his eyes. He slowly opened them back and asked the two whales. That ingredient is in the Forest of Darkness. Correct. You realized it right away. What the hell was going on? How could something from land in the Forest of Darkness make a sea life form stronger? Cal was shocked. More importantly, how did the mermaids reach the Forest of Darkness? Cal had an iffy feeling about this. Pazetan's eyes were sparkling as he decisively continued. I heard them talking about a swamp in the Forest of Darkness. That was why I was chased by them. We need to go to the swamp and figure out what the ingredient is. Cal did not need to hear anything else. The Forest of Darkness. Choi Han's Harris village. Cal thought about the 10 wolf children, who were probably outside the door right now, before turning to look at the corner of the room. On and Hung were there, with an odd gap between the two of them. The invisible black dragon was probably between them. Human, what are you looking at? I was thinking about building him a villa. Is it because you think I am the coolest? Fine, I will give you permission to keep looking at me. It's complicated. Excuse me. The whale siblings' pupils grew larger. However, Cal did not look at them as he started to think. What would be the benefit? In order to figure out what the benefits would be, there was something he needed to understand first. Humans cannot interfere in the events of the sea. Watira immediately responded. We know that is the case. However, we plan on making sure you are not at a disadvantage in any way from this. Everything will be done by us in secret. She then added on to respond to Cal's statement. Furthermore, the mermaids broke the agreement first. They would have needed help from the land in order to reach the Forest of Darkness. But there is still a huge chance of danger. You know that, right? Yes. Next came the second thing he needed to know. So what is in it for me? Cal informed them about the danger first before asking about this. A thick smile formed on Watira's face as she slowly started to speak. Cal knew what was going to come out of her mouth. It would be the same condition the Whale King had offered Choi Han in the novel, a sea route. Cal started to smile. There is a sea route that the mermaids have prioritized in their takeover. It is one that the humans have not found yet. It is the safest sea route available. Cal asked, even though he already knew. Where is it? Watira, who did not know Cal knew about it, confidently answered. Our ocean. The western continent's northern sea. It is in the whale tribe's territory. Cal started to laugh as he asked, Isn't the whale territory the most dangerous? It is the location of the ocean's strongest life forms. But it is a safe place for you now, young Master Cal. You will be given the rights to use that route. Cal casually asked the confident Watira, but I don't need it. Excuse me. Cal had absolutely no need for a sea route like that. It wasn't like they were giving him the sea route. They were just giving him the rights to use it. Cal did not need that sea route in order to live peacefully. However, let me add one more condition. The sea route will make his family wealthier and stronger. Of course, Basin will have to work even harder as the head of the territory, but that didn't matter to Cal. Cal could see the confusion in Watira's face and answered the future Whale Queen. Lend me your strength when I need it. Our strength. Yes, strength. 2 times. Nothing else mattered to Cal other than keeping this northeastern territory safe when the northern knights headed down toward this warm and plentiful part of the continent. The whirlpools in the Ubar Sea and the naval base. Why else would Cal have involved himself in all of this? It was because Cal was preparing for the future based on his knowledge of the novel. We can't interfere with the issues of the land. Cal looked at Watira's pale expression before casually adding on. So you want me to put myself in danger, but you won't do the same. We are a peace-seeking tribe. I don't think you can say that when you have been fighting with the mermaids for so long. The whale tribe was feeling danger from the stronger mermaids. They had never felt such danger before. They probably wanted to completely get rid of that source of danger in order to maintain their peace. Cal continued to speak to the silent Watira. The Forest of Darkness is one of the most dangerous and mysterious areas in the world. It is not somewhere you will have safe travels just because you are strong, especially for someone like you who does not know much about the land. Cal was planning on heading to Harris Village anyways. I will help you. The Forest of Darkness that Choi Han had lived in for tens of years. Choi Han did not know everything about the Forest of Darkness, even after spending that long in there. He just knew bits and pieces of it. And the human who knew the most about the Forest of Darkness after Choi Han was, of course, Cal. I think I know which swamp it is. Watira could see Cal smile as he gently answered. Doesn't the whale tribe want a peaceful life as the strongest life form in the ocean? Cal could see Watira's point of view starting to change. She was slowly changing from a position of request to a position of making a deal. You are right, young Master Cal. The whales that wanted peace. That was only possible because they were strong. The whale tribe in the novel did anything and everything to fight the mermaids. I, Watira, as the successor of the whale chief, accept your conditions. Watira could see that Cal was still calm after she revealed her identity. You were the successor. Great. We can finalize our deal without delay. He just seemed happy that they could complete the deal right then and there. He reached his hand out as he asked, Am I supposed to speak formally to you now? There is no need to do that, young Master Cal. I need to hide my identity. Only I should know about it. Correct. Cal shook hands with Watira. That was enough. Cal plopped down on the couch once the whale's siblings left. He then looked up at the ceiling and started to speak. Hey, you. The black dragon appeared and grudgingly responded. Do not call me, you. Then what should I call you? Cal could see the black dragon land on the other side of the couch and scrunch his nose. You figure it out, human. Shouldn't you first start calling me Cal instead of human? Cal watched the black dragon with curiosity in his eyes as it snorted and avoided answering Cal's question. However, he still said what he was planning on telling the dragon. Don't you want a house of your own? Cal had been thinking about this for a while. If he was going to live with this black dragon, wouldn't it be great to give this greatest life form in the world a fitting house? A house. The dragon's wings started to flutter. Normally, dragons had a strong desire for independence. Although this one seemed a bit different, that desire should still be there. Cal casually nodded his head at the dragon's question. However, the black dragon's response was weird. Are you kicking me out? The black dragon's wings were shaking, and the mana in the area was starting to go wild. He seemed to be very angry. Cal immediately started to speak. It's more of a villa. A villa? Yes. Somewhere that you, me, On, Hung, and the wolves will go visit and have fun. Of course, some of that fun would involve clearing the monsters in the Forest of Darkness. The black dragon stopped shaking his wings and comfortably laid down on the couch as he responded. I will pick the location of villa. The black dragon's eyes, that were slowly blinking like he was sleepy, suddenly became sharp as he looked toward Cal. In return, you will pick my name for me. You have 1 month to figure it out. The black dragon did not care about the flabbergasted look on Cal's face and closed his eyes to take a nap. The black dragon had a satisfied smile on his face. Cal turned his head after hearing some snickers to Sion, and Hung immediately stopped snickering, acting like nothing was going on, and asked Cal a question. When are we going home? I like fish, but I don't like the sea. Cal answered the kittens. Soon. 2 days later, Cal got on the carriage with Amaru and the others seeing him out. The carriage started to speed up, and Cal closed the carriage curtains as he started to speak. You can turn it off now. The whale siblings appeared after they turned the invisibility magic device off. The black dragon also revealed himself. Seeing the black dragon made Pazitan flinch and Watira's pupils dilate. The black dragon put his head on Cal's leg and blankly looked toward the whale siblings. What are you looking at? That fluctuation of mana back then, that was you. The black dragon and Watira stared at each other. The two of them was recognizing each other's strength. They also wanted to see how strong the other really was. At that moment, Pat. Cal's hand landed on the black dragon's head. Let's go home quietly. Cal calmly stated, and the black dragon quietly closed his eyes and went to sleep. The carriage immediately turned quiet. A few days later, Cal arrived back at Rain City in the Hennetus territory and immediately started to frown. Young Master Calnim. Oh, how did the information from the capital reach here? Cal was looking at the people cheering at him and his group with a complicated expression. Did they forget about how he was trash? Of course, there were still people who immediately froze or ran away as soon as they saw his carriage. However, a new title was now associated with Cal. Young Master Silver Light, Young Master Shieldnim, Shield. Cal started to frown again. He wanted to know if there was a way for him to avoid those cheesy nicknames. The vice captain then appeared within his line of sight. The vice captain, who was on a horse protecting the carriage, was proudly puffing up his chest with pride and started to speak as soon as he made eye contact with Cal. Young master, your heroic deeds have spread. Ha ha. He slowly guided the horse close to the carriage and continued to speak. I think the name of young master Silver Light is very cool. I am jealous, young master. Slam. Cal slammed the carriage window closed in the vice captain's face. Cal did not care that the whale siblings were looking at him with curiosity as he closed his eyes and crossed his arms. At that moment, the black dragon lightly tapped on Cal's knee with his paw. Cal slightly opened his eyes and looked down. The black dragon saw the expression on Cal's face and cautiously asked, "Are we home?" Cal answered with disinterest. "Yes, we are home." On and Hung started to stretch, and the black dragon fluttered his wings. At that moment, Cal could hear the vice captain's voice through the closed window. "Young master, no need to be embarrassed. Ooh, young master Silver Light." Cal could hear the vice captain as well as someone cheering for him. That damn punk. Cal did not open his eyes again until they arrived at the Henitus estate. The trash who had left for the capital had returned home for a moment. Chapter 59, Just Destroy It. 1. Cal's family was naturally the first to greet him back home. Swish, swoosh. Cal's body was turned to the left and right against his will. Tap, tap, tap. Cal's shoulders, arms, face, and both hands were thoroughly inspected. Cal just had a blank expression during the entire process. Looks like you don't have any serious injuries. Count Deruth inspected Cal for a long time before finally smiling in relief. Cal put on a soulless smile and fixed up his messed-up sleeves. Count Deruth was still strong because he still practiced with his sword every morning. "How is your condition? Are you tired?" "I am fine." Once Count Deruth was finished, Countess Violin approached Cal. "I heard you have more people with you now." She was talking about the wolf children and the whale siblings. The whale siblings currently looked completely different thanks to the black dragon's magic. Yes, it somehow ended up that way. Okay. Cal could see the still flawless Violin's eyes turning chilly. "I heard they still have not caught the terrorists." "That is what I have heard as well." "All right. That'll do for now." Violin's gaze turned to Count Deruth, who also looked back at her as they exchanged messages through their eyes. Cal wondered what they might be conveying, but pretended not to know of their silent conversation. Their gazes looked like they were going to do something big. Count Deruth started to smile gently as he started to speak to Cal. "We can hear about the incident at the capital and your ancient power later, so go rest for now." "Yes, Daddy." Cal could finally head to his room at the Count's suggestion. However, there were more people holding him back. They were his younger siblings, Basin and Lily. "Hi, Nim, how are you feel?" "Ah, right." Cal turned away from his siblings and motioned to Deputy Butler Hans. Hans immediately approached them. "Here you go. Good." Cal handed the items he took from Hans to Basin and Lily. "Fountain pen for you, and a sword for you." Cal had not forgotten about the items his siblings had asked him to get. He handed them their presents and looked at them before asking, "What's wrong?" Basin's face was stiff. "I'm sure it was chaotic. I still had to keep my promise." Basin listened to Cal's emotionless response and stared at him before clenching onto the box with the fountain pen and starting to speak. "I will study very hard. I will work for this territory's administration and development." "Good, good. You have to be the next count, so it will be great for you to study administration." It was a great mindset in Cal's opinion. Cal started to smile while Basin hesitated for a moment before adding on, "I will not do anything that will trouble you." "What do you mean?" "Nothing. Don't worry about it." Basin did not say anything else after that. Cal looked toward Basin with curiosity before eventually turning away to look at his youngest sister, Lily Henitus. The expression on this little 7-year-old's face was oddly determined. "Now what?" "Eldest brother, Lily. I will become strong enough to lead our Knights Brigade and protect our territory. I will protect everyone. Oh, I will be cheering you on." Basin with administration and Lily with the Knights. The two of them will make the territory run properly. How great would this be for Cal? Cal caressed Lily's head with a satisfied expression. You will make an awesome night. Thank you. I will make it so nobody has to get hurt. Good, good. Cal stopped caressing her head and started to walk. I need to go get some rest now. Hyung Nim, please rest well. You must rest well in order to get better. Cal waved at the two children and headed toward his room. The two siblings watched Cal walk away for a long time. Cal had returned to his room for the first time in a long time, but his room did not feel like it had been empty for a while. Mio, Mio. The two kittens rolling around on the bed seemed to be very excited, but Cal could not even put those kittens in his eyes, as he saw who was waiting for him outside his bedroom and started to frown. You're going to be the one serving me. It was Chef Beecrox. Was he trying to stop his duty as the second chef and do Ron's job? Beecrox ignored Cal's questioning gaze and handed him a letter. It is a letter from my father. Ah, Ron, he told me it was a report. Cal could see that the letter was not open. Although Ron had sent a letter through Hans when he had left, it seemed like he was now going to make his reports through his son. Great. Thanks. Yes, sir. I set it up so Mies and the rest of the wolf children will help out with the kitchen and serving. Beecrox's shoulders flinched, but he managed to answer after a few seconds of silence. I understand. He seemed to be very weak while walking away, but Beecrox was doing a good job with the wolf children so far. Click. Cal closed the bedroom door and the black dragon immediately appeared. Our house is great. Our house is very, very great. The black dragon jumped onto the bed with on and hung in excitement. Cal snickered at the actions of the three children, whose average age was only 7 years old, and leisurely opened up the letter. He then almost dropped the letter. I am still alive. You are still alive too, right, young master? The report had only a single line. How could there be such a scary report? However, it let Cal know that it was actually sent from Ron. Well, the writing and the seal they agreed upon before Ron had left also supported that it was from Ron. Knock, knock, knock. Young master, may I enter? Cal heard Hans's voice along with the knock. The kittens calmed down while the black dragon immediately turned invisible. Enter. Hans entered with his arm full of snacks for the kittens as he started to speak. The mage said it is fine to visit at any time. Then ill go now. You don't need to follow. Cal left Hans in the room as he left to head to the administrative building. Where are you going? To meet with a mage. Cal slightly nodded his head for the black dragon, who followed him instead of staying back to play with On and Hong. Cal was certain that the dragon got interested in the word mage. Young Master Nim, welcome back. Thanks. There were many people greeting Cal once he entered. Hello, young Master Nim. Oh, long time no see. I heard you did something big. You are so amazing. Not really. Cal found it to be annoying and sped up. The invisible black dragon observed everyone before starting to flap his wings a little stronger and following after Cal. The black dragon's ears flickered more, and his smile became bigger as more and more people appeared to greet Cal. Cal did not know any of this as he opened the door to his destination. Of course, he knocked. Young Master Nim, I haven't seen you before. Nice to meet you. It is my honor. This was the mage responsible for the territory's magic video communication. The video communication was usually handled by someone between the beginner and intermediate level. Can we connect right now? Of course. Where shall I connect you to? The mage continued to peek at Cal as he prepared the video communication device. The territory was currently filled with stories about Cal Henitus. Maybe that was why, but the mage couldn't help but be curious about who Cal wanted to contact as soon as he got home. Cal did not know about the mage's curiosity as he casually answered. The palace. Ah, the Palak, the palace. Yes, Cal added on to specify a bit more. Connect me to His Highness, the Crown Prince. Cal saw the hesitating mage and lightly started to frown. Why? Is it not possible? Then can I just leave a voice message? Ah, no. It is possible. Of course it is possible. Since the palace received so many video communications, it was possible to leave behind a video or voice message. Since it might not be possible for the palace to accept all requests due to the sheer number of requests, this world is quite comfortable, other than the fact that you need mages for things every so often. The mage seemed to be flustered as he set the device to the palace and reported to Cal. It looks like it will be difficult to connect right now, but you should be able to leave a voice message for His Highness. Cal preferred to talk face to face, but it wasn't really necessary. Cal nodded his head, and the mage started the device before heading out of the room. Once Cal was certain that the mage was out of the room, he started to speak toward the device. Your Highness, it is Cal Henitus. He got straight to the point as usual. I plan on buying the Whipper Kingdom's magic tower. The first use of the golden plaque. Cal imagined the look on the Crown Prince's face once he heard this message. Cal also knew that Alberu had no choice but to approve. Alberu might act flustered and annoyed, but he would actually like what Cal was doing. He would also be curious. That was why Cal added on another sentence. For your information, I will not be able to communicate via video or voice communication for a week. I need to head somewhere for a bit. I just wanted to let you know in advance. Cal then pressed the button the mage told him to press once he was done. A blue light appeared on the device to signal that the voice message was left. He then called the mage back in, and the mage looked at the light before starting to speak. It looks like the message was left properly. Good. The mage saw the smile on Cal's face and decided to speak. It looks like you left a pretty happy message. Well, I guess so. The Crown Prince would probably hear the message tomorrow. Cal was smiling about how the Crown Prince would be waiting a week for his return. I feel bad for the Crown Prince. The Black Dragon suddenly started to feel bad for the Crown Prince. Cal ignored the comment and headed out of the communication room before heading toward the estate to look for Count Deruth. He wanted to take care of everything at once while he was here. You want to go to Harris Village? Yes. Cal nodded his head at Count Deruth's question. He had told his father about both the ancient power and Harris Village. However, Count Deruth was focused on Harris Village. Deruth looked down at the Harris Village incident report in Cal's hands before looking up at his son. Cal's gaze looked serious. He really meant it. Harris Village. Count Deruth had headed over after hearing the report from the investigation squad. He felt anger and sorrow once he saw what had happened. The village really was completely destroyed, and there were no signs of the perpetrators. That was why he had asked for cooperation from the nearby territories, as well as reaching out to the Information Guild to keep their ears open for any information. Is it because you are concerned about that young man named Choi Han? Count Deruth had found signs of a battle at Harris Village. That allowed him to estimate the level of Choi Han's strength. There was no way that his son, who had spent a longer time with Choi Han, would not know about his strength. I guess you could call it that. Cal nodded at Deruth's words. That was the only excuse he could give anyways. He could not say that he wanted to go there for the wolf children's berserk transformation and wild instinct training. He could not say it was for the black dragon's growth. He definitely could not say that he was going to the Forest of Darkness to find a solution to the whale tribe's war against the mermaids. Cal continued on, as he could see that Count Deruth was contemplating. The investigation squad has already completed their investigation, but I wanted to see it with my own eyes. Plus, I don't even need to worry about the monsters. It is not winter. That is true. The monsters of the Forest of Darkness. There was a large man-made stone wall between Harris Village and the Forest of Darkness. It was to protect against these monsters. There have been no monster attacks in the last 150 years. Maybe people were scared, because there are so many stories about how you'll die if you go into the Forest of Darkness. But it was very rare for an actual monster to appear. The problem was that any monsters that actually came out were extremely strong mutant monsters. The Count found the fact that no monsters have appeared in 150 years to be odd, and so he had sent multiple investigation squads, but they could only roam around the Forest of Darkness without actually going in. Finally, Count Deruth started to speak. There are still soldiers in Harris Village, so it should be safe. He seemed to have made up his mind and continued to speak. You have to take care of the people you have taken in. Cal slowly shook his head. It was an unbelievable misunderstanding. Choi Han is not my subordinate. Have Choi Han as his subordinate. Cal would never do such a thing. Deruth smiled at his son before nodding his head. Sure, whatever you say. You are all grown up now. Of course, I am 18 years old. You grew up so fast. All right, you can go now. Cal bowed to his father before turning around to head to the door. He could hear Count Deruth's voice behind him. Cal. Deruth continued to speak as Cal turned back around. The golden turtle has not always been our family crest. We are a family of warriors who are sworn to protect our family and anything else. The two of them made eye contact. We protect everything with our strong shell. However, you must remember that the most important thing is to protect yourself. That is why we are a turtle that protects itself with its strong shell. Count Deruth, who was known for being mediocre in all aspects by others, reminded his son once more. That is why you should always remember to put yourself first. He then smiled gently and added on. The ancient power you have earned is very cool. Cal smiled similarly to Count Deruth as he jokingly answered, Isn't it? It is a very cool power. Oh, and I always put my own safety first. Good. Then I'm glad. Cal observed Deruth nod his head and look back down at the report on the desk before heading out of the office. The Black Dragon had a question for him as soon as they left. The two of you are family, right? Cal nodded his head at the question. The next day, Cal got onto the carriage as he started to speak to the Whale siblings. Not bad for my new guards. Witira with her whip in her hand and Pazitan with a sword in his hand both smiled toward Cal. They were still under the Black Dragon's appearance magic. Cal started to head toward Harris Village, well, the Forest of Darkness, to be more accurate. Chapter 60. Just destroy it. 2. Cal got off the carriage once they got to Harris Village, the village closest to the Forest of Darkness. His thoughts once he got there were simple. It's black. It had been a little longer than 2 months, but Harris Village was still dark. Cal looked down toward his feet to see that there were still black ashes on the ground. He then looked back forward and heard the vice captain's bitter voice. Everything burned down. Cal turned around to look at Vice Captain Hilsman. Where did they say the graves were? I will go find out. It had been a while since Cal had seen Vice Captain Hilsman being so calm, but it wasn't Hilsman's fault. A large stone wall. Harris Village, the village located outside of that wall heading into the Forest of Darkness, was no more. All that was left was the crumbling ruins of houses and dark ashes that served as signs that something once existed in this location. I feel a strong sensation of fire here. You can feel something like that. I am from a tribe of the sea after all. Witira lightly smiled and responded, but then she seemed to get emotional. However, Cal did not have time to pay attention to her. He headed over to the wolf children, who did not seem to be able to get off the carriage. Mies, young Master Nim. The eldest wolf, Mies, was stiff after seeing the remains of the village in front of him. Cal was pretty sure that they were currently thinking of their hometown. Do you know why I brought all of you here? Mies could not answer Cal's question. Cal had not told him why he brought all of them here. It was a small group, such that even Deputy Butler Hands and Beecrox were not here, but they were included. Mies looked toward Cal with uncertainty. The young master that Lark told them to serve leisurely started to speak with his arms crossed. A lot of money is about to fall into my hands. Excuse me, the sudden talk about money confused Mies and the wolf children. Cal just continued to speak without care. The magic tower and the queen of the jungle. He would have a ton of money after these two interactions. He was also going to bring the rights to a peaceful sea route to his territory. And I plan on using some of that money to rebuild this village. The term village caught the children's attention. I also plan on building a villa here for all of you, me, and the rest of the group to play together. I heard the Forest of Darkness is dangerous. Are you being serious? Cal questioned Mies and looked around. On and Hung were getting off the carriage, and the Black Dragon was probably flying around somewhere. The Whale siblings were approaching a well that was covered in ashes. Will they be stronger than all of you when you grow up? The blunt question reached the wolf children's ears. I promised Lark that I would take good care of all of you. That means I also have to provide a place for you to live like the wolves you are. The moment a smile that seemed to say that it was not hard to accomplish at all appeared on Cal's face. A cold wind passed by them. Once some of the black ashes flew away with the wind, Cal's voice once again filled the void. I will create that place for you. I will help you grow and develop into great wolves before Lark gets back. Cal looked toward Mies and the wolf children and started to frown. No response. Why, yes, yes. Cal was not satisfied with the children's answer and started to walk away. Mies looked toward Cal, who was walking toward the wall, before turning around. His younger siblings were all looking at him. Mies started to speak. Let's all grow strong. Mies then looked around the village. He was thinking about how this black village would one day become a warm place like the hometown in his mind. Mies could feel that his siblings were feeling the same way, even though they did not say anything. They were all wolves. Cal did not know about the wolves' determinations as he tapped on the stone wall. It's quite thick. Cal turned his head to see the only gate on the wall. This stone gate was the only access point to the Forest of Darkness. Of course, Choi Han did not use this gate when he first arrived at Harris Village. He jumped over the approximately 10-meter tall wall to enter. Is the forest of darkness past this wall? Correct. Cal peeked over to Watira, who had approached him. Her blue hair and pupils were both dyed brown with magic, and her face was also magically changed to an average face. However, her voice was still just as beautiful. I can't see past the wall, but it should be pretty unique seeing as how it is one of the forbidden regions, right? I wonder if the wall is strong. Watira smiled as she lightly pressed onto the wall with her index finger. However, that finger stabbed right into the wall. Ha ha! Watira awkwardly started to laugh. Whales really are a scary race. Cal pretended not to see and turned away. These two long-haired siblings were still not used to controlling their strength on land. Cal quickly changed the topic. It's similar. What is? Past the wall. You said it probably looks unique. Ah. Watira let out a small gasp, and Cal just shrugged his shoulders. He turned away from the wall as he continued to speak. The forest of darkness is a regular forest, just like any other. Cal saw that Watira had quickly approached him and was walking at the same pace as him and continued. But the thing inside of it is different. Nobody knew the reason why, but the forest of darkness often had mutated plants and monsters. It was easy to tell the mutated monsters apart because they looked different, but it was more difficult for the plants. Although they might look similar, a mutated version of an herb used for healing could end up being poisonous. And there are also monsters that are generally found in the eastern continent as well. That was why it was one of the forbidden regions. It was the one place on this continent that they could find traces of the eastern continent. Young Masternim. Cal nodded toward Vice Captain Hilsman, who had called out to him before turning back to speak to Watira. Please take care of the children. Of course, there are quite a lot of young beast people. Watira quietly watched Cal, who sighed with an annoyed expression at her statement. Cal then turned around and headed toward Hilsman. Let's go. Yes, sir. Cal only had Hilsman with him as they headed to a certain location. Here it is. Many graves were located here. This was where Choi Han had buried all of the villagers of the Harris village. Hilsman moved away from Cal and went to stand with the soldiers before looking toward Cal. The fact that Cal Henitus came to this village was surprising, but the fact that he looked for the graves as soon as he got off the carriage was even more surprising. The vice captain had moved away to give Cal some alone time. Of course, Cal didn't even realize or care about the vice captain's action and just started to talk to himself. The fact that he didn't go crazy is amazing. The fact that Choi Han remained sane after this incident was amazing. Choi Han seemed to have put a lot of effort into these graves, but they were mostly just made with dirt. In addition, they did not have any gravestones. Instead, they just had their names written on flat pieces of rock. Cal counted the number of graves. Choi Han had personally buried all of the bodies underneath the graves. Cal had an interesting thought every so often. The reason behind the death of the Harris village villagers that had remained a mystery in the novel. The novel made it sound like it was done for the main character to develop. But was that really it? I feel like there is more to it. He kept having this feeling that there was more to the story these days. The reason was simple. The forest of darkness, mermaids, and the destruction of Harris village. These three things gave Cal a scenario. However, this was a problem he would tell Lark to share with Choi Han, or if Choi Han ended up coming back with Lark, he would pass it off to Choi Han himself. Harris village was not Cal's problem, but Choi Han's problem. Hilsman. Yes, young master. So all Cal did was what he needed to do as a member of the Henitus family. Tell them to give them proper graves in the future. This is too shabby. Yes, sir. Cal patted Hilsman, who responded more energetically than usual, on the shoulder before looking toward the soldiers. The soldiers slowly moved back, and Cal kept his hand on Hilsman's shoulder and whispered, "You know what to do." All sorts of emotions appeared on Hilsman's face as he recalled what had happened 2 nights ago. They were camping out in the when Cal called him over to his tent. "I will be going into the forest of darkness." What? Why would someone in recovery go somewhere so dangerous? The perpetrators will not be in there. Do you have to do so much for Choi Han? The small black dragon appeared while Hilsman was talking. He was extremely surprised when it had happened. But that was not the end. Meow. The kittens meowed before turning into people. They were beast people. Furthermore, the vice captain felt chills for the first time in his life after seeing the woman pull out a long water whip and the man holding a sword with a whirlpool at its end. Don't worry. At the center of all of these strong monsters was Cal, who had a relaxed smile on his face. The fact that Cal seemed so normal around them made Hilsman even more shocked. Hilsman had made up his mind in the last 2 days. Although he was someone whose only goal was to become captain, he still wasn't an idiot. Yes, I got it. Young Master Nim. Good. Cal turned away without any other issues from Hilsman. Hilsman followed right behind Cal, who continued to speak. I trust you. That made Hilsman clench his fists. He had thought that it would be enough if he could make it to the captain position in the Henitus Knights Brigade. However, his mentality had changes in the last 2 days. He shared his thoughts with Cal. Young Master Nim, I will get stronger. Do whatever you want. Cal answered disinterestedly, only feeling relieved that it sounded like Hilsman would take care of the headaches. That was why there were no guards by where Cal was standing in the middle of the night. The vice-captain had changed the patrol areas. Cal touched his magic bag while standing in front of the stone wall and started to speak. There are 2 swamps in the Forest of Darkness. This large forest only had 2 swamps. Cal leisurely continued to speak after making eye contact with Paziton. One is where monsters live, and the other is where nothing can live. He then asked Paziton, Paziton, you said it looked like the mermaid's poison got stronger. So then which one do you think it will be? Paziton nervously answered, I think it is the one where nothing can live. Correct. There is a high chance it will be that one. That is why we will be heading there first. They could head for the one with the monsters if the first one was not correct. That was actually easier location-wise as well. At that moment, Witira, who had been quietly standing there, looked to Cal's sides with concern. She then hesitated for a bit before finally asking the question. Won't it be dangerous for the children? On and Hung were dangling on Cal's sides. Young Master Cal, you said that the Forest of Darkness is dangerous. And if it is a swamp where nothing can live, it is definitely either that there is poison everywhere or that the swamp itself is dangerous. Witira felt something was odd as she continued to speak. The cat tribe's silver kitten on's tail was happily wagging. A dangerous place like that is our specialty. But more importantly, he said we will not get hurt. The cat tribe was cautious and talented in searches. Witira looked up at Cal because On's response was not what she had expected. Her eyes then turned wide. It was because Cal was smirking and the other cat tribe child, the red kitten, was also smiling. Both of their smiles seemed villainous. Hang seemed to be very excited as he started to speak. I'm going to get stronger today. It'll be fine. It was time to improve the poisonous fog. A safe encounter for the children who wanted to get stronger, and Cal, who wanted safety and peace, had arrived. Cal started to speak to Witira. It is a great opportunity. A poison fog strong enough to impact even the whale tribe might be completed here if they were lucky. Chapter 61. Just destroy it. 3. Cal did not care that Witira and Paziton were looking at him with uncertainty. They would soon find out about On and Hung's skills. Let's go. The black dragon started to fly up toward the top of the stone wall, and Cal's body started to float while following behind it. Naturally, On and Hung were in Cal's arms as he headed up. Paziton. Paziton nodded his head at Witira's after she called out his name, and the whale siblings started to run up the stone wall at a quick pace. Water surrounded their feet and shot them up with every step. Swish. Cal cut through the wind and reached the top of the wall. Wow. Hung's voice was full of admiration. The Forest of Darkness and its vast natural setting appeared in front of the group. This was the second largest of the 5 forbidden regions, starting from the tip of the northeast part of the Rhone Kingdom and creating an oval shape until the eastern shoreline. It was as large as 2 or 3 average-sized territories. That was why the Rhone Kingdom wanted to take control of this land, but nobody was able to do so until now. The Black Dragon or Choi Han might be able to do it. It's big, Cal casually commented before verifying the stone mountain at the center of the forest. Unlike its name, the Forest of Darkness was not actually dark at all times. In fact, the forest that was starting to light up from the rising sun was actually beautiful to look at. Going down, sure. The black dragons slowly lowered Cal and the kittens to the ground. The whale siblings were already down there waiting for them. Crunch. Cal lightly landed on the ground and stepped on some leaves underneath his feet. You said that the Forest of Darkness is divided into regions. Cal nodded at Witira's question and lowered on and hung onto the ground. He then opened up his magic bag as he started to answer Witira's question. It is divided into the outer and inner regions. This large forest was divided into two stages. The first stage was the outer region, which was not that dangerous. There were only a few mutant monsters, and the majority were small monsters. On the other hand, the second stage, the inner region with the stone mountain at its center, was extremely dangerous. Even Choi Han needed tens of years to freely move around the second stage. Freely moving around meant that there was no danger. Choi Han became stronger than all of the monsters. Of course, such an issue was not a concern for Cal's group. The swamp we are heading to is at the border of the inner and outer regions. It should not be too dangerous. The outer region was large, but that was based on its width. It would not be very far if they walked in a straight line. The inner region was much larger, as it was in the shape of an oval. I plan on avoiding as many monsters as possible, but I don't see a reason to delay our travel by taking roundabout ways. The fact that Cal did not plan to go out of his way to avoid monsters made the whale siblings start to smile. As long as they were not going up against a dragon, there was nothing that the humpback whale beast people, the rulers of the ocean, had to fear. I am removing my magic. Once the black dragon said that, the whale siblings' appearances returned to normal. Witira started to smile with a refreshed expression. Ah, so refreshing. It was a bit stuffy under that magic. Thank you very much, Dragon Nym. Thank you very much, Dragon Nym. The black dragon flapped its wings at Witira and Paziton's thanks before approaching Cal. The black dragon had an odd expression on its face. The mana is dark here. Dark. The black dragon nodded at Cal's question and looked around the forest. There is also a smell. What kind of smell? Something I am familiar with, but I cannot tell what it is. Familiar but can't tell. Cal looked toward the black dragon with a confused expression, but the black dragon quickly looked away. He then continued to speak. It is not a dangerous smell, just a very old one. Do dragons have a really good sense of smell? Cal was curious, but was not able to remain curious for a long period of time. What do we do from here? How do we get to the swamp? Witira could see Cal taking a piece of paper out of the magic bag. She then saw him open it up. A map. It definitely was a map, but it was a pretty terrible one. However, it did have the stone mountain in the center with multiple other areas designated on it. Yes, it is a map. Cal had used the information he read in The Birth of a Hero to create a map. Choi Han decided to expand outward, starting from the stone mountain. He was going to start with the north and eventually make his way through the entire forest of darkness. Choi Han finally figured out the entire inner region and then started to explore the outer region. Choi Han started to cry once he saw the large stone wall. The southern part of the outer region, the last section he had left to check, that was where he had found people. It had taken too long to get here, but it is not very accurate. We need to experience it ourselves to explore and understand the forest of darkness. Cal then looked at Witira and Paziton, who were looking at him silently, and continued. So, take the lead. The black dragon was already flapping its wings and looking at the whale siblings from behind Cal. Witira smiled and reached her hand out to Cal, who took a water bottle out of the magic bag and handed it to her. Witira drank the water before reaching her hand back out. Swoo-wash. A 3-meter-long whip appeared in her hand. She flicked it once before wrapping it around her arm and then joked with the group. I will safely get you to your destination. Cal found her to be reliable, a humpback whale. The royal family of the ocean was said to be able to easily handle the killer whale beast people, the troublemakers of the sea. However, he did not plan to do as she said, but there was no need to tell her that right now. He then pointed to the entrance of the forest of darkness. Let's go. Cal stepped into the forest of darkness. The forest was not loud, but there were many different noises echoing inside. The sounds of insects, the roars of monsters in the distance, birds chirping, and even some other strange monster noises. Aren't dangerous places usually quiet? Paziton cut through the bushes with his sword as he asked Cal. That is only when there is a single ruler in the area. The forest of darkness did not have a ruler. There was just a relationship of eat or get eaten. Be careful with your shoes. Make sure your skin does not get revealed. Got it. Paziton looked down at the extra cloth between his pants and shoes and then looked back up at Cal. Cal's magic bag really was a magical bag. It had all sorts of items inside, and they were all necessary items for their travels. You need to be careful of your ankles here. The insects are dangerous too. You can get poisoned if you are bitten. Paziton recalled what Cal had told them and wondered how Cal knew about all of this. However, he could not easily ask because Cal was still very busy. Look forward. Ah, yes, sir. Cal's blunt voice made Pazitan quickly turn back forward and follow behind his sister Watira to clear their path. They were currently passing through short bushes that reached their waists. Cal was furiously recording new information onto his map. It might be useless. Cal wondered if there really was a reason for him to make a map of the Forest of Darkness. It wasn't like he was planning on conquering the Forest of Darkness. However, he had a gut feeling that there would be a way for him to sell this in the future. Cal's style was to do things right so that it could be used in the future to make money in the future if possible. We are almost through this bushy area. Next is the small monsters area. Watira nodded at Cal's statement and leisurely flicked her whip. Honestly speaking, this group was so strong Cal did not need to be nervous. Maybe that was why, but Watira was calm once they got past the bushy area and arrived at the small monsters area. Crack! A branch broke under her foot. At that moment, let's proceed quietly, Cal commented while two sounds of something moving in the air suddenly appeared. Pad! Pot! Watira lightly waved her hand, and there were some poisonous darts between her fingers. Cal could see Watira turning around and smiling at him. I will take care of them quietly. Some monsters started to reveal themselves from behind the trees. Watira looked toward them with a blank expression. Are they mutated goblins? Kiyak, Kirik, Kirik. They seemed to be larger than the average goblins, and their faces looked a bit different as well. Furthermore, their skin was purple and red. No, they are not goblins. Watira turned toward the hand that was placed upon her shoulder. Cal stood next to Watira and looked out toward the monsters approaching them. Young master, it is dangerous in the front. They are Haunter, a type of monster from the eastern continent. Ah, the Forest of Darkness had monsters from the eastern continent. Cal had encountered the first of the bunch. They are similar to goblins, but dumber and have a tendency to be more cruel and violent. No wonder they seemed so foreign. Watira nodded her head and calmly answered, I will take care of them. No, I will do it. Excuse me. Watira was blankly staring at Cal until she saw on and hung jump over Cal and land on the ground. The two of them brushed their bodies off and prepared for battle. Even we can do this much. Watira could see that over 10 of these small monsters were heading toward them. She then looked back at Cal and saw that his body was becoming surrounded by fog. At the same time, On started to slowly disappear. I have something to test. Cal needed to know approximately how strong he was. This was the perfect time to test it out. He had the black dragon to the right, Watira to the left, and Pazitan behind him. Wasn't this the perfect setting for him to run wild without worrying about being harmed? Step back. Young Master Cal, save me if it looks dangerous. How can I get hurt when I have all of you here? Watira took a step back after seeing the completely confident gaze in Cal's eyes that seemed to show full trust in the three of them. She went and stood with Pazetan in the rear, ready to step in at any moment. At that moment, a shield was created around Watira and Pazetan. The black dragon moved in front of the whale siblings and started to speak. The poison is stronger than it looks. Poison. That made Pazitan look at his sister with confusion. Watira didn't have any idea as well, so she just shook her head and looked forward before letting out a gasp of admiration. Not bad. On Hung and Cal were all surrounded by fog. Furthermore, the color of the fog was weird. It was closer to red than the usual white. Poison. She seemed to understand the meaning of that word. Kirik, Kirik, Kiririk, so loud. Cal created gusts of wind in one hand and both feet while being surrounded by the fog. Cal could feel the vitality of the heart starting to run wild in his chest and gave the order. Let's go. Cal's body instantly shot forward, and at the same time, a thick fog surrounded the area. Kirik, 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 Ki. The fog was so thick that you could not even see a few inches in front of your eyes. Two strands of red fog started to move inside that thick fog. Bang! A whirlwind shot up to the sky and cut off one of the monster's arms in the process. Gek, Kirik, Kek. The red fog swallowed up that monster. Cal then shot up from right next to the spot and called forth his shield. The shield that was almost twice the size as Cal was roaming around the red fog. Then suddenly, the shield dropped straight toward the ground. Boom! The sound of something being squashed came along with the loud noise. As soon as the shield landed, a whirlwind filled with red fog was created right next to it. Two monsters who were caught up in the whirlwind were vomiting blood as they got blasted into the air. Keck, ah, keck. The monsters' poisoned bodies started to bleed out of every orifice. Pazitan blankly watched that scene before blurting out, "I thought you said he was weak." "He is weak." Pazitan started to think after hearing the black dragon's confident answer. "They may be small, but there are over 10 of them, and they are monsters that are stronger than goblins." He looked toward his sister, who casually answered while smiling brightly, "Looks like it will end soon." Boom! Another loud noise was heard as the fog slowly started to dissipate. It had finished like she had said. Pazetin could now see Cal. "They must be weak, because we are still only near the entrance." Cal was speaking confidently while standing on top of his symbol, the silver shield. Underneath the shield were two monsters that were no longer recognizable. Mayo. The fog disappeared, and the silver kitten on reappeared. "The poison seems to be weak." The red kitten Hung reappeared while shaking his tail. The ground where Hung had been was completely black. Hung used his back paws to cover up the black dirt with some other dirt. It was a peaceful scene, but Pazitan couldn't help but ask after seeing the corpse of a monster that died from poison, a monster that was still dying from poison, and the monsters that died from being crushed by Cal's shield or Cal's whirlwinds. "Young Masternim, you didn't get hurt, right?" "Nope." Pazitan urgently asked in shock. "You're hurt." Cal pointed to the back of his hand. "I got scratched." Pazitan immediately shut up. Witira patted her brother's shoulder before approaching Cal. Cal lifted his shield up and put it away. Since it was an ancient power, he didn't need to even wipe the blood off of it. It would be completely clean when he summoned it again. "Young Master Cal, will you continue to take on the small monsters?" "Probably." Cal washed the blood off of his hand after recalling his shield and whirlwinds. "I can't push myself too hard because I am still in recovery." Atira couldn't help but laugh at the confident Cal, as well as On and Hung, who were getting feedback from the Black Dragon about their battle. Cal then urged her, as well as the rest of them, on. "Let's hurry." They still had a lot of ground to cover. 2 days later, Cal lowered the map in his hand and looked out in front of him as he spoke to the rest of the group. "We are close now. The boundary between the inner and outer regions. It would not be much longer until they reached that point." Chapter 62. Just destroy it. 4. We should get there in about an hour. Cal put the now accurate map back in his pocket before looking at his group. Drip, drip. Drops of blood were dripping from On's sharp claws. Giara, giara ra 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 ra. A small monster that looked like a fox was twitching on the ground from being poisoned. The black dragon came over to report. All done. Close to 20 of these fox-like animals were dead. They really are getting stronger with experience. On and Hung could not learn properly because they had to live in hiding as they had run away from their tribe. The black dragon naturally lacked experience after living in confinement his entire life. Cal was using the Forest of Darkness monsters to quickly fill those gaps in their training. Should I have fought as well? Where else would he get an opportunity to safely build experience? The black dragon and the kittens all abruptly turned their heads as Cal mumbled to himself. "Seems like a useless idea. Weak human, it is too much for you at this point. 1 day is enough. Our youngest is right. You spit out blood from using the shield too much last time." Pazitan let out a gasp. "Oh." However, Cal could see that Witira was just smiling brightly. He then saw her caress her whip with a determined gaze. That was the look of someone who wanted to fight. She really was a scary person. Cal quickly opened up his magic bag and gathered everyone around him. "Everybody put this on before you go any farther. Is it because of poison?" "Yes." Cal answered Pazitan's question before putting the mask on the black dragon, who stuck his head toward him. "Human, there is a weird scent." The black dragon frequently said this to Cal since a few days ago. "What is it?" "I don't know. It is stronger here. It is something I am familiar with. It is probably poison or the rotting smell from the nearby plants." Cal brushed it off and approached on. The black dragon that was ignored tilted his head while wearing the mask. The black dragon started to mumble, but the mask prevented Cal from being able to hear what he was saying. "No, it is not such a trivial scent." However, the black dragon remained quiet because it was not a dangerous scent. Cal then put the mask on On's face. Even Choi Han avoided this swamp. Choi Han had a pretty high resistance to poison. However, there was no reason to go through the swamp when there were many other paths in the Forest of Darkness, while this path was messy and annoying. Pazetin approached Cal. It is really interesting that there are only two swamps in a forest this large. Really, I don't think so. Pazetin could see Cal starting to smirk from underneath the mask. It was a pretty sly smirk. You'll understand once you see it. Two swamps were enough. Cal verified that everyone had their masks on and checked their expressions. They had only been sleeping between 1-3 hours a night ever since they entered the forest of darkness. You all look so healthy. Nobody looked tired. All of you really are amazing. Pazetin's face scrunched up at Cal's comment. He looked over to his sister and asked with his gaze, should he really be saying that? Witira shrugged her shoulders and avoided answering the question. Pazetin turned back to look at Cal, who looked to be the healthiest of the group right now. Pazetin then looked toward the black dragon and the kittens. They rushed over to look after Cal whenever they thought Cal was tired. Of course, Cal was full of energy thanks to the vitality of the heart, but nobody else knew about that. Witira continued to caress the whip on her arm as she asked Cal, "Young Master Cal, is it our turn now?" Cal pointed with his foot instead of responding. Right there was the boundary between the outer and inner regions. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. Ca. Squeak, a plethora of noises poured out toward Cal as soon as he stepped past the boundary. He then proceeded to speak to Witira, who took a step past the boundary as well. Go, a humanized humpback whale. This ruler of the sea was not the type to be careful. It's your turn. Flick. Witira flicked her whip as soon as Cal finished speaking. Boom, a large crater was created on the ground from the flick of the whip. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra, ki squeak. The noises disappeared. Witira, someone whose strength fell between Choi Han and the black dragon, was itching for a fight. Her heart had been beating wildly while looking at the better-than-expected skills of the group. Shall we hurry on? She smiled and asked Cal as this mysterious young master responded back with a completely relaxed smile. Yes, as fast as possible. I want to go home and rest. Pazetin let out a sigh after hearing what Cal had to say before taking out his whirlpool sword. The enemies slowly started to reveal themselves in the now quiet forest. The boundary between the outer and inner regions was a location for monsters that were weaker than the monsters in the inner region. But the monsters in front of them were still much stronger than the so-called weak monsters outside. Mutant ogres, mutant trolls, spider-like monsters from the eastern continent, and even high-level monsters appeared. The monsters here really are different. They still want to fight, even after seeing Dragon Nim. Pazetin stepped forward and peeked back and forth between the black dragon and Cal. Cal nodded his head and gave an order, "Hurry up and fight." "Yes, sir." Pazetin jumped forward, and the battle between the strong monsters and the whale siblings began. The monsters in the forest of darkness did not get scared, even in front of strong creatures like a dragon or members of the whale tribe. In fact, it made them charge at them even harder. It was like they were fighting for their survival, thinking that they could not allow a strong person who could rule over them to appear within their forest of darkness. Cal leisurely watched for a bit until he saw a shield being cast, whereupon he asked the black dragon, "What about you? Too annoying to deal with those weaklings. Sure, let's go." Cal started to slowly walk forward with the shield. Boom, an ogre's body was split into two even pieces. Some of the blood spurted onto the shield. Flick, boom. The sound of the whip was followed by the explosion of a giant spider, and one of the legs flew over and hit the shield before falling to the ground. Watch and learn. Cal walked through the battlefield in a straight line as he leisurely spoke, while On, Hang, and the black dragon all pretended not to care, but were seriously watching the battle. The monsters that appeared in front of Cal, who seemed to be on a stroll through the forest, all disappeared, thanks to Witira. Cal stopped once he could see the swamp in the distance before starting to speak. This is now the start of the swamp region. Boom, boom. The mutant troll's head fell to the ground before it was followed by its body. Witira flicked off the fluids on the whip as she responded, "Let us keep moving." Sigh. Pazetin let out a sigh as he followed his sister to Cal's side. The whale siblings suddenly stopped walking and tightly pressed their masks. It was because poison and a rotting smell entered their nose. At the same time, their eyes opened wide after seeing the swamp that was covered by large trees until now. What do you think? Isn't it fitting for the forest of darkness? Cal turned away from the shocked Pazetin and looked toward the swamp. The swamp was as wide as a lake and pitch black. He spoke to the rest. It is a pretty large lake. It is large enough for multiple huge ships to fit. It is also unique compared to other swamps because this swamp is black. It was the most fitting spot to explain the reason for the name of the Forest of Darkness. This swamp was the only actual black spot in the forest. I didn't expect it to be so big. Witira let out her admiration. She then took a gulp after looking at the swamp area. Cal understood why she would have such a reaction. All of the plants were either black or brown, yet they were not dying, and instead they were extremely vibrant. It must be poison. Cal nodded in response and tightened the mask on his face. He also tightened the laces on his shoes and put on some gloves. The rest of the party followed suit. They could hear Cal's voice coming through the mask. The plants here have grown up within the poison and have mutated to survive in the environment. Although it might not be a deadly poison, they all have some type of poison within them. Be careful and make sure the plants do not touch your skin. That made Paziton think about the mermaid's poison and quickly make sure he was completely covered. He then felt that something was odd. Hung! The red kitten strolled past him. Hung looked toward Cal and dashed into the swamp region after seeing Cal nod. Witira tried to reach out and grab him, but it was too late. Hung! Hung did not have a mask nor anything on him. Witira looked toward Cal with shock, but Cal did not seem to be fazed. Witira then heard Hung's voice. Delicious. Hung was wagging his tail and chewing on a black plant. Cal stepped into the swamp region as well and approached Hung. How is it? It's just a paralyzing poison, but it is tangy. Cal sternly commented to the excited Hung. Slow down, you might choke. Eat slowly, but eat a lot. Okay, I feel like I am getting stronger. Cal snarkily commented to the whale siblings, who were still blankly standing outside the swamp region. Are you not coming? The whale siblings slowly entered the swamp with chaotic expressions on their faces. Cal slowly led them closer to the swamp. Thankfully, the brown ground and black swamp were easy to differentiate from each other, so there was basically no danger of falling into the swamp lake. That was why Cal was able to quickly inspect his surroundings. Pazetin. Yes. Pazetin was standing there with a stiff expression on his face, acting as if that blank expression from earlier had never existed. Cal pointed to a location nearby. Looks like someone was here recently, doesn't it? There were some marks on the ground and lots of footprints. Since the monsters did not come to this area, there was only one explanation. I will investigate it. Pazetin immediately went to investigate, and Cal turned away from him. The ingredient from the swamp that made the mermaids stronger. The evidence they left behind gave Cal a good idea of what it might be. Looks like there is a good chance it was the swamp itself. There were many marks on the ground next to the swamp. They probably didn't care about hiding their tracks since they believed that nobody would come here. Tap, tap. Cal stopped looking at the swamp and looked down after feeling a tap on his leg. Hung seemed to be really excited, as his mouth was covered in black, and he was rubbing on Cal like he was trying to be cute. I want to try drinking the swamp too. Witira, who was next to them, flinched, but Cal did not care as he responded to Hung. Wait for now. Hung's ears fell. But I want to get even stronger. Why? Hung peeked toward the black dragon and his sister on. A large hand patted Hung's head at that moment. Don't think about useless things and take it slow. You're already stronger than I am, but everyone is stronger than you are. Cal lightly patted Hung's head and told Hung to go over there and eat some other poisons. Cal thought about how he would make On and Hung stronger in the future before turning away. However, that made him immediately start to frown. What's wrong with him? The black dragon seemed to be acting odd as he continuously tilted his head to the left and right. At that moment, Pazetin approached. There are no signs of digging up any of the nearby plants recently. However, there are many signs that they are doing something to the swamp itself. Based on the marks, I would say they were here between 2 weeks to a month ago. Cal looked toward the wide swamp and responded. It looks like they gathered up some of the swamp. That does seem to be the case. Cal was about to speak after seeing Pazetin and Witira looking serious. However, the black dragon approached at that time, and Cal started to frown. Why did you take the mask off? It was not a familiar scent, but a familiar scent of mana. What? Cal started to get the chills. The black dragon pointed to the swamp with his short front paw. There is a familiar scent of mana here. Cal started to frown even more. The black dragon confidently added on. There is the scent of dragon mana in the swamp. Cal urgently looked toward the black swamp. This extremely vast swamp was massive, but Cal was thinking about the size of an adult or ancient dragon. Of course, there is no sign of life in the mana. It is just a very weak trace. These words were the final blow. The unbelievable thought in Cal's head quickly became the reality. He then also felt like he knew how the mermaids got stronger. There was a dragon corpse inside the swamp. Chapter 63, Just Destroy It, 5. Cal immediately asked the black dragon, "How can you feel the scent of dead mana?" Mana, that symbolized a power that existed in nature. In some senses, it was similar to an ancient power that was created in a specific location. However, the two were very different. The difference was between whether or not it could be left behind. Mana disappeared as soon as the person who controlled that mana died, while ancient powers could be left behind. The black dragon easily answered, "I think it is because of the swamp. The swamp is dominating the mana and preventing it from dissipating." Dominating. Cal's expression turned odd, but the black dragon kept silent. The whale siblings, as well as On and Hung, approached Cal and the black dragon. The black dragon started to speak into Cal's mind. "I am very perceptive." Cal made eye contact with the black dragon. "I feel a power similar to your shield and wind inside the swamp." "Ha!" Cal inadvertently let out a gasp-like laughter. The maskless black dragon started to smile. Cal also started to lightly smile as well. Ancient power. There was an ancient power inside the swamp, and it had a good chance of being related to the keyword, dominate. This is a first. This was Cal's first time finding an ancient power that was not discussed in the novel. Of course, he had no idea whether this was an ancient power left behind by someone or one that was naturally developed in this location. "You are very smart." "Correct. I am smart." The rest of the group became even more curious after seeing the black dragon and Cal smirking mischievously. "Young Master Cal, can you tell me what is going on? What do you mean by the scent of a dragon's mana?" Cal turned around to look at Watira. She was asking Cal, but seemed to have at least a decent idea of what was going on. "I'm sure you already have an idea, but there is a good chance that there is a dragon corpse inside the swamp." "A corpse?" "Yes, but it is most likely very old and probably mummified." Cal only knew about the Forest of Darkness based on Choi Han's experience as described in the novel. However, there was a number of very important information told by the novel. The life forms in the Forest of Darkness have had to always fight for survival because there has never been any single dominant ruler. No ruler. It was probably correct to say that there were no dragons in the Forest of Darkness while Choi Han was there. Furthermore, people in the novel never mentioned a dragon's lair or a dragon in the Forest of Darkness. It must mean that it is a very old corpse. Tap, tap. Cal lowered his head to see Hung point to the swamp with a bitter expression. "I guess I can't eat the swamp water." Hung seemed to have lost his appetite after hearing dragon corpse. Cal could see that Hung was heading over to the black dragon to apologize without waiting to hear his answer. "Sorry, I thought it would be delicious. I do not care." The black dragon responded back with a curious expression. "The thing inside the swamp and I are different. We are not related." Dragons really didn't seem to care about their tribe. They all just considered themselves to be individuals unique from anything and everything else in the world. Cal looked at the completely unperturbed black dragon before he started to speak. "I thought that the mermaids would have gotten stronger from the poison in the swamp. Their specialties are poison after all." The whale siblings Pazetin and Watira looked toward him. "However, now I am thinking that it is probably the dead mana in the swamp and not the poison increasing their power. Either that, or it is from both the poison and the dead mana." Cal looked at the siblings. If it is poison, they would just need to take a sample to find an antidote. However, this is a whole different ball game if it is from the dragon's dead mana. Cal could see Watira frowning while Pazetin was looking at the black swamp and the nearby area. A depressed comment came out of his mouth. It's too wide." Watira spoke up as well. "I'm not sure about what we should do." They were able to narrow down the cause of the mermaid's source of strength, but they could not figure out a way to deal with it. It would be one thing if it was poison, but the other issue was too complicated to solve quickly. It's not like we could prevent anyone from coming into the Forest of Darkness or stay here protecting this black swamp at all times. Watira looked out toward the swamp once more. A dragon's corpse. That was an unexpected problem. The fact that this swamp was large enough to completely submerge an adult dragon made things even more difficult. A normal dragon grows in size a total of 3 times. An adult dragon that completed all 3 stages of growth was humongous. They were at least 5 meters larger than a humpback whale like herself. At that moment, he could hear Cal's voice once again. It's simple. His voice was peaceful. Witira turned her head. Cal had walked up to the edge of the swamp while smiling. First, take as much of the swamp water as you need. Cal turned away from the swamp and looked toward Witira. And then we make another deal. Deal. Cal's smile became bigger after watching the confusion spread on Witira's face. I didn't plan on doing this, but originally, he was just going to figure out what caused the mermaids to get stronger before getting out of here. However, the situation was different now. A pool of dead mana is dangerous. The mermaids were probably able to absorb the dead mana because they were dark creatures. However, it was just a dangerous poison to natural creatures like the whales or humans. There was no reason to keep something around that was helpful to the enemy while dangerous to himself. There was also a new benefit in front of his eyes. Even if it was a mummified corpse, the dragon's bones were still present. Furthermore, there was also the ancient power. Yes, we will make another deal. What does that have to do with dealing with this situation? Witira subconsciously caressed her whip again. An unexpected sense of anticipation filled her heart, and Cal fulfilled that anticipation completely. I will take care of it for you. Witira could see the excitement in Cal's eyes. She had never seen such a look in Cal's eyes before. Cal pointed to the swamp and gave a short answer. I'll just destroy it. What? Witira looked at the black swamp. The very large black swamp. What did he say he was going to do to this? She was staring blankly at the swamp when Cal started to speak again. No need to overthink it. She looked back at Cal. He still had a smile on his face and seemed to be very excited. I will get rid of it for you, so make a deal with me. Cal was thinking about what he was about to do. This was the forest of darkness, somewhere where nothing would seem weird. It was a place where he could claim anything that happened to be an accident and feign ignorance. Young Master Cal, it was a deal that Witira could not reject. Let's make a deal. Cal and Witira decided to make a second deal, but there isn't anything I need right now. Please let me know whenever a condition you like shows up. I will accept it as long as it is something reasonable for both parties. This is a promise Witira makes with my name on the line, so you do not need to worry. Cal casually nodded his head at her words. It was fine if she did not do anything for him. The dragon's bones and ancient powers were enough of a reason to give it a try. By the way, anything coming out of the swamp belongs to me. Sure. Witira was disappointed about the dragon's bones, but decided not to be greedy. The whale tribe was able to rule because they were strong on both land and sea. However, water was also their weakness. Underwater, inside of the swamp. If the swamp water and mud was poisonous, it would be a difficult environment for the whales to survive. Cal decided to proceed right away after hearing Witira's response. He stood at the border of the swamp and waved toward the rest of the group. Step back. The rest of the group became confused. However, Cal just sternly said it once more for these chumps that won't listen to him when he wanted to get to work right away. Go back into the forest and stay there. Don't come out until I tell you to come out. Cal opened up the magic bag and continued to speak. You could get poisoned or hurt if you don't listen. Pazetin, who had been listening quietly, started to speak. Young Masternim, will you do it on your own? He is not alone. The black dragon responded for Cal. Pazetin turned toward the sound of the voice and then flinched. He could see the clear vibrations of mana around the black dragon. They were like waves floating around the black dragon, who had found the perfect opportunity to show off his strength. The two of us will take care of it, so go wait over there. Young Master Cal, I really can't tell what your limits are. Cal just let Witira's comment go in one ear and out the other ear as he patted on and hung on the head. Hang's ears and tails were down. You two stay there as well. Take good care of Hang. Hang, I'll bring you some of the swamp poison, so just wait for me. Hang nodded his head at Cal before approaching the black dragon. Be careful. Don't get hurt. I understand. The black dragon nodded his head at Hang and stood still while Hang patted him with his front paws. Cal thought that the kids were playing well with each other and took an empty bottle out of the magic bag and threw it toward Pazetin. Put the swamp water into the bottle. It is a magic bottle, so it won't break. How did you even prepare for this? Pazetin looked toward Cal with admiration, but Cal did not care. Instead, he continued to ruffle through the magic bag that looked small on the outside, but was very spacious on the inside. Young Masternim, I filled the bottle. Then go wait over there. Cal told Pazetin, who had filled the large bottle with mud and water from the swamp, and the rest of the group to move along. Witira hesitated for a moment, but moved back toward the forest at the kitten's urgings. The black dragon verified that everyone was safely far away before approaching Cal. What do you plan to? The black dragon stopped talking after seeing what Cal took out of the magic bag. He then continued speaking after seeing Cal gently smiling at him. Human, you look a bit smart right now. Nah, there were two magic bombs in Cal's hands. These were different from the bombs with the multiple explosions he used in the Ubar coast. These were the stronger and more destructive bombs used in the novel when the Ubar mages launched their final attack. Two of those bombs were in Cal's hands right now. I was debating where to use these, but I guess an opportunity has shown up. Cal handed the two magic bombs to the black dragon. Run wild. Can I really do that? Cal shortly answered the black dragon, who had caused a very visible fluctuation of mana to show how much he wanted to use his full strength. Don't ask something so obvious. Naturally, make sure I don't get hurt. The black dragon started to smile. Swish! A gust of wind started to run amok with the black dragon at the center. Natural power. The mana was triggering the air in the vicinity. Cal quickly summoned the indestructible shield after feeling like he was going to be pushed back. At the same time, he could see layers of shields being created around him. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. It was a total of 3 layers. I need at least this much to make sure you don't get hurt. The confidently speaking black dragon's eyes were sparkling. Dragons really had completely different personalities compared to whales. Rather than loving peace, dragons preferred to rule with fear and destruction. They were selfish and violent beings. Cal pointed toward the black swamp once the black dragon had finished preparations for the bombs and looked toward him. Destroy it. Chapter 64. Wasn't supposed to be like this one, the mana in the black swamp, and the air around them was fluctuating. The black dragon was in the sky looking down. He was a dragon in the end. A violent and ominous aura was dominating the swamp region. Cal turned around to look at the boundary of the black swamp and the forest region. Since that violent and ominous aura was controlling the boundary, the forest was not shaking. However, the group waiting for them there all had pale expression. Cal recalled the information about an average dragon's strength in The Birth of a Hero. The reason the whale tribe was said to be able to survive against a dragon was simply because they would manage to survive without dying. There was nothing the dragon could not kill if it really wanted to do so. You just needed to look at a dragon's strength to see why the dragons say that they are above all else. Boom, boom, boom. Cal turned his gaze back up to the sky. Multiple strands of mana were crashing against each other as they gathered around the black dragon. The black dragon looked down at the swamp calmly. A 4-year-old dragon that used to get tortured. That same dragon could no longer be found. A dragon does not need to dominate things because its existence itself is a symbol of dominance. Cal started to feel chills down his back. Ooh, psssssssh, cow, squeak. The forest of darkness started to cry. Cal looked around and did not see any other existences. However, there were many different sounds of screaming coming from the forest. The monsters that had not feared the black dragon earlier were all so scared that they were screeching at the top of their lungs. So loud. Cal looked toward the black dragon after hearing it speak in his mind. The black dragon was looking down at Cal as well. The two magic bombs were already floating in the air. There was just emptiness in the black dragon's eyes. All of this was just trivial to him. Ha! The corners of Cal's lips slowly went farther and farther up. The whale tribe's Witira, an overwhelming dominance that was worlds apart from the large humpback whale, was coming from the black dragon's tiny body right now. Cal answered in a loud voice. Do it fast because it's loud for me too. I knew you would say that. The black dragon finally started to smile as his unique black mana started to surround him. Ooh. Now the ground was fluctuating. Cal could feel the vibrations underneath his feet. Amazing. However, he didn't have time to keep looking at the vibrating ground. The black mana had disappeared. In its place was a large, bright orb above the black swamp. Crackle, crackle. The orb was like the sun, gathering all different sources of light as they crashed against each other like serpents. Cal gulped. It was at that moment. Swish! The wind started to roar as the black dragon's black mana entered the two magic bombs. Click, click. The two bombs started their countdowns. Two bombs that were made to be as explosive as possible, along with an orb that looked like a giant meteor. Rather than destroying it, it is going to obliterate it. Cal wondered whether the dragon corpse would be okay, but could not actually ask about it. I am doing it now. Cal could not see anything else after the black dragon said that. Barring. Cal covered his ears as the forest of darkness echoed. Ah! Cal stumbled from the ground's vibrations, but did not close his eyes. The world turned black. A black fluid shot up into the sky as an extremely bright light shined in Cal's eyes. Screech! A chilling noise rang in Cal's ear. The light started to crack as it made contact with the black fluid. Cal raised his head. A black pillar shot up into the sky, making it look like night and day coexisted together. However, all of that quickly disappeared. The black pillar turned into dust and blew away with the wind. Crackle. The final shield broke down. The other two had already broken down earlier without any noise. Cal was not hurt. The black swamp had disappeared, but everything else remained normal. Cal turned his head to see that Pazitan had fallen on his butt with the kittens in his arms. He could also see Watira getting back up while holding onto a tree trunk. There was deep fear in both of their eyes. But the forest was not harmed. Only the swamp had disappeared. It was an amazing degree of control. That was why the whale tribes could not get rid of the fear in their eyes. Cal turned back around to see that the black pillar had disappeared and the black dragon was standing alone. The black dragon was already looking at Cal as well. Cal spoke to the tiny dragon. Good work. All five of the dragon's senses were very alert right now. He could see that Cal, who was smiling at him, had goosebumps on his arm. He could also see Cal's gaze as well. You did really well. Cal's calm gaze made the black dragon start to smile. He then honestly shared his feelings. So refreshing. That made Cal go stoic. Seeing the dragon really looking refreshed made Cal make up his mind to never make this dragon angry. Ran, Choi Han, and Beakrox were also concerning. There were too many strong beings surrounding him for him to be happy that he was able to defeat a couple of small monsters. Cal reaffirmed his desire to live a peaceful life after feeling the existence that is a dragon. He then looked at the bottom of the swamp that was now visible. The black swamp was gone, but there was still a bit of black liquid remaining. It is in the shape of a dragon. There was a block of black mud, looking like a clay dragon, remaining in the size of an adult dragon. He also found a white crown by where it seemed like the dragon's head would have been. It was the ancient power. Can I do as I please? The black dragon responded to him. Don't ask such obvious questions. Thanks. Cal did not notice the black dragon flinching as he headed toward the dragon-shaped black mud. He would probably find the dragon's bones if he got rid of this mud. If I get this and the magic power, what a jackpot. Cal started to smile and his palms started to itch with excitement. Pad. The shield appeared in front of Cal, and a whirlwind started to roar in each of his hands. The whirlwinds were as large as possible, and wind started to form underneath Cal's feet as well. Swoo-woo-wash. It was the moment the sound of the wind gathered together. Spoowert. The black mud shot quickly toward Cal as if it wanted to swallow him. It was at that moment that Cal heard the voice of the ancient power's owner. This was also not a location-based ancient power, but one left behind by someone. Do you know what it means to dominate? Boom, boom, boom. The cold voice that seemed to pierce through his skin made Cal's heart run wild. And then Cal's body suddenly shot forward. Bang, bang. The whirlwinds in his hands shot out like arrows. The whirlwinds cut through the black mud to create a path. Cal quickly walked through that path. The shield and the wings prevented the black mud from landing on Cal. Dominating is to take away everything, even the enemy's breath. Boom, boom. His heart beat madly every time he heard the voice. It was like he was fearful of the voice. Ah! Cal bit down on his lips because of his heart's wild beating. Swoosh! The whirlwind arrows cut through the black mud again. Cal continued to hear the owner of the ancient power's dominating voice in his mind. Do you know what the easiest way to take away your enemy's breath is? Sweesh, sweesh. Whirlwinds continued to pour out of Cal's hands to clear the way for him. Cal was surrounded by the black mud, making him become covered in darkness. However, Cal had to continue to walk down the path created by the whirlwinds. He then heard the voice again. Fear is the answer. Cal started to smile. Fear. Cal, no, Kim Raksu, had overcome all sorts of fears. He needed to do so because he wanted to live. He wanted to live a happier and more peaceful life than anyone else. Humans already lived a life full of dread and fear about the mysterious future. A combined whirlwind that was bigger than any of the other whirlwinds previously shot out of Cal's hand to continue to create a path. War. It was much stronger than before. Bullshit, domination, fear. Cal didn't care about that. All he cared about was how it would benefit him. Cal quickly walked through the path he created. He then heard the voice again. Muhahaha, you are right. It is bullshit. You already know. Found it. Cal could see the white dragon's skull as well as the white crown on its head. Cal reached out toward the crown and his fingertips touched the tip of jewel on the crown. Use it well. A bright light shot out of the crown and made the black mud disappear. At the same time, the crown flew toward Cal. He closed his eyes only to hear a different and refreshing voice. Sometimes, even bluffing can save your life. Muhahaha, Cal could feel another power wrapping around his heart. Boom, boom, his heart was beating wildly. He could immediately tell what this power was. Cal's expression turned iffy. What the hell is this? Cal opened his eyes. He saw that all of the black mud had disappeared and that the large dragon's corpse had revealed itself. Human, why do you seem as strong as the tip of my claw? No, you are still weak, so what is going on? The black dragon rushed over to Cal. He seemed to be quite confused. Cal started to smile. My charisma has increased. What useless crap are you saying now, human? The black dragon looked anxious, but it was the truth. Cal was able to learn the name of this ancient power. Dominating aura, it was a really cheesy name, but that was exactly what it was. Only your aura becomes stronger. It was a pretty useless power compared to the decorated crown shape it came in. It is a perfect power for scamming. Scamming is bad. Cal ignored the black dragon that had started to frown and nag at him and looked toward the rest of their group. He could see that they were hesitating and could not approach him. Cal put away the dominating aura and motioned to the group standing far away. Currently, the entire forest was quiet, as if they had never screeched in the first place. Cal was the one to break that silence. Come over here. The deep voice made the kittens, who were covering their ears and face, abruptly turn their heads. They were then able to approach Cal and the black dragon very quickly. However, they rushed past Cal. They were heading to the black dragon. However, they slowed down once they got near the dragon. He doesn't look hurt. We were so scared. Our youngest cannot get hurt. The kittens roamed around the dragon and made sure he wasn't hurt. They then approached him and patted the dragon's back. Our youngest is the best. So cool. You are so strong. Cal made sure that the dragon calmly stayed with the kittens before looking toward the whale siblings, who still had not moved. Cal had a smile on his face as he patted the dragon who approached him and asked the whale siblings, "You can't come." The deep voice echoed in the whale siblings' ears. Watira opened up the fist she had been clenching. It wasn't like that right now, but the moment the black mud disappeared, Cal looked very different. He definitely was still a weak human who would die with a single flick of her whip. It was different from a strong power. It was only for a moment, but Cal reminded her of her father, the Whale King. It was not based on his strength, but it was an atmosphere that only those in power could have. That was what she felt. Young Master Cal. Cal asked the whale siblings who finally approached him, "I'm guessing the two of you aren't hurt." "We are not." Watira did not say anything after seeing that Cal was back to his usual self. Cal looked away from the whale siblings and back to the black dragon. Any stagnant mana left? Not anymore. Since the black liquids and mud disappeared, the stagnant mana no longer remained. All that was left was the sturdy dragon bones that had a high magic resistance and magic capabilities. Then you can store these bones. All right. Cal looked down toward the kittens, who were rubbing their faces on his calf. Once they made eye contact with Cal, both kittens started to tap Cal's feet with their paws. We thought something bad would happen. Why do you always step forward when you are the weakest? You just have to leave it to our youngest sibling. But he can't get hurt either. Cal ignored the kittens who were scolding him. He then continued to speak to the group. Let's go back. They had to return to the Henitus estate now. And a few days later, Cal was able to return home 2 days later than expected. Hans had a message for him as soon as he returned. Young Master Nim, His Highness the Crown Prince contacted you. What is going on? Nothing. Cal vaguely answered Hans. However, he couldn't hide the smirk on his face. Something that is mutually beneficial. It was a great chance to steal the biggest treasure created by the Whipper Kingdom's civil war. Hans also delivered another piece of information to Cal. Ah, and Choi Han sent a message that he will be heading back from the Breck Kingdom. What? Little Lark is coming back with him as well. Oh, and even Miss Rosalind. What? This soon? Did they just destroy the Breck Kingdom? Cal started to frown as soon as he returned home. Chapter 65. Wasn't supposed to be like this too. But young Master Nim, what about your guards? I heard that the vice captain and the children will remain in Harris Village to work. Cal started to frown at Hans' endless barrage of questions. Hans did not care, as he continued on while picking on and hung up into his arms. You said the vice captain was staying back to investigate the Forest of Darkness. The explosion in the Forest of Darkness. The vice captain knew of the cause of the explosion because Cal explained it to him. But the official story was that he was staying back to investigate because they were keeping Cal's involvement a secret. Young Master Nim, I will take care of these tiny rolls for now, but I will not remain in this spot forever. Cal quickly got rid of Hilsman's comment to him from his mind. It was useless chatter anyways. I didn't need them anymore, so I let them go at the entrance. The whale siblings had left at the entrance. They naturally had the bottle of swamp water with them. However, half of its contents were with Cal. Hung's tail was shaking because he was going to get stronger soon. On as well. Hans, yes, sir. Did the Crown Prince say when I should contact him? Cal leisurely asked. However, Hans answered back sternly. Immediately. That was what he said. Cal started to smile. The Crown Prince must have been really anxious. Cal calmly started to speak. Then, let's go. Cal sat down on the couch and crossed his legs. The territory's video communication mage peeked toward Cal. Is it ready? Ah, yes, yes. The mage gulped before continuing on. It is possible to speak with His Highness right now. The mage was looking at Cal, the person the Crown Prince was currently looking for. Compared to how nervous he was, Cal seemed to be very calm. Then you can head out now. The mage quickly bowed and left, although he turned around a few times on his way out due to curiosity. Cal commenced the video communication as soon as the mage left, and a face soon appeared on top of the half-transparent orb. Cal immediately started to speak. It is my great honor to speak with the star of the nation, the wonder enough. The Crown Prince immediately cut him off, as if Cal's words gave him the chills. Cal had a sly smirk as he quickly stopped talking. Alberu calmly observed Cal, who was sitting down leisurely, yet in a way that was still respectful, and then got straight to the point. What a mess they made in the Breck Kingdom. Cal's smile became wider. It was what he had been waiting for. Why else would he have hurried over like this? It's not like he enjoying seeing the Crown Prince's face. The Crown Prince's information network is the most accurate. Cal quietly sat there and smiled as if nothing was wrong. Things would all take care of themselves. Seeing as how you are not saying anything, I guess you're already aware of what happened. See, all resolved without having to say anything. Princess Rosalind seems to have made her resolve. How else could she obliterate a Grand Duke's entire family in a single day? Cal felt his heart jump at the word, obliterate, but he did not let it show on his face. It was because he could see that Alberu was observing him. Right now, Alberu was poking at Cal to see what he could find out. She also gave up her claim to the throne. Rosalind really did give up her claim to the throne. Now it was time for her to show her true nature as a mage. But based on what I heard, there were two very strong individuals with her. Everybody else might not know, but I do. The Crown Prince really was good at explaining things. Alberus' sharp gaze pointed toward Cal. Aren't they your subordinates, Choi Han and Lark? Cal answered back with the truth to Alberus' question. My subordinates? They were not Cal's subordinates. Choi Han had nothing to do with him, and Lark was just someone he was making a deal with. Cal could see the corner of the Crown Prince's lips slowly starting to move up. He also leaned back on the couch like Cal and casually spit it out. You sly fox. Key could not disagree with that. Alberu saw Cal's lack of reaction and shook his head before adding on. Why do you want the magic tower? The Crown Prince no longer tried to beat around the bush or be glib around Cal. Cal looked toward the Crown Prince with a serious expression. Your Highness. Cal sat up from his seat, which made the Crown Prince also sit up with curiosity. Cal then continued. Every so often, I have this thought that you and I are very similar. The Crown Prince started to frown. Such a terrible thought. I agree. Cal just pushed aside the fact that the Crown Prince showed such disdain for the fact that the two of them may be similar and continued on. The Roan Kingdom is a kingdom without anything. Silence suddenly filled the room. If the mage outside the room heard what Cal just said, he may have fainted. However, the Crown Prince Albaru was smiling as Cal had expected. The Crown Prince seemed to have latched onto the bait. Not going to watch what you say now. Your Highness, you are currently smiling, aren't you? Well, it is the truth. The Crown Prince did not disagree. The Rhone Kingdom was a kingdom where neither the knights nor the mages were very strong. Although it had a long history, it was just average in every aspect. However, Crown Prince Albaru knew that, although this would be fine during times of peace, it was not okay to be mediocre in every aspect during times of chaos. He knew that they needed at least one specialty area. However, that was not something that could easily be created in a short period of time. Such a large-scale issue would take tens of years if they were lucky, but at least an average of hundreds of years if they were not. That was why he had made up his mind. Take it from someone else. Take another kingdom's specialty away and make it theirs. And a good prey appeared in front of his eyes. The Whipper Kingdom that used to be the kingdom of mages. Cal and Albaru made eye contact as Albaru commented, "You sharp bastard." The two of them had similar smirks on their faces. This time, it was Cal's turn to speak. "The magic tower for me. And for you, your Highness." Cal and Albaru answered at the same time. "Mages. Mages." A short silence filled the room before Albaru covered his eyes with his hand and started to laugh. "Ha ha, interesting. At first, I thought it was terrible that there was someone else like me." The Crown Prince laughed for a while before removing his hand and answering, "I will give you whatever you need." Albaru then waited for Cal's response. "Thank you very much." Just that sentence and nothing else. However, that sentence struck Albaru properly. Albaru was curious about this confident attitude of Cal's and asked, "But why is it that you want the magic tower?" Cal noticed that the Crown Prince seemed to be observing him again. He really was a difficult person to handle, but there was no reason to be so worried. "I'm sure he wants to know if I know about the North. There was an existence that was a source of concern for the Rhone Kingdom in the novel, the Northern Kingdom of Knights. Crown Prince Albaru was wary of that kingdom while preparing for their invasion. War is a time of chaos, and chaos will provide opportunities for the prepared. One of those opportunities was the mages running away from the Whipper Kingdom. The Crown Prince, who didn't have much influence in the kingdom, would use them to strengthen his power and increase his influence inside the kingdom. If Kim Rok-soo had read past the fifth volume of The Birth of a Hero, he would probably know the two powers that develop as new heroes. One would be a knight from the north, and the other would probably be the Crown Prince in front of him right now, especially because the Black Dragon told him that the Crown Prince was not human. Cal started to smile. The Crown Prince was trying to figure out whether Cal knew about the North's movement and wanted the magic tower for that reason. "I just want to own a magic tower." I shouldn't have asked. Albaru could see the sly smirk on Cal's face as he shook his head. "Then why is it that your Highness needs the mages?" Albaru started to smirk in a similar manner. "I just want to give them a home." Both answers were terrible excuses, but neither of them called each other out. The two people who were both sitting back casually like they were part of a painting just continued to chat with each other. "When do you plan to head out?" "I plan to go in about a month. 1 month later." Cal would be finished with his preparations and head to the Whipper Kingdom at that moment. The civil war would be close to ending by the time he arrived at the Whipper Kingdom. Tunka's stupid face seemed to be shining gold in Cal's mind. "How will you get there?" "By ship." "And your guards?" "Guards." That word made Cal start to smile, and Albaru realized his mistake. "I guess that was a useless question." "Cal, make sure you are careful since your body is still weak. You know what to do, right? I will bring back any and all good things." Sometimes we really are on the same page for no reason. Cal and Albaru, although the two of them were very different people, the smirks on their faces looked so similar right now. 3 weeks later, Cal slowly opened his eyes and started to roll around. He rolled around his large bed and started to yawn. It was 3 p.m. He had just gotten up. He started to rub his eyes and looked up at the ceiling. "I win." He woke up 1 hour later today. Our youngest wins again. I really don't know why he keeps waking up later and later. The Black Dragon and Hung looked back and forth between Cal and the clock while chatting with each other. Cal rubbed his belly with his right hand. He had only gotten up because he was hungry. Ah, the life of a rich person who doesn't have to work. This was the definition of happiness. Cal had not done anything for the past 3 weeks. He had come up with a name for the dragon, but asked for another month to think about it, and ordered other people to take care of all of the things he needed to prepare for the trip. He slept early and woke up late every day, just fooling and rolling around doing nothing inside the house. It was great that his family kept telling him to rest to recover. So he listened to them and did absolutely nothing. But Cal's happiness finally shattered. Human, it looks like Choi Han is back. The black dragon whispered in Cal's ear as he smiled. This is great. I have been so bored lately. Cal sat up on the bed with a stoic expression. Choi Han's group was supposed to arrive today. Since it was 3 p.m., they were probably already here and waiting for him. Cal stretched before getting up from the bed. These past 3 weeks of doing nothing resolved his mind even more. Make money so I can do nothing forever. Cal's eyes looked very determined. He decided that he would take care of the Whipper Kingdom and the Queen of the Jungle at once so that he could sit around doing nothing again. Cal headed into the bathroom while the black dragon approached, hung once he saw the door close. The weak human's eyes only seem full of spirit whenever he is going somewhere. You're right. But I'm glad that I am stronger now. I can make sure he does not get hurt. The silver kitten who had been listening to the black dragon's conversation with Hung had an odd expression on her face. She thought about the smile on Cal's face as he rolled around the bed and mumbled to herself. Are you sure it is full of spirit? Yes, I am right. Nuna, it definitely is. I guess so. On finally agreed and brushed her fur. On and Hung's furs were much brighter now. The three of them sat around waiting for Cal to come out. They were looking forward to heading out of the house again after such a long time. Chapter 66. Wasn't supposed to be like this. 3. However, contrary to their expectations, Cal headed into the study with a stoic expression. He pushed back his still slightly damp red hair as he sat down and faced the three guests. He took a sip of the tea that Deputy Butler Hans had given him before he started to speak. Long time no see. Cal looked toward Choi Han, whose expression did not change at all, and the just as shy Lark, and greeted them before looking toward Rosalind. Your Highness, Princess Rosalind, it has been quite a long time. Rosalind started to smile and answered in a refreshing manner. You cannot call me princess anymore. I have been banished from the royal family. Is that so? Yes. I have been removed from the family records. I no longer have a family name. Cal just turned away from Rosalind, who answered in such a happy manner. He then casually added on, I guess I can just continue to call you Miss Rosalind then. Rosalind's red pupils focused on Cal. Although she was the one who chose to give up her claims to the throne instead of getting written off, people still had looks of pity toward her these days. Seeing Cal acting so normally around her made her able to respond with a relaxed heart. Yes, just like before. You can keep treating me like that in the future too. She could see Cal nodding without even looking at her and thought that she really did the right thing by choosing to come back with Choi Han. Cal did not see Rosalind smile as he had turned to look at Choi Han and Lark. Choi Han was sitting straight up but seemed to be quite happy. It feels like he became even more of a good guy. Choi Han's pupils were so clear that he seemed like a very good person. In fact, he seemed to have taken another step toward becoming a hero of justice. Cal turned away from that good guy vibe that did not mesh well with him and instead looked toward Lark. Lark was different from Choi Han. He seemed to have something to say, but was too shy to say it, and thus could only sit there fidgeting his fingers. Calnim. What? There was no need for him to turn around. Choi Han was the only person who called him Calnim. Should I report about what happened at Breck Kingdom? Rosalind suddenly looked toward Choi Han in shock. However, Choi Han did not look at her and only looked toward Cal. However, Cal, who was looking at Lark, shook his head. No need. I don't think I need to know what you did for a friend. Rosalind could see Choi Han smiling peacefully after hearing Cal's words. He then started to speak. Yes, that is true, but please let me know if there is anything you are curious about. I will report it to you right away. No need. Cal felt like he would just get a headache if he knew about it. He did not want to know how they were able to cause such a ruckus in the Breck Kingdom in such a short amount of time, as well as how Rosalind gave up her claim to the throne. Lark. He called out to Lark instead. Yes. Lark, who was now taller than Choi Han, was still a bit awkward. Cal knew why Lark was so fidgety right now. Hans had said that Choi Han's group had arrived an hour ago. While Choi Han and Rosalind probably had a lot to do once they got here, it was obvious what Lark was thinking about in this foreign place. Cal looked toward Lark's confused face and started to speak. Your siblings are somewhere else right now. Lark's expression changed. Where are they all there? Cal answered without any hesitation. Harris Village. Choi Han, who had been looking at Cal, stiffened after hearing those words. However, Cal did not even look his way before taking a break to take a sip of warm tea. Someone else interjected as he did that. It was Deputy Butler Hans. We are currently reconstructing Harris Village. It used to be a small but beautiful village next to the mountain. Something bad happened not too long ago, causing it to burn down. Mountain, small but beautiful village, and reconstruction due to a large fire. A single image filled Lark's mind as he heard those words. It was an image of his hometown that was burned to the ground. We are also constructing a proper cemetery as well. Choi Han looked toward Hans as Hans peeked toward Cal and continued to speak. The young master was adamant about that part. Click. The teacup made a noise as Cal put it back down on the table. He then started to frown and retort back. I was not adamant about it. But wasn't this the first thing you ever asked the Countnim for in regards to something related to our Henitus territory? This was the first time I ever saw you interested in the administration of our territory, young Master Nim. It was nothing big. Cal waved toward Hans to say nothing else, and Hans quickly shut up. However, he seemed to be fidgety like he still had a lot to say. Cal just ignored this and looked toward Lark, who seemed to be deep in thought. Lark. Yes. Go see your siblings and the land that they are living on right now. Cal then turned around. Lark was staring at him, but he knew Lark would understand since he was a sharp kid. He then called out to the still stiff Choi Han. Choi Han. Choi Han was quietly observing Cal as usual. A lot of things had happened in the Breck Kingdom. He had taken care of all of it quickly in order to return home. He could hear Cal's voice echo in his ear. Go give your regards as well. Your younger brother Lark doesn't know the way, so you can guide him there. Regards. He didn't need to ask who that should be directed to. Choi Han lightly clenched his fists before opening them back up. He had to calm the overflowing emotions inside of him. Harris Village, that had burnt down to a crisp, that village would now be different. Cal said one final thing to the three of them. You can go now. Miss Rosalind, it is fine for you to leave now. Cal was tired after dealing with these three for the first time in a while. It felt like his honey-like break for the last 3 weeks had just disappeared into thin air. Lark and Rosalind slowly followed Hans out of Cal's study. Choi Han waited until they all had left before finally getting up. Calnim. He then bowed. Thank you very much. Choi Han chuckled after raising his head back up because he could see Cal had a stoic expression that also seemed to show that he was annoyed. I don't need such thanks. Just get out. Choi Han did as he was told and headed for the door. Cal, who had picked his teacup back up while observing Choi Han, could hear Choi Han stop with the doorknob in his hand and start to speak. I heard from Mr. Hans that you will be heading to the Whipper Kingdom. Yes. Cal just gave a curt response. We will be going right away once you get back from the village, so pack your bags. Yes, sir. Choi Han had a refreshing smile on his face. However, that smile quickly disappeared as he turned the doorknob. Click. Choi Han continued to speak as the door opened. His name was Bob. How do you know about Bob? It had been a while since he heard of Tunka's alias, Bob. Did Hans tell him about Tunka? Cal looked toward Choi Han with curiosity, but he could only see Choi Han's back as he stood at the door. Choi Han's unique calm and sincere voice continued to flow. Mr. Beecrux told me that he almost made you get hurt. Why would Beecrux say something like that? Cal recalled the incident and responded back. Hurt? I didn't get hurt. I just got poured on by water and boulder dust. I understand. Choi Han did not say anything else as he walked out of the study. Cal could see Hans crossing paths with Choi Han and coming back in. Hans stopped for a moment after making eye contact with Choi Han and blankly stood there. What is it? Huh? Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Hans waved his hands frantically at Cal's question and looked back toward the leaving Choi Han before coming into the study. Young Master Nim. What? Cal observed Hans' completely pale expression. Did you have a fight with Choi Han Nim? Me? What the hell are you talking about? Of course you didn't. Ha ha, it is nothing. Cal stared at the weirdly acting Hans, but still said what he needed to say. He still had to give the order. We will leave in about 10 days, so prepare everything. Yes, I understand. I will work hard. Cal continued to blankly stare at the suddenly energetic Hans, but Hans quickly left the study. Cal, who was now left alone in the study, looked toward the calendar. the last guardian of the magic tower, who cast away his position and ran away. This will be my first time seeing a dwarf. In order to buy a fully intact magic tower, he needed to meet the dwarf whose family had protected the magic tower for generations. Cal started to smile. That dwarf was not just any dwarf, a mixed-blood dwarf that is half rat beast person. Muller, the tiny person that had the shabbiest and worst death in The Birth of a Hero. He was as short as a dwarf and looked weak without any muscles due to the unique nature of the rat people. He really was a tiny person. Key headed out of the study and into the bedroom. He was thinking about how to catch that runaway rat while he was heading toward the black dragon, On and Hang, who were probably playing in the bedroom right now. 10 days, this will pass by very quickly. And just as Cal expected, a week quickly went by. He was sitting in his couch like he had been a week ago, leaning deep into the back of the couch. Sigh. Cal did not hide his sigh as he sat there with a frown. Choi Han and Lark, who had left exactly a week ago, leaving Rosalind here, were back. However, they did not come back alone. Young Masternim, Vice Captain Hilsman, came back with them. But his appearance was weird. The vice captain, who usually dressed in a way that fit his position, was wearing shabby leather armor and had lots of injuries on his face. I told him to focus on the restoration of Harris Village. It felt like the vice captain had done some things in addition to what Cal had ordered. I have returned, young master. He didn't know the reason, but Cal still avoided Hilsman, who was speaking with admiration. However, he was not the only one who came back with Choi Han and Lark. Young Master Nim, we wanted to see you. Young Master Cal Nim, we're here too. Hello, young Master Cal. Have you been well? Cal could hear 10 children speaking at once. Mies, as well as the other wolf children, were innocently looking at Cal and smiling. However, the atmosphere around them felt very different. The children had bandages wrapped around multiple spots on their bodies. Something outside of Cal's expectations seemed to have happened in Harris Village. We came with Lark Hyang because you never mentioned when we should come back. Mies answered for all of them. Cal held back his sigh. Not telling you when to come was my way of saying don't come back. Cal could not tell the children who were already here to head back, so he just nodded his head and turned around to look at Choi Han and Lark. He gave an order to the two of them. Pack your bags. We will leave in 2 days. However, a response came from somewhere else. Yes, sir. A total of 11 people. The vice captain and the wolf children all energetically responded. It was like Cal was looking at a knight's brigade that had been training for a long time. Choi Han and Lark looked toward them with satisfaction. This was especially true for Choi Han, who was looking at them like he was looking at his students. Cal's expression became odd. It wasn't supposed to be like this. Chapter 67 wasn't supposed to be like this, for that odd sensation continued until Cal arrived at the dinner table. All he said was one sentence. I will be visiting the Whipper Kingdom for a bit. Clang. The spoon in the hand of his youngest sister, the 7-year-old Lily, fell to the ground. Cal turned to look at Lily after hearing the noise, only to see Lily with a pale face and the corners of her lips shaking. My teacher said. Lily didn't even think about picking up the spoon as she continued to mumble. The Whipper Kingdom is very scary right now, and people die every day. The nobles have to hide, and it is even hard to eat yummy food. You can't even sleep in peace. That is what my teacher said. Her emotions seemed to be getting stronger as she continued to speak. She then started to frown after looking toward Cal. You are not allowed to do that. Count Deruth cut Lily off and sternly answered. Cal looked toward Deruth with confusion. The Crown Prince had promised assistance during his travel to the Whipper Kingdom so that he could safely and stealthily get there. We will tell your family that you are doing my bidding. There's no need to tell them about the mages or magic tower or anything of the sort, right? Of course. Secrets are the best. I also only want my family and the Ubar territory liege to know of my travels. Naturally, I will have it all prepared. Crown Prince Albaru then immediately informed Count Deruth that it was a secret mission that he had tasked for Cal. Father, it is an order from His Highness, the Crown Prince. It doesn't matter. The good-natured and average-looking Count Deruth's face was extremely scrunched up in a frown. Cal looked around to Basin, who was stiff like time had frozen, and then to the only person who looked calm, Violin. She casually asked once they made eye contact, "Is this your own decision?" "Yes, I wish to go." "Cal, yes." Violin put her spoon down and continued to speak. "You know it is dangerous over there." "Yes." Cal lightly agreed. However, it would be fine with Choi Han, the Black Dragon, Rosalind, and Lark. Even Hilsman and the 10 wolf children were passionately asking him to take them with him, so he didn't think he would be in danger at all. Cal, just remember one thing. I'm always worried about you, my son. We all worry about you. However, Violin's gaze suddenly turned sharp. We don't care about this kingdom at all. Ahem, wife, we need the kingdom to be safe for our family to be safe as well. Deruth stopped frowning and let out a fake cough. However, Violin ignored it and continued to ask Cal, "Is this your decision?" Violin asked the same question once more, and Cal immediately responded back, "I'm a golden turtle." Count Deruth recalled what he had said to his son not too long ago. "We protect anything and everything with our very sturdy shell. However, the most important thing is to protect ourselves." He looked toward his son, who seemed calm and relaxed. "It is most important for me to use my sturdy shell to protect myself." That was Cal's answer. "I'm a Hennetus, after all." Of course, Cal put his own safety first. He would only step into a battlefield if it looked like they would definitely win, and he had the strongest person on the battlefield next to him. "You don't need to worry." His voice was full of certainty, and his gaze was confident. Countess Violin started to smile. "All right, I understand. But I do not think I can stop worrying. That is what it means to be a parent." There really wasn't a reason to worry, but Cal nodded at Violin anyways. Count Deruth kept his mouth shut as they restarted their meal. Based on how he was not telling Cal that he could not go, it seemed like he had accepted it as well. "They think we'll do anything they order us to do because we have been staying low for a while." Count Deruth just mumbled to himself as he roughly chewed on a piece of a meat every so often. However, seeing as how there was no more opposition, Cal peacefully focused on his meal again. He was focusing on his meal intensely, such that he did not notice what happened next. He didn't see that the gaze shared between Count Deruth and Countess Violin was not normal. He also didn't know that after dinner, Count Deruth ordered the butler to secretly gather any and all information related to the Crown Prince and the Whipper Kingdom, regardless of the cost. Cal just finished the great meal and left the dining room. He could hear someone rushing toward him, although this was against the noble's etiquette. Basin. It was Basin and Lily who chased after Cal. "Hyang Nim, must you go?" "Pretty much." He didn't need to go, but he just preferred 10 years of peaceful days rather than just one day. Cal continued to speak to his two quiet siblings. "Both of you need to focus on your studies and training. I can only go around like this because the two of you are here holding things down." Cal was always at peace knowing Basin would become the next liege of the territory and Lily the commanding officer for the military. At least they wouldn't have the typical drama plotlines of the eldest son and the more talented younger son fighting for the successor position, nor something of the sort. Cal turned away from the siblings, who were still just quietly watching him. He still had a lot to prepare. Cal started to walk away as he spoke to his siblings again. "I will bring you both some souvenirs from the Whipper Kingdom." Cal could not see that Basin and Lily's gazes were focused on Cal before exchanging glances with each other and nodding their heads. He had absolutely no idea that his younger siblings had already decided their future occupations. A few days later, Cal was happy that he was able to get on the ship at exactly the time he planned to do so. "Young Master Cal." Cal looked toward the source of the voice as soon as he got on the ship. "Young Lady Amaru." Amaru quietly observed Cal, who was still just as relaxed as before. The Ubar Liege had already gotten on the same boat as the Crown Prince, so Amaru had ordered for them to prepare the largest and strongest ship as soon as she received the Crown Prince's order. "Young Master Cal, I hope that you return safely without hurting yourself this time. I hope for the same as well." He had absolutely no plans to get hurt. Cal could see that Amaru started to frown like she didn't believe him. "I do not understand why His Highness would send you to that dangerous place when you just finished your recovery. However, His Highness is probably sending you because it is you, and he can trust you." Trust. The Crown Prince was not the type to trust anyone. Cal had no problem honestly saying that with a stiff expression. "Really? I'm not so sure. He didn't seem to trust me much at all." Amaru raised her voice at Cal's bitter smile. "Of course, young Master Cal, if it means anything, I trust you." "Ah, yes, well, thank you very much, young Lady Amaru." Seeing Amaru respond so fiercely, which was opposite her calm demeanor, Cal could not say anything else. He then started to walk again as they needed to leave on time. He had people he needed to meet. "Young Master Ka, "I'll be on my way now, young Lady Amaru." Amaru had some other things to say, but just closed her mouth. The image of Cal pushing back his red hair that was moving along with the ocean breeze was both refreshing and cool. Cal got on the ship with a relaxed heart after seeing that Amaru was no longer trying to hold him back. He got on the deck and could see that the village was very noisy with construction right now. Furthermore, some of the other whirlpools had disappeared, creating a safe path that was wide enough for a large ship. But the rest of the whirlpools are still the same. Cal turned his gaze back to the ship and started to sigh. Sigh, how did he end up with so many people? Choi Han, Lark, and Rosalind. The kittens, On and Hung, were shaking because they were on water yet were adamant that they would come with him. Hans, who was next to the kittens. Finally, Vice Captain Hilsman, who was completely pale because he was on a ship, Beecrox, who was observing Hilsman silently, and the 10 wolf children next to him. If I get hurt with all of these freaks around me, that would be very surprising. Someone might even think he was trying to go destroy a kingdom right now. I like the smell of the ocean. Why would he fear anything, especially with the black dragon coming along as well? Cal gave an order to the group, who were all looking at him. Let's go. Boo-woo-woo, the horn sounded their departure across the Yuba Sea. The ship was disguised as a trade ship. Well, that wasn't really a disguise. It is a trade I am making after all, but it will naturally not be a fair trade. It would be very beneficial for Cal, but unfair for the other party. Human, do not smile like that. You look like you are going to scam someone again. He could hear the black dragon's voice, but chose to ignore it and enjoy the refreshing ocean breeze. Just like that, the ship started to head for the Whipper Kingdom's smallest port. Later that night, Cal was not sleeping but standing on the deck. It was close to midnight, so nobody else was on the deck, but the deck was lit up and the full moon made it not dark at all. He was planning to meet some guests here tonight. Cal leaned on one of the railings as he calmly looked out to the ocean. It was at that moment, human. The black dragon revealed himself and approached Cal. There was no need to be invisible because nobody else was here right now. What? I was just wondering. The black dragon seemed to have a lot on his mind. No, he seemed very suspicious as he blankly looked Cal up and down. Is the name you are thinking of a random word? What the hell are you talking about? The black dragon seemed very concerned. I feel like you will pick something like black or dragon. Ah, your name. The black dragon was talking about his name. Cal made a very serious expression at the 4-year-old's very concerned question. Is a name like that not very good? Cal's expression was very serious. The black dragon had not seen Cal look so serious for a while now. The black dragon's eyes started to shake as he urgently responded. Not at all. I am fine with anything. It is fine as long as you give me a name, human. Do not worry. His wings were fluttering rapidly, and his tail was shaking as he strongly appealed to Cal. Cal's expression instantly turned normal like he was never serious at all. Then I am glad. He then casually continued on. Rayan, On, and Hung would have been sad if they heard what you said. Silence suddenly filled the area. Human, what did you just say? Cal had actually thought a lot about the Black Dragon's name, contrary to the Black Dragon's expectation. A name was a special thing given to someone. For Kim Rock-soo, who had to live on his own, the only thing that was given to him by his parents was his name. Your first name is Rayan. Rayan. It meant joyful in pure Korean. And your last name is Muru. Muru. Pure Korean for dragon. Joyful dragon. It was a funny name, but Cal had come up with it with full sincerity. He was worried that Choi Han might be suspicious of a pure Korean name, but he had come up with an excuse for that as well. A calm voice reached the black dragon's ears. However, the black dragon had never seen such an expression on Cal's face before. A calm smile was on Cal's face right now. I came up with this name in the hopes that you will be happy and live a joyful life. What does it mean? The black dragon asked Cal for the meaning of the name. Cal pointed to the black dragon with his index finger. You, Rayan, and Muru. Neither of these words existed in this world. There was only one thing these two words stood for in this world. It is you. They are words just for you and only me. Yes. Cal started to smile as he patted the dragon's head. Since you are a great and mighty dragon. Only me? The black dragon mumbled to himself for a while before patting away Cal's hand from his head and stretched out his wings. His wings were fluttering rapidly as he snorted. I guess it is useful. I will do you a special service and use this name. Sure, Rayan. The dragon started to scrunch his nose. The corners of his lips were twitching as he flew up into the air. I am the great and mighty Rayan Muru. Yes, Rayan. Right, I am Rayan. The black dragon had received a first name and a last name after 4 years of life. He now had something other than his body that belonged to just him. The dragon raised his head. He could see the darkness of the night sky that was different from the darkness inside the cave. It was a night like this when he had been rescued from the cave. The black dragon, Rayan, would never forget that moment. He also felt like he would never forget this moment either. Cal raised his head like the black dragon. The night sky was the same no matter where he went. He could hear Rayan's voice as he blankly continued to stare at the sky. Thank you, Cal. What? Cal looked toward Rayan with surprise. However, the black dragon was already back to normal. Human, how is it that you cannot understand the first time? Why don't you say it once more? Cal started to smile as he tried to pat Rayan's head. Rayan head-butted the palm and strongly objected. No, I really, truly, absolutely will not. Weak human, go inside and sleep. You will catch a cold. However, contrary to his actions, Rayan's wings were fluttering and his tail was wagging like on and hung. Cal quietly laughed at Rayan's appearance. The quietly laughing Cal was very visible, even though it was night time and they were out in the ocean. I think it will be difficult to go back in. Why is it diff? Rayan suddenly stopped talking before looking out into the ocean. He was looking at a spot far from the ship. Splash, the water parted as a large existence slowly showed itself. It was a whale. It was at that moment. Calnim. Someone urgently shot out from inside the ship and was rushing toward Cal at a very fast pace. It was Choi Han. Choi Han had a worried expression as he inspected the existence that was slowly revealing themselves. He then turned to look at Cal and approached him. It was then that Choi Han could see it. Cal was waving at him to go away with a very annoyed expression. The dragon Rayan then scoffed at Choi Han and started to speak. They are not enemies. What? Choi Han turned to look back at the ocean. At the same time, Cal stopped leaning on the railing and bowed his head toward the ocean. It was not just one whale. There were 3 whales coming to them. The guests had arrived. One was Witira, the humpback whale. The other was a killer whale. And finally, I greet the whale king. Cal greeted the largest of the 3, a humpback whale, the whale king. Chapter 68. Wasn't supposed to be like this 5. The large whale eyes of the whale king, Schickler, moved toward Cal. Cal was smiling. What a strong pressure. Schickler was the king of the ocean. He had a presence that could not be compared to the king of a kingdom that oversaw a small region of the western continent. That was why Cal was starting to smile even more. Schickler's pupils started to cloud as he began to smile. Cal stepped back a bit and opened up his arms. How about we have our discussion above the deck? PSSSSSSSSSSSH. Water vapor filled the air as 3 individuals quietly approached the ship. Tap, tap, tap. The 3 people gently landed on the deck. Cal could hear Rayan's voice in his head at that time. Dragons are much more beautiful and glorious. Cal understood Rayan's feelings and patted his head. These 3 pure-blooded whales were extremely beautiful. This one is completely stiff. Choi Han had stiffened up after seeing the whale tribe people. Cal followed Choi Han's gaze and looked at each of the 3 people in front of him. The future whale queen, Witira. She was the same as usual, the killer whale with white hair. This man was probably Archie, the greatest warrior of the whale tribe. He had an important role in the whale tribe arc in the novel. He was the one who beat Lockup in the novel, and he was someone who was violent with a bad personality. However, his loyalty was quite strong. It has been a while since I've come down to the Southern Ocean. This old, yet cool voice made Choi Han turn his head. Schickler, the whale king, had a gentle smile on his face. He was the most handsome middle-aged man in the novel. The author seemed to have put his soul into this character, as the novel took 4 lines to describe Schickler's appearance. I can see why the author did that, but it wasn't like your appearance would feed you. Cal just needed to take in what he needed to take in. The South is much warmer, isn't it? Schickler's pupils started to cloud. He is just as Witira described. His daughter, Witira, had said that Cal was a weak yet strong person. As she mentioned, he was the weakest person on the deck, but had no issue being confident. The South is good as well. Thank you for saving my son. I came with my daughter because I wanted to personally thank you. No need for such thanks. I just did what I needed to do. Cal smiled gently as he reached his hand out respectfully. What would be the point of having a long discussion so late at night? Since we are both busy people, shall we get right to the point? Sure, but you see, Schickler let out a small sigh. Cal did the same before reaching his hand out. Choi Han. Tap. Cal put his hand on Choi Han's shoulder. Schickler did a similar action. Archie. For some reason, Archie and Choi Han were staring at each other. What beef would two people who had met for the first time have with each other? Cal put some strength into the hand on Choi Han's shoulder, and Choi Han looked toward him. Choi Han was mesmerized by the whale tribe's beauty a moment ago, so what would have made him so angry? This ship would sink with a single slash of his sword if Choi Han started to fight on the ship. What is it? Calnim. Choi Han bit down on his lips. At that moment, someone gave Cal the answer. As usual, it was the black dragon Rayan. That whale checked you out from head to toe. How dare he? Cal could hear Rayan huffing as he turned away from Choi Han. Archie. Archie was even worse than Tunka. You know, the ones who are on the good side but always cause trouble. Archie was that type of character. He was someone who only pledged his allegiance to Schickler and did not even care about anybody else, including other members of the whale tribe. He was the troublemaker of the whales. Cal finally made eye contact with Archie, and Cal held back his groan. Archie really was looking at him with vicious eyes. Why was this punk acting like this? However, the answer was pretty obvious. Probably because I made Schickler personally come to meet me. Archie didn't care about the fact that Cal had saved Schickler's son, nor the fact that he helped out the whales with the mermaids. Cal stiffened up a bit after looking into the vicious eyes of someone who was even stronger than Watira. Schickler could see Cal stiffen up and urgently started to glare at Archie. He had told Archie not to do this multiple times, but Archie never seemed to listen. Archie, Inu. Schickler stopped talking and turned his head. Father, young Master Cal is very odd. It was only for a moment, but he felt really big. He recalled what Watira had said as he looked at Cal. He could see that Cal was once again standing leisurely, as if he had never stiffened up in the first place. However, the atmosphere around Cal was different. He finally understood why his daughter had said that Cal was strong. A gaze that seemed so deep that they could not fathom the deepness was aimed toward Archie. Choi Han, who had been watching from the side, subconsciously stopped frowning. Cal Nim. He then subconsciously called out to Cal as well, but Cal did not look at him. Choi Han oddly felt like that was only natural. Cal's gaze was dominating and only looked forward. The atmosphere around Cal also captured everyone's attention. It was different from a strong pressure. It was gentle yet firm, making it difficult to approach. It was because Cal was frowning. My body is responding on its own. The vitality of the heart responded to the pressure from Archie, making a bit of the dominating aura come out as well. The two powers working together made it possible for him to escape the strong pressure from Archie. Cal slowly started to speak. Who are you? Since it was like this anyway, he might as well squash him right now. Cal did not like Archie's gaze and slowly moved forward. Creak, creak. The wooden planks on the deck creaked with his every step. Just who do you think you are? The dominating aura revealed about half of its strength, exactly half a step. Cal stopped in front of Archie and asked in a blunt manner, that you dare to stare at me like this? Archie could not speak. He was definitely a bit taller than Cal, but it felt like Cal was looking down at him. Cal had definitely looked weak, and he still felt like he would be able to kill Cal with a single hand, but he could not move. Archie could see the corner of Cal's lips starting to gently go up. Cal could also see that Archie's gaze had softened up, and so he coldly answered, if you can't even answer that question. Archie could tell that the man in front of him, Cal, was looking down at him. Then don't get caught staring like that. Cal and Archie stared at each other in silence for a few seconds until Archie's foot took a step backward. At that moment, Cal put away the dominating aura and started to smile as he looked towards Schickler. Isn't that right, Your Majesty? Cal did not want to fight with them since they would see each other a few more times in the future, and they still needed to make some deals with each other. That was why he had only used half of the dominating aura and was now looking towards Schickler with the brightest smile he could muster. Indeed. Schickler answered after a few moments and grabbed onto Archie's shoulder with a very strong grip. Apologize and introduce yourself. Cal knew how Schickler had domesticated the troublemaker Archie. He beat him up. He beat up him so much that the entire ocean seemed to be filled with dust. He really beat him to a pulp while saying that a beating was the best medicine for a troublemaker. Archie then came back to his senses and became Schickler loyal subordinate. That was why Cal knew that Archie would not hurt him even though he was glaring at him. Cal could see Archie bowing his head without looking at him. I apologize. It was a very quiet voice. He really didn't want to apologize. At least that was what Cal thought as he glared at Archie. Archie quickly avoided his gaze when their eyes met. My name is Archie. All right, I am Cal Henitus. He then heard Rayon's voice in his head. Human, you seemed almost as strong as the tip of my toenail just now. Good job. Very good job. Cal held back his sigh at this charisma that was complemented by a 4-year-old before gently reaching his hand out to Schickler, who was blankly staring at him. Please give me the package. Ah, right. The oddly frazzled Schickler seemed to have lost the regalness of a king and turned into a neighborhood uncle. That was how he was once you became close to him. Schickler looked toward Watira. Young Master Cal. Long time no see. The package. Watira was relieved that Cal was still the same. Relieved. Me, she was shocked for a moment, but calmed herself before handing the package over. There were a total of 3 items that were now in Cal's hands. One of them was a small bottle with only the dragon's dead mana contained inside, with the poison having been removed. Dead mana. This was very dangerous for a living person who did not have the darkness affinity. That was why Schickler was curious. But why do you need this dead mana? There should be no humans who need it. Well, maybe the necromancers of old may find it useful, but there are none of them left. I don't know what you plan to do with this small amount. Cal put on a mischievous smile. Who knows? What Cal needed was just this small amount. Cal put all the items into his magic bag and discussed a couple things with the whale royalty before saying goodbye. See you again next time. I apologize once again for Archie's actions today. It's okay. No, I insist. It's because that punk still has a lot to learn. Father. Watira called out to calm her father before speaking to Cal. See you again next time, young Master Cal. Sure thing. He needed to see them multiple times, since there were many ways he could still put them to use. Cal leisurely waved at the leaving Watira and Schickler, as well as the fidgeting Archie who said his goodbyes, before turning back toward his crew. Choi Han, what are you doing? Ah, nothing. Choi Han was shocked when Cal called out to him and vigorously shook his head. Cal walked past Choi Han, who had been standing there with a blank expression on his face for a while, and headed into the ship. I am going to go sleep. The black dragon Rayan, who was following behind Cal, abruptly turned his head around and started to speak to Choi Han. I am Rayan Muru, the handsome, beautiful, great and mighty existence. Remember that. Choi Han stared at the extremely excited dragon before observing Cal, who was his usual relaxed self. I need to get stronger as well. Choi Han's voice disappeared into the ocean as he stood on the deck alone. Of course, if Cal had heard this, he would gasp in fear, thinking that an even stronger Choi Han would easily destroy this entire continent. The next morning, Cal could see that Hang was grumbling next to the black dragon, who will now be called Rayan. I like Rayan, it is cool, but I think Rahang would be nice too. On the other hand, the usually quiet On seemed to be excited as she was happily walking circles around Rayan. Rayan Muru, our youngest's name is so good. It is the best. Cal, who had been watching this while laying on his bed in the ship, turned away as Rayan continued to shout. Hey, Wolfie, I am Rayan Muru. Hey, Mage, I am Rayan Muru. Choi Han, I know your name already. It was so much that even the usually nice Choi Han was answering like this. Currently, Rayan, the kittens, Choi Han, Lark, and Rosalind were in Cal's room. Rayan approached Choi Han. If you know it, say it. Sure, Rayan. Rayan started to smile. It was then that Choi Han turned toward Cal. Muru, how did you come up with that last name? Choi Han had an odd expression on his face. Cal understood the reaction. Choi Han did not seem to know the pure Korean Rayan, but he seemed to know Muru. Something I made up. Made up. Yes. I suddenly thought of that word when I looked at Rayan. It just popped into my head. It was a very interesting experience. Cal just casually answered as he continued to eat grapes while laying down. He then asked Choi Han as calmly as possible, "Why do you ask?" "Nothing. It was just interesting." Choi Han's gaze was filled with nostalgia. It was because the name was pure Korean. He nodded his head and started to speak to Rayan. Rayan Muru. It is a cool name. Rayan pretended not to hear what Choi Han had said, although his wings were fluttering with joy. Cal nonchalantly observed this before looking out the window toward the ocean. He hoped to arrive at the Whipper Kingdom soon. They arrived at the smallest port in the Whipper Kingdom in a few days, as Cal had wished. There was someone there to greet them, the most important player for this transaction. Young Master Nim. The even chubbier Billows now further resembled a piggy bank. He jumped on board to greet Cal on the deck. Billows seemed to be much lighter than his actual weight, as he agilely jumped on board as soon as the ship stopped. Egu, young Masternim, I hope you didn't get seasick. Seems like he's trying to suck up to you, but Cal actually really liked how Billows was acting. Cal patted Billows' shoulder and whispered in his ear, "Time to catch a big fish." Billows started to smile so widely that his eyes almost disappeared. "I will just trust you, young Masternim. The magic tower will be destroyed, and the liege of the magic tower will be ripped to shreds by Tunka. All of the mages inside the magic tower will be killed, however. The liege of the magic tower was a greedy person." Cal looked toward the messed-up port that was very different from the ports of the Roan Kingdom and casually said aloud, "Treasure hunts are so fun. As long as you find the treasure, that is." Chapter 69, Different Than Intended. 1. Cal patted Bilos's shoulder. Bilos's eyes filled with anticipation as Cal started to speak. "So work hard if you need some treasure." It was an indifferent command, but Billows still responded with excitement. "As hard as you need me to work, hee." Cal shook his head after seeing that Billows was clearly excited. He knew that there was a lot going on Billows' mind, but that Billows was putting up this front, since I didn't explain it thoroughly. All he had told Billows was 2 words, magic device. Billows had heard only those 2 words. Cal observed Billows leaving to work before turning to look at a certain person. He was looking at the person who needed to be the most cautious in the Whipper Kingdom. Rosalind. The mage needed to be careful if she did not want to get hurt or even killed. Cal found her standing on the deck and approached her. It was so that he could warn her. "Miss Rosalind." But there was no need to do that. Cal stopped to think about what to say. "What is it, young Master Cal?" Cal had to ask after hearing the calm in her voice. "Is that a club in your hand?" The club in Rosalind's hand was causing strong gusts of wind as she swung it around. She looked like she was used to this. He could also see a light leather armor underneath her robe as she refreshingly answered Cal's question. "It is indeed a club. Whether it is a magic staff or a club, they're all the same when you use it to hit something. You are very wise." Cal was honestly in admiration as he gave her a thumbs up. There was no need for him to warn her about moving around the Whipper Kingdom as a mage. "Wise. I just wanted to make sure things didn't become difficult for everyone else because of me. I may not look like it, but I learned a variety of basic martial arts when I was young." Tap, tap. Rosalind lightly tapped her other palm with the club. As part of the royal family, especially as the eldest child in line for the throne, she had learned self-defense as well as some other basic martial arts. Her gaze suddenly became chilly. "I also wanted to take a look at this place with my own eyes." Cal started to smile. Rosalind, the liege in charge of the new magic tower in the future, was a very just person like Choi Han. That was why she was able to grow together with her party members. However, she also had a definite goal as well as a cold rationality. The Whipper Kingdom would give her some complicated feelings as well as an opportunity to learn. Cal followed Rosalind's gaze to look toward the port. This was the least destroyed port in the Whipper Kingdom because it was the smallest one, and because the regular citizens used it quite frequently. However, there were not many ships going in and out of the port, and the faces of the people getting off of the few ships arriving were very gloomy. However, the faces of the people living here were bright. Many of the citizens who were treated like slaves at the Magic Tower live here. Cal could see pillars of black smoke in the distance. Civil wars always left behind destruction in their paths. "Young Master Nim, we can move now. The carriage is prepared." "Great." Cal nodded at Bilos's statement and got off the ship. He started to speak after taking his first step into the Whipper Kingdom. "It doesn't smell that good." Cal sniffed the musky smell of the burnt and destroyed buildings as he headed to the residence Billows had prepared for him. He started to speak to Billows once he got to his room. "You prepared quite well." Cal complimented Billows, who had prepared the quietest residence by the port, a carriage with the Flynn Merchant Guild crest, as well as all of the other tiny details. Billows shrugged his shoulders as Cal asked one more thing. "Did you make sure to do it quietly without others knowing about it? Isn't that only natural?" Cal smiled and responded back after seeing the greedy gaze in Bilos's eyes. I knew I liked you. You as well, young Master Nim. Cal leaned on the couch as he casually asked. Victory. Billows slowly nodded his head with a sincere expression. Yes, it was as you explained, young Master Nim. I see. In the end, no, as expected, the non-mage faction had been victorious. Cal had arrived right on time for the end of the Civil War. There was only one thing that signaled the end of the Civil War: the destroyed Magic Tower. The fall of the mage's final fortress signaled the end of the Civil War. Of course, there were still things to take care of afterward the war. That non-mage faction was wilder than I had expected. Billows started to frown as he described the Civil War. They seem like they are not afraid of death, and like they are only focused on killing mages. Billows' shoulders shook a bit as he tried to recall how it looked before the Civil War compared to the current situation. These two periods of time were the best time for him to make some money. However, he had seen much more than that. They were especially scary whenever the citizens with magic resistance showed up in large numbers or took the vanguard. The biggest influence in the battle between the mage faction and the non-mage faction was this: magic resistance. These citizens with magic resistance were slowly born through the generations, and the fact that there were only a few of them, as well as the fact that they could not learn any magic, made their lives difficult in the Whipper Kingdom. However, these citizens with magic resistance were born in large numbers during this generation, which ended up becoming an advantage for the non-mage faction. The citizens considered this as a sign from nature that they were to kill those arrogant mages who believed they could rule over nature with their mana. This is especially true for the person named Tunka, the one in charge of the non-mage faction. Cal was just silently listening. That man and his direct subordinates really seemed to move based on instinct. I saw him just once from a distance, and he was pulling a mage's neck off with his bare hands. You don't know how terrifying that was to witness. Sigh. Billows let out a sigh as he shook his head. I couldn't even sleep properly that night. Just thinking about Tunka and his direct subordinates still makes me feel sick. Billows had made up his mind to absolutely avoid those people. It didn't feel like he could communicate with them. Thankfully, the staff around Tunka were smart and easy to talk to. It must have been very cruel. Billows wildly nodded his head at Cal's short response. Yes, it was very cruel. The corpses of those mages who were torn to shreds while they were still alive are hanging outside all of the castles. However, Billows did not say that that was bad. Well, I am sure even that is not enough in the Whipper citizens' perspectives. Billows understood how they were feeling. Furthermore, as someone who was making money off of the Civil War, he was not in the position to say either side was good or bad. But young Masternim, what is it? Billows started to smile as he asked Cal a question. Cal's response felt cold, but Billows did not budge. Where are we headed to now? Billows was very curious about their destination, as well as what the treasure was. He could see Cal, who had been quietly listening to everything he had to say, start to smile. This smile filled Billows with anticipation. Cal then started to speak, to meet Tunka. Excuse me, who? Billows thought that he had heard wrong. The fact that he had not been able to sleep properly for a while may have affected his hearing. Cal continued to speak, while looking at the confused expression that he had seen for the first time appear on Bilos's face. We are going to the Magic Tower. What? There were many reasons Cal had selected this very small port. It was the closest port to the Magic Tower, one out of the battle areas, and one where many of the citizens still lived. Cal leisurely continued to speak to Billows, who had a blank expression on his face, but seemed to be thinking about a lot of things right now. Just trust me. Billows opened and closed his mouth a few times before jumping up and heading over to the cabinet in order to take out a bottle of alcohol. He then started to chug it and only stopped after emptying about half of the bottle into his mouth. I will trust my instincts. And what do your instincts say? Billows took out a new bottle and handed it to Cal. My instincts are telling me to follow you, young Master Nim. Cal took a gulp straight from the bottle. You have pretty good instincts. It is perfect for a merchant. Cal seemed to be very relaxed. Billows clenched onto the bottle in his hand as he looked past Cal's shoulders and out the window. Although the official civil war was over, there were still screams throughout the Whipper Kingdom as all of the mages were not caught just yet. Madness, despair, sorrow, these were all still plentiful in the air. This tastes great. Billows decided to follow his instincts even more after seeing Cal so calm. A few days later, Cal stepped out of the carriage with the Flynn Merchant Guild crest. There were 3 more carriages behind him as well. Young Master Nim, this is as close as we can get to the magic tower in a carriage. Cal could see the destroyed magic tower in the distance, but it was much less destroyed than he had expected. He really kept his promise about not destroying it much. Tunka had listened to what Cal had said. It is a beautiful magic tower. Billows seemed to be in a daze next to Cal. At that moment, Cal took someone out of his pocket and showed a small corner of it to Billows. Gasp! Billows let out a gasp. The golden plaque. He only saw a bit, but that was definitely a golden plaque. Billows' gaze instantly changed. Young Master Nim, I respect you very much. Cal just ignored Billows as Hans approached him. Young Master Nim, what do you plan to do now? Hans asked what Cal was going to do as he looked around. They were currently around the entrance of a base that was created in front of the magic tower. They could see lots of huts and houses. In fact, it seemed more like a village than a base based on the size. They could also see uniquely colored people as well. They were the citizens of the Whipper Kingdom. There were also other odd people as well. This made Hans's eyes start to quiver. MMPH. He then subconsciously covered his mouth with his hand. There were people who looked like warriors, but they were covered in blood and chopping up some corpses. They could tell that the corpses were wearing robes. These were all corpses of mages. Behind the corpses were the chopped-off heads of the mages rolling on the ground. The scent of blood and rotting flesh overwhelmed Hans's nose as he started to hear the sound of corpses burning behind him. Take a break if it's too much. Hans turned to look at the calm Cal and realized that everybody else around him was composed. Even Mies and the children, whom he recently learned were wolves, were calmly observing the situation in front of them. Hans. Yes, young Master Nim, this is a battlefield. Hans could feel the weight of those words. At the same time, he clearly looked into Cal's eyes that were coolly observing the entire battlefield. Chapter 70. Different than intended, too. Cal indifferently observed the tents, warriors, merchants, and other people moving to and from the camp. It made him recall when he was Kim Rock-Soo and working different jobs. He suddenly felt tired and had a desire to relax and read a book. However, his face was calm, as usual. Cal's gaze once again turned toward Hans as he asked Hans a question. Will you rest? I am okay, young Master Nim. Deputy Butler Hans could see Cal speaking to him in his usual self. Then let's work. That made Hans feel better. Cal gathered everyone in front of him after verifying that Hans was calm. Since the Civil War was already over, Cal and crew were able to get to the base, in front of the magic tower, once they showed their identifications. The base was now just filled with people finally getting some rest after the long war. And the reason they were able to get so far was because Billows had traded materials with the warriors multiple times during the Civil War. They had come under the Flynn Merchant Guild's name. However, they were going to do something different starting now. We came to meet someone named Tunka today. Make sure you do not respond to any provocations before that. Choi Han, who had been quietly listening, started to speak. Who is this person named Tunka? Ah, that Bob guy from before is Tunka. Bob is an alias. Cal just casually responded to Choi Han as he turned to look at Billows. However, he was able to hear Choi Han's quiet mumbling as he turned. So it is him. Ha, it is nothing. Choi Han responded with a calm expression, so Cal just let it go as he started to speak to Billows. Billows, you said you could get to the tent with the chiefs. Yes. However, only about 6 people, including myself, can go. It seems like you made quite a bit of money. The fact that he was able to have conversations with the chiefs symbolized that Billows had made a lot of money through the Civil War. Billows just smiled and did not say anything else. At that moment, the invisible Rayon started to speak in Cal's mind. Funny, now what? Cal started to frown. I have a feeling that something entertaining will happen. Feeling. Cal got the chills and caressed his neck as he ignored Rayon's words. He then quickly selected the 4 people who would go with him. Choi Han, Lark Hilsman. Cal made eye contact with Rosalind. She had not said anything after looking around the residence once they arrived. Cal wondered whether she was angry about the death of her fellow mages. However, what Cal saw in Rosalind's eyes was the gaze of a royal princess. Rather than getting angry because of the deaths of the mages, she was thinking about the stupidity of the Whipper Kingdom's royal family for keeping things as is until the citizens rebelled like this. Miss Rosalind, y'all be coming, right? Rosalind fixed the large club over her leather armor as she answered. Yes, the people who would go with him had been decided. Cal decided to leave the rest to Hans. We will go somewhere quiet and stay there. I will keep everyone safe. Cal could see on and hung snorting at Deputy Butler Hans' words. At the same time, they were asking Cal with their eyes, "When will we go to the magic tower?" Cal responded back with a gaze. "Just wait a bit. They will soon be able to get to the location for the kittens to run wild. Let's go." "Yes, sir." Billows put on a large necklace with the Flynn Merchant Guild crest on it and took the lead. Cal followed behind him. As soon as they entered into the base, they could feel multiple sharp gazes falling on them. Just look forward. Everyone looked forward like Cal said. The non-mage faction was made of citizens, knights, and the magic-resistant individuals. Cal's group stood out like a sore thumb amongst the faction members, who were all covered in blood. Cal could see the non-mage faction members in front of him as well. I guess they haven't had enough. They wanted war. He could feel the madness and chaos in the air around him. Cal recalled how Tunka had taken control of the Whipper Kingdom royalty and made them his puppets before rushing to fight with the Queen of the Jungle and the Empire. He took the time to look at the soldiers under the command of a tyrant like Tunka. They did not come up to provoke them or fight with them. They were just mesmerized by Tunka, who they instinctually feared. However, none of them backed away either. They just continued to viciously stare at Cal, who looked like a noble. "We are here." Billows stood in front of a tent. It was not very deep in the base, as Cal had expected. It was only a bit away from the entrance. Honestly speaking, the chiefs, Billows. Cal cut Billows off because he knew what Billows was going to say. The non-mage faction thinks that they destroyed their rationality, but in reality, a different kind of rationality had exploded in its place. Are only mages smart? Are they the only educated ones? No, there were many others who were educated as well. The scientists had come under Tunka because they were tired of being suppressed by the mages. They hate magic even more than Tunka does. You could just consider them to be crazy. It is even scarier when smart people go crazy. Contact them. Yes, sir. Billows approached the largest tents in the chief's section. A warrior approached him to guide him and watch him. The chief's tent. There were many more warriors here than the other areas. It was interesting that Tunka had no problem throwing away weak warriors, but were protecting these chiefs. That is why he couldn't become a real hero. Cal ignored the sharp gazes of the guards and waited for Billows to come back with the chiefs. He just needed to ask them to meet with Tunka, and they would probably welcome it with open arms. However, why does my neck feel so cold? Cal looked around to see what might be causing this odd feeling. Billows was taking longer than he had expected. It should not take this long to come back with a single person. Human. Rayon's low voice rang in Cal's mind as the entrance flap to the tent Billows entered started to move. It looked like a large person was trying to run out. No way. Suddenly, Choi Han, who had been standing behind Cal, stepped in front of Cal with a stiff expression. "Choi Han, I have a bad feeling about this." "What?" "Reip." The tent entrance ripped open. "I smell it. I smell the scent of a strong person." "Muhahaha, this is perfect. I was so bored." A large man covered in blood revealed himself. Behind him was a man and a woman who were slightly smaller than him, but still quite large. Sigh. Cal let out a sigh. The crazy person who was covered in blood as if he had showered in mage blood was naturally Tunka. As usual, Tunka was accurately looking at a specific location. "It's you." He was looking at Choi Han, who was protecting Cal from him. Tunka did not seem to even see Cal behind Choi Han. "The other ones smell strong too, but you seem to be the strongest. I can't sleep while smelling such a scent." Cal decided he needed to step forward. However, Choi Han asked in a very low voice, "Is he Tunka?" "Oh, you recognized him right away." Cal just answered Choi Han's question without thinking, and Tunka pointed to Choi Han at the same time. "Fight me. Aren't your hands itching too?" Cal let out a sigh. Tunka really never seemed to change. Choi Han would naturally decline, as his personality was not one who would fight for no reason. He would definitely not fight with someone he had just met. Cal tried to walk past Choi Han, who was in front of him. That was when he heard Choi Han's voice. "Sure. What?" Rayon's voice echoed in Cal's head. "Just as I expected. The great and mighty Rayon is smart." Contrary to Rayon's excited voice, Cal started to frown. On the other hand, Tunka licked his lips after seeing the way Choi Han was glaring at him. He only had Choi Han in his eyes and did not see anybody else. Choi Han had the strongest scent here. It was the same scent that made him think of the whale people who were staring back at him in the Yubar territory. Kekek, yes, I like that type of gaze. Tunka was excited. He felt like he could have a physical fight, one that did not rely on crap like magic. Choi Han put his hand on the hilt of his blade after seeing the madness in Tunka's eyes. He was calm, but his gaze seemed like it wanted to chop Tunka in half. Screech. A part of the blade came out of the scabbard. It was at that moment. Squeeze. Choi Han felt a strong grip on his shoulder and suddenly got the chills. He had felt this once before. It was the same pressure that caught everyone's attention when they were with the whales. A quiet yet emotionless voice reached Choi Han's ear. Choi Han. Cal was looking at him. Cal wasn't blaming him or giving him a command, but his gaze seemed to be extremely deep. That gaze made Choi Han subconsciously let go of the blade. Click. The blade was pushed back into the scabbard. Are you trying to fight right now? The dominating aura was surrounding Cal's entire body right now. He walked past Choi Han and faced Tunka. The stench of blood filled his nose. Tunka. Cal needed to stand above Tunka now. It became a little more complicated, but he decided that he might as well use this opportunity. Cal pushed back his red hair and greeted the blankly staring Tunka. Long time no see. You are Tunka did not recognize him right away. However, as soon as he saw the red hair, he thought of a single person. However, this person in front of him was too different from the last time they had met. He clenched his fist. An unexplainable feeling was coming out of this bastard in front of him. The bastard that shoved him in the ocean and looked down on him, Cal Henitus. His gaze was the same as 2 months ago. The man he saw 2 months ago asked him a question. Do you want to fight? Cal had a calm smile as he asked. However, he did not wait for Tunka's response. Choi Han. Yes, sir. Choi Han could not help but nod his head at Cal's indifferent voice. Fight him if you want. Choi Han could only answer in one way. I will definitely win. Choi Han put his hand back on the hilt of his blade. His tightly clenched fist let him feel a stronger desire than before. Cal then turned toward Tunka, who was slowly starting to smile. Tunka then let out a loud laugh. Mew-ha-ha-ha-ha. It was so loud it echoed through the base. However, Tunka was still nervous. The person in front of him was definitely weak, however. There was an aura that dominated this area. Tunka ignored that aura and shouted even louder. He was excited. His body was heating up. Blood, he needed to see blood. Let's fight. Great, very good. In that moment, Rayan was scoffing at Tunka as he spoke to Cal. He's crazy for a beating. What an idiot. Our side is much stronger. It was only obvious. Tunka would probably get beaten to a pulp. Choi Han was not the type to go easy in a fight. Cal looked toward the even crazier-looking Tunka, who was laughing like a maniac, and started to speak to Choi Han. No need to hold back. That made Choi Han start to smile. This smile did not look pure and innocent at all. That smile satisfied Cal, and he called over to Tunka. Bob. The sudden return of his alias from 2 months ago made Tunka stop laughing. Cal then glanced at Tunka's subordinates, as well as the warriors who were slowly approaching the chief's tents and the people who were too scared to move. He looked back at Tunka afterward and started to speak. Set it up. They might as well do it right if they were going to fight anyway. Teaser Chapter 71, Different Than Intended, 3. Cal could hear Tunka shout with an excited expression on his face. Get it ready right away. Suddenly, an arena for the battle began to form in the center. There was nothing special about it. The citizens who went crazy for battle moved some of the tents near the training ground to create a larger area for the battle. Weak human, the chubby human is staring at you. Cal turned his gaze after hearing Rayan's voice. Billows was staring at Cal from a distance. Cal casually made a shooing motion toward Billows. The chiefs were next to Billows, but now was not the time to worry about it. Cal turned his gaze to the front as a shadow appeared in front of him. I will guide you to the front. It was the large woman, Pelia, Tunka's left arm and a master of the spear. She pointed toward the front of the audience section of the arena. His expression immediately stiffened. There is no need to do that. Cal did not want to be at the closest place to the arena at all. He would be the first to die if Tunka is sent flying or Choi Han accidentally launches his aura toward the wrong spot. We have to give you the best spot. As Pelia said that and looked forward, Cal could see the soldiers create a path to the center of the arena. It was a miracle for such wild people to be so coordinated. Pelia really deserved her position as vice general. Cal sighed and followed the path to the front of the arena. He had already hidden his dominating aura, but Pelia and the soldiers could not take their eyes off of Cal. His slow pace made it seem like he was on a casual stroll, while the young man and woman walking behind him looked dangerous. Why are you going to a dangerous place? You cannot do this because you are weak. It does not matter if you have become as strong as the tip of my claw. But Cal was just walking slowly because he did not want to go. He couldn't do anything about Rayan's nagging. Rosalind and Locke did not look good following behind Cal as well. Young Master Cal, what is it? Rosalind cautiously looked toward the arena where Choi Han and Tunka would fight against each other. What if this makes them hate us? Hate. Cal's eyes were full of confusion. Locke then approached Cal and started to whisper. As Nunar mentioned, wouldn't it be bad if Choi Han Hyung ends up winning? What if they get angry? Don't you think Tunka would be angry and decide not to trade with us? Neither Rosalind nor Locke had any doubts about Choi Han winning. This was the same for Cal. However, Cal was thinking a little differently than the two of them. Cal slowly sat down on the chairs that were provided for the high-ranking officials. He then pointed to the seats on either side of him for the two people still standing. Are you going to stand the whole time? Rosalind and Locke sat in the chairs with concern still on their faces. Then Cal's voice reached their ears. There is no need to worry. Tunka was not that strong. Of course, he was strong compared to the average person, but he was outrageously weak compared to whales and dragons. However, Tunka would never have come to this position if he had suffered after meeting a stronger being and vowed revenge on all of them. He was not the only one who was like that. Just look around. Rosalind turned her gaze as Cal pointed to the open space. It was at that moment. Woo, 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 voices echoed in the wide open space. The shouts of the soldiers around the arena rang in Rosalind's ears. There was more. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the citizens stomping their feet filled the area. Locke, who had been watching, could feel the vibrations underneath his feet. Once the citizens started to stomp, the soldiers and knights all started to stomp as well. Woo, 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 boom, 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 and that noise gradually grew louder. It seemed like the earth itself was shouting. Young master, what is going on? The timid Locke looked at Cal with a pale expression. He could see Cal smiling. He answered for both Locke and Rosalind. Winning or losing does not matter to them. At that time, Pelia came near Cal to sit behind him. She also heard what Cal had to say. The warrior's ritual. She stopped sitting down and looked at Cal, who continued to look forward without noticing Pelia's reaction. The two warriors slowly made their way into the arena. Choi Han and Tunka. Cal continued to speak while looking at the two of them. To fight. For Tunka's people, victory or defeat was not important. Fighting was the only thing that mattered. In particular, if the opponent was not an enemy, the fighting between warriors was rather sacred. Only that is important. Cal finished speaking and leaned over the back of the chair as much as possible. He was afraid of getting hurt after seeing Tunka and Choi Han entering the arena. At that time, he heard Rayan's voice. Do not worry, weak human. I am stronger than the two of them. You will not get hurt. It was a voice filled with pity. Cal did not like the tone of Rayan's voice, so he continued to lean back before turning around. What is it? It is nothing. Cal saw that Pelia was sitting down and turned his gaze forward. He then also sat up straight. He didn't want Pelia, who was loyal to Tunka, to get angry for his casual demeanor. Yes, do not sit like a wimp and sit up proudly. Human, you are doing well. Cal ignored Rayan's ramblings as he observed Hota, one of Tunka's other subordinates, stepping forward as referee. Not that they really need one. Until your opponent faints or gives up. That was the rule of these people. Fainting in such a battle was embarrassing for these people. Young master, I don't need to worry. Yes, you can just relax, Miss Rosalind. Cal responded to Rosalind's question and watched Hota start to shout in order to get people's attention. He then blew a small flute. Be-ape. The battle had begun. It would be nice if they ran toward each other right away, but Choi Han and Tunka both continued to stare at each other without moving. Cal watched this without thinking much about it. At that moment, he could hear Tunka's voice. The arena was large, but since they were in the front, it was not difficult to hear their voices. It also helped that Tunka had a very loud voice. Why do you care about what the weakling thinks? The weakling. Cal felt like it was referring to him. Choi Han is wary of me. Why? Cal had a question, but could not think of it any longer. It was because Rosalind and Lark kept peeking his way. Tunka definitely was referring to him when he said weakling. Choi Han's voice could be heard at that time. What did you just say? His voice was very low. Cal could see the mocking smile on Tunka's face. I said, why do you care what the weakling thinks? The weaklings are the first to die in any battlefield. I am sure you know that. Rosalind and Lark started to frown. At that moment, the two of them heard something in their ears. Sigh. Cal's sigh made Lark shut up. Lark's claws were becoming sharper and slowly getting longer. Rosalind brushed her face with her fingers. However, the two of them soon stopped moving. Poor bastard. Poor bastard. The two of them both had confusion on their faces as they looked toward Cal. Cal had a blank expression, as if he had never sighed in the first place as he looked toward the arena. The Choi Han that Cal knew had been transported to the hell known as the Forest of Darkness when he was just a sophomore in high school. He was the weakest existence in that forest for the longest time. Cal felt bad for Tunka, who was telling such a person that the weakest would be the first to die. Young Master Cal, who are you calling a poor? Just take a look for yourself. Cal pointed to the arena instead of answering Rosalind. At that moment, Choi Han took the sword strap off of his waist. The sword flew out of the corner of the arena once Choi Han threw it in the air. Plop. Cal could hear the sound of the sword falling to the ground, but he just nodded his head as he started to mumble. It's definitely better to beat someone up with your bare hands. Lark and Rosalind both flinched and watched as Cal's words became reality. Wham! Ah! Rosalind could now tell who Cal was calling a poor bastard. Pow, pow, boom, boom. The arena was silent. Nobody could talk. However, Rayan's voice was going off in Cal's head. He's being beaten to a pulp. Rayan was correct. Choi Han was beating Tunka up without holding anything back. Ah, you bastard. Tunka moved very quickly for someone his size as he rushed toward Choi Han and threw a punch. Pang. It made a cute noise as Choi Han blocked it with his palm. Choi Han then closed his fist around Tunka's hand as he darted toward Tunka. All of this happened in an instant. Cal could not see past that point, however he could hear it. Boom! Tunka's body was flung to the ground. The arena was filled with dust from the impact. Ah! Tunka was having a difficult time breathing. However, Cal could see that Tunka was still smiling. Great, this strength. A battle of St. You talk too much. However, Choi Han did not allow Tunka to keep smiling. Cal could see Tunka raise his arms in an attempt to block Choi Han's attack, but Choi Han's kick still flung Tunka into the air. Ah, ha ha ha. Tunka was laughing even as he was sent flying. He then twisted his body and tried to attack again. However, the results were the same. He ended up getting beaten again and again. All Cal could see was Tunka's bloodied clothes, his face that was slowly getting swollen to the point that they couldn't even tell it was Tunka, and the dust that was consistently being kicked up into the air. Hee, I will not fall. Tunka got up while staggering to the side. At that moment, Cal could hear Rayan's serious voice. Why is he laughing after getting hit? Does he enjoy getting hit? Cal looked up toward the sky. However, he could still hear what sounded like a punching bag being beaten up. There was no way that Choi Han, someone who could fight against the whales, would not be able to beat Tunka up easily. Only Choi Han had the strength to fight against both Rayan and the whale king, Shikler. He really deserved his title of the main character. Pow, pow. Cal continued to look up at the sky with curiosity. When will Choi Han finish beating Tunka up? Wasn't it about time for Tunka to run out of strength? However, Tunka was just too strong. Young Master Cal, shouldn't we stop Choi Han? Cal gave a short response to Rosalind's cautious question. We cannot get involved in the warrior's ritual. It can only end with the will of one of the warriors. All we can do is watch this sacred ritual from the side. Cal did not know that all of the high-ranking warriors were looking at him as he said that. He just looked back down after hearing another punching noise followed by a bang. Hehe, you are a really strong bastard. Spit. Tunka spit out some blood and continued to laugh. Choi Han looked toward him with disgust. It looked like Choi Han had realized how crazy Tunka was. He would continue to smile no matter how much he was beaten up. He will stand back up even after being beaten to a pulp repeatedly. He would never give up. He seemed like a character out of a children's cartoon. That is why he is such a crazy bastard. Cal could see Tunka's morale starting to go down. He could not even tell whether Tunka even had his eyes open anymore. Tunka looked terrible as he let out a shout and rushed forward once more. Ah! Tunka then started to fly away. Looks like he is blasting off. Tunka was flung high into the sky. Choi Han's half-transparent black aura had sent Tunka soaring into the air. Ha ha! Dodge. Everybody move. The soldiers rushed backward in order to dodge Tunka's body as Tunka came flying their way. Boom! A large ditch was formed as if a meteor had struck down and caused an explosion. Tunka had fainted inside this ditch. Fainting was what Tunka found to be the most embarrassing. Choi Han walked over to Cal like he didn't even need to check on Tunka. Cal quickly got up, as if this was the moment he had been waiting for the entire battle. Rosalind and Lark, who also got up at that moment, started to flinch. This was the same for Tunka's subordinates who were heading toward Tunka. That feeling they had gotten earlier, that gentle yet anxiety-provoking feeling. Cal reached his hand out to Choi Han, who had approached him. Good job. Yes, Calnim. Choi Han grabbed Cal's hand and started to smile. Cal surrounded his body with the dominating aura before looking around. The gaze that Tunka's companions gave Choi Han and himself was worlds apart from the original gaze that Tunka's group had given them when they had arrived. Cal had a smile on his face. Now it was set up properly. It was set up exactly as Cal had wanted. Tap, tap. Tunka woke up from someone tapping on his cheeks. Pelia was waking him up. However, Tunka was looking at Cal, who was behind her. Cal looked down at the collapsed Tunka as he started to speak. Take me to the magic tower. Teaser imagine it is a guy throwing the punch chapter 72. Different than intended, for Cal could see the change in Tunka's expression. He blankly blinked a few times before slowly starting to frown as if he remembered what had happened. I lost. However, he was calm when he started to speak. Cal then proceeded to speak. It was still a warrior's battle. Tunka blankly stared at Cal before slowly starting to smile. He looked extremely ugly with that expression on his face. His face, that already looked like an orc's because of the beating he had just received, now looked like a mutant troll's face. It was full of blue bruises. Cal turned away to stop seeing that ugly face. He could hear Tunka starting to speak as he turned. Tunka was speaking to Pelia. A new warrior has appeared today. Cal could see soldiers approaching them after hearing Tunka's loud voice. There was anticipation on the faces of the citizens. They did not seem to look down on their leader for fainting or have any animosity toward Choi Han for beating up their leader. Warrior, it was a cool title that was incomparable to those stupid mages. Someone who deserved such a title had appeared. We will have a celebration tonight. Get it prepared. Boom, boom, boom. The citizens started to stomp their feet again. At the same time, they cheered for both Choi Han and Tunka. Although these citizens were called barbarians because of such actions, Cal did not care. Of course, there will definitely be some soldiers whose morale goes down because Tunka lost, as well as some high-ranking people who will have animosity toward Cal's crew. Not my concern. He just needed to take what he needed to take. Cal could hear Tunka speaking to Choi Han behind him. Warrior, I will definitely kill you next time. Muahahaha. Cal turned around to see Choi Han frowning deeply. Choi Han had deeply disliked Tunka in the novel. He then heard Tunka speaking to him. I destroyed it less, per our agreement. It meant they were now going to go look at the magic tower. Cal climbed back up and patted the pale Billo's shoulder. Billows, yes, sir. Go get everybody from outside the base. Billows seemed confused, but accepted before pointing to someone else. Of course, but there is someone I need to introduce first. Cal looked toward who Billows was pointing at. Brown hair and brown eyes along with an extremely average face. He seemed so common and average, but it was so much so that it made him look unique. Young Master Nim, this is Chief Harol Nim. He is currently the supreme chief in charge of the entire faction. Harol. He was a necessary member of the non-mage faction. Nice to meet you, young Master Calnim. My name is Harol. The peasants of the Whipper Kingdom did not have last names. Cal reached his hand out to Harol. Nice to meet you. I am Cal. Harol cautiously shook Cal's hand before quietly starting to whisper. I guess young Master Calnim is who our leader Tunkanim said he was going to sell the magic tower to. Cal did not say anything and just smiled as he let go of Harol's hand. Harol. Harol was neither a very strategic person nor a strong individual. He also did not have any unique abilities. He was a great scientist, but he was lacking compared to the other chiefs. However, he was one of the founding members of the non-mage faction. The mages had considered themselves above the regular citizens because of their magic abilities. Harald had been the one who had brought up the idea of saving the people from such tyranny. To them, he was a hero. People followed him because of how average he was. Tunka and Harald, this combination was the hope for the Whipper Kingdom's citizens. It is my honor to meet you. I guess we have a lot to discuss from here on. The non-mage faction needed money. Harald probably wanted to take as much money as possible from Cal. At that moment, Cal could hear Rayon's voice in his head. What a liar! The dragon really was sharp. Cal gently responded to Harald. I suppose so. An unfair trade. That trade started from Harald and not Tunka. Cal stood in front of the magic tower and looked up. The 20-story magic tower was the second tallest building on the entire continent. The tallest building was the Empire's Alchemist Bell Tower. It's better than I expected. Tunka had destroyed the magic tower less than Cal had anticipated. There were only a few outer walls that were destroyed. In comparison, all the windows and the insides were a total mess. This isn't all there is to the magic tower. Cal turned away from the magic tower to look at Tunka. Are you going in as well? The question made Tunka start to frown. You think I am crazy? Why would I go into that dirty place? Dirty place. Tunka was calling this famous building that was known throughout the Western continent a dirty place. It was dirty to him because the citizens' blood, sweat, and tears were shed inside of this building. Harald will guide you. Tunka said that before peeking toward Beakrox, Hilsman, the wolf children, and Lark. It was because he smelled strong scents from them as well. He then also peeked toward the two baby kittens in Cal's arms. He then looked toward Choi Han, who was talking to Rosalind, before casually starting to speak. You are interesting because you are weak. Cal naturally ignored Tunka, however. Tunka continued to speak. A weakling who oddly seems strong. However, Tunka could not say anything else. It was because Choi Han had started to stare at him. Tunka started to smile brightly at Choi Han's stare before he started to approach him. What? You want to fight again? Choi Han sighed before ignoring Tunka. Cal observed Tunka and Choi Han's interaction before taking a look at Billows and Harald discussing with one another. He then started petting the kittens in his arms while starting to quietly sing. Let's catch a rat. Let's catch a rat. How many rats? On's front paw moved in Cal's arms. Tap, she hit him once. Cal continued to speak. Don't hurt him, though. Life is precious. Hung snorted before moving his front paw. Tap, tap. He tapped twice before his tail started to wag. On started to shake her head after seeing the smiles on Cal and Hung's faces. The two of their villainous smiles were becoming similar the longer they were together. However, On's tail was shaking as well. At that moment, a stealthy voice filled Cal's mind. Should I come with you too, human? Rayan really must want to go with them, as he even asked Cal for permission. Cal sternly shook his head. Cal quietly whispered, as if he was gently speaking to the kittens, You have to catch something else with me. The baby kittens and Black Dragon all closed their mouths after seeing Cal's expression as he said, Something else. That sounded fun as well. Harald and Tunka soon approached Cal. Tunka pointed to Harald with friendliness. Our chief will guide you. Pelia will go with you as well. Pelia was going to be Harald's guard. Cal nodded his head and asked, Did you clean up the corpses of the mages in the tower? I left a few there. Cal knew this would be the case and kept a straight face. At that moment, Rayan started to speak. I guess you are only afraid of mermaid corpses. Don't worry, I will make sure the mermaids can't get to you in the future. I'm not really afraid of the mermaids either. However, Cal did not say that out loud, since he should not run into any mermaids in the future. Tunka observed Cal's calm demeanor before continuing to speak. Those bastards do not need their souls consoled. The consolation of the soul referred to cremation. The citizens burned mage corpses whenever possible. Of course, there were some corpses with their heads rolling around on the ground, but those corpses would soon be burnt as well. However, there must be a reason for the corpses they left behind not to be burnt, probably the ones that killed the most citizens. What do you need the most of to advance magic devices? Experiments. What would they experiment on? People. There were many mages who performed experiments on humans in secret. I plan on getting rid of them when there are no more mages left in this kingdom. There will be no traces of them left. Tunka quietly mumbled, contrary to his usual self. However, Cal did not pay much attention to his words. Although all of the mages in the tower were dead, not all of the mages in the Whipper Kingdom were dead. The Mage Tower mages were all part of the mage faction. They were hierarchical and greedy. A tower is naturally going to have a top and a bottom. The people on top enjoyed looking down on the people down below. However, there were some mages who stayed far away from power and greed. They preferred not to take part in politics or anything of power. Those mages were currently in hiding, trying to find a way out of the Whipper Kingdom, as well as trying to determine where to go. Crown Prince Albaru Crossman would be their shield. Albaru will gather together the mages who are only interested in magic research under his wings. Cal then asked Tunka, "Can I go in?" Cal put the two kittens in his arms down on the ground. They will stealthily investigate on their own as long as the entrance door remains open. Beacrox and Choi Han stood behind Cal. Seeing Beacrox there, Cal had a confused expression on his face. However, Beacrox was looking toward the still bruised and battered Tunka with disgust. Harol. Yes, Leader Nim. Young Master Cal Nim, I will guide you. Screech. The magic tower's door opened, and Cal started to frown. He casually started to speak to Harol and Tunka, who were both looking at him. The rotten stench is strong. The first floor of the magic tower. As soon as the door opened, Cal could see a corpse wearing the golden robe that symbolized the Liege of the Magic Tower, as well as the destroyed remains of the devices inside. Cal started to speak with disgust at the crazy people who caused all this. Leave the door open to ventilate. I can't stand this type of smell. He then started to speak to Tunka and cover the corpse. I am a weakling, so I can't stand looking at a corpse for long. Tunka snorted, but still motioned to a soldier guarding the entrance. Cal verified the pale, yet calm Rosalind before leaving her and the others behind and entering the magic tower. Choi Han quickly stood in front of him with Beacrox behind him. Shall I guide you floor by floor, Chief Harol? Yes, the top. There was no reason to look anywhere else. The top. I'm curious about what it feels like to look down from the top. The Liege's room. Let's go there. I understand. They got on the elevator, the only device that was still functioning in the magic tower. It would instantly take them up to the 20th floor. You somehow managed to not break this, just in case we needed it. Harold gently responded, but Cal had to hold back his snort. Ooh. The only remaining magic device in the magic tower started to move with a gentle vibration. The platform that Cal and crew were standing on slowly started to move up. It finally stopped once they got to the top of the magic tower. Cal looked at the single door on the top floor and started to speak. Is that the Liege's room? Yes, it is. Ah, young Master Nim. Cal did not respond to Harold's call and started to walk. The others quickly followed behind him. Cal walked to the door and turned the knob. Click. The door opened and the Liege's room revealed itself. What a mess. Cal's blunt assessment was heard by everyone else. An area as wide as an entire floor was in front of them. It definitely was a mess. Everything inside the Liege's room was destroyed. There was also blood everywhere. It looked like they had splashed blood around the room on purpose. A total mess. Chief Harol, can I go to that window over there? The only symbol of the Liege's room. The only undestroyed thing remaining in this room was the view from that large window. Of course. Let me guide you there. I want to think in silence. Can I go alone? That is a bit. Seeing Harol looking uncomfortable, Choi Han moved away from the Liege's room and stood in front of the elevator. I will be right here. Beacrox went and stood next to Choi Han as well. He looked thankful that he did not need to go into such a dirty and messy place. However, Pelia was still uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Harol had made up his mind and started to speak. Pelianim, I will guide young Master Calnim over there. Will 5 minutes alone with me be fine, young Masternim? Of course. Keep one door open. That way she can feel at ease. Thank you very much. Cal returned Pelia's thanks with a smile. The Liege's room had a double-door entrance. They kept one of them open as Cal entered the room. The 20th floor. The Liege's room was very wide as the Liege had occupied the entire floor for himself. That was why most people would not be able to hear Cal's voice once they got to the window at the edge of the room. Choi Han might be able to hear it, but it doesn't matter if he does. Cal crossed through the destroyed items in the room. Tables, chairs, books, carpets, everything was now trash. Cal stood in front of the window that was the furthest away from the door and started to speak. You broke everything. Harold confidently responded to Cal's question. Of course. This was the room of the worst person in the magic tower. This was the room of a monster made from mana. A monster made from mana. This was what the warriors used when referring to mages. What a liar. Rayan was grumbling in disbelief, but Cal did not care. Instead, he started to whisper in Harold's ear. He was talking about Harold's secret that nobody else knew about. You say that, but you are a mage as well. He could feel mana, but his heart resisted mana. He was a mixed child of a mage and a magic-resistant person. The unluckiest of all mana users. The secret of a person's birth was quite common in this world. Chief Harold, no. Cal put his hand on the completely pale Harold and called out to him. Harold Kodyang. The phrase about how a smart person going crazy was scary definitely was referring to Harold Kodyang. Don't you want to erase all traces of your father? The Liege of the Magic Tower, Pister Kodyang, did not know about Harold. This was a child who was born without his knowledge. A true monster that the monster made from mana had created. How did you know? Cal gently responded to the monster, who asked him that question with a bitter smile on his face. Let me hear your answer first. He didn't need to say something like how he was going to buy the magic tower. Instead, Cal spoke about what he knew to be Harold's desire. I will get rid of the magic tower for you. What do you think? Chapter 73. Different than intended 5. How did you know? The mana told me. Harold had a twisted smile on his face after hearing Cal's answer. The mana told me. That was the phrase that was quite famous for being the Magic Tower's liege's favorite phrase. Harold Kodyang. He was born between a mage and a magic-resistant citizen, and he had the unique traits of both sides. However, his appearance did not look anything like the citizens at all. Are you planning on using my bloodline as blackmail? Cal looked down from the 20th floor instead of responding to the question right away. There were a lot of memorable extra characters in The Birth of a Hero. Harold Kodyang was one of them. His mother passed away while giving birth to him alone, and his father did not even know of his existence. That was the start of Harold's anger. However, there was something Harold did not know. It was something only the author and the readers would know. That one line was enough to make Harold's anger worthless. Harold Kodyang. He was a product of his parents' love, but unfortunately, he would never know the truth. The novel did not go into detail about it. All it said was that the Liege of the Magic Tower met her when he was out training as a young mage and fell in love. Cal continued to look out the window before speaking to the son of the Magic Tower's liege, who ended up destroying the Magic Tower. Why would I use it to blackmail you? Being related to someone by blood is not a sin. Harold did not have a response. Cal turned his head to look at Harold. Plus, aren't you all the ones who are in a rush? They were currently between spring and summer, with the fall harvest season right in front of them. All of them had rebelled against the Magic Tower because they could not handle the taxation of the Magic Tower any longer. Harald needed to fill the people's desire in order for them to rise up once again. In fact, Harald was someone who wanted war even more than Tunka did. He wanted to destroy the seeds of mages in the entire world. There is a mage within your crew. Yes, there is. Harald could feel mana like his father, but could not use it. There was no way he wouldn't know that Rosalind was a mage. Of course, the reason that he couldn't feel Rayan's presence was because his skills were too weak. Harold could see how calm and confident Cal was and decided to ask, "What is the Roan Kingdom planning to do with the Magic Tower?" Cal started to frown as he made it very clear to Harold. "The Magic Tower is mine." Harold observed the red-haired man who spoke confidently while looking out the window. "I do not share my things with anyone else. He would have to be crazy to give this to the kingdom." Cal thought about all of the time he spent to get here. There was no way he would give this up. The magic tower would become an ingredient for him to create the sturdiest castle for his territory. Cal could see that Harold's eyes were filled with complications and confusion. He probably is going through all sorts of scenarios in his head because he is so smart. The final goal of this crazy bastard was to destroy all mages in the world. Harald respected and hoped for a world where everyone just relied on their strength or things like ancient powers. It was funny, since the world Harald was trying to create would be even worse when it came to comparisons between the people who had abilities and the people who did not. That was why Cal called him a crazy bastard. "Young Master Cal, is it not that you want the mages of the Whipper Kingdom?" "Me?" Cal scoffed to show that he was being honest when he answered. He already had Rayan Muru, the Black Dragon, with him. "I do not need any more mages around me. An even greater existence is by my side. Human, I like the view from up here. The great Rayan is right here, human. Cal could hear Rayan's voice, but he paid no attention to it. Harold had a complicated expression on his face. Cal was planning on sending the mages to the Crown Prince anyways. He didn't care about whether Harold figured this out or not. He wasn't lying, since he personally would not take those mages under his wing. Of course, I will give some help to the Crown Prince. By some, he meant a lot of help to make sure that the mages ended up with the Crown Prince. All right, Chief Harold Kojang. Harold could see that Cal seemed to have no worries at all. He pointed to the door. It was at that moment. Calnim, it has been 5 minutes. Their alone time was over. Choi Han looked through the open door and announced the end of the time before adding on. And other people have arrived as well. Other people. While Harold looked confused, Cal started to speak. You can hear the details from my people. 2 people entered through the open door as soon as he said that. It was Billows and Deputy Butler Hans. Hans had a large bag of files in his arms. Why had Cal called Billows and Hans to come with him? It was naturally in order to put them to use. Harold could feel Cal's hand on his shoulder. Tap, tap. Cal lightly tapped Harold's shoulder before continuing to speak. Have a nice discussion. Harold started to laugh at Cal's calm voice before returning to his usual gentle expression. I definitely will. Harold gave that short response before quickly heading over to Billows and Hans. Billows walked over to Cal while Hans and Harold were discussing. He then cautiously started to whisper, Young Master Nim. What? Should I make the deal under my name for now? The transfer of funds was completed with Billows as the middleman. Billows would take Cal's money and deliver it to the non-mage faction. It was because of the difference in currencies and such. Of course, Billows would be taking the Crown's money and not Cal's, but the non-mage faction had no way of knowing about that. Yes, then I will leave a deposit and deliver the rest of the money within a month. You take care of it. But I do have a question. Cal could see Billows licking his lips. It looked so gross that Cal motioned with his chin for Billows to hurry up and speak. That, you see, how much were you thinking of spending? The great magic tower held a lot of history within its walls. Everyone else believed that all of the devices except the elevator were completely destroyed. The citizens of the Whipper Kingdom also hated this building. Cal put up one finger in front of Billows. Billows seemed confused after looking at the finger before cautiously asking, 100 million? No, 1 billion. Cal did not respond. 10 billion. Cal nodded his head at the cautious question. Take care of it within that range. It seemed small compared to the tens of billions of gallons that went into feeding the army per month. But the non-mage faction needed money urgently to settle the needs of the citizens. The same amount of money could have different values based on the needs of the people. Furthermore, it was the Crown Prince's money and not Cal's money anyway. Billows started to frown as he quietly, but quickly, started to whisper, but it is all destroyed. Well, the original magic tower would take more than even 100 billion gallons to purchase, but none of the magic devices even work right now. That is why it is a maximum of 10 billion gallons. Bring the cost down using the fact that it is just a skeleton of what it used to be. Oh, and you can use more money, so buy a good chunk of the nearby land as well. Excuse me. There is something that we can sell that is worth the cost of this magic tower. A short period of silence filled the area. Sigh. Billows let out a deep sigh. I have no idea what you are planning, but I guess we should always aim to generate the most profit. Of course, then I will do what I can. Cal started to smile after hearing such a satisfactory answer. Billows seemed to be at a loss of words, but still barely managed to smile back. My heart is shaking after hearing such large amounts of money, young Master Nim. I'm sure it is beating with joy. Billows did not retort Cal's response. He respectfully bowed before leisurely walking back toward Harold. The non-mage faction had no use for the magic tower, and instead needed to do something big like destroying the magic tower to satisfy the citizens. Since it was going to be worthless anyway, they might as well make some money off of it. Cal Nim, Choi Han and Beecrox approached Cal. Beecrox looked around the room before asking, Are you going to clean it once you buy it? Cal gently responded to Beecrox's question. I am going to get rid of everything. The moment Beecrox let out a sigh of relief, Cal stopped leaning on the windowsill and started to walk away. There was no need to look at anything else right now. He would be back at night anyway. There was a big frown on Cal's face. He could hear Tunka responding to him. You don't feel well? Yes. Tunka started to frown at Cal's nonchalant answer. The surroundings were very loud. The citizens were enjoying the celebration to welcome a new warrior. Tunka knew of their current financial situation, but this was more important to him. He needed to use the warrior name to draw people to them. That was why the chiefs had agreed to this dinner celebration. You weakling. Tunka seemed to be disgusted, but it was hidden through his swollen face. Cal just pointed to Choi Han. The main character for the celebration is still available, so it shouldn't be a problem. I need to rest because I am a weakling. Although Choi Han did not seem to like it, Cal lightly pushed him toward Tunka and crew. Naturally, Hilsman was with Choi Han as well. Ha ha ha, I can feel the will of the Whipper Kingdom's warriors. A celebration. This is great. The vice captain really was good at socializing. Then goodbye. Cal left the celebration area without any regrets. Beacrox was with him as a guard. Beacrox asked a question because they were heading toward Cal's crew's tents that were quite far away from the celebration. I just need to stand guard outside of the tent. Yes, I will be sleeping. That will be the official story. It really was easy to talk to Beacrox. He didn't need to do any unnecessary explanations. That was why Cal had gathered the three others into his room. Of course, he needed to crouch to look at the three of them. On, Hung, and Rayan were all sitting on the ground. Did you find him? On and Hung started to smile. We have a good feeling about where he may be. We know approximately where he is. They were very excited. Cal had already changed into another outfit. He then looked toward Rayan and started to speak. To the liege's room, please. Rayan covered Cal on and hung with invisibility and flight magic before avoiding the gazes of the other people and arriving at the 20th floor of the magic tower, the liege's room. Since all of the alarm magic devices were already broken and only a guard was left at the entrance of the magic tower, it was not very difficult. Tunka had been adamant that as many people as possible took part in the celebration. He was oddly useful in times like this, where her laughter and clapping, as well as even singing, could be heard echoing throughout the night. Cal could see the soldiers and citizens all gathered by a bonfire and dancing around. They seemed excited to be celebrating for the first time in a while. Cal put his magic bag on his waist before looking toward the kittens. The kittens slowly started to guide Cal through the magic tower. They moved stealthily, living up to their reputation as members of the stealthy cat tribe, while Cal followed behind them down the stairs. He could not use any magic device since they would leave some evidence of being used. However, Cal then started to frown. He stopped exactly on the 15th floor stairs and asked, "Where is he?" This was how the novel had described Mueller. Mueller used his small body to hide in a secret wall along the Magic Tower staircase. It was a spot that only his family and the Liege of the Magic Tower knew about. The coward hid in that location. He ended up being stuck there, too afraid of the guards to step out. Which wall would it be? Where would Mueller be? Hung wagged his red tail as he answered. The first underground level, damn it. Cal had selected the wrong spot to enter. Cal held back his sigh before quietly using the sound of the wind and picking the kittens up in his arms. He then spoke to Rayan. "Follow me." Cal's body moved very quickly down the stairs. Tap, tap. It was very quiet, such that the guards outside would not be able to hear it. The Magic Tower's layout was 20 stories above ground and 3 stories underground. Amazing. We got down here in an instant. You are weak, but as fast as my claw, human. Cal listened to the compliments of the three, who averaged only 7 years of age, while he stood outside the stairs to the underground levels. Around here. Yes, the kittens were saying that they could smell a rat. However, even they could not know the exact location. Cal had read the novel, so he could open the secret door as long as he knew the location. It really described a lot of useless things. The Birth of a Hero took time to describe all extras and passing characters with at least one line of description. Cal only knew the location because of this. Cal took out a small steel rod from his magic bag. On and Hung flinched and looked toward him, but he did not care as he started to tap the wall and walk down one step at a time. Ding, ding, where could it be? Ding, ding. The red-haired man started to mumble as he walked down the staircase that was lit up by glowing rocks one by one. Cal was feeling good that he would be able to save Mueller, who, in the novel, was caught before almost starving to death and had to watch as the non-mage faction destroyed his family's bodies before they killed him. Ding, ding. However, the kittens and dragon following behind him did not look so good. At that moment, Cal took another step down and hit the wall. Dong! Found it. It looked just like the rest of the walls in appearance, but the inside of this wall would be different than the rest. Cal started to smile. He took out a magic stone from his bag and touched the wall. Cal was quite focused, as it required paying attention to a lot of details. There is a spot on the wall with 5 holes in the shape of a star. Cal managed to find the 5 holes in the shape of a star. He then put the magic stone at the center of those 5 holes. It was at that moment. Creak. A small noise could be heard as the wall moved and absorbed the magic stone. Cal took a step back. Creak. An odd noise was made as the wall slowly started to open. A very small person could be seen inside. Cal tried to give a friendly greeting as Mueller became visible. But something was off. Wah-rah. The very small coward was shaking intensely while having a pale face. It was as if he had seen a ghost, no, a homicidal maniac. It was different than what Cal had expected when he decided to be the hero who saved Mueller. Wah, hiccup. Mueller was even hiccuping. Cal tried to smile as gently as possible and greeted him. Hi. However, this only made Mueller shake even more. On, Hang, and Rayan all looked toward Mueller with pity. Cal was confused. Why is this punk like this? Chapter 74. Different than intended. 6. Cal looked toward On, Hang, and Rayan. What is going on? He asked the three of them with his gaze, but the three just sighed and shook their heads. Soo-woob. Cal could still hear Mueller continuing to cry. Why was he crying so much? Cal turned back toward Mueller. Both the dwarves and the rat people were very short. Having received both sets of genetics, Mueller was smaller than both dwarves and rats. He resembled the dwarves in fairy tales, having very cute features that would make almost any adult have the desire to protect this small person. However, this did not apply to Cal. I feel so bad for him. On and Hung wagged their tails before approaching Mueller with pity in their eyes. Mueller started to shake even worse as they got closer. He was crying even louder now. I feel so bad for him. Cal internally snorted at On's words. There was no need to feel bad for him. Mueller was 30 years old and lorded over the others as part of the family that helped develop the magic tower. He knew about the magic tower's last line of defense, but did not use it because that would have meant revealing himself to Tunka and his crew. He was so scared that he just ignored his father's last wishes. If it wasn't for that, there was no way that the mage faction would have lost so badly. Of course, this was actually beneficial to Cal. Although he looked like a young and cute boy based on his appearance, inside of that body was a 30-year-old man who knew the ways of the world. He knew that his own life was what mattered the most. Naturally, Cal preferred such a person. Suwab, Cal was tired of seeing a grown-ass man continuing to cry. He decided to stop the good guy act. Hey! Mueller flinched at Cal's voice. He started to shake again after seeing the steel rod in Cal's hand. He felt like this was the end of his life. Plop, plop. Cal placed some things on Mueller's arms while he was still crouching inside the wall. It was a loaf of bread and a bottle of milk. He had taken it out of his magic bag. Mueller's eyes started to shake. He cautiously looked up at Cal only to see a slightly annoyed expression. Eat it. Mueller quickly took a bite after hearing what sounded like a command. Cal had an odd feeling while watching Mueller eat the bread that got drenched in his tears. He seems to be useless. He had a bad feeling about this. Mueller looked like a totally useless fool. He was supposed to have the dwarves' technical skills and the rat's stealth and meticulousness. This combination was said to have given him the potential to become the greatest developer and constructor. But why tea? Thank you very much. Why does he feel like such a doof? Cal had a bitter taste in his mouth. However, On, Hang, and Rayan all looked toward Mueller with pity and approached him. They were trying to be his shield, as it looked like he was afraid of Cal. However, contrary to their intentions, Mueller was unable to even taste the bread he was chewing. 2 purebred cat tribe kittens and a dragon. At that moment, he heard a noise that brought chills down his spine. Ding, ding. Cal tapped the wall with the steel rod. There was no reason behind it. He was just randomly tapping. He had a bad feeling about Mueller, but decided to take him anyway. The Henitu's territory had a lot of sculptors, as well as skilled artisans of all styles. There were especially many artisans involved in construction. It was because they had a lot of quarries. That was why Mueller would be useful. Do you want to live? Cal's low voice echoed throughout the staircase. He started to get annoyed with Mueller, who looked like he was ready to cry again. Ding. Ding! Cal calmed himself by tapping on the wall with the steel rod. He thought about how he probably needed to be gentle with Mueller since he was such a coward. Cal put on a gentle smile as he asked Mueller, "Should I save you?" Mueller vigorously nodded his head. It was so energetic that the breadcrumbs started to fling off of him. Cal was satisfied with his energetic response and started to speak in a relaxed manner. "Then you have to listen to me. Got it? Why, yes, sir. Eat your bread first." Mueller quickly started to eat the bread. Cal was satisfied with the speed and casually asked, "You know where the magic tower Lige's treasure room is, right?" Plop. The bread in Mueller's hand dropped to the ground. Cal gently added on, "You dropped your bread. You should pick it up." Mueller quickly picked the bread back up. He was still crouching inside the wall with Cal, On, Hang, and Rayan surrounding the entrance to the inside of the wall. "I know that you know about the secret room, the real room for the Liege of the Magic Tower. The room on the 20th floor was not the real Liege's room. The Magic Tower had more to it than meets the eye." Mueller's eyes turned chaotic. How did he know about the room? It was something that only the Liege of the Tower and the members of the developer's family knew about. At that moment, Mueller heard Cal's voice once again. "You also know how to get into the 4th floor of the basement, right?" Cal could see the shock in Mueller's face. The Magic Tower was known as having 20 floors above ground and 3 floors underground. Cal started to get an odd feeling after seeing that Mueller was looking toward him with fear, wondering how Cal knew about all those secret places. Cal felt like he had become a criminal, taking a hostage and threatening them for information. He had no plans to do that. In fact, his goal was to save Mueller and give him a safe place to stay. Cal started to smile and console the shaking rat person. "First of all, I will at least let you live if you do as I say." He naturally had no plans to free Mueller. He needed to take him back home and put him to work. Cal could see that Mueller quickly responding. "Anything, I will do anything you tell me to do." The rat and dwarf mix halfling sounded like he was desperate. "Good." Cal responded to Mueller's desperation. Mueller's eyes were still shaking as he looked at the man who brought the scary cats. Cats that were even scarier because they were pure-blooded cats, as well as the black dragon with him. "Then eat the bread and guide me to the 4th underground floor. But you need a magic stone to go." Cal took a bag out and threw it toward Mueller before he even finished his sentence. It was a bag filled with many magic stones. Mueller quickly finished eating the bread that was still drenched in his tears. He then had to go down to the 3rd underground floor with Cal's group surrounding him. The stairway to the 3rd underground floor. In front of it was only the door to the 3rd floor and no other stairs heading downward. However, Mueller took a magic stone out and approached the wall, eventually revealing a mechanism on the wall. Creak, a cave was revealed accompanied by the noise. It was the pathway to the 4th underground floor. "You go in first." Mueller mechanically stepped forward after Cal ordered him to do so. Cal was excited as he headed down the inclined pathway. The cave was dry without any humidity, and there were light stones keeping the path lit. The 4th floor of the basement. This was somewhere that only the Liege of the Tower, the mages who were secretly experimenting down below, and Mueller of the developer's family knew about. Cal walked down the path for a while to find a small door. "There is an alarm magic device." Rayan stepped forward as Mueller stood there mumbling. Once Rayan lightly waved his paw, the small door opened. Naturally, there was no alarm that went off. Mueller was shocked, but Cal did not care as he stepped in through the door. Found it. He had found the first treasure. What was hidden in the magic tower? The biggest secrets were the 2 research projects that the magic tower was conducting in secret. The names of the research projects were simple. A mana storage device that used the principles of ancient powers. The reason for developing magic resistance. A research that Harol would desperately want to acquire, as well as research that would take away the citizens' greatest advantage, were both held here. Wonderful. Cal could see the files under layers of security inside 2 large circular bins. The citizens who respected ancient power and Harrows who hated magic, but also wanted to be able to use magic. How great would they have felt if they had found these research documents? But something like that will not happen now. These now belong to Cal. Cal approached the large orb located in the middle of the 2 circular bins. He could see a seed resting within a fluid inside of this transparent orb that looked like a giant egg. "Human, that looks interesting." Rayan approached the egg and squished his face onto the glass in order to observe the seed inside of the fluid. Cal approached Rayan and patted his back as he asked, "Do you want to try raising it? Human, is that okay?" "Yes, but it is mine once it is done growing." "Deal." The young 4-year-old happily accepted a deal where he would do all of the work only for someone else to benefit from it. Cal had a satisfied smile on his face as he continued to speak to Rayan. "Let's pack up everything in here. Of course, I'm curious about everything." It looked like Cal should create a lab for Rayan in the future. Cal started to smile, knowing how much this seed and the research material were worth. "Mueller." Gasp, "You even know my name." Cal approached Mueller, who was hiding at the entrance without coming in. Mueller looked back and forth between the dragon that made the documents and the large egg disappear into another dimension, and Cal, who was approaching him. He could not help but shake. "Let's go to the Liege's room now." "Why, yes, sir." "Rayan, what is it, human?" "Set an alarm device here and a few magic traps. The fourth floor of the basement would be revealed once the magic tower was destroyed. Tunka and the non-mage faction would become even stronger if they found the items that were down here. Of course, Cal did not really want them to get stronger, although they will perish faster this way. But that was not Cal's problem. Cal just blankly watched as Rayan happily created some magic traps. Other humans cannot take all of the interesting things in here. I need to make it so they die the moment they step in here. Cal watched the excited 4-year-old with satisfaction, but Mueller's face continued to turn paler. Cal didn't care about Mueller's current mental state. Instead, he waited until Mueller resealed the room that was now filled with Rayan's magic traps before he grabbed the back of Mueller's neck. "The Liege's room." That sentence made Mueller respond while still remaining curled up. "We need to first go to the 20th floor. On and Hung jumped into Cal's arms. Mueller, On, and Hung all shared the space in Cal's arms. Mueller could feel Hung's front paw on his back and felt like he was going to die. That made him develop the courage to say the following. I can walk, ah." But before he could finish speaking, he needed to close his mouth because they were moving very quickly. Cal had used the sound of the wind to quickly rush up to the 20th floor. Mueller staggered before trying to stand once they got back up to the 20th floor. He needed some support as he seemed to be dizzy, leading On to give him some support. Thank you very much." "Mio." On gave him a smile, but Mueller started to shake as he avoided eye contact with On. He then started to speak after seeing Cal's gaze that seemed to be telling him to explain how to get to the secret room. "There is actually another floor in the magic tower." "Is the 21st floor the real Liege's room?" "No, we do not call it the 21st floor." "Then what do you call it?" "The magic tower's Liege's room." That was a room that the non-mage faction did not ever manage to find. Cal only knew about it because of something that was written in the novel. Although the non-mage faction ended up finding the fourth floor of the basement, they would never learn about the real Liege's room. If they had discovered it, the strength of the Whipper Kingdom would have increased by another step. Cal heard Mueller's voice in his ear. "The 0th floor. We call it the 0th floor. Get it ready." "Yes, sir." Cal watched the now quick and no longer crying Mueller with satisfaction. The moment a smile ended up on his face, Mueller's movements became even faster. Although he looked like he was shaking a bit, he was fast after receiving the unique traits of both dwarves and rats. "Oh," Cal let out a small gasp of admiration. "Uwang, I didn't expect it to be here." Mueller moved some things on the floor of the Liege's room. All sorts of devices popped up, and Cal could hear the sounds of gears turning. Finally, once Mueller used a magic stone, a pretty loud noise echoed in the Liege's room. Boom. However, the loud noise of the celebration allowed Cal to not have to worry. Nonetheless, he was soon full of confusion. "Mueller, explain." "Yes, sir, there was no change at all." Mueller started to point, not at the room that still looked the same, but somewhere else. "It is over there." "Over there." Cal looked toward where Mueller was pointing. It was the window. It was the large window that Cal had looked out of earlier in the day. "You just have to jump out the window." "Yes, sir." "Then you will be at the 0th floor." Mueller raised his head to look at the owner of the shadow that covered him. He could see into Cal's eyes. "You know what happens if you've lied, right?" The steel rod shined in the light. Cal looked toward the shaking Mueller, who nodded his head and started to smile. He then picked Mueller up. "Ego, what are you doing, sir? You told me you would let me live." Cal ignored Mueller's cries instead. He looked toward Rayan and the kittens before looking out the window. Cal sighed while looking at the three pairs of eyes that were staring at him. You first. What? Mueller was thrown out of the window. However, they did not see Mueller fall to the ground. Cal quickly followed behind Mueller. Cal did not need to experience falling down 20 stories. Tap. There was a platform right underneath his feet. I guess it is magic. The real Liege's room appeared as Cal made his observation. At the same time, he could hear the children's voices from behind him. Nuna, I can't tell what I am looking at right now. Hang, my eyes are fine, but this is weird. Oh, Rayan just had a single word of admiration. Cal started to smile. The Liege of the Magic Tower was a greedy person. Because of something that had happened in his past, he was full of greed. Gold, jewels, magic devices. Money filled the very wide 0th floor. The entire room was shining and filled with things that would be worth a lot of money. His greed was almost at the level of an average adult dragon. It really makes you think about a dragon's lair. Cal headed toward a pile of magic devices. None of the items in this room were cheap. All of the magic devices were decorated with jewels, making it obvious that they were made for nobles or royalty. The entire room was filled with items like this. The Liege of the Tower did not use these devices, even as they faced death. That was because using it like that would not be for himself, but for everyone in the Magic Tower. Cal covered his face with both of his hands. He could see the slacker's life through his fingers. Ha ha ha. Cal did not hold back his laughter. He let it all out. Mueller watched Cal for a bit before looking around the Liege's room that he had known about for a while, but was seeing for the first time. He then stealthily reached out and grabbed the golden brooch that was closest to him. Mio. But he heard a chilling sound as soon as he grabbed it. On and Hung were wagging their tails while watching him. The black dragon also took a step toward him. Mueller quickly let go of the golden brooch in his hand. The 30-year-old rat could not do anything. On the other hand, Cal had a wide smile on his face as he looked toward the children. We are rich. Listening to Cal's calm voice that was very different than Cal's current expression, On, Hang, and Rayan all started to smile. A jovial feeling, similar to the one down below in the celebration, filled the room. The rat watched all this with fear in his eyes. Chapter 75. A good person one. After safely getting out of the magic tower, Cal ran into Beacrox, who was still guarding his tent. Beacrox pretended like Cal did not exist, and Cal also did not say anything as he entered the tent. Mueller was, naturally, with him. Cal let go of Mueller and sat down on the couch. Even without Cal saying anything, Mueller kneeled in front of Cal. Although there was no need to do that, Cal didn't care and just got straight to the point. I will give you a warm bed and a safe place where you will definitely not die. And eventually I will also give you your freedom. Really? Yes. Cal crouched toward Mueller, who was still kneeling. First, I will let you leave the Whipper Kingdom. Mueller's pupils turned cloudy. He was afraid of both the citizens and other mages. Just leaving this place would make him happy. Cal casually put a brooch on Mueller's collar. It was the golden brooch that Mueller tried to take earlier. There was no way Cal did not see it happen. Mueller's face turned pale. I will also give you treasures like this. So, you'll be able to do a good job with whatever I ask, right? Yes, yes, sir. I will definitely do a good job. Then create a blueprint for a castle and a ship. Excuse me, Mueller was said to have the potential to become the greatest developer. What Cal wanted was for him to develop things. Something along the lines of the Magic Tower is fine. He needed a safe, sweet home and a strong method of transportation. How should I make it? Mueller's question made Cal think of his family crest, the golden turtle. There was something that came to mind when he thought of a ship and a turtle. Kim Rock Soo recalled the great turtle ship of Korea, but chose not to say anything about it. All he wanted was a ship for transporting and safety. The turtle ship of Korea, with all of its exciting history, was not necessary for him. Our family crest is the golden turtle. You figure it out from there. Mueller will take care of it. Although he didn't know what the end result would be, Cal made sure to be stern with Mueller. Work hard, as if your life depends on it. On Hung, keep an eye on him. Mio, surveillance is fun. Mueller was weak against children. In fact, he was very weak against children. I will work hard. Cal listened to his voice as he thought about how he was satisfied with today's operation. He could hear the citizens singing by the bonfire. The celebration was still going on even though it was close to midnight. It was going to be a loud night. The celebration continued until early in the morning, but it was calm after that. However, time still continued to flow during the calm. Are you feeling better? Cal just waved his hand at Chief Harold's question. So. Cal was always at the best condition possible thanks to the vitality of the heart. Isn't it all of you who need to worry about your health? Harold and the rest of the chiefs looked tired. Billows was the same way. I am not weak. Tunka, who was drunk in the corner, was the same as well. Cal ignored Tunka and continued to speak to Harold. Things progressed faster than expected. There was no point to draw it out. Just one day was all it took to make the deal for the magic tower. Although it could have taken a long time, trades always progress faster when one side is in a state of urgency. Makes sense since you are all in a rush, right? No matter what they did, the non-mage faction, which was a collection of the poor, was always going to be lacking money. The royal family would have given all of their money to the mage faction, and there was nothing inside the magic tower that was worth anything. But it wasn't like they could sell the magic devices in the kingdom, since that would only bring down their reputation. But most importantly, Harold probably wanted to get rid of Cal as fast as possible. Did you get a chance to read through the contract, young Master Nim? I read it as soon as I got it. The total amount was slightly more than 10 billion gallons because it included some of the nearby land. Don't worry. I will destroy it within a year. The contract stated that, although Cal purchased the magic tower, he will also destroy it within a year. He would also not move the magic tower building to another location. He would also not gather any mages under the Cal Henitus name. I really can't understand you. Tunka glared at Cal like he was someone who came to show off his wealth, but Cal just shrugged his shoulders. I just wanted to own the highest view after the Empire's bell tower. Tunka looked toward him with disbelief, but just pushed the contract to Cal as if he did not want to think about any more complicated things. Just sign it. I promised to spar with your subordinate Hilsman today. Muhahaha. Cal's expression turned stiff as soon as Vice Captain Hilsman's name was brought up. The vice captain was very good at socializing. He had started to talk to the citizens about cooperation. Choi Han had reported how surprising all of it was to witness. You just have to stamp here. Harold handed an ink pad to Cal. At that moment, Cal and Harold made eye contact. Harold gazed into Cal's eyes like he was trying to read Cal's intentions, but Cal just smiled back. Harold probably did not want to sell the magic tower because he was suspicious. However, he had no choice since they had a lot more to gain from selling it. It was difficult to ignore such gains. Here, I stamped it so you do it too. Tunka refreshingly, and if we want to be mean, stupidly, stamped his thumb on the contract without any hesitation. Cal also stamped his thumb on 2 copies of the contract. He then put his copy inside of his pocket. It was now Billow's turn. I, Billows Flynn, as a member of the Flynn Merchant Guild, will serve as a witness and the intermediary for the transfer of funds. Tunka nodded his head and reached his hand out, and Cal responded to shake his hand. Let me know if you need my help to destroy the magic tower. I can always help destroy that dirty building. Sure, you can feel proud that you made a deal with us, who will go on to do great things. Cal made eye contact with Tunka, who put some more strength into their handshake. We will leave a mark in the history of this continent. You can go around saying you know of me. Ha ha ha, history my ass. Well, being defeated does go down in history as well. The contents of Volume 5 will soon end. Cal didn't know what came after that. I look forward to it. Cal just responded respectfully to Tunka's words. The contract was finished. Cal left the chief's tent and headed back to his own. Billows naturally followed behind him. As soon as Cal entered the tent, he knew why Billows had such a perverted smile on his face. Cal took the golden plaque out of his pocket and slightly turned it around. With a click, the top of the golden plaque opened like a lid. Oh, Billows couldn't help but admire it as a stamp of the royal crest appeared. What are you looking at so amazed? Cal laughed at Billows before using the stamp on a note. This stamp with the royal crest would disappear after he used it twice. Cal passed a magic bag over to Billows, who was looking toward the golden plaque with greed. Isn't this the bag I gave? Open it. Billows opened the magic bag that he had sold to Cal. Wow. He could see many magic devices that have been shrunk inside of the bag. All of them were magic devices for the nobles and royals. Billows then heard Cal's voice once again. You will receive at least a few more of those bags in the future. Slowly start to sell them after about a month. Billows clenched onto the bag and cautiously asked, How much do I get? 30. That much? Billows could not hide his shock. It wasn't that 30% was large, but the Cal that he knew was pretty thorough when it came to things like this. That was why he thought, at max, he would get 20%, especially since these magic devices were no longer available for sale. Leader of the Merchant Guild. Cal's voice accurately landed in Bilos's ear. The position that you wanted. You need to quickly take that position. The north and the sea routes will soon be flipped over. Another war. Don't tell anyone else. Why would I share such precious information? Billows carefully put the magic bag into his pocket. Please feel free to give me whatever you want in the future. Sure, if possible, stay in contact with your uncle as well. His uncle, Odious Flynn, the man who was in control of the Roan Kingdom's northwestern underworld. Why my uncle? It would not be long for the Black Dragon, Rayan, to get his revenge. There's a reason. No need for you to be curious. I understand. Billows did not ask anything else. Instead, he handed Cal a magic video communication device. It was a precious item that Billows had worked hard to acquire, but Cal just took it and lightly tossed it onto the bed. Seeing Cal acting like his normal self, Billows started to exit the tent. Next time I will contact you via video, young Masternim. Sure. Cal ordered on and hung as soon as Billows left. Bring the children here. Mio. A few moments later, Cal looked toward the children that On and Hung had brought before he started to speak. The duration is... He stopped mid-sentence and let out a sigh. He was frowning as much as possible. Hilsman. Yes, sir. The vice-captain looked like a mess and smelled like alcohol after enjoying the celebration until the wee hours of the morning. However, his condition seemed to be fine. According to Beecrock's report, Hilsman was arm in arm with the citizens and enjoying himself as he got back to his tent. Did you enjoy the celebration? Of course. I have made a lot of friends. Maybe it was because Hilsman was the jealous type, but he was really a social butterfly. Will it be okay to send such a guy with Lark? Cal had some concerns, but there was nothing else he could do at this point. He looked toward Lark, the wolf children, and Hilsman as he returned to what he was saying. The duration is 1 month. Cal was planning on starting his deal with Lark now. He opened up a map on top of the table and pointed to a mountain at the southern end of the Whipper Kingdom. Mount Yelia. You just need to go find the item I tell you to find there. The ancient power this time was one that was embedded in an item. Young Masternim. Yes, Vice Captain. I heard about that mountain before. It has a very high summit, and the peak is said to be covered in snow all year long. I also heard that it is one of the top 3 most dangerous mountains on the continent. And Cal looked toward Lark instead of Hilsman, who could not answer. Can you do it? Yes or no, I can do it. Lark answered without any hesitation. He was still timid and naive, but he was much different compared to when he had first met Cal. Mies. Yes, sir. All of you do not need to go up to the peak. Just support Lark from around the base. Mies and the children exchanged glances before responding vigorously. Yes, sir. We will definitely show you a successful completion of the mission. Ah, no need to be so passionate about it. Cal waved at them before speaking to Hilsman. You are the guide. Guide the children well, feed them well, and make sure they get their rest. So, I don't have to climb the mountain. Hilsman scratched his head as he started to mumble. I am a bit afraid of heights. What the hell was this kind of guy doing being a vice-captain? Cal suddenly had a lot of questions about the Henitus Family Knights Brigade. Do what you want. Yes, sir. I will be a great guide and guard for the children. Oh, young Masternim, where should we return to? Cal pointed to a location at Hilsman's question. Over there. Yes. Are you sure you did not point to a wrong spot? Hilsman's eyes could not move away from where Cal was pointing. It was one of the western continent's 5 forbidden regions, the Path of No Return. It was located in Urim, a rainforest that rained throughout the year. This path in that forest was one where many travelers went in and never came back. Nobody knew what happened to the people who entered. It was located at the border between the Whipper Kingdom and the western continent. Cal was pointing to that rainforest. Vice Captain, there is a small village called Hoik Village by the Path of No Return. It is a small village, as well as the only entrance into the Path of No Return. It was a very small village located at the most southern part of the Whipper Kingdom. That village rested at the entrance of this rainforest with no exit. Come over there. The Path of No Return. In about a month from now, the Queen of the Jungle will be running amok inside of Urim with her subordinates. Cal was planning on being her guide at that time. Choi Han, who had been standing to the side, approached him and asked, "Then is Hoik village our next destination?" Yes. Cal was thinking about the last stage of the first step toward the luxurious slacker life, the money step, and started to smile. Once he took care of this business with the queen of the jungle, he would return to the Roan kingdom to take care of Rayan's revenge and some trivial things before building a sturdy house. We could head there right away once things here are done. Cal was meticulously preparing for the future beyond Volume 5 that would soon arrive. 3 weeks later, Cal arrived at Hoik village. It was sprinkling. Why are there so many gravestones here? Cal looked toward the gravestones that started from the entrance of the village before responding to Rosalind's question. Hoik village is a village that was created by the families of the travelers who went in and never came back. Their desperate pleas for their loved ones to return, as well as the hope that they would someday return, had led to them remaining here and building this village. Those people who entered the path of no return had entered for many different reasons. However, with them never coming back, their family ended up moving as close to them as possible. However, people will eventually give up. Once those hopes turned into despair, well, those gravestones are the results of that. The gravestones were placed for their loved ones who they decided would never come back. Hoik village was more of a village of sorrow rather than a village of hope. Cal looked toward the large forest beyond the village. What a sad place. What are we doing here? Cal casually responded to Choi Han's question. Hope, excuse me, we will be the hope of the jungle. Chapter 76. A good person to the jungle. Choi Han was confused at the unexpected response, but Cal did not respond. He just walked forward and cut through Hoik village. Other than the gravestones all around Hoik village, there was not much of anything else. It was a very quiet village. Young Masternim, your umbrella. Hoik village, the village that was next to Urim, the forest where it rained more often than not, also rained quite frequently. Cal used the umbrella given to him by Hans and headed toward the end of the village. Hans and a couple others followed behind him. It's here. The path of no return. The only entrance into the path appeared in front of Cal's eyes. Maybe it was because of the sprinkling and the cloudy sky, but the path into the forest looked dark and creepy. The path of no return. There was a large slab with those words on it at the entrance. Choi Han let out a moan. Cal was observing the scenery in front of the slab. Even on this rainy day, there were people waiting at the entrance of the path of no return while wearing raincoats or just letting the rain hit their skin. These were the people who still had hope for the return of their loved ones. Cal made eye contact with one of the old men standing there. The old man's eyes suddenly opened wide. Do not go. The old man said that to Cal before stopping to lean on the slab and looking toward the forest. Cal just quietly watched the old man. Young Master Cal. Rosalind approached and called his name. She looked at the old man, as well as the rest of the people who were waiting at the entrance, with a sad gaze. At that moment, Cal started to move. Old man, it is raining. Don't catch a cold. Cal put his umbrella next to the old man who was just standing in the rain and motioned to Hans. Young Masternim. Umbrella. What about me? Share with Beecrox. Beecrox and Hans made eye contact, and Beecrox started to frown. Hans kept his mouth shut and handed his umbrella over to Cal. However, Cal did not have a reason to take that umbrella from him. We can share mine. Rosalind's umbrella started to cover Cal as well. Thank you very much. Let's go. Cal just briefly thanked Rosalind before turning away from the entrance to the path of no return. The rest of Cal's group followed him while the villagers at the entrance observed Cal's group for a bit before looking back toward the forest. Hans, yes, young Master Nim, go find an inn. Although there are a lot of inns, I am sure there aren't any really good ones, so just find a decent one. Hoik village had a lot of inns compared to its size. However, all of these inns were very shabby, since the people coming here to look for their loved ones didn't have much money. Just why is it that everybody enters that Urim? Cal sat down in the first-floor restaurant of the inn they picked before he answered Choi Han's question. For hope. Hope. There is a legend about the path of no return. Even though it was infamous for no one ever coming back, people still went into it every so often. It didn't matter if the old man tried to stop them like he did with Cal's group earlier. Supposedly, a dragon lives in the path of no return. What the hell are you talking about, human? There are no dragons here. The only dragon around you is me. Rayan, who had been quiet, suddenly shouted into Cal's mind. Cal knew that there were no dragons here. He was someone who had read the novel. That dragon will grant the wish of the human who find his lair. Whether that wish is to become rich, cure an incurable illness, or even make someone have a happy life, it will grant any wish. A dragon cannot do that. Dragons are great and mighty, but we are not gods. What nonsense! Rayan's complaints were the truth. However, such legends had a tendency to shake the minds of the desperate. That legend is what draws people in. Cal could see a rare frown on Choi Han's face. Choi Han probably did not like it. With his personality, seeing the atmosphere of this village, as well as people like the old man from earlier, it probably made him sad. Then wouldn't it be fine if we just destroyed this forest? That was why Choi Han had no issue saying such a vicious thing without giving it any thought. Cal just pretended to not hear him. Of course, a fire will start in this forest. That was why, by the end of Volume 4, the 5 forbidden regions of the Western continent ended up becoming the 4 forbidden regions. Wouldn't it be fine to just light it on fire and burn it down? As Choi Han's suggestions became even more dangerous, he could hear Cal's voice. We just need to show that the legend is a lie. Then there will be no reason for them to go into the forest. At that moment, Beecrox let out a sigh as he entered the inn. Young master, I am back. Many people were behind Beecrox. Young Master Nim, I Hilsman am back. Young Master Nim were here. The wolf children and Hilsman all looked shabby as they entered the inn. Beecrox took out a pair of white gloves after looking at this dirty group. Young Master Nim. Lark was the last to enter the inn. He approached Cal and handed him a magic bag. However, Cal blocked Lark from giving it to him before turning to speak to all of them. You all worked hard. Go get some rest. The group all started to smile. After saying that, Cal reached his hand out to Lark. Lark cautiously handed the magic bag to Cal once again, and Cal started to speak. As part of our deal, the item inside is mine. Yes, sir. There was not an ounce of hesitation in Lark's voice. Even though Lark probably knew that it was an ancient power, he did not show any greed for it. Cal opened the magic bag to look at the contents before speaking to the group. I will be entering that forest. What, Mio? Huh? What? What is it? Cal looked around after getting such an unexpectedly strong response from everyone. Choi Han was frowning even deeper as he let out his disbelief. Calnim, you really. Rosalind's eyes were extremely wide as she stared at him, and the kittens started to bang the table. Furthermore, Rayan was going crazy. I will be going as well. Weak human, you listen to me. Do not go without me. This is a warning. If I get angry, it will take less than 5 minutes for me to destroy this forest. Listening to Rayan's vicious warning, the last person Cal saw was Hilsman, whose eyes were shaking. Young Master Nim, are you talking about the path of no return? I heard that nobody comes out of. Who said that? Cal continued in a very quiet voice so that the innkeeper at the counter could not hear. That is not the case for me. His hand reached to the side, where On and Hung were oddly sitting apart from each other. Cal reached his hand between the two of them and touched the curled up and invisible Rayan. Cal petted Rayan and On before continuing to speak. It'll be fine as long as I have them. On's eyes turned wide as she looked at him. Cal made eye contact with On before he started to whisper. On, do you know why the path of no return is so dangerous? I dunno. Fog. On's pupils started to become cloudy. Cal was actually somewhat surprised after he first met On and Hung. Purebred cats all had their own specialties. Of them, poison was very rare. However, fog was even rarer. If Cal was asked to pick the rarest existence in his group, he would pick On over Rayan. Cal shared the secrets of Urim with a little girl who could control the fog. The inside of the Urim is filled with fog. He then started to speak to Rayan. There is something in the fog that makes both people and mana chaotic. That is why it is difficult to use magic in there. It is a power that is much stronger than mana disturbance tools. This forest was completely covered in this fog. That is why a ground path is difficult. However, Cal would be fine as long as he had On and Rayan. These extremely rare existences by his side allowed him to plan to make a deal with the queen of the jungle. I can do anything I want in there as long as I have the two of you. On's tail was wagging, and Rayan's wings seemed to be fluttering, as there was a small gust of wind across the table. Early the next morning, Cal was standing outside of Urim. Naturally, the kitten On was in his arms. Following his order, nobody else was there to watch him enter. You will die if you go in. You cannot come back. The old man from last night seemed to have spent the night there, as he weakly warned Cal from next to the slab. Someone important to this old man had probably went into the forest, desperate to find the dragon of the legend as well. Old man, I will break the legend and come back, so you can wait for me if you want. Cal smiled at the old man's shaking eyes before he entered Urim without any hesitation. He walked quickly and soon found that he could not see very far. It was the fog. The fog had surrounded him. It does look like I will need to use about my front paw's worth of strength, in order to use magic. Human, you need to be at least at my level to use magic in this fog. Rayan, you really are amazing. Yes, I am great and mighty. But what is the Queen's wish? Rayan, who had heard a brief explanation last night, asked for more details from Cal, who responded without any delay. Putting out the fire in the jungle. Fire. Litana, the queen of the jungle. She was the ruler of this wide southern territory that was larger than even the empire. She's someone who is pretty similar to Tunka. She never showed any weakness to the strong, while she was very weak to the weak. The reason such a person was secretly in this forest was because she was desperate to find a solution. Instead of explaining to Rayan and On, who were tilting their heads in confusion, he started to say something else. His expression was serious. Starting from today, I am a good person. Why are you suddenly introducing yourself? Rayan looked toward Cal with confusion. On also looked at him with a gaze that seemed to be asking why Cal was stating something so obvious. This made Cal at a loss of words for a moment, but soon Cal finally started to speak to On. On the path, got it. On's eyes sparkled before her front paw started to move. The fog moved away following the movement of her paw. The fog in here is interesting. It doesn't seem like regular fog. It is similar to a poisonous fog. Listening to the curious On's words, Cal walked deeper into the fog, even though he could not see anything in front of him. The fog did not disperse, even when it rained. Cal brushed some rain water off of his raincoat. Can you see the path through the fog? I can see it. Cal followed On's directions into the forest. He seemed very much at peace, as if he had come for a stroll. It would be great if we could meet her today. Cal was hoping to meet Litana, the queen of the jungle, today. It soon became night time. Litana, the woman who had earned the title of the Queen of the Jungle, was looking out the cave. It was dark. She could only hear the sound of the rain. I'm sorry. Your Highness, there is no need for you to apologize. Leader, no need. Her 5 subordinates all urged her, saying that she didn't need to apologize, but Litana could not help but have a bitter smile after looking at their condition. They had already been stuck in this path of no return for 2 weeks. Although there were no monsters or enemies, they could not see anything in this foggy forest, and their supply of food was going down. They didn't dare to eat any of the unknown plants of the forest, so they had been surviving off of 1 meal a day for the last week. Litana knew what was scaring her subordinates. We might die here like this. For warriors like them, there was nothing worse than dying without doing anything like this. Why did Litana was angry with herself for the first time? That damn fire. She had to come here because a portion of the jungle was burning from a fire that did not spread, but instead just continued to burn in that specific section of the jungle. She touched the glass bottle in her chest pocket. A portion of that fire was inside the bottle. If nothing else works, I will just have to burn my way out of here. Although she shouldn't damage the forest, that was not as precious as the lives of her subordinates and those waiting for her back home. She looked around the cave that they happened to find. They would need to spend the night in this cave tonight. Elitana calmed herself down as she decided that she would need to make her decision soon. It was at that moment. Russell. Litana grabbed her spear. She sensed someone outside the cave. Rustle, rustle, drip, drip. She could hear the sound of the rain and some footsteps. Someone was headed their way. The gazes on the faces of Latana's subordinates who were around the fire started to change. Russell, the sound was getting closer. Soon, a shadow appeared by the fire. Sweesh, who are you? One of her subordinates' spears pointed toward the person's throat. Well, you see, they could hear the common language of the continent. The fire slowly started to light up the man's face. I saw some light and headed over with joy. A red-haired man was looking at the spear tip and putting on an awkward smile. The fancy yet gentle-looking man gulped while looking at the spear tip and cautiously asked, "If it is okay, may I sit by your fire tonight?" Mio. There was a wet kitten in his arms and both of them were shaking. My raincoat ripped and we are so cold after getting hit by the rain. the shabby-looking man and kitten with a ripped-up raincoat. Latana was cautious, but soon she started to speak. Get him a blanket. She couldn't help her mentality of a queen who was taught that she needed to protect the weak. The red-haired man, Cal, was shaking as he approached Latana's group. Weak human, beware of catching a cold. But why is your expression different than usual? Are you very sick? Rayan's voice, which required him to use a pause worth of strength, reached Cal's mind. However, Cal was hiding his plot from Rayan, as he simply received the blanket and responded with a gentle smile and a respectful attitude. Thank you very much. He didn't look like his trash self, but an upright noble. The kitten on looked toward Cal with disbelief. Cal was slowly setting the bait. Chapter 77. A Good Person 3. They were taking the bait. All of the members of Latana's group had odd expressions on their faces while they were watching Cal, who slowly walked to a corner of the cave and sat down. Thank you for giving me a place to stay tonight. It was a gentle and respectful tone. Naturally, Cal was the one who said it. Latana shook her head at the average-looking red-haired man. It is only normal between travelers. You seem to be cold from the rain, so please rest by the fire. However, her subordinates remained wary of him. Even if he looked shabby from the rain, he was still a stranger. What rain? He wasn't hit by rain at all. I did it with warm water. Rayan was complaining about what Latana said. Cal had ripped his raincoat nearby the cave, while Rayan used warm water and temperature-maintaining magic on him before he moved toward the cave. Cal patted On's back for acting her part well. Mio. On seemed to be anxious as she looked up at Cal. Latana was looking at the two of them with a stealthily sharp gaze. He doesn't seem like a normal person. Latana didn't sense it when her subordinate had pointed his spear at Cal earlier, but taking another look at Cal, the person in front of her had a different feel than a traveler or adventurer. He seemed healthy, but his posture and walk made it clear that he had not practiced any sort of martial arts. However, he did not seem like he was a mage, nor any other type of strong individual either. Her intuition was spot on. You seem as strong as the tip of my claw again. Cal's body was surrounded by the dominating aura right now. While Latana was observing Cal, Cal was also observing Latana through the corner of his eye. The people of the southern jungle, otherwise known as the Southerners, were known for their bronze skin and firm physique. Having a natural location like the jungle as their home, they were very close to nature. Close to nature. That closeness to nature developed into a very different culture when comparing the Whipper Kingdom's citizens and the Southerners of the jungle. While the Whipper Kingdom developed a sense of survival of the fittest and struggle, the Southerners developed a sense of win-win and leader and followers. An awkward silence filled the cave. The voice that broke the silence was Cal's casual voice. The rain seems to be getting stronger. We should leave the forest tomorrow, right on. The expression on the man's face as he gently spoke to the kitten was as warm as the fire. However, On was looking at him with disbelief. Why are you acting like this? Rayan was confused as well. Latana and her subordinates all looked toward Cal with stiff expressions. Latana was able to make a guess based on what the man had just said. Mister, you can just call me Cal. Yes, Mr. Cal. Latana could see that the man had a magic bag on him, but did not have a sword or anything else, as if he had just come into the forest for a stroll. He also seemed to know his way around. He had an odd atmosphere around him. She suddenly thought of something. Is he a dragon? She recalled the legend about the dragon that would grant your wish. The legend did not say anything about the dragon's appearance nor how it showed up. Litana knew her thoughts were probably wrong, but she could not help but become full of anticipation. It was at that moment. Litana made eye contact with this man named Cal and could see him start to smile. I am not a dragon. Ah. She flinched as she let out a gasp. She could see Cal brushing back his wet red hair that had fallen onto his face. However, I do know the way in here. How? Litana and her subordinates, who had no issues around the complicated and irrational jungle, were lost in this forest. However, this man in front of them knew the way in here. Seeing Litana's confusion on her face, Cal started to smile and answered back. This child is from the cat tribe. Cal petted On with a gentle gaze that seemed to fit the gaze of a saint. I happened to run into this child in the slums on a rainy day like this in the past. He looked out the past. He seemed to be nostalgic about the day they had met. On recalled that day as well and knew that it was not such a nostalgic moment. However, she kept her mouth shut and her tail started to shake with uncertainty. This child on can control the fog. What a rare power. Latana thought about the fog covering Urim and let out her admiration. It is. I learned about this place while traveling out from my territory. I read in an ancient text that this place was controlled by the fog. Latana turned her gaze from On to look back at Cal. She sensed elegance in his actions and toned the longer she spent with him. He was definitely at least a noble. That was why I headed to this place with this child. Cal's eyes started to sparkle by the fire. Latana and her subordinates could see it as well. Cal's calm yet passionate voice filled the cave. We came here because we thought that we could use our power to give hope to the people who lost their way, as well as their family members who are desperately waiting for them. That wasn't it. Rayan was mumbling to himself while On was just quietly wagging her tail. Cal had a tiny smile on his face after seeing Latana's gaze starting to change. Thankfully, I was right. We were able to see the path once On controlled the fog. He quickly explained the secret of the fog. He explained how it could make someone hallucinate and cause mana disturbance as well. I see. Litana couldn't hide the bitterness in her heart. The legend, it probably does not exist. If it was fog and mana disturbance, the legend about the dragon causing this was definitely a lie. Disappointment filled Litana and her subordinates' faces. However, at the same time, Litana thought it may be for the better. It was a much better situation now than when she was debating whether she had to set this forest on fire. Then is it possible for us to ask you to guide us to the exit when you are leaving tomorrow? Of course, we have to help each other in times of need. Latana's gaze became more gentle and warm toward Cal. He was as good of a person as he looked. She probably felt that odd aura around him because he was such a good person. Cal then had a disappointed look on his face as he looked toward him. I am sorry. I'm sure you had a desperate wish as well. That is okay. There is nothing I can do about it. I'm just glad that I do not need to set the forest on fire. Fire. That word made Cal's eyes sparkle for a moment before it quickly disappeared. Fire, it is a very scary word. I can feel how much struggle you must have faced since you are a southerner who treasures nature. Do you know about the South? Not much, but I have read about it in books. I enjoy traveling and love beautiful sights. Oh, I see. Weak human. Cal felt the chills after hearing Rayan's response, but continued to speak as brightly as possible. I read about how beautiful the jungle's mountains, lake and everything else is. Now that we will be able to get out of this Urim, I plan to visit there in the future. I see. Litana was full of disappointment, bitterness, and sorriness. She could not lie or feign ignorance to this person who was looking forward to the beautiful scenery of the jungle. Her subordinates' faces turned gloomy as well. Unfortunately, the jungle you will see once you get out of this Urim will not be beautiful. What do you mean? The jungle was about a day's worth of travel from Urim. It was quite wide as it took up the majority of the south. However, why would Litana have come to this Urim? It was because it was close to the location of fire. There is a fire in the jungle. What? Then shouldn't you put it out right away? It is a fire that doesn't spread, but also one we cannot put out. Seeing Cal's chaotic gaze, Latana started to explain about the fire in the jungle. One day, Section 1 of the jungle, oh, the section of the jungle by this Urim is Section 1. A sudden fire started there. Water, magic, incantations, nothing seemed to work on it. We were very worried, but it just remained in Section 1 without spreading elsewhere. She started to mumble with a bitter expression. I'm not sure whether that is good or bad. It was an odd fire. However, Cal knew the identity of this fire. A fire that could not be put out through magic or incantations. The answer was alchemy. Alchemy was more scientific than magic. There was an empire that was very developed in alchemy and nothing else. The Margoru Empire. The empire with the alchemist's bell tower was the one who caused this fire. To be more accurate, it is the imperial prince of the Margoru Empire. The imperial prince who was worried about Latana, who managed to unify the 15 sections of the jungle, had stealthily caused this fire. However, no secrets could remain secrets forever. By the end of Volume 4, Latana, who caused a fire in Urim to escape, finds out that the imperial prince is responsible for the jungle's fire and partners with Tunka, even though his philosophy of survival of the fittest was not a match with theirs, to take on the Margoru Empire. The queen, who rides a black panther instead of a horse, led her warriors to protect the jungle. But that isn't my problem. Cal did not want to take part in that at all. He was just going to take care of the fire and get paid for it. before taking care of a few other things and returning to the Henitus territory. It was because he did not want to see the imperial prince of the Margoru Empire. He's not a good person. Crown Prince Albaru and the Empire's imperial prince were similar people. That was why Cal could consider him to be a peer, but it was a bit different. Crown Prince Albaru cared about justice. That was why it was easy for Cal to talk to and put him to use. However, the imperial prince was not like that. He only cared for himself. He was also very sly and insidious. He was similar to Cal, but different. Cal pushed away his thoughts about the imperial prince who wanted to take control of everything at the center of the western continent and quickly moved the muscles of his face. He made himself look concerned. Is it a big fire? I have never seen such a large fire in my life. It shoots high up into the sky whether it is day or night, making it feel like there is an explosion every day. Then it is probably difficult to approach as well. Yes, neither animals nor humans can get close. Just getting close makes it feel like we will get burnt. Terrible, Sai. It is very terrible. Latana looked toward Cal, who seemed to truly feel disappointment about it and felt grateful. It was rare to find a citizen from the center of the continent who cared so much about the South or nature. However, we will do our best to put the fire out. I see. She could see Cal, who was nodding his head, suddenly fall into a state of deep contemplation. However, it did not last long. It was very short. However, his eyes seemed to be full of determination. I sigh. He brushed his face after suddenly stopping and sighing. However, he ended up looking at Latana with determination once again. Please take me to the fire. Excuse me. The Latana Cal knew about was someone who was weak against the weak and tried to give anything she could to the good. She also returned any wrong at 10 times the pain, while trying to return any grace at 1,000 times what she received. Cal had a very genuine expression on his face as he started to speak with a purposefully slightly shaky voice. I believe I may be able to put out the fire. What? Rayan started to shout in Cal's head. Weak human, what are you doing? You are very weird today. You are weak. What are you trying to do? Cal did not care as he still had a determined expression on his face. I believe I will be able to put it out. Chapter 78. A good person, 4. Silence filled the cave once again. Litana turned away from Cal in order to look toward her subordinates. She was trying to see if she had heard correctly. Her subordinates had the same expression that she had. Mr. Cal, may I ask you to explain? Litana, who had been leaning on the cave wall, sat up straight. The leather armor had dried with the fire, showing off her toned warrior body. I'm a citizen of the Roan Kingdom. You are from the northeast. We are people who work in the jungle as warriors. I see. I am from a small territory in the corner of the Roan Kingdom. Cal scratched his cheek, as if he felt awkward listening to Latana call herself just a warrior, and cautiously continued. I am from a small, noble family. Thanks to that, I do not lack the funds to travel. I also have a crew that travels with me. A crew? Yes. I came into the forest alone with On, but there are people who trust and follow me. Latana and her subordinates who valued the leader and followers' philosophy looked toward Cal a bit more gentler now. Anyways, as I traveled around, I was able to come across a fateful encounter. A fateful encounter. Cal had a bitter smile on his face and started to scrunch his eyes like he was recalling a difficult memory. Yes, I was caught up in an ocean whirlpool and barely managed to get out. Once I got out, I found this fateful encounter inside a cave. At that moment, I was able to find an injured person and have them. I was relieved to know maybe that was the reason I ended up getting caught up in the whirlpool. Ah, he suddenly put on an embarrassed smile. I'm sorry. That wasn't the story I was trying to say. It looks like Mr. Cal has saved a lot of people. Litana looked toward the calm cat tribe child on before looking back at Cal. This respectful and courteous noble did not even act arrogant because he was a noble. No, I just couldn't walk by without doing anything. He seemed very modest and good. Anyways, there was a power I managed to gain at that time. What power? Litana realized Cal had gotten to the point and asked. Fire suppressing water. It is able to suppress any and all fires. Litana and her subordinates' eyes all became cloudy. It definitely sounded different than your average water. And that would be accurate. This water was different than your regular water. No matter what kind of fire it was, if it had the word fire in it, it could suppress it. Originally, Tunka would have found this fateful encounter and used it as a base to develop a body that cannot be burnt. However, Cal was not afraid of getting burnt because of his vitality of the heart. It would hurt a bit, but the vitality of the heart would let him recover right away. Why would he use something like this in addition to that? Instead, Cal had put that water into the absorbing necklace that Lark had brought back. Cal cautiously added on, "However, there is a limit to how much I can use, so I'm not sure if it will be enough." Ah, Litana let out a gasp. She opened and closed her mouth a couple times before finally asking, "It sounds like a precious power. Is it okay to use it for us?" Cal worked hard to prevent the corners of his lips from moving upward. There definitely was a limit to how much he could use. It is limited to putting out a fire about the size of the entire Western continent. As long as Cal was not putting out a fire that burned across the entire Western continent, he had enough to last him a lifetime. However, it wasn't like he had lied to her. That, "How should I address you? You can call me Lena." One of her subordinates flinched. Cal pretended not to see and called out Latana's fake name. "Miss Lena." "Yes. There is no precious or not precious when it comes to powers. I believe the important thing is how you use that power." Litana and her subordinates could see that Cal's eyes were clearer than ever. "If I can use this power of mine to save the nature, the animals, the plants, as well as people and their livelihood, I believe I definitely need to use it." Litana subconsciously started to clench her fists. Her heart was also beating quickly. "Of course, now that it has recognized me as its master, I need to personally go there to use it. It might take some time and be burdensome. Do you need to go into the fire to use it? I think inside the fire might be difficult, but I probably have to at least get near it." Cal could see Litana starting to frown. Both gratitude and sorriness filled her heart. It was the same for her subordinates as well. Of course, two of them were still wary of Cal, but even they were grateful to Cal. Cal then launched the final blow. "I will be very happy if my power can be of assistance. I want to save and help everyone. This isn't the weak human I know. No, you are a good person, but still, this isn't like you. Anyways, saving someone is a great deed." The 4-year-old became chaotic before coming to a conclusion. On the other hand, On just yawned and looked away from Cal. "Thank you very, very much." Cal put a gentle smile on his face in response. However, his eyes were coldly observing Litana and her subordinates. Litana had come to the forest, leaving behind the jungle and people she needed to protect, with a single ray of hope. They had been here for 2 weeks with no results. To them, Cal was no different than the dragon of legend. "How could we repay you for your gratitude?" "Gratitude? No, I have not done anything yet. I just have a feeling that I was drawn into the forest for this exact reason." Litana admired Cal, who did not show even an ounce of greed. He really seemed to be a good-natured person. Pay back revenge at tenfold while paying back gratitude to the best of her abilities. "Mr. Cal, I still want to repay you for your gratitude somehow. You are going to guide us and go to the fire to use a limited power. We cannot accept it all without giving anything back." "No, I am really okay." Cal put on an awkward expression. He then seemed to contemplate something for a bit before clapping his hand like he had thought of something. "Ah!" He looked embarrassed as he started to speak to Latana and her subordinates. "I read about Section 1 in a book about the jungle. I read that the combination of the vibrant jungle and clear coastline makes it very beautiful. It said that the sunset there was amazing. I remember thinking that it would be great if I could have a villa in Section 1 as I read that." Section 1 was the section that was currently on fire. The eastern shores of Section 1 were filled with rare materials like gold. In the novel, a shaman from the eastern continent will end up putting out the fire in about a month. The shaman goes over to the shore to gather some sea water when he happens to find a gold ore. That gold ore was just the tip of this magic stone mound. It wasn't a full mine, but just a pile of buried magic stones of the highest quality. The shaman keeps it a secret before gathering it all and running away. "May I go over to Section 1 to look at the sunset once the fire is out?" Litana was suddenly at a loss of words. The beautiful Section 1 shoreline. However, that place was on fire as well. The man in front of her should know that, even after the fire is put out, the sights there would be terrible. However, the fact that he didn't ask for land or money and just to go visit there was surprising to her. That was why she was the first to bring it up. "I don't think seeing it is enough. Excuse me. I will build a villa there for you. If you are not satisfied with Section 1, I will build it anywhere in the jungle for you. And no, there is no need for that. That's too much. I really am okay. Cal had to work really hard to keep his lips from forming a smile. No, I will build a villa for you well, if you insist. Cal put on an expression of, there's nothing I can do, as he answered. If I am able to help you put out the fire, the villa is too much. May I just ask for a small plot of land where I can build a villa? Latana could tell that, although Cal said he was from a small noble family, that really may not be the case. Based on the material of his clothes, the size of his magic bag, as well as his elegance, he definitely was someone who could easily buy things like villas or land. Yes, of course, I will give you as much land as you want. In fact, I insist. I will only be satisfied if you do so. Great. Cal held back his cheer and let out a sigh as he nodded. Yes, I will make sure to do so. He made it look like he had no interest in the land of the jungle, but had agreed since Latana insisted. That made Latana decide that, if everything goes well, she would give more than what Cal wants to accept in order to repay this debt of gratitude. Cal knew very well about Latana's nature. Cal made eye contact with On as he continued to pet her. Your goal is the land, right? On's gaze seemed to be asking that question, but Cal pretended not to notice as he opened his magic bag. Would you like something to eat? All of you look a bit famished. Ah, that. Cal took out the food he had Beecrocs make for him from the bag. He knew the most basic way of turning someone to your side. Someone who feeds you is a good person. That was how he had earned Choi Han's trust as well. Cal touched the blanket that Latana's subordinate had handed him as he continued to speak. You can treat it as the cost of this blanket. Let's share a meal together and move tomorrow. The atmosphere went from casual to very friendly. First, we will return to the village where my crew is at, and then cut through the forest to the jungle. Please go on and eat. Cal continued to lay it on thick for Latana and her subaudience. You can't use any strength to save the jungle if you don't eat. Cal's words made Latana and her subordinates think about the people waiting for them. As for Cal, the magic stones were waiting for him. Latana looked toward the food that was still fresh and warm because it had been in the magic bag and grabbed the fork that Cal handed her. She then started to mumble. The legend was not very far away. Excuse me. Cal had heard the whole thing but pretended like he did not hear a word. No, nothing. This is delicious, Mr. Cal. I am glad. Latana and her subordinates were able to have a relaxing and full night for the first time in 2 weeks. On peeked at Cal, who watched them with satisfaction before letting out a sigh. Mr. Cal, this is amazing. Right, On is amazing. Cal peeked at Latana and her subordinates, who were following behind him. Looking at the 6 of them under the sun made it very easy to see that they were strong warriors. There were 2 different types of warriors in the southern continent. Someone like Tunka was the fighter type, while the northern knights were more the warriors. The people of the jungle were a mix of the two. They were both good at fighting and at training their martial arts or weapon arts. Miss Lena, we are almost at Hoik village. Cal could see Latana and her subordinates tighten the raincoats around them after hearing his words. They had suddenly ended up crossing the border, so they were covering themselves up as much as possible with their dark blue raincoats. Latana was especially making sure to cover her black hair. The royal family had pitch black hair. Since she was on a smaller side for a southerner and was working hard in order to hide her identity, it was difficult for anyone to tell that Latana was a strong warrior. However, Cal knew the truth. 1 level under Choi Han. She was much stronger than Tunka. 1 level under Choi Han meant that she was very strong. Once she got on her Black Panther and used her spears, nobody was able to catch her. She was like the Reaper of Death to her enemies, even in broad daylight, as she moved around in the jungle that was dark from the shadows of the forest. That was how she had become the queen who unified the jungle. The head of the jungle needed to both be empathetic and strong. They needed to protect their tribe. We are almost there. Cal could feel Latana's group behind him as he started to walk forward once again. On was controlling the fog to open up a path for them. The fog started to move away. Ah! Latana's subordinates let out a gasp. They could feel that they were finally getting out of this path of no return. Cal just continued to walk in silence. Latana and her subordinates trusted Cal even more as they watched him leisurely walk down the path. Drip, drip. The rain fell on the new raincoat that Cal had received from Latana. We are here. Finally, the fog lifted and they could see the entrance of Hoik village. He had returned. Ha! A gasp like laughter escaped from Cal's mouth. Mio, On jumped out of Cal's arms and started to run. Mio. Hung ran toward her as well. The siblings ran into each other and started to rub their cheeks against each other. Cal had his arms crossed as he watched the two kittens before starting to frown after seeing the people standing next to the slab. Why are you all out here in the rain? Hans, Choi Han, and Rosalind were all waiting for him. None of them responded instead. They all just pretended as if they didn't hear him. Young Master Nim, as the deputy butler, I could not go to sleep. Cal Nim, it is cold. Who are the people behind you? Young Master Cal, did you have a good trip? Cal uncrossed his arms and headed to them. He stood in front of them and started to speak. I'm back. Cal didn't want to see the smiles on their faces, so he turned around. His gaze then fell on the people who were staring at him. It was the families of the people who had gone in and never came back. Cal headed toward the old man who was sitting next to the slab. It was the same one who had warned him about going into the forest. He then crouched down next to the old man. The old man's eyes were shaking in disbelief. Cal confidently spoke to the old man. Old man. Cal, no, Kim Raksu, knew what it was like to wait for something that was never going to come back. He knew that his parents were dead, but at one point he had hoped that they would come back if he waited long enough. Cal looked directly into the old man's eyes. There is no dragon. The legend was no more. The old man's eyes slowly started to tear up. The old man quietly looked down at the ground before nodding his head over and over. Cal walked past the old man and the others before casually adding on. I saw some clothes and skeletons in the forest. I can bring them for you if you'd like. That was the only thing Cal could do for them. He returned to his crew and started to speak to Choi Han and the rest, who were looking back and forth between him and Latana's group, who were wearing a different style of clothing. Pack our stuff. He pointed to the forest. We are heading to the jungle. The fire that enveloped the entire section 1 of the jungle. It was time for Cal to suppress that fire on his own. Chapter 79. Flustered 1. All of Cal's crew gathered at the entrance of the Path of No Return 2 hours later. They were not the only ones there. Cal ordered Hans. You get a list of names. Yes, sir. Hans looked toward Cal before moving away to speak to the villagers. Hans would probably find out the kitten's secrets during this trip. At Cal's gaze, Mies, the wolf children, and Hilsman all got in a single line. They seemed as disciplined as a knight's brigade. On will take us over and then come back with Hang. After that, all of you will be responsible for going in and finding the remains inside the forest. Mies and the wolf children vigorously nodded their heads. While Cal was watching them with satisfaction, a very timid voice came from below him. Why, young Master Nim, why am I included? I need to create the blueprint. Muller was shaking between Cal, Hilsman, and Beecrox while looking up at Cal. Cal felt like Mueller really was a mess. He couldn't leave such a mess alone. Just do as I say before I get angry. He didn't want to have to grab Mueller's neck or hold him to the side again. Cal didn't know how Mueller understood that statement, but Mueller quickly turned pale and nodded his head. Mueller was carrying a large bag filled with papers and pens for the blueprints. Cal headed over to Latana, who was a bit away from him. He had a gentle smile on his face. It looks like we can head out now. I am sorry for making you wait 2 hours. No, it is okay. Latana answered like that while observing Cal's group. She had expected Cal's knights to have average strength because Cal was average and had no martial arts training. A very interesting person. However, that was a severe misunderstanding. There were a lot of strong individuals around Cal, as well as an individual whose strength she could not see through. Although they were too far away from Cal's group to be able to listen to their conversation, Cal seemed to be very charismatic when he was talking to his crew. On the other hand, Cal's crew all had varying reactions after seeing how gentle Cal was with Latana, but they did not let it show. Cal had already told them in advance, match my demeanor. All of them would do well since they are all sharp people. On, let's go, Mio. On took the lead while everybody else followed. Excuse me, Cal Nim. Choi Han approached Cal, who had been walking in the front with On. He seemed like he had something to say. Cal made sure Latana's group was a bit away behind Rosalind before looking back at Choi Han. What is it? Is the jungle fire they're doing as well? It was a cautious yet sharp gaze. Cal immediately knew who they that Choi Han was referring to were. The secret organization that caused the Plaza Terror incident. He was talking about them. No, it is not them this time. Originally, Choi Han would run into the secret organization at the capital and then lightly in the Breck Kingdom. However, it did not seem like he had run into them while he was there. I see. I thought it would be another bit of information about them, since you happen to know about it, just like the terror incident. I still remember my vow. Cal reminded Choi Han once more. I will let you know when I find out their identity. So don't worry. Yes, sir. Choi Han could see Cal cutting through the fog like his usually confident self. He opened and closed his lips a few times before finally starting to speak. Don't try to do all of the hard stuff on your own. What is he talking about? Cal looked dour at Choi Han with disbelief. It was at that moment. I agree with that as well. Rosalind, who had been in the middle in order to keep Latana's group away from Choi Han and Cal, started to smile. Cal found it hard to understand the two of them. Hard stuff. I really don't know what you're talking about. I don't plan on doing any of the hard stuff at all. Why would I do the hard stuff when there are so many people I can use around me? Cal looked toward Rosalind with confusion as he answered. However, Choi Han and Rosalind just looked at each other before starting to smile, thinking that Cal never changes. Those expressions made Cal feel significantly bitter. However, he just stopped asking and started to walk again as time was of the essence. Finally, after walking for the entire night, except for a short break, they were able to head out of the path of no return the next day. My gosh. Cal's crew were all shocked once they got out of the forest. Black smoke. They would need to travel another day to see the jungle, but there was a lot of black smoke approximately where the jungle should be. They could also see some of the fire, as they were now on a clear plain. Litana bit down on her lips. It was not because it was her land. It was because she was thinking about her family and her people who were still struggling because of the fire. Let's hurry. She turned her head in order to look at Cal. This journey was probably difficult for this noble. He definitely looked like he was brought up without any difficulties. Yes, we will guide you from here. However, Litana still needed to hurry. That was why she was thankful. 5 of her subordinates stepped forward once she motioned. Litana was in the vanguard. The head of a tribe always had to stand in the front. It might be a rough trip because we need to move as quickly as possible. That is fine. It was a gentle yet stern response. Let's go. Litana started to walk instead of saying thank you. They headed toward the black smoke. After traveling for another day, the exhausted group could see the large fire right in front of their eyes. To be specific, they could also see many tents surrounding the large fire. However, none of the members of Cal's crew paid attention to them. What kind of fire? The wolf boy Lark subconsciously took a step back. It was like a volcano had erupted and covered a mountain. The fire was shooting up as high as a mountain. None of them had ever seen such a sight. Ahem. Choi Han subconsciously let out a fake cough and took a breath. It was difficult to breathe. Even the extremely strong Choi Han, who had lived in the forest of darkness for years, had never seen such a massive fire. Section 1 of the jungle. This fire covered the entirety of that large section and was as tall as a castle. Nature. The power of nature was not something that the human mind could comprehend. That fire. The mage, Rosalind, looked toward Latana's group and asked. Her eyes were shaking in disbelief. It made sense. It was currently raining right now. The jungle was in the season where it would rain multiple times a day as they headed toward the summer. It was their rainy season. The sky was cloudy and it was raining. However, the fire remained the same. It remained a source of light in the cloudy day. That was the weirdness of this fire. Yes, it is this one. Latana looked toward the fire with a bitter smile. As it had been until now, the fire remained in Section 1 without moving at all. The jungle is dying. She could see Lark taking a step back. She bit down on her lips. This scary natural disaster that was beyond human comprehension brought fear to everyone. Even the Southerners were too afraid to approach it and could only stay near the boundaries of the jungle. Litana turned toward Cal, who was quietly observing the fire. Would he still try to approach the fire after looking at how strong it was? She did not dare to say, "Let's go." It was at that moment. It's hot. She heard Cal's voice as he took off his raincoat and jacket. After taking off the simple, yet luxurious jacket that made it obvious that he was a noble, he pulled up the sleeves of his white shirt. He then turned around to look at Litana. Let's go. I think I will need to go as close as possible to the fire. I may even need to go past the boundary. He seemed as relaxed as if he was on a stroll. Litana looked around to see Cal's subordinates looking as if they had expected Cal to act like this. She then turned around to look at her subordinates before looking back at Cal. I will take you there. I can go on my own. Cal wanted to go on his own because he already knew how Latana was planning on taking him there. No, it is dangerous. Latana turned her head around to see some people running toward them from the tents. Your Highness, our queen. Leader him, she could hear them calling her from afar. Latana gently smiled to Cal, who seemed to be shocked at their calling her queen. Of course, Cal was just pretending to be shocked. He was also shocked for real, but it definitely was not because Latana was a queen, though. Wow, so big. A large animal was running toward Latana. Gia-ra-ra-ra-ra. 10. The large black panther rushed over at Latana's, calling almost as if it was flying. Latana easily jumped on the back of the black panther that stopped in front of her. Latana, the queen of the jungle, and her black panther, 10. Cal understood why this pair had the nickname of the Reaper of Death. The black panther, that was a very dark blue color, was at least the size of 2 or 3 adult men. She started to speak while sitting on top of the panther. 10, and I will take you there. At that moment, her subordinates who had run over from the tents looked back and forth between her and Cal. Your Highness, these people are. Latana did not answer the question right away. Instead, she looked toward the people who were slowly starting to come out of the safe zone after hearing that she was back. She could also see some animals as well. These were the people who used to live in Section 1. They were probably waiting for her. That was why she needed to come back with the dragon from the legends. He is a dragon. Excuse me. Latana smiled at her subordinate, who looked toward her with confusion. She then reached her hand out to Cal. Please get on, Mr. Cal. GRR. Cal did not want to get on after seeing the Black Panther start to growl. The Black Panther, 10, was staring at Lark. At that moment, one of Latana's subordinates who were with Cal stepped forward. He explained to the rest of the subordinates in Section 1. We escorted this sir here because he believes he can put out the fire. Can he really put out the fire? All of the shocked gazes turned toward Cal. Choi Han and the rest got in front of Cal to defend him. Cal Nim, it is dangerous. I will escort you to it. No need. Cal shook his head at Choi Han's question. That heat will make you get burnt if you get close. It is dangerous. All of you just stay in the safe zone. They would just be baggage if they came with him. The fire did not need anyone else's strength to put out. Miss Rosalind, shield please. Sure. Rosalind sighed before putting a shield around Cal, Latana, and 10. Rosalind already knew about Latana's true identity, although Latana didn't seem to know about Rosalind's. Since she is the queen of the jungle, she will escort you there through the safest and best path. Have a nice trip, young Master Cal. I don't want to ride this Black Panther. Cal just needed to rush over with the sound of the wind. He continued to stare at Latana, whose hand was still reaching out to him, his crew, and the confused jungle people before sighing and grabbing Latana's hand. He then got on the Black Panther. He was scared of falling off, so he clenched onto the Black Panther's fur. Let's go. Latana sat up straight before turning around away from Cal, who was looking at the fire that was off in the distance. She then crouched down and spoke to 10. 10, take us to the fire. GRR. Latana sat back up, and the large Black Panther started to move. The Black Panther and black-haired woman rode toward the fire with the red-haired man. They soon crossed through the safe zone and toward the boundary. Your Highness. 10, what is going on? She could see the people calling out to them as they rushed past the tents. Everybody looked haggard. She bit down on her lips. Let us go even faster. She could hear Cal's voice coming from behind her. 10, faster. 10 started to move faster in response to Latana's command. Cal's crew and Latana's subordinates followed behind them, but they were too slow. Rustle, rustle, drip, drip. The leaves, grass, and rain all landed on Cal's shirt. However, the dampness instantly disappeared. It is enormous. Cal got off the Black Panther once they got to the boundary. He could feel intense heat from the fire. Sparks of fire were whirling around like hail inside of the boundary. Imperial Prince, you crazy bastard. Looking at the fire in person made Cal realize that the Imperial Prince really was a crazy bastard. This fire is weird. He could hear Rayon's voice in his head. Cal sternly spoke to Latana, who was approaching him. Miss Lena, please step back. But it looks like I will need to go closer to the fire. He would need to use about a third of the fire-suppressing water to put out this fire. Seeing it in person, he could tell that this was worlds apart than a normal mountain fire. He'll need to use a good amount, since I don't know the strength of the water and the necklace. He would just need to use more of it if it didn't work. Cal thought about it simply before speaking to the two who came with him. Latana and Ten would get in his way from here on. Please step back. Latana could not respond after seeing Cal's stern demeanor. Grrr. At that moment, Ten pulled on her clothes to move her back. Ten. Latana looked toward Ten with an odd expression. The Black Panther Ten did not run away from anything. Latana found it weird that such a child was telling her to step back and leave Cal here. At that moment, she heard Cal's voice. It looks like that child trusts me. Excuse me. The man with hair as red as the fire started to smile. It was a relaxed smile. I will not get hurt. I will return after putting out the fire, so please step back and watch. Well, you can always save me if it looks dangerous. With that, Cal entered the boundary without any hesitations. Latana watched him walk in before taking a few steps back. Ten crouched down and she got on his back. It was so that both of them could rush in right away to save Cal if it looked dangerous. Cal did not know about this as he got right up to the fire. It would have been dangerous if I didn't have the vitality of the heart. The heat was intense. However, he did not feel any pain. It was because of the strength of the fire-suppressing water inside the absorbing necklace that could absorb any natural power, as well as his recovery thanks to the vitality of the heart. Weak human, that fire seems like a crazy fire. It goes against the laws of nature. Rayan was loudly chirping in his mind, but Cal stood right in front of the fire before turning around. He could see Latana and Ten, as well as the tents in the distance. He could also see people approaching them from the tent. I told them not to come. He was sure it was his crew. Cal clicked his tongue and opened up his arms. Drizzle Crackle Cal listened to the sound of the rain and the fire as he used the power of the absorbing necklace. Ooh, ooh, a crying noise started to echo out from Cal. At the same time, the necklace started to glow blue. Cal could feel the power of the water inside the necklace as he closed his eyes. If the fire is like hail, then he just needed to create real hail, the water that suppresses and dominates fire. Cal generously took out a third of that water. Splash! The water shot up from Cal's hand into the air. Ooh, 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 the crying noise became louder as a giant wall appeared above Cal. It was a wall of water. He kept his eyes closed as he started to imagine a hailstorm. My gosh! Latana subconsciously let out a gasp of admiration. At the same time, Ten subconsciously stepped back. A large wave was being created in front of them. Watching this gave Latana the chills. Ooh, 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 oh, drizzle the rain, and crying seemed to resonate with each other. The water that shot out was a dark blue color. The people rushing toward the boundary, as well as the people watching them from the tents, all stopped to blankly stare at this water wall. The fire in this area seemed like it was shooting up to the sky. The wave started to grow in size to match the fire. In the end, a giant wave that seemed like it could wipe anything out was created in the air. Cal opened his eyes and lifted up his head. Was too much. Cal was a bit flustered. The wave that he created looked amazing and strong even to him. At that moment, he could hear Rayan's voice. Good idea. Let's just wipe this crazy fire out, human. Cal started to smile. Yes, let's wipe it out. Ooh, the crying noise suddenly stopped. Boom! The large wave crashed to the ground with the blue water wall covering the fire and the earth. Chapter 80. Flustered too. A large hailstorm covered the ground. The fire-suppressing water ate up the fire along with everything else. Cal Nim, young master. The water also ate up Cal. Choi Han started to quickly move again. Rosalind used speed magic to rush past him first. They could not see Cal. The strong wave ate up everything without regards to friend nor foe. Sizzle, a large amount of water vapor started to rise up from Section 1. There was so much that you could see in front of you. That symbolized just one thing. The fire was being put out. Instead of the black smoke from earlier, white water vapor shot up to the sky. The wolf boy Lark just watched this with a blank expression. He looked down after feeling that his feet were getting cold. The large amount of water that had covered up Section 1 began to flow out toward Lark, and now the safe zone as well. However, the water that touched Lark's feet was no longer as strong as the wave. Ah! Lark turned his head after hearing someone gasp. It was one of Latana's subordinates who had been heading over to her. They were blankly staring at the water below their feet as well. The jungle people who were peeking out of the tents earlier, as well as the ones who were standing outside of the tents with curiosity, all were now standing outside. Drizzle. It was raining. They were all standing under the rain while looking at their homes. See, Isil, the water vapor was still rising up into the sky. They could not see in front of them, but they could also no longer see the fire. Why, young Master Nim! Locke finally came back to his senses. He also followed Choi Han and Rosalind and ran towards Section 1. Rosalind and Choi Han had already reached where Latana and Ten were standing. Latana finally came back to her senses once they approached her. She was already drenched in water, but she had definitely seen it. Cal Nim, young Master Cal, she had seen what had happened to Cal. The wave had swallowed Cal before it had consumed the fire. That man was the first to get pummeled. Ten. Ten immediately started to move after hearing her call his name. Ten started to move toward the boundary where the water vapor was rising. It was at that moment. See-easel, dree-easel, between the sound of the water vapor and the rain, a new sound could suddenly be heard. Swee-ish, it was the sound of wind. This gentle wind that reminded them of the spring fluttered by Ten and Latana. That wind then reached Choi Han and Rosalind. That wind made the two people finally stop running. Ah, right, ha. Rosalind let out a gasp-like laughter. She had become flustered and forgotten about it. She had not been acting rational. Once she rubbed her eyes, she could see a new sight. Kalnim. Choi Han could see the gentle wind create a path through the water vapor. At the end of that path was a silver light. Choi Han knew what that light was. They could see a glimpse of Section 1 through the path created by this wind. It was black. They could also see evidence of things having been burnt by fire. They could see someone standing there on top of these burnt ruins. It was a man with hair as red as the fire they could no longer see. A large silver shield and wings were covering the man. Litana did not even notice that Ten had stopped, as she was mesmerized by the sight. Pad. The silver wings opened up before disappearing with the shield. Once it disappeared, the only thing left standing there was that man, Cal. Cal then started to stagger. Elitana's eyes turned wide, and the Black Panther, Ten, started to move. Choi Han and Rosalind also crossed the boundary to approach Cal. Cal had put a hand on his head and was frowning. His head was full of Rayan's voice. I was enjoying the water and forgot the shield. That was why it was a bit late. I am sorry, human. Cal couldn't say anything. He had been busy admiring the wave that he created that he had also forgotten about the indestructible shield. Ah, right, shield. He only came back to his senses after hearing Rayan shout that, and so he had activated his shield as well. That was why he was holding his head that was temporarily smashed by that water bomb. I used too much of it for no reason. He was drenched and cold for no reason. I'm really sorry. I was not great. The 4-year-old's frustrated voice filled Cal's dizzy head as he quietly whispered, I still managed to live thanks to you. You weak human, I am an idiot. Cal wanted to stop Rayan from blaming himself, but he could not do so. It was because Choi Han, Rosalind, as well as Latana and Ten were approaching him. Choi Han quickly started to support Cal. Are you okay, Calnim? Are you okay? Rosalind quickly used temperature management magic on the drenched Cal. Miss Rosalind, you know that I won't get hurt. Choi Han and Rosalind looked at each other after hearing Cal's casual voice. Rayan was with Cal, while Cal also had the indestructible shield. It was only now that the two of them remembered this. An embarrassed voice continued to speak. Why did you keep shouting my name so loudly like that? I had to come out quickly because of that. Cal started to grumble while fixing up his wet hair and clothes. He looked very calm. However, he was standing on top of a land that had been completely burnt to a crisp. Do I not have much affinity with water? Klee recalled what had happened when he met Watira last time. He didn't enjoy getting drenched every time he was around water. It was because he found wet clothes to be annoying. Cal moved away from Choi Han, who was supporting him, and stood up straight. It wasn't like he had gotten hurt. Thanks to the vitality of the heart, his condition was great. Let's go. He started to walk, and Choi Han and Rosalind followed behind him. The two of them were smiling, but Cal didn't care much about it as he approached Latana, who was stiffly standing a short distance away. She had already gotten off of the Black Panther. Miss Lena. Latana could clearly see Cal after hearing his gentle voice. She had been in a daze, looking around at everything else once she realized that Cal was fine. The lush forest and jungle that started once you got out of the Whipper Kingdom. Section 1, a place that was so beautiful that they described it in books, was now completely burnt black. That sight made it difficult for her to breathe. Gia-ra-ra-ra. Litana, who had been watching Cal, turned toward Ten after hearing him growl. Ten was looking at the black ground and the entire area that had turned to ashes and was rubbing his head on the ground. Latana bit down on her lips. At that moment, she could hear Cal's voice again. "It looks like you should go." "Excuse me." She could see where he was pointing to when she looked back toward him. Ah, she could see her subordinates and the jungle people and animals in the safe zone. She knew where she should be looking right now. She should be looking over there at them and not the Black Forest. She could hear Cal's voice again. "It looks like there is nothing left for me to do here." She turned back around to make eye contact with Cal. He looked calm and gentle, yet strong. She had seen what he had done. The water vapor was still rising up to the sky. He was the one responsible for creating the water that put out this fire. She had been wrong. He was not a weak person. He was strong. "How much of the power did you have to use?" He had mentioned that there was a limit to how much he could use. Latana was curious about how much was left. "I have a decent amount left." Although he was enjoying himself when he used it, Cal was feeling irked now that he thought he used too much of the power. His face subconsciously had a bitter smile on it. He didn't like that he had wasted some of the power uselessly. "I understand." Seeing Cal working hard to smile and hide the bitterness, Latana looked toward her subordinates who couldn't cross the boundary, as well as the jungle people approaching them from the safe zone, and started to ask, "Mr. Cal, shall we go together? He was the hero today. He deserved the praise and applause for his actions." However, Cal's response was not what Latana had expected. "Your Highness, Lena," she quickly corrected him. "No, what they need right now is you, Miss Lena. They need their queen." Cal turned his head toward the safe zone. Latana turned her head as well. The jungle people who were getting drenched in the rain were crying in joy. Even though they could see the black ground clearly as the water vapor disappeared, they were hugging each other in joy. Cal felt tired just thinking about standing in front of them. That was why he wanted to just end it on a good note here. "I believe this is the result of all of your persistence for the last 2 weeks. I do not wish to be the center of attention." That was what the drenched and pale man had said. "I just want to go to that beautiful place and see the sunset. I really want to see that sunset right now." He wanted to just dig up the magic stones and leave. He had moved more than usual for this jungle situation. "I am jealous of the Roan kingdom. Excuse me." Cal did not hear Latana's words clearly, so he looked toward her. Latana started to smile and shook her head. "It's nothing." Latana swiftly got on 10 and crossed the boundary line. Sitting straight up on the Black Panther, she was sitting higher than the jungle people, even with her short stature. She put some strength into her throat and started to shout. "The fire is out. I'm sure that everyone here has seen it. Nature is fair like time. As time goes on, we will be able to recover our forest. So today will be a day we celebrate a new beginning. Ruwar." Ten shouted out like he was agreeing with Latana. Driezel, the sound of the rain, filled the silence for a moment. Wah! The void was then filled with the cheers of the people. Even now, the water that Cal had created was rushing toward the shores of Section 1, putting out any small, remaining fires along the way. "Human, you will catch a cold. Hurry up and go rest." Cal ignored Rayan's nagging as he was guided by Latana's subordinates. The place they took him to was a quiet and clean tent that they had quickly prepared for him. "Please let us know if you need anything." "I do not need anything. I just want to rest quietly. If possible, I would like to leave as early as tomorrow as well." The subordinates who had crossed through Urim to get to the jungle with Cal had expressions of disbelief on their faces. However, they still gave Cal a positive response. "Yes, we will do our best to prepare whatever you need." Once the subordinates left, Cal looked around the tent. Choi Han and the rest were guided to other tents. However, there was someone who had followed Cal. Rayan. Rayan revealed himself after being called. "Tusk." Cal clicked his tongue. He picked up a towel and started to dry off the drenched dragon. Rayan had even forgotten to put a shield around himself while being mesmerized by the wave. "Dry yourself, human. You will catch a cold." Cal snorted at the 4-year-old's action before scrubbing Rayan's face. Rayan just sat there while Cal dried him. Cal threw that towel to the side before using another towel to dry his hair and taking one of the orbs he had received from Billows out of his pocket. "Connect." "All right, human." Rayan seemed to be happy about something as he connected the magic communication device without any complaints. Cal sat down on a wooden chair as the magic communication device flew in front of him and connected. A A person soon appeared on the magic communication device. "Ha! Why do you look like that?" It was Crown Prince Alberu. "You look like a drenched rat." Cal could see the mocking smile on Alberus' face as he put on the gentle smile he had put on for Litana. "How about you not smile like that?" As expected, it did not work on Alberu. Cal immediately put on his usual smile and leaned back on the chair. Alberu was used to this relaxed-looking Cal. "Your Highness, the star of the Roan Kingdom, how is Marquis Stan's family?" He had been out of contact for 3 weeks while he went to Hawk Village. He had done a lot in these past 3 weeks. This was one of them. "How?" "It is currently changing the person in control. Why are you so curious about it?" At that moment, Rayon's voice filled Cal's head. "Is it finally time for my revenge?" Marquis Stan and Venian, the things they had done to Rayon. In order for Rayon to completely overcome the trauma of his past torture, he needed to get revenge toward those who were involved in it. Cal had to hear Rayon's plans for revenge like a lullaby every time the two of them were alone. Dragons will never forget such shame. Rayan was looking to get compensation for his lost time and destroyed sense of confidence. That was the natural instincts of a dragon, the violent rulers of the world. Alberu observed Cal with an inspecting gaze. "I'm letting you know because I am getting something in return for it, but I really can't understand why you are curious. It is only so that I can do things that you will like, Your Highness." Seeing Cal lie like it is nothing made Alberu snort. However, this was the truth. "I am telling the truth. It would be good for Alberu as well." Alberu was feeling iffy about Cal's expression, but there was something he needed to do right now. That was why he started to speak. "Hurry back to the castle." "Yes, sir." Cal had no issue saying yes, since he was planning on going there anyway. Of course, Cal wasn't going to rush over. He was going to do whatever he needed to do here first. He chatted with the Crown Prince about a couple different things before ending the conversation. He then ate some food before falling asleep. Of course, he had to listen to Rayon's plans for revenge like a lullaby, as usual. The next morning, "Miss Lena, I wish to go over there." Cal was telling Litana that he wanted to go to the shoreline. There was no reason for him to stay here any longer.